To prove that playing video games can truly save the world, I decisively crossed over to the Blue Star world where games invaded reality, but unexpectedly awakened a hidden profession, dungeon boss. As long as you hunt professionals, you can grow infinitely stronger. So I directly blocked the entrance to the beginner's dungeon. School beauty, top student, rich second generation. Kneel down and sing conquer for me. Class 4, grade 3 of Luocheng No. 3 High School. Looking at the slogans in the classroom, my mind is as muddled as a bowl of paste. Really traveled through time. Just a second ago, I was still an internet-addicted teenager on Earth. Really traveled through time. At last, the final boss is about to be slain. So I directly blocked the entrance to the beginner's dungeon. Just one more hit, damn it. 800 years ago, countless monsters descended upon Blue Star, ruthlessly slaughtering all living beings. Really traveled through time. Humans stole the power from the game world to obtain a career transition opportunity. Is this really not just the dying delusion of an internet-addicted teenager? Really traveled through time. I told you gaming could save the world. My mind is as muddled as a bowl of paste. At last, the final boss is about to be slain. Really traveled through time. Professional qualities are categorized as low, medium, high, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. Just one more hit, damn it. At last, the final boss is about to be slain. To obtain a career transition opportunity, my mind is as muddled as a bowl of paste. Is this really not just the dying delusion of an internet-addicted teenager? My mind is as muddled as a bowl of paste. Just a second ago, I was still an internet-addicted teenager on Earth. How did I end up with a low-level masseur profession? The classroom was filled with a mix of curses and cheers. Just one more hit, damn it. I decisively crossed over to the Blue Star world where games invaded reality. He slowly stepped into the profession-changing light pillar. There's a saying online. Awakening can increase the probability of obtaining powerful professions through imagination. So I directly blocked the entrance to the beginner's dungeon. Who's your daddy? Up down left right Alibaba. Awakening can increase the probability of obtaining powerful professions through imagination. Professional qualities are categorized as low, medium, high, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. What's going on? Professional qualities are categorized as low, medium, high, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. Just a second ago, I was still an internet-addicted teenager on Earth. I've never seen anyone blow up an awakening stone before. He slowly stepped into the profession-changing light pillar. That's amazing. So I directly blocked the entrance to the beginner's dungeon. I told you gaming could save the world. At last, the final boss is about to be slain. I've never seen anyone blow up an awakening stone before. That's amazing. Occupation, boss, trainee, quality, unknown. Level, 0. Just a second ago, I was still an internet-addicted teenager on Earth. My mind is as muddled as a bowl of paste. I told you gaming could save the world. To prove that playing video games can truly save the world, really traveled through time. Looking at the attribute panel, my face was full of odd expressions. School beauty, top student, rich second generation. At last, the final boss is about to be slain. Professional qualities are categorized as low, medium, high, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. Looking at the slogans in the classroom, but when I looked at the attributes and skills panel, I decisively crossed over to the Blue Star world where games invaded reality. What the hell? Class 4, grade 3 of Luocheng No. 3 High School. Is this really not just the dying delusion of an internet-addicted teenager? Really traveled through time. I decisively crossed over to the Blue Star world where games invaded reality. That's amazing. Level, 0. Just one more hit, damn it. Level, 0. But unexpectedly awakened a hidden profession, dungeon boss. Level, 0. Just one more hit, damn it. Hearing the prompt tone, my eyes instantly lit up. Just one more hit, damn it. With my extensive gaming experience, I know full well, the boss must face an endless stream of challengers. First, you have to hold your ground. But unexpectedly awakened a hidden profession, dungeon boss. Professional qualities are categorized as low, medium, high, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. So I directly blocked the entrance to the beginner's dungeon. Level, 0. Quality, unknown. Occupation, boss, trainee, quality, unknown. Just one more hit, damn it. I decisively crossed over to the Blue Star world where games invaded reality. Level, 0. Just one more hit, damn it. Quality, unknown. Just one more hit, damn it. Quality, unknown. Exclusive skill. Is this really not just the dying delusion of an internet-addicted teenager? Really traveled through time. Slay a professional of equal or higher level than oneself. That's amazing. 2. There's a saying online. He slowly stepped into the profession-changing light pillar. 3. Blood control. Consuming health points allows blood to be transformed into any desired form. Is this really not just the dying delusion of an internet-addicted teenager? Demon bloodline, pain immunity, accelerated wound healing. I couldn't suppress the smile on my face when I saw the new panel. To obtain a career transition opportunity, the boss must face an endless stream of challengers. Although 1000 health points may not seem like much, just one more hit, damn it. My mind is as muddled as a bowl of paste. I decisively crossed over to the Blue Star world where games invaded reality. Health points are 1104. 100 is 2704, doesn't seem like a lot. The classroom was filled with a mix of curses and cheers. He slowly stepped into the profession-changing light pillar. Really traveled through time. 800 years ago, countless monsters descended upon Blue Star. What the hell? To obtain a career transition opportunity. Quality, unknown. I decisively crossed over to the Blue Star world where games invaded reality. Level, 0. Humans stole the power from the game world. Is this really not just the dying delusion of an internet-addicted teenager? Killing professionals grants double experience. Hearing the prompt tone, my eyes instantly lit up. But when I looked at the attributes and skills panel, professional qualities are categorized as low, medium, high, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. Is this really not just the dying delusion of an internet-addicted teenager? Occupation, boss, trainee. Professional qualities are categorized as low, medium, high, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. Really traveled through time. At last, the final boss is about to be slain. Professional qualities are categorized as low, medium, high, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. But when I looked at the attributes and skills panel, John Ueli is the white moonlight in the hearts of countless classmates. Professional qualities are categorized as low, medium, high, rare, legendary, epic, and mythical. He slowly stepped into the profession-changing light pillar. Blood control. I couldn't suppress the smile on my face when I saw the new panel. Kneel down and sing Conquer for me. Just a second ago, I was still an internet-addicted teenager on Earth. Hearing the prompt tone, my eyes instantly lit up. Just one more hit, damn it. Really traveled through time. My mind is as muddled as a bowl of paste. Kneel down and sing Conquer for me. But unexpectedly awakened a hidden profession dungeon boss. Really traveled through time. So I directly blocked the entrance to the beginner's dungeon. Her career panel shows. Looking at the attribute panel, my face was full of odd expressions. Strength, 20. Just one more hit, damn it. I told you gaming could save the world. Quality, unknown. Blood control. Quality, unknown. At last, the final boss is about to be slain. John Ueli is both loved and hated. 800 years ago, countless monsters descended upon Blue Star. I told you gaming could save the world. I told you gaming could save the world. My mind is as muddled as a bowl of paste. Level, 0. The homeroom teacher, Nyobi, beamed with a smile as he began to speak. Blood control. My mind is as muddled as a bowl of paste. Hearing the prompt tone, my eyes instantly lit up. Humans stole the power from the game world. At last, the final boss is about to be slain. Hearing the prompt tone, my eyes instantly lit up. Humans stole the power from the game world. Is this really not just the dying delusion of an internet-addicted teenager? But when I looked at the attributes and skills panel, really traveled through time. Slay a professional of equal or higher level than oneself. A large number of monsters have entered Blue Star. At last, the final boss is about to be slain. A large number of monsters have entered Blue Star. A dungeon is a gateway between the game world and the real world. Players can utilize the power of the game world to enter dungeons. Defeat monsters to gain experience. Level up and enhance your strength. According to the game rules, death only results in experience penalties and does not pose a threat to your life. Of course, if no one clears the dungeon for an extended period of time, the dungeon will completely merge with the real world. A large number of monsters will use the dungeon entrance as an entry point to enter Blue Star. The beginner dungeon is somewhat special. They are designed for new players to familiarize themselves with their abilities. The difficulty is very low, and monsters will respawn daily. The players have obtained their beginner weapons. They began interacting with each other and forming teams. The most popular, of course, is Jiang Yuli. Jiang, can you take me with you on the beginner's dungeon? I'm a mid-tier support class, I can heal you. Ms. Jiang, I'm a knight with high stats and I'm obedient, I can be your loyal follower. Big shot, I have 250 coins. Some students also asked about Lu Xingyuan's class information, wanting to team up with him. But Lu Xingyuan refused them all. I'm going solo. His actions immediately drew a lot of attention. Because his level was low. Team-based monster hunting is the safest option. Only those confident enough in their own abilities would choose to go solo. Lu Guangyou snorted derisively. Just because you're good looking, what are you trying to pull? Admit it, you failed to awaken, that's why you're too scared to team up. Lu Xingyuan, ? The next moment, memories related to this person flashed through his mind. Lu Guangyou, the son of a professional gamer. He used to bully his classmates, and he was once a victim himself. Enough thinking. This alone is enough. The next moment, a large hand suddenly reached out. Grasping Lu Guangyou's face, it lifted him off the ground. Bang! Then slammed him hard against the concrete wall. Still talking back? A cold voice echoed, accompanied by the flow of scalding blood. Lu Guangyao clutched his head, his eyes wide with fear, staring at Lu Xingyuan. No one had expected that Lu Xingyuan, the quiet and unassuming man, the bookworm, would suddenly erupt. His methods were so brutal. Isn't Lu Xingyuan usually so timid? Yeah, Lu Guangyao always bullied Lu Xingyuan. Why is he so aggressive today? Lu Xingyuan's profession must be very powerful with such strong backing, he naturally has nothing to fear. That makes sense. As the students were discussing, Lu Xingyuan's figure had already turned into a beam of white light. He vanished from the spot. Only Lu Guangyao remained on the ground, writhing in pain and screaming. Teacher, didn't you see? Lu Xingyuan hit me. Nyobai rolled his eyes. It's not like you didn't ask for it. Why would anyone hit you? Even if you did, and even if you're not as skilled, that's one thing, but crying and making a scene like this? The villain is accusing the innocent. Can you even enter the dungeon? If not, get out. The lectern was almost shattered by Nyobai's slaps. Lu Guangyao forced out a few words through gritted teeth. Teacher, my father is a third-tier professional. Are you sure you want to treat me like this? The homeroom teacher seriously suspected that this guy had been drinking fake alcohol. Can't beat others? Go find the teacher or your mom? Are you still breastfeeding? Nyobai didn't give Lu Guangyao any face. Rules are meant to restrict the weak. Especially in this dog-eat-dog world. Only the strong are respected. Powerful professionals are those who hold privileges. Just like in his previous life, where money and power allowed one to do as they pleased. Lu Guanyao's face turned bright red. Lu Xingyuan. Once my injuries heal, I'll go into the dungeon and kill you. Slow healing. Lu Guangyao had awakened as a rare class, the Holy Knight, who possessed healing abilities. Under the effect of the skill, his injuries healed rapidly. The space rotated. Lu Xingyuan's surroundings shifted. It was still the school. However, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and the entire world was shrouded in a gray haze. Visibility was less than 10 meters. From the thick, unknown fog, the occasional roar of beasts echoed. Chilling to the bone. Enter the dungeon. Lu Xingyuan activated boss mode. His entire appearance undergoes a drastic transformation. His physique became more muscular. Every muscle appears to be meticulously sculpted like a work of art. His original school uniform has transformed into a black outfit. A massive hood conceals his face, making his features impossible to discern. Boss. He appraised the outfit. Lu Xingyuan smiled slightly. This appearance does indeed have the air of a shadowy mastermind. Then the task panel appeared. 1. Upgrade your level to level 1. 2. Successfully exit the dungeon. 3. Challenge quest, defeat the Lord. Boss exclusive task, slay all professionals. Surviving players, 40. The first 3 tasks are standard. Every player will have them. The boss exclusive task is unique. This task has a 5-hour countdown. Time is tight. Let's get started then. Control the blood. Lu Xingyuan's mind flickered. From every pore of his body, a massive amount of crimson blood mist surged forth. Under Lu Xingyuan's will, the blood mist condensed into a blood-red spear, which he gripped firmly in his hand. Health points, 10. Health points, plus 10. Life points consumed by using blood control. It was fully restored in the next second. Blood tide is active. 1,000 health points. That's 10 health points restored per second. With just the life recovery alone, Lu Xingyuan could sweep through the entire class. Just then, a white beam of light descended into the classroom. A figure slowly materialized. Lu Guangyao. The teleportation portal was random, and in such a large school, the two of them happening to meet was quite a coincidence. What a coincidence! Lu Xingyuan didn't give him any chance, his blood-red spear striking directly at his head. But you have killed a rare-tier professional and gained double experience. Experience points plus 5. Health plus 1%. Chapter 3, Zhang Liyue, bet again that I'm a dog. Let's gamble. I'm going all in. In the classroom, a few students had not yet entered the dungeon. Who do you think will be the first to clear the beginner's dungeon? It's definitely Zhang Yaye. Her hidden class isn't something to mess with. That makes sense, but I think Lu Xingyuan also has a chance. Lu Xingyuan, it's hard to say, since we don't know what his class is. Li Yan and his group of classmates from well-off families have already prepared rare equipment and are quite powerful. And Lu Guangyao, he has also a rare class. Just then, a flash of white light appeared, and Lu Guangyao tumbled into the classroom in a disheveled state. The dungeon world has 100% pain perception. The sudden instant kill. It left him completely disoriented. I'm a rare class. I'm a holy knight. Lu Guangyao trembled as he struggled to get back to his feet. Holy warriors are a rare class with relatively high physical attributes. Their health points are as high as 100. How could he have been instantly killed? The others in the classroom were also taken by surprise. What's going on? Lu Guanyu was that fast? He went in for 3 seconds and came out already. This must be breaking another record. The fast guy record? Ha, that's hilarious. The homeroom teacher, Nyobai, asked hesitantly, Lu Guanyu, what happened? Teacher, there was a special monster blocking the door. I was defeated in an instant. The entire class was stunned. Nyobai paused for a moment. Inside the dungeon, there might be some mutated monsters. Students who will be challenging later, be careful. Each dungeon can only be challenged once every 24 hours. Dying in the dungeon will result in 3 penalties. 1. Lose 1 level. 2. All loot obtained within the dungeon. 3. There is a chance to drop equipment, items. Be cautious. Campus dungeon. Lu Xingyuan never expected that he could kill Lu Guanyu with a single strike. In this world, although everything is digitized, but all numerical values are not fixed. Attacking the legs, head, heart, or the second brother cause completely different damage. Of course, to directly shatter the head, one's attributes must overwhelmingly surpass the opponent's. Beside the headless corpse, a green glowing bracer rolls to the ground. Silver glow wrist guard bronze. Attributes, strength +2. Mandatory drop. This is awesome. Equipment that others worked hard to obtain. Lu Xingyuan just picks them up. Then, he looked at the attribute panel. Health primary stat, 1010. Killing one person only increases your health by 10 points. Killing the next person would increase it by 1% on top of 1010. In the early stages, this method of improvement seems insignificant at first, but it becomes increasingly terrifying as it accumulates. I estimate that after 2 dungeons, your health could reach 10,000. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Level 0.5%. 5 experience points, increasing by 5%. 100 experience points will allow you to level up. Simpler than expected. Leveling up brings comprehensive enhancements. It's akin to advancing a minor level in a fantasy world. Requiring only 100 experience points is already quite simple. A large amount of white light began to descend one after another. Lu Xingyuan grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Dear students, I'm here. Below the classroom building, 2 identical teenagers, through flawless coordination, easily defeated a monster. Great teamwork, big brother. You're so skilled, little brother. Big brother is so cool. I wonder where that special monster Lu Guanyu mentioned is. Don't rush, little brother. Let's level up first and get stronger before we go challenge it. Before he could finish speaking, the 2 saw a black figure leap down from the top of the classroom building. A huge hood covered the entire face, making it impossible to see clearly. A black cloak swirled around, enveloping the crimson power as it danced wildly in midair. A humanoid monster. What a powerful aura. I'll take the first shot, little brother. The older brother swung his magic staff, sending a fireball the size of a fist hurtling toward the monster. Bang! 11. Seeing the high damage, the twin brothers were excited for a second. Then they saw the exaggerated health bar. And their health instantly returned to full. The twin brothers were stunned. What the hell? This is the boss. Garlic bird, we can't beat him. Let's get out of here. The terrifying health bar and healing speed sent the 2 fleeing in terror. The twin brothers turned and ran. Lu Xingyuan raised his right hand. Blood control. Activate. Rows of crimson bloodlines converged at the necks of the twin brothers, forming a blood-red hand. Lifting the mage high into the air. Brother, save me. As the warrior charges forward, Lu Xingyuan's form shifted, and his long spear thrust forward. But, plop. 1 through 2. Congratulations, boss. You have defeated the medium-tier class mage, gaining 3 experience points. Health plus 1%. Congratulations, boss. You have defeated the low-tier class warrior, gaining 2 experience points. Health plus 1%. The maximum health has increased by 2%. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Additionally, 2 pieces of equipment were forcibly dropped. Silver vine armor bronze. Hunter's boots bronze. Although they are all the lowest tier common equipment, they were still worth a few gold coins. Looking at the 2 corpses, Lu Xingyuan pondered for a moment. Blood control can transform blood into any shape. Living blood cannot be controlled, but what about the blood of the dead? With that thought, Lu Xingyuan extended his palm. Activating blood control. Threads of blood began to emerge from the bodies of the 2. In mid-air, they coalesced into a constantly writhing blood sphere. It works. However, it was difficult to control, and it couldn't be transformed into a weapon. Lu Xingyuan swept his hand. The blood sphere continued to compress and transform. Finally, with a loud bang, they exploded into a blood-red fireworks display in mid-air. The blood-red fireworks shot into the sky, piercing through the gray mist, and many people witnessed the scene. What the hell is that? Could there be treasures in the newbie dungeon? In the dungeon world, danger and treasures coexist. This is our chance. Let's go check it out. Many students, drawn by the blood-red fireworks, eagerly approached. Lu Xingyuan began to slaughter them indiscriminately. Congratulations, boss. You have defeated the low-level warrior, gaining +3 experience points. Health +1%. Congratulations, boss. You have killed a high-level class assassin. Experience points +4. Health +1%. Half an hour later, Lu Xingyuan had killed a total of 14 classmates. His experience bar had risen to 42%. The efficiency was unusually high. Originally, Lu Xingyuan had thought that, being in the beginner's dungeon, he might not even reach level 1. But now it was clear. He had underestimated his classmates. At the same time, his health points had risen to 1,149. In just a short while, his health points had increased by 149, equivalent to gaining a rare class. It's simply too exaggerated. At the same time, the classroom was in an uproar. Many students had been eliminated in a very short time. How did you die? A humanoid monster killed me. It seemed like it could control blood. Me too, we were skewered like sugar-coated hawthorn berries. That's definitely the boss. Its health bar must be at least 1,000 points. The boss is attacking on its own. We're screwed, we can't even scratch it. Watching one classmate after another die and respawn. Even the strict teacher couldn't stay calm. Stop it. I still want the bonus. This year's been so lucky 2 rare professions appeared, and 1 hidden profession. And there's that sneaky guy Lu Xingyuan. If I can't get the bonus this time, I'll definitely have to kneel on a durian at home. Jiang, do you want to give it a try? This is Niu Bai's last hope. Zhang Yue furrowed her brows. She hesitated, unsure whether to start a bet. No. We agreed to quit gambling. In my previous life, I died because I became too dependent on gambling. Reborn and back, with my own strength. I won't rely on the bonuses from the gambling god profession. I can return to the pinnacle and be even stronger than before. Lead the human race to defeat that ultimate fear. I, Zhang Yuli, will never forgive gambling and poison. I'll just take a look at the odds the Wheel of Fate has to offer. Just take a look. No bets. Zhang Yuli looked at the odds in the newbie dungeon's gambling game. 10,000%. Zhang Yuli's pupils contracted. I'm going all in. Chapter 4, Gamblers Don't Die Well, The School Beauty Who Doubts Life. Newbie dungeon, with a whopping 10,000% multiplier. Which means she bet 1 gold coin. Clearing the stage grants 100 gold coins. In her previous life, she had never seen such a high-stakes gamble. Zhang Yue invested all her profession and attribute panels into the Wheel of Fate. I, Zhang Yue, am no gambler. I'm the gambling god. Going all in isn't an impulsive decision. It's just because I have absolute confidence in my ability to win. Zhang Yuli was well aware of the difficulty of the beginner's dungeon. In her previous life, she had managed to clear it. Reborn with her previous life as powerful combat experience. Clearing the beginner's dungeon. It was a piece of cake. In this life, I will start from the beginner's dungeon and dominate the world. With that thought in mind, Zhang Yuli transformed into a white beam of light and vanished. Campus dungeon. Amidst the thick gray mist, the area was swarming with numerous ferocious monsters. These were iron-armored lizards, creatures covered head to toe in dark green scales. Tall and muscular, they resemble the lizard-like creatures from Spider-Man movies. Ordinary novice adventurers would likely be no match for an iron-armored lizard in one-on-one combat. In theory, these iron-armored lizards should be guarding the dungeon exit. However, all iron-armored lizards instinctively avoid the school entrance. Because there is an even more terrifying presence there. Directly in front of the main gate. A blood mist swirls around a blood-red throne blocking the entrance to the school. A man wearing a huge hood sits casually on the blood crystal throne. The ground around him is littered with the dried-up remains of several bodies. Lu Xingyuan idly fiddled with the weapons and equipment in his hands. These were all looted from the students. Forced drop. Much higher drop rates than killing monsters. This trip out will definitely earn a lot of gold coins. Just then, a tall, slender figure slowly approached from the distance. Zhang Yuli held a long spear, her eyes narrowed slightly. Is that the boss? But who cares what it is? Just kill it. With that thought, Zhang Yuli raised her spear and charged forward. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The genius school flower, huh? Let me test your true abilities. The spear in his hand stabbed out directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Yue shifted her stance, swinging her spear effortlessly to block Lu Xingyuan's attack. Is that a weapon made from blood? Interesting. Zhang Yuli's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. But that's not enough. As the words fell, Zhang Yue charged forward. The long spear in her hand thrust forward straight and true. As the saying goes, a staff sweeps a wide area, a spear pierces a straight line. Spear techniques may vary endlessly, but all moves originate from the basic techniques of blocking, grabbing, thrusting, and stabbing. Simple techniques. In Zhang Yue's hands, they become masterful. When it comes to combat skills alone, Lu Xingyuan was utterly defeated. His body was riddled with holes, yet he hadn't even managed to touch a single strand of Zhang Yue's hair. Fortunately, his health bar was thick enough. He could withstand the blows. Zhang Yuli was cursing under her breath the entire time. This beginner's dungeon, man. How could there be monsters with such high health points? And what's with his healing speed? Although Zhang Yuli was a hidden class, strictly speaking, the gambler was a support class. Her attack power in the early stages is only average. It needs to level up. By stacking reward attributes, equipping gear, he gradually becomes stronger. Facing monsters with thick health bars is quite challenging. However, Zhang Yue believes she can handle it. Kill this boss. You'll clear the stage directly. A 10,000% multiplier reward. It's almost within reach. Zhang Yue was extremely excited. On the other side, Lu Xingyuan also acknowledged the school flower's strength. You're indeed very strong. But I'm about to cheat. Lu Xingyuan charged forward with his guard wide open. Using his own body, he caught Zhang Yuli's most ferocious attack. SSSHHHH. The long spear pierced Lu Xingyuan's abdomen, and blood flowed freely like water. But Lu Xingyuan smiled. He clung tightly to Zhang Yue's body. The blood-soaked spear in his hand pierced Zhang Yue's body from below. However, the opponent's attributes were too high, and there was significant resistance when it was inserted. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan's strength was no slouch either. He managed to force his way through the school beauty. That perfect face gradually lost its luster in shock. Huff! Lu Xingyuan stared at the massive hole in his abdomen, blinking a few times. His health bar was thick enough, plus he had pain immunity. This is way too overpowered. The brief battle with the school beauty also revealed Lu Xingyuan's weaknesses. Battle experience. His practical combat experience was too weak. If he were to face someone like Zhang Yuli, who's a master of unconventional tactics, he'd be at an absolute disadvantage. As expected, he needed to build up his health bar even thicker. Experience points plus 10. Life plus 1%. Congratulations, boss. You have defeated the hidden class gambling god, and your rewards are doubled. Experience points plus 10. Health plus 1%. There's such a good thing? Lu Xingyuan was a bit surprised. The gambling god, ha! Dear school flower. I'll show you what it means to always lose when you gamble. The real world. Classroom. Zhang Yuli transformed into a beam of white light and appeared at her own seat. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? I actually lost. The entire class fell into complete silence. This newbie dungeon was indeed bizarre. But they still believed that Zhang Yue had the skills to clear it. But they never expected. They were eliminated in the blink of an eye. Even the hidden classes were eliminated. The other eliminated students suddenly felt a bit better. However, the homeroom teacher was devastated. Zhang Yue also collapsed. What's the point of continuing? Zhang Yuli's face turned pale. She's the reincarnation of a Valkyrie. How could she lose to the boss of a beginner's dungeon? Most importantly, she had already gone all in. If she couldn't clear the beginner's dungeon, her attributes and class would disappear immediately. That would be the end of her. Of course, Zhang Yue believes she won't fail. She still has a chance to turn the tables. Teacher, I made a mistake just now. Zhang Yue took a deep breath. It was indeed a mistake. She just didn't expect that the humanoid monster had such a high IQ. And its combat style was so brutal. It even knew how to trade injuries. However, she was hit by her own bullet. It's either dead or severely injured. While its injuries haven't healed yet, there's still a chance. Master, don't worry. I have the reset crystal to keep challenging it. Reset crystal. It's a special item that resets the challenge time in a dungeon. Extremely rare. In theory, she shouldn't have used it in a beginner's dungeon. But there's no way out now. It's okay. As long as we can clear the dungeon, there's a 10,000% multiplier reward from the fate wheel. Not only will we not lose out, but you'll make a huge profit. Zhang Yue comforted herself. At the same time, she activated the reset crystal and transformed into a beam of white light once more. She returned to the school campus dungeon. Without any hesitation, she charged straight toward the school gate. After taking so many shots from me, you must be feeling pretty bad too. This time, Zhang Yuli, will definitely slay you. Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Yuli saw the boss who had killed her, sitting on the blood-stained throne. He played with the long spear Zhang Yue had dropped with interest. Zhang Yuli's pupils suddenly contracted. The wound, it's healed. The health bar is full too? This is impossible. This boss is way too powerful. Thankfully, we didn't wake the boss. We can't keep fighting this boss. Let us level up and get stronger first. Once I'm stronger, I'll come back and challenge this boss. Zhang Yue held her breath, turned around, and was about to leave to level up and develop. But just then, the boss slowly raised its head. Despite the thick blood mist, Zhang Yue was simply too conspicuous. Lu Xingyuan spotted her immediately. Could she really reset the challenge attempts? That's double the reward. Lu Xingyuan wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. This time, Zhang Yue had prepared for his combat style. But facing Lu Xingyuan's abnormal health points, health regeneration, and his ability to ignore pain, Zhang Yue fought back desperately. But under Lu Xingyuan's relentless assault, she was quickly defeated. Lu Xingyuan used the 3 blood holes on his body to gain an opportunity for a spear thrust. Whether it was due to enhanced attributes or simply familiarity, this time, when he pierced the school beauty's body, it felt much smoother. Looking down at Zhang Yue's lifeless body on the ground, Lu Xingyuan shook his head. This is ridiculous. You think this is enough to kill me? Experience points plus 20. Health plus 2%. Congratulations, boss. You have leveled up to level 1. All attributes plus 10. All attributes. Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened. Every time a professional level up, they receive free attribute points based on their professional rank. Low-tier professions receive 3 points. Rare professions, 10 points. Mythical and hidden professions, 20 points. But, after leveling up, he directly added 10 points to all attributes. A total of 40 attribute points. That's twice the points of a mythical tier class. Over time, Lu Xingyuan's attribute advantages will become increasingly exaggerated. Just then, another notification sound rang out. Due to your class traits, your primary attribute upgrade rewards have been increased by 10 times. Death again, back to the classroom. Zhang Yue was completely dejected. I died again. How is that possible? The most critical part was that she had only prepared 1 reset crystal. Within 24 hours, she would be unable to continue challenging this dungeon. The Wheel of Fate will also declare her gamble a failure. Her profession and attributes will disappear immediately. This time, she's really doomed. Everything is over. Chapter 5, All-Out Attack. Total Annihilation. Zhang Yue has been eliminated again? Even the hidden class can't beat that mutated boss? Damn it, that boss is already super strong, with absurdly high health and health regeneration, and it's blocking the door to kill us. What are we supposed to do? Normally, the boss in a beginner's dungeon doesn't appear at the start. The boss only appears after over 80% of the minions are defeated. But that guy. From the very start, it was blocking the dungeon exit. It even actively attacks. It's like it's hunting players. They have no chance to level up or strengthen their abilities. They were all cleared out of the dungeon by the boss. The teacher, with her wide eyes. Zhang, you failed again? Sigh, it's mainly because our class's dungeon mutated. Failing isn't a big deal. No big deal, we'll just try again tomorrow. Nyobai had also come to terms with it. Even Zhang Yue, the hidden class, had been eliminated twice in a row. It's only natural that others were eliminated as well. But Zhang Yuli couldn't accept it. I went all in. Having been reborn, she had greater aspirations and ambitions. She wanted to be stronger than in her previous life and go further. But she ended up failing at the beginner's dungeon. How could Zhang Yue accept this? At that moment, a gambler was completely shattered. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended. A middle-aged man with a balding head and feet hidden beneath his robes walked in with a smile. A 4th-tier professional. The principal of 4th Middle School, Li Yunfei. You've awakened your hidden profession. Congratulations, Zhang Yu Li. Congratulations to you as well, Teacher Nyobai. Upon hearing that a hidden profession had appeared at the school, Li Yunfei rushed over immediately. But seeing the gloomy mood of the students in the class, Li Yunfei hurriedly asked. After Nyobai explained, he finally understood what had happened. Cases of newbie dungeons mutating are still quite rare. Even the hidden class couldn't clear it. Zhang, I have a reset crystal here. Consider it a personal sponsorship for you. With your skills, you still have a chance even if the dungeon mutates. Once you go in, don't rush the boss. Kill the minions first to level up, then challenge the boss when you're stronger. Li Yunfei was very kind. The hidden class necromancer at 1st Middle School cleared the newbie dungeon on the first day of awakening. The principal of 1st Middle School was always showing off. Li Yunfei couldn't stand it. Now, the hidden class has also appeared at 4th Middle School. We must also clear it on the first day. Jiang Yue's tears welled up in her eyes, but she quickly held them back. The principal was right. That boss is indeed overpowered. Especially its health pool and health regeneration speed. Plus his reckless fighting style. It's truly despair-inducing. However, Jiang Yue knew her advantage. Her combat experience from her previous life allowed her to easily suppress the boss. But that boss doesn't play fair, always trading injuries for life. This time, she only needed to avoid its sharp edges. First, she would clear out the minor enemies, level up, and strengthen her abilities. Then she could challenge the boss. I won't let the principal down. Activate the reset crystal once more. Jiang Yue activated the reset crystal once more. Enter the newbie dungeon with confidence. Campus dungeon. After Jiang Yue arrived, the first thing she did was observe her surroundings. It's the library. What good luck! This is the farthest place from the school entrance. There's plenty of time to level up. Jiang Yue immediately began grinding monsters. As the former Valkyrie dealing with the minor enemies in the beginner's dungeon. It was a massacre. In just a few moves, Jiang Yue had slaughtered all the monsters. This is how a beginner's dungeon should be. At the same time, Lu Xingyuan, who had been lurking at the school gate, looked at his attribute panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss. Apprentice. Quality unknown. Level 15%. Strength, 20. Agility 20. Stamina 200. Spirit 20. Health primary stat 2450. Mana 200. Exclusive skills Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline. Currently, 35 professionals have been defeated, triggering the Blood Forge ability 38 times, with 4 contributions from Jiang Yuli. An unexpected bonus is that the Constitution attribute points from the level up reward have also been increased by 1000%. Each level up grants 100 Constitution points. Before even finishing a beginner's dungeon, my health points have already skyrocketed by 1450. This is the charm of percentage-based enhancements. Normally, you can only maximize the effect of the Blood Forge by defeating enemies of the same level as your character. But as a boss, you can't just keep attacking normally. After advancing, you gain exclusive skills tied to your health points, significantly boosting your strength. As for whether you'll struggle to find opponents after leveling up, as a 2.5-year veteran of the tomato novel platform, Lu Xingyuan is well aware. The late-game environment will be filled with Yuan Ing level players and Jin Dan level players as common as dogs. What about those who have undergone 7 or 8 transformations? They'll be lining up to get their heads chopped off. Having made up his mind, Lu Xingyuan decided to let loose completely. He'll grind through professionals, he'll grind through minor enemies, and he'll grind through bosses. In short, I want it all. Quest panel. Remaining professionals, 6. How did another one show up? He remembered clearly that there were only 5 people earlier. Could someone else have used the reset crystal? It can't be. It must be Jiang Yue again. Lu Xingyuan felt a hint of anticipation. He was about to take the initiative. Behind the classroom building, a well-equipped squad was swiftly hunting down ironclad lizards. The team was centered around the rare class fire mage as its main damage dealer. They are accompanied by knights, warriors, priests, and hunters. The class composition is perfectly balanced. The 5 members work together seamlessly. The most impressive part is that all their equipment is of silver quality. With this setup, they can easily dominate in newbie dungeons. Xiao Chang, help everyone restore their health and keep grinding monsters to level up as soon as possible. Got it. Boss. Let's give it our all and take down the school's first clear. The first clear reward is a demon stone. But the most important thing is that it can boost your college entrance exam scores. Upstairs, Lu Xingyuan saw the small team and couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful setup. Equipment in item tiers: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, legendary, epic, mythical. A set of silver tier beginner gear is worth at least 100,000. 5 people, that's 500,000. A team of wealthy players. Whether in a past life or this one, Lu Xingyuan is extremely envious of the wealthy. So, hand over your gear. Lu Xingyuan leaped down, blocking the path of the few people in front of him. Out of reflex, Fire Mage Li Yin channeled his power into his staff, forming a fireball brimming with chaotic fire elements. Crackle! The fireball hurtled toward them. Lu Xingyuan didn't dodge or retreat, choosing to test the damage first. 21. The damage, that's so high. No wonder it's a rare class. Even with this damage, draining his mana wouldn't pose any threat to Lu Xingyuan. Seeing Lu Xingyuan's healing speed, everyone was a bit stunned. Heals that fast? Should I attack him? Boss, this must be the Demon Lord boss. The fire mage wielding a staff looked solemn. Retreat. We're not strong enough yet. Let's keep leveling up. Lu Xingyuan? Did I tell you to leave? Several seconds later. 5 corpses stained the ground red. Congratulations, boss. You have defeated the rare class fire mage, gaining +4 experience points. Congratulations, boss. Another wave of experience points appeared. Unfortunately, their levels were too low compared to Lu Xingyuan. The Blood Forge talent cannot be triggered. Only one left. Campus Dungeon, Library. Finally leveled up. Zhang Yuli excitedly gripped the long spear in her hand. Just as she was about to head downstairs, she suddenly spotted that familiar figure. Her entire body froze in place. It's him! Although she had leveled up, Zhang Yui didn't think her current level 1 self could defeat this boss. The library was large. Hiding there was likely to go unnoticed. Zhang Yui hid in the stairwell where miscellaneous items were piled up. She held her breath. After an unknown amount of time. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps grew louder as they approached. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared at the door crack. I found you. Chapter 6, Eliminating the Entire Class. The Collapsing Class Teacher. Luo City. 3rd Middle School, Grade 12, Class 4. Zhang Yui was holding her head in despair. Yes. She had failed again. She was completely shattered. Actually, failing once isn't really a big deal. Resetting the crystal is expensive. But she can afford it. Zhang Yui's despair stems from the fact that she believes that even if she were to try again, she wouldn't be able to beat the game. That boss. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he also actively searches for players. She had even hidden herself. And yet she was still discovered. No one can clear this stage. This beginner's dungeon is impossible to clear. Unnoticed, 2 tears welled up in her eyes. Zhang Yuli, the former female warrior gambler goddess, was beaten to tears by the beginner's dungeon. Niubai's heart was completely shattered. Today was way too intense. During the awakening ceremony, 2 rare tier professions appeared in their class. One was a hidden class. At that moment, Niubai felt like he had reached the pinnacle of life. But who could have imagined that the beginner's dungeon had mutated? No one could clear it. Even Zhang Yuli, the hidden class, failed 3 times in a row. Now the entire class has been eliminated. If no one can defeat that mutated boss, their class will be unable to clear the beginner's dungeon. No one will be able to become a true professional. Niubai looked at his classmates. Could it be that I've taught a class with a 0% success rate in the beginner's dungeon? This is a disgrace. I, Niubai, will be forever branded with shame. Every student in Class 4 lowered their heads. No one could clear the beginner's dungeon. This isn't just the teacher's shame. It's their shame too. It will also forever ruin their career paths. Teacher, there seems to be one more person who hasn't come out. Suddenly, a student shouted out. Lu Xingyuan. Campus Dungeon. At that moment, the entire dungeon was empty except for one person. Lu Xingyuan stretched his limbs briefly. The next adventurer to take the stage, Lu Xingyuan. His gaze fell on the monster for the first time. Iron-plated lizard. Level 1. Health 100. Attack power 10. Is that it? Lu Xingyuan let the enemy's attacks land on him. He now has 2,450 health points, with a health regeneration rate of 24 points per second. He's practically a walking fountain of blood. The iron-armored lizard's attack power is only 10 points. The rate at which he loses health is slower than the rate at which he heals. Lu Xingyuan ignored the monster's attacks. In the simplest, most brutal manner, he begins the slaughter. Watching the monster corpses on the ground turn into experience points, Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. As I said, I kill my classmates, but it's not just for the sake of killing them. It's just to level up and get stronger. That way, I can clear the dungeon more efficiently. In the future, if I need to fight monsters in the real world, I can contribute my share. That's it. I am the righteous boss. The experience gained from monsters is nowhere near comparable to that of professionals. But there are just too many of them. Soon, all areas of the campus fell into complete silence. Inside the classroom, the other students in the class also began to panic. We've all failed. What good is Lu Xingyuan alone? Right. Maybe he just got lucky and didn't encounter the boss. What should we do? If this keeps up, the boss will kill more and more people. Will it just keep leveling up? Then we're completely hopeless. It's over. If we can't clear the beginner's dungeon, we won't be able to challenge other dungeons. Does that mean none of us in the class will ever become true professionals? Just then, someone suddenly screamed. Look, the progress bar is moving. Above the classroom, there was a percentage progress bar. It represented the number of monsters in the beginner's dungeon. At that moment, it finally changed from 5% to 6%. Li Yunfei's eyes lit up. To survive this long in a mutated dungeon, this Lu student must be no ordinary player. Nyobai felt a bit awkward. Lu Xingyuan is a good student. But compared to simulated dungeon games, he prefers reading books. The principal sighed. In this world, what good is reading? True. Even Jiang Yue, with her hidden profession, failed. What hope could others possibly have? Just then, Nyobai continued. But Lu Xingyuan's profession should be special. Li Yunfei rolled his eyes. You damn it. Can't you just say it all at once? A special profession? That means there's something to look forward to. Li Yunfei looked at the progress bar on the copy. Just as the two were talking, the progress bar began to change constantly. Dungeon progress, 6%, 10%. Nyobai and Li Yunfei both widened their eyes. Typically, a newbie dungeon refreshes 1,000 monsters daily. 10% means 100 monsters. In just a few minutes from now until just now, he killed 50 monsters by himself? That kind of efficiency, could it be instant kills the entire time? Only combat classes of legendary rank or higher have that kind of ability. Lu Xingyuan, you're truly impressive. This is just the beginning. Everyone kept their eyes glued to the dungeon progress. In the time that followed, the dungeon progress bar advanced at an extremely pace. This caused the students of Class 4, who had already lost all hope, once again ignited a glimmer of hope. 10 minutes later, 20%. Half an hour later, 50%. An hour later, 90%. Whoa! Nyobai sucked in a sharp breath. This kid is way too overpowered. 90% progress means he must have cleared out all the minor enemies. Only the boss left. Li Yunfei spun around excitedly. Clearing all the minor enemies in a beginner's dungeon solo in just 1 hour. Unprecedented. Lu Xingyuan's class must be really powerful. Is he going to fight the boss? Challenging the boss is the most dangerous moment in a dungeon challenge. Success will grant special rewards. Failure will result in all gains in the dungeon being deducted. This beginner dungeon boss is way too powerful. All the students in the class have already experienced it. I hope Lu Xingyuan doesn't go challenge that boss. Yeah, that boss is too terrifying, it's not something we can handle at this stage. If we solo all the monsters, we should be able to level up to 3, at least force our way out and leave the dungeon. Everyone is intently watching the dungeon progress. Lu Xingyuan was the only hope of the entire class. He was their only hope. Zhang Yuli's mind was filled with the image of the boss who had killed her 3 times in a row. Though she was destined to lose everything. But she was, after all, a reincarnated individual. She could barely maintain a calm facade. Her eyesight was far sharper than everyone else's. Zhang Yue was certain. A novice adventurer couldn't possibly defeat that boss. Unless it's a level 5. No, a level 10 elite team. A team with perfect gear, combat experience, and all the right configurations. Only then would they stand a chance against that boss. Otherwise, it's just a slide tackle. Chapter 7, Solo First Clear. Demon Stone. Campus Dungeon. The ground is littered with the bodies of professionals and monsters. The adventurers have been cleared out. The monsters have all been slain. Lu Xingyuan looks at the attribute panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class BOSS. Apprentice. Quality unknown. Level 32%. Strength 40. Agility 40. Stamina 400. Spirit 40. Health points primary attribute 4,499. Mana 400. Exclusive skills Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline. Killing monsters does not grant double experience or health rewards. However, there are enough monsters. After eliminating everyone from the dungeon world, Lu Xingyuan alone enjoys all the experience. The leveling speed is faster. Next, only the final boss monster remain. Let's see who the real boss is. Just then, a long, echoing wolf howl rang out from the playground area. Woo! The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a demonic red moon that cast an eerie glow. The entire land was dyed red. A massive wolf, standing 3 meters tall at the shoulders, emerged slowly from the darkness. Its eyes had already been dyed a deep crimson by the moonlight. Lord Berserk Demon Wolf. Level 5. Health 1800. Attack 41. Skill Rage. Rage, passive skill, activated when health drops to 30% and the target is in an extremely enraged state. The Berserk Wolf completely loses its mind, ignores pain, and gains more attacks. Is that it? The attributes aren't good either. Health is only half of Lu Xingyuan's, and there's no health regeneration. Its attack power isn't even as fast as Lu Xingyuan's health regeneration speed. As for the boss's Berserk skill that strikes fear into ordinary players, Lu Xingyuan simply ignores it. No more talk. Grab your spear and charge in. Let's exchange blows. Lu Xingyuan's attack 30. Frenzy Magic Wolf attack 41. Lu Xingyuan's health restored, plus 44. 2 bosses, you with a claw, I with a spear. No retreating allowed. Lu Xingyuan's black robe is stained red. Some of it is the blood of the berserk demon wolf, and some is his own. Anyway, his health regenerates quickly, he doesn't feel pain, and instead of backing down, he grows more and more excited. Fighting is so exhilarating. This exhilarating, unrestrained battle is absolutely thrilling. The frenzied demon wolf isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. But it's not stupid. It quickly realized that something was off about the professional in front of it. Woo! My claws are this big, doesn't it hurt when I hit you? The key is, the berserk demon wolf is in pain. Looking at the human across from it, who seemed determined to fight to the death. The frenzied demon wolf tucked its tail between its legs and ran away. It runs, he chases. Lu Xingyuan chased after it, stabbing its rear end all the way. Due to extreme fear, the enraged demon wolf couldn't even activate its second phase before being killed. Defeated the boss, experience points plus 323. First kill reward, Frenzy Wolf Greatsword Golden. Congratulations, you have cleared the beginner's dungeon. A school-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. What's there to hide? You will automatically exit the dungeon world after a 10-second countdown. The instant's progress instantly jumped to 100%. The flickering red light around the classroom gradually faded away. A notification sound echoed throughout the 4th middle school. Congratulations to Class 4, Senior 3, Lu Xingyuan, for completing the newbie dungeon for the first time. Congratulations to Class 4, Senior 3, Lu Xingyuan, for completing the newbie dungeon for the first time. Everyone in the entire school heard the sound. The classroom of Senior 3, Class 4. The teacher, principal, and all the students were all excited. Solo clear, and it's the first clear. Lu Xingyuan's strength is beyond imagination. His character level must be very high. At least epic tier, and definitely a combat class. From the initial despair to now, creating the first solo first clear record for a newbie dungeon in the history of 4th middle school. All these changes happened too quickly. So fast that even teacher Nyobai couldn't react in time. Swish! A flash of white light. Lu Xingyuan appeared before everyone. Everyone's gaze converged on him. Congratulations, Lu Xingyuan! You've cleared the newbie dungeon solo. That's amazing. On the first day the newbie dungeon opened, you already got the first clear. In previous years, it usually took 3 or 5 days before a team could clear it first. Zhang Yue was eliminated 3 times, yet Lu Xingyuan managed to clear it. That's a bit insane. Master, how did you clear it? Share some tips with us. The entire class started fawning over him. It turns out the real pro was Lu Xingyuan. Nyobai pushed his way through the crowd to get in front of Lu Xingyuan, looking utterly speechless. Lu Xingyuan, how did you do it? If this had been in the past, he would have immediately started congratulating him. But this year's newbie dungeon for their class had clearly undergone some changes. The boss was way too strong. Under these circumstances, Lu Xingyuan managed to clear it solo. That's unbelievable. I can directly apply for extra rewards for you. And special admission to top-tier universities. Principal Li Yunfei, standing nearby, also widened his eyes in astonishment, looking like a curious child. The entire class was eagerly awaiting Lu Xingyuan's response. Lu Xingyuan was also weighing his options. His profession was too unique. He couldn't very well tell the world that he was going to use them to gain experience, could he? Lu Xingyuan wasn't doubting the higher-ups of Xia Kingdom. It's just that the boss profession is too unique. In the face of the boss profession, all other professions are just easy targets. Lu Xingyuan is the lone brutal, bloodthirsty wolf. Is he going to tell the others? By devouring you, I can grow stronger and better protect you. Perhaps some might be willing. But the vast majority would certainly refuse. And they would immediately view Lu Xingyuan as another kind of monster. They might even go to extreme lengths to kill him. Therefore, Lu Xingyuan can be a genius professional. He must never reveal any information related to his profession as a boss. At least not until he becomes truly powerful. Hide your talents and bide your time. Lu Xingyuan looked up and met the expectant gazes of his teacher and principal. Good luck. Both of them were stunned for a moment before finally saying, alright, luck is also part of one's ability. Everyone has their own secrets. Especially when it comes to professional information. The two did not press further. Principal Li Yunfei looked at Lu Xingyuan with great solemnity. Student, congratulations on completing the newbie dungeon for the first time. This is your reward. Li Yunfei handed over a delicate jade box and a bank card. The first clear reward was simple. A demon stone. And 1 million. Though simple, it was more than generous. For newcomers to the profession, this was the most crucial aspect. Chapter 8, The School Beauty. I must defeat her thoroughly. Demon Stone. Grade 010. Item description: a mysterious stone from another world. Carrying the Devil's Stone through a dungeon may attract the attention of devils. He checked the information about the Devil's Stone. Lu Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The Demon Stone is extremely valuable, because it is the key to unlocking the Abyss mode. With the Demon Stone in hand, enter the dungeon world. There is a chance to enter the Abyss mode, where you can challenge even more powerful beings. Obtain valuable equipment and materials. Demon Stones from levels 0 to 10 are relatively inexpensive. However, each one is worth around 80,000 units. This is already a very good reward. Lu Xianyuan sat in his seat. A large pile of weapons and equipment is stacked beside him. Holy Knight armor, obsidian gauntlets, bronze boots. Damn it, how did you get so many weapons? This is my silver quality equipment, the exploding staff. I spent 5,000 on this autumn leaf sword. The students of class 4 stared wide-eyed at the familiar yet unfamiliar gear. Some of these items were the starter gear they had obtained. But some of them were silver quality equipment purchased by their families at great expense. Now they all belonged to others. Lu Xingyuan not only completed the first run but also cleared all the monsters in the beginner's dungeon. He picked up all the loot dropped by the monsters. This was a huge score. Li Yan, dressed in his robes, walked over on his own. That exploding staff was something his father had gone to great lengths to obtain. It must be returned. Thank you, Lu Xingyuan, for helping us retrieve the equipment. Li Yan smiled broadly, seeming genuinely grateful. Thanks, big shot. My silver equipment also cost a lot of gold coins. Without Senior Lu Xingyuan, once the dungeon refreshes tomorrow, this gear will disappear, and clearing the dungeon will be even harder. Other students immediately began to flatter him excessively. Some even went as far as trying to take the gear by force. Lu Xingyuan laughed. Your gear? I didn't know you had any gear here. Li Yan's hand froze mid-air. Lu Xingyuan, stop joking around. This is my gear. I just died in the dungeon and got looted. Alright, I'll give you 200 gold coins as compensation. 200 gold coins? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Lu Xingyuan remained expressionless. I won't make it too hard for you. Call it once and see if it responds. Li Yan's expression was extremely unpleasant. So you don't want to give it after all? If you've got the guts, come bite me. Li Yan was so enraged his face turned green. With a sweeping gesture, a bursting fireball in his hand. The surrounding henchmen rushed over. They grabbed Li Yan. Calm down, boss. Lu Xingyuan has already cleared the newbie dungeon solo. You're no match for him. Li Yan's face turned completely red. But he dared not say anything more. Lu Xingyuan opened his attribute panel again. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class BOSS. Trainee. Quality unknown. Level 3 18%. Strength 40. Agility 40. Stamina 400. Spirit 40. Health primary attribute 4499. Mana 400. Exclusive skills Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline. After surviving the newbie dungeon trials, Lu Xingyuan gained a great deal. His health points increased by 3,474. All 4 primary attributes have also significantly improved. Additionally, he obtained 43 bronze tier equipment pieces, 4 pieces of silver grade equipment, 1 golden weapon, the Fierce Wolf Great Sword, 1 demon stone, and a cash reward of 1 million. Just a beginner's dungeon, and there's so much loot. Lu Xingyuan himself didn't expect it. Professionals really do make money easily. Moreover, he could feel the immense power surging through his limbs from the enhanced attributes. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. There must be no man in this world who doesn't enjoy the feeling of being powerful. Therefore, he must become even stronger. Next, he needed to plan out his career path. He had killed numerous professional players and monsters in the dungeon. Lu Xingyuan was well aware that every professional player had their own strengths and weaknesses. Equipment, skills, items, consumables, pets. There are many ways to enhance combat power. However, true strength comes from being powerful in every aspect. Even professional players are no exception. As a boss, you must be even stronger. Having just a health bar is far from enough. You must forge yourself into a hexagonal boss. When all professionals face you, they should only feel despair. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Nyobai, clapped his hands. Alright, everyone has completed the class change ceremony and had their first taste of the beginner's dungeon. Although everyone had a bad experience with the dungeon, you must persevere. Students, please challenge the beginner dungeons more often to level up. This also affects your future college entrance exam scores. Go for it, everyone. Teacher Nyobai spoke very seriously. As time went on, the integration between the game world and the real world continued to deepen. The variety of monsters is increasing. It is said that in the newly appeared dungeons, there is even a monster capable of taking human lives. The situation for humans is only getting more dangerous. After class, Lu Xingyuan dragged his loot and left the classroom. Just as he reached the ground floor, someone blocked his path. Jiang Yuli. She stood at a towering 172 centimeters, with an absolutely stunning face and exquisite features. And there was an innate air of coolness that seemed to emanate from her very bones. However, standing before Lu Xingyuan, who was 1.85 meters tall, Zhang Yue had to look up at him. Lu Xingyuan still highly appreciates Zhang Yue. In the dungeon world, he had killed the school beauty 3 times in a row. She didn't beg for mercy. Lu Xingyuan said, "I respect you as a true warrior. Come with me, I have something to tell you." Zhang Yue's voice was cold and indifferent. After speaking, she didn't linger for a moment and turned to leave. Watching her departing figure, Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. If he remembered correctly, the previous incarnation and this school beauty had no prior connection. In fact, they had been classmates for 3 years. This should be the first time Zhang Yue had ever spoken to him. The small grove. This was a secluded spot behind the restaurant. Except for couples on secret dates, few people ever come here. Zhang Yue brought Lu Xingyuan here and looked around cautiously. After confirming no one was around, "Please." She knelt down with a thud. Zhang Yue clung to Lu Xingyuan's legs, sobbing uncontrollably. "There were too many people earlier, and I didn't dare. Please take me with you. I have a reason I must clear the beginner-s dungeon. If I can't clear it within 24 hours, I'm done for." Seeing the cold and arrogant school beauty kneeling before him, sobbing uncontrollably, Lu Xingyuan's lips twitched slightly. Where's the aloofness you promised? Where's the pride? What about keeping everyone at arm's length? I never expected the school flower to have this side to her. However, from Zhang Yue's words, Lu Xingyuan could probably guess the reason. 24 hours? A time limit to clear the level. It must be related to her gambling god profession trait, right? Seeing the school beauty crying with snot and tears streaming down her face, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but shake his head. This damn world. Why design such a difficult newbie dungeon? Look at what they've driven the school beauty into. Lu Xingyuan pressed his palm against the school beauty's forehead to prevent her from taking the opportunity to wipe her tears on him. "Let go of me first. You're a hidden class." Zhang Yuli cried even harder. "That boss has been chasing me and trying to kill me. I don't have any class abilities to defend myself. If you can help me, I'll agree to any request." Zhang Yue looked at the handsome face and blushed. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Unlike the usual aloof school beauty who kept everyone at arm's length, at that moment, her slightly flushed cheeks were truly tempting. Lu Xingyuan's gaze kept scanning Zhang Yue's body, and he licked his lips excitedly. "Really, anything goes?" Zhang Yue closed her eyes and let out a barely audible mmh. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. "Then can you go into the dungeon and let me kill you a few times?" Zhang Yue was completely confused. What the heck? This guy must be out of his mind. But given the current situation, as long as the request isn't too unreasonable, she couldn't refuse. After all, this bet. Everything about Zhang Yue. Lu Xingyuan, that special boss shouldn't appear again. After midnight, you can just go directly. Zhang Yue paused, a bit skeptical. Lu Xingyuan's level had already far surpassed that of his classmates. There was no need to waste time in the beginner's dungeon anymore. Without him as the boss. With Zhang Yue's strength, she could naturally clear the dungeon. Zhang Yue wiped away her tears and stood up. She regained her usual composed demeanor. "Once I complete my mission, I'll come find you to fulfill my promise." Watching Zhang Yue's departing figure, Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. The school flower. She has a special hidden profession and seems to be a rich second-generation heir. There will definitely be many valuable items and equipment in the future. I must definitely defeat her thoroughly. Chapter 9. A horse doesn't grow fat without night grass. A person doesn't grow rich without unexpected wealth. Kill to seize treasures, and you can become wealthy. After leaving school, Lu Xingyuan carried dozens of pieces of equipment. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to the most bustling street in Luo City. The street was filled with various weapon shops, equipment stores, and pet shops. At the end of the street stood a lavishly decorated building, with a 5-clawed golden dragon carved on its facade. The shop owner might have done this to showcase their wealth. But they had gone overboard, making it look a bit tacky. Above the door, 3 elegantly written characters read, "Treasure Pavilion. This is the largest trading hub in the entire Xia Kingdom. Here, you can freely trade all kinds of equipment, items, materials, and more. Everything is available." Lu Xingyuan dragged a large bag of equipment to the entrance. At the front desk, a red-clad woman with the Duel approached him. "Sir, is there anything I can assist you with?" Lu Xingyuan tossed the large bag of equipment in front of him. "Sell this." "So much?" The woman in red was a bit surprised. She waved her hand, summoning several attendants, who began to inventory the equipment. All of it was beginner-level gear with no level requirements. The red-clothed woman was curious. "Hey, handsome, where did you get all this gear?" Lu Xingyuan kept glancing at the items in the treasure pavilion. "You're already handsome, why add little?" Yes, big. You're right, handsome." The red-clad woman slightly bowed, but her subtle movement caused a massive commotion. Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Then may I ask, Mr. Handsome, where did all this gear come from?" "Loot." "Impressive." The red-clad woman gave him a thumbs up. Soon, the equipment was counted and organized. The red-clothed woman handed the list to Lu Xingyuan. "Hey, handsome guy. There are a total of 43 bronze-grade items. I'm sure you know, these are all given as gifts for class changes. Not worth much. They can only be sold as materials, totaling 130,000. As for these 4 silver-quality beginners' equipment, our treasure pavilion's buyback price is 200,000. However, since it's currently the newbie class change period, newbie equipment has a significant premium. If you're willing to sell, I'll make you an offer 300,000. Consider it a favor from the treasure pavilion, and a gesture of friendship toward you." The red-clothed woman offered a very high price. Lu Xingyuan had no reason to refuse. He then pulled out a long sword. Mad Wolf Great Sword. Grade, Gold. Effect, Strength +5, Constitution +3. Wolf Howl. When attacking, there is a chance to trigger Wolf Howl, enhancing your own attack power. This is a golden grade equipment. And it even has a skill trait. Could it be from the boss in the dungeon? The red-clothed woman's eyes lit up. Skill traits are the most valuable. Skill traits are extremely rare in forged equipment and weapons. However, equipment dropped from dungeon bosses always comes with skill entries. Such equipment is the pinnacle of its tier. Their prices are naturally top tier as well. Especially now during the job change season. Such premium equipment will definitely be in high demand. 1 million. The red-clad woman immediately quoted an astronomical price. Golden tier beginner equipment typically costs around 500,000. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. At such a high price, he had no reason to refuse. After the transaction, Lu Xingyuan looked at the balance in his account. 2,430,109. This was a number Lu Xingyuan had never dared to imagine in his previous life. He never imagined that after crossing over, the loot from a mere beginner's dungeon would be so substantial. He had made over 2 million. A horse doesn't grow fat without grass, and a person doesn't become wealthy without unexpected fortune. Killing and looting are the keys to wealth and prosperity. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lu Xingyuan's eyes. This is just the beginning. He believed that his strength would grow stronger and stronger in the future. The rewards would also grow increasingly abundant. Then, Lu Xingyuan spent another 300,000 to purchase a 20 cubic meter storage device. Storage ring. Quality, silver. Effect, a speck of dust contains the universe, a grain of sand holds the world. The ring contains a storage space of 20 cubic meters. Note, once bound, it cannot be dropped. This is an absolute must-have for home use, travel, and even raiding. Especially for Lu Xingyuan. So many adventurers die in the dungeon world. We must help them retrieve their equipment. Mr. Lu, take your time, and welcome back anytime. The red-clad young woman gave a standard smile and escorted Lu Xingyuan all the way to the door. At the same time, she handed him a business card. This is my business card. Mr. Lu, feel free to contact me anytime you need assistance. Watching Lu Xingyuan's departing figure, a professionally dressed woman asked respectfully, "Miss, is there anything special about this man?" The red-clad woman's eyes curved into a crescent moon. "He's so handsome, of course he's special." She had already received the intelligence. This man had broken the newbie dungeon clear record at 4th middle school. And it was a solo first clear. Such news would be broadcasted throughout the entire school. It can't be kept secret. The business at the treasure pavilion deals in items. And people. Especially those with potential as talented professionals. On the other side, Lu Xingyuan, who had left the treasure pavilion, glanced at the business card in his hand. Hua Jin. The name sounded quite nice. The golden business card only had the name and contact information. But Lu Xingyuan could tell. Hua Jin held significant influence within the treasure pavilion. If everything goes as planned, there will definitely be a lot of equipment to handle in the future. Perhaps they would also have to deal with this Hua Jin. Lu Xingyuan entered a villa that was lavishly decorated. Though the house was large, it was completely empty. The tidy living room contained nothing but furniture. There was only a faded family photo on the table. In the photo, besides Lu Xingyuan, there was a young couple. There was also a Siberian husky sticking out its tongue. Once upon a time, this family had a perfect 3-member household, with both parents being successful professionals. However, 3 years ago, The parents traveled to the metropolis and entered a special mission. They never returned. Only their pet came back. That's the husky in the photo, named Second Company Commander. However, it was also poisoned and fell into a coma. He is still in the hospital and has not regained consciousness. Only the former owner is left at home. Therefore, the original owner hates the copy world. To be precise, he is afraid. Once I become stronger, I will go and check on him. And Second Company Commander, I'll cure you and wake you up. Thinking of this, Lu Xingyuan's mind filled with thoughts about the 2nd Battalion Commander's condition. The 2nd Company Commander's attending physician said, "To wake 2nd Lieutenant Hao, at least 10 million gold coins are needed." Are you kidding me? I was just joking earlier. 2nd Company Commander, just go back to sleep for now. If I happen to get a wealthy 2nd generation player, my master will become rich overnight. We'll restore our master-servant relationship. Lying in bed, Lu Xingyuan's thoughts began to wander wildly. Soon, sleepiness washed over him like a tidal wave. The sky was gloomy, shrouded in a haze of gray mist. Oppressive, desolate. What is this? Lu Xingyuan opened his eyes and saw the scene before him. He was completely stunned. Wasn't I sleeping? What the hell am I doing here? Chapter 10, starting to call each other brothers, only to end up swallowing a mouthful of frustration. Lu Xingyuan looked up. In the gray mist ahead, a dark figure grew larger and larger. Finally, a massive, ferocious creature covered in bristles burst out of the gray mist. Lion Python Beast. Level 5. HP 300. Description: a monstrous creature formed by the fusion of a lion and a python for unknown reasons. Beware of its thick tail, which hides deadly fangs. A monster? This isn't a nightmare. I was dragged into a dungeon world while I was sleeping. Lu Xingyuan looked around in disbelief. The dungeon has invaded my home? At the same time, Lu Xingyuan instinctively reached out his hand. Blood control. Streams of blood surged from his body, coalescing into several blood-red spears before him. Swish, swish, swish. The spears shot out one after another. The lion python beast hadn't even reached Lu Xingyuan's front. It was pierced like a hedgehog by the blood-red spears. Killed a level 5 lion serpent, experience points plus 10. Killing a higher level monster. The experience reward isn't bad. After killing the lion snake beast, Lu Xingyuan immediately began checking the dungeon information. Dungeon, Deep Forest Adventure level. Level restriction, level 5. In this world, the difficulty of each dungeon varies. Dungeon difficulty levels are categorized as normal, adventure, hard, nightmare, and hell. I knew it. The blood of that lion snake beast is so thick it's an adventure level dungeon. Lu Xingyuan's eyes sparkled. The higher the dungeon difficulty, the richer the rewards for clearing it. Of course, Lu Xingyuan's goal isn't the dungeon itself. It was the professionals. If everything goes as planned, it should be the spot reserved for his family. Just then, a dungeon entrance appeared. That's why he was dragged in directly. A low-level new dungeon appearing at this time. It's the most popular one. Many new adventurers will come to challenge it. The real world. It was already late at night, and most people had already fallen asleep. At that very moment, a blinding crimson light suddenly shot into the sky, illuminating the skies above Luo City. In an instant, the earth shook violently, waking half the city from their slumber. What's going on? Hey, upstairs. Keep it down. I thought it was an earthquake. Do you think I'm an animal that can make the whole building shake? Open your eyes and look. Can't you see the blood-red light pillar? Mom. It's an earthquake, it's an earthquake. Silly girl, don't worry. It's just a new dungeon portal appearing, causing an anomaly. Go back to sleep. Game Administration Bureau. The official organization responsible for all matters related to the game world. Through energy detection, they immediately detected the anomaly. This is bad. How did a dungeon portal appear inside the city? A tall, cold-eyed woman frowned. Thankfully, the energy fluctuations aren't strong, so the level should be low. Regardless, the appearance of a dungeon portal within the city is never a good sign. Game Forum. An official announcement was pinned at the top. A new dungeon has appeared in the Forest Peninsula district in the southeastern part of Luo City. Qualified adventurers may proceed to challenge it. Dungeon, Deep Forest Adventure level. Level restriction, level 5. Upon seeing this message, the forum erupted in excitement. A level 5 dungeon, how did it cause such a huge stir? An adventure level dungeon? Hee, this year's new recruits who just changed their professions are in for a treat. Higher level adventurers began watching the commotion on the forum. The new players were thrilled beyond belief. This year's new players numbered over 10 million. According to the ratio, about 60% are combat-type adventurers, and only 10% will successfully advance to the next class. It's a cutthroat competition. If you can be the first to clear the new dungeon, you'll stand out from the crowd. This would give them an advantage in the college entrance exams. So, even in the middle of the night, there are still many team-up messages being posted. Level 5 Shield Mountain, with a silver quality shield. Let's team up to clear the dungeon. Shield Mountain player, add me. +1. Soon. Many people gathered behind Lu Xingyuan's house. Damn it, how did the dungeon entrance end up here? We almost ended up in someone else's house. We don't have time to worry about that now. Let's charge. New dungeon, here I come. Many new adventurers had formed groups and rushed inside eagerly. Dungeon, deep in the haunted forest. 5 figures slowly emerged from the gray mist. Guys, this first clear is definitely ours. The team leader, Shield Mountain, started off with a bold declaration. He raised the morale of his 4 teammates. The 5 advanced forward with excitement. Soon, they spotted the first monster. It's humanoid. Generally speaking, larger monsters are stronger. Humanoids are among the weaker monsters in their tier. The 5 didn't hesitate and immediately engaged the monster. Water flow impact. The mage in the group immediately began chanting a spell. Soon, a water ball was hurled from the staff. Bang! A precise hit. Seeing the terrifying health bar and the screen filled with question marks, the 5 of them froze in place. It's the boss. What should we do? Everyone, just attack. What else can we do? Roll up our sleeves and take him on. Shield Mountain raised his heavy shield and charged forward. The warriors followed closely behind. The mage channels 3 fireballs, which shoot out with blinding speed. The archer drew his bowstring taut and fired an arrow. The priestess, protected at the center, was surrounded by a faint green glow, with her healing spell already ready. Lu Xingyuan slowly emerged from the gray mist. He calmly checked the information of the few people. This small team had a well-rounded composition of 5 members, but their class levels were all average. They posed no threat. Lu Xingyuan simply raised his palm slowly. Threads of blood energied before him, forming a blood-red spear. Gripping the blood-red spear, he swung it in a graceful arc and charged toward the shield mountain ahead. The shield wall, seeing that the boss was being drawn toward it, revealed a look of excitement. He charged forward with a shield-bearing charge, using his shield as a shield. He aimed to block Lu Xingyuan, allowing the others to attack. Lu Xingyuan dodged nimbly, slipping past the shield mountain. The blood-red spear thrust forward. With a wet thud, the warrior following closely behind the shield wall was pierced through the chest by the blood-stained spear. You have killed a level 5 elite warrior. You gain plus 20 experience points and plus 1% health. This technique was something Lu Xingyuan had learned from Zhang Yue. The shield mountain hadn't even had time to react. Another blood-stained spear pierced his head from behind. The body and shield crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. You have defeated a level 5 rare class shield mountain, gaining plus 25 experience points and plus 1% health. From the moment he struck until now, it had only been a few seconds. Lu Xingyuan had already taken out the core tank and warrior of this team. However, he was still not entirely satisfied. Compared to Zhang Yuli, it was still too rough. Indeed, he needed to stack his attributes even higher. Lu Xingyuan looked up at the remaining 3 rear members. Mage, Archer, Priest. The 3 had been building up their power for a while, but before they could act, the front row was wiped out in an instant. Without the front row's assistance, Lu Xingyuan charged in like a tiger among sheep. He disposed of the 3 of them in just a few swift strikes. The bodies of the 5 slowly collapsed. Congratulations, boss. You have defeated a level 4 professional, gaining 15 experience points and 1% health. Congratulations, boss. You have defeated a level 5 professional. Experience points plus 20, health points plus 1%. That's such a high amount of experience points? Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. Killing enemies of a higher level grants double rewards. The experience points are far beyond expectations. At this rate, Lu Xingyuan only needed to defeat a few dozen professionals to level up. Calculating it this way, leveling up isn't that difficult. Lu Xingyuan walked over to the 5 corpses and skillfully bent down to pick up several pieces of equipment. Evil Spirit Short Sword Silver. Cowardly Battle Robe Silver. 2 silver grade items? Rich guy sure has a lot of them. At the same time, 5 white beams of light shot out from the dungeon's teleportation gate. The Shield Mountain squad, 5 members, looked at each other in silence for a long time. Suddenly, the mage sighed. What's going on? How did the 2 of you in the front row get taken out so quickly? Before he could finish, the others were already completely overwhelmed. Chapter 11, Another Level Up. Power Surge. The first warrior to be taken down immediately shifted the blame. I'm a warrior, Shield Mountain. You were supposed to tank the boss first. Shield Mountain, wearing a set of heavy armor, looked at the silver-grade shield in his hands that had vanished, his face turning ashen. It's my fault? Priest, why didn't you heal me? You got 1 shot, how am I supposed to heal you? The priestess was also furious and turned around and left. Guys, don't get mad. We'll try again tomorrow. Come on, you're the worst archer here, and you have the nerve to talk? Dungeon walked away cursing under his breath. Damn it, if I'd known you guys were so weak, I should have just found a few random people on the forum. A few minutes earlier, when the 5 of them entered the dungeon, they were still calling each other brothers. But now they're already breaking up. One after another, beams of white light flew out. The same scene unfolded at every exit of the dungeon. Everyone had entered the dungeon with smiles on their faces. They came out crying. My bronze greatsword. Damn it, how did the boss charge right at me? This dungeon is messed up. You encounter the boss as soon as you enter, it's definitely not right. These enthusiastic adventurers, eager to show off their skills in the new dungeon. One after another, they were eliminated. Soon, there were many posts online related to this dungeon. This unique boss sparked a lot of discussion. In the class group chat of Class 4, Grade 12 at Luo City 3rd High School, things also got lively. The boss from our newbie dungeon has appeared in other dungeons too. Could it be a new type of boss? Ha ha. Fair enough, they can't just pick on us. John Yue also saw the message in the class group chat. However, she couldn't be bothered with it anymore. Because it was already past midnight. It was considered the next day. The newbie dungeon had already refreshed. Just to be safe, John Yue had her family prepare 5 reset crystals. She took a deep breath. She once again entered the beginner's dungeon that had driven this female gambling goddess to the brink of collapse. Upon entering the dungeon, John Yue charged straight toward the school gate. Seeing the vanished blood throne, she let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Lu Xingyuan didn't lie to me. After collecting the rewards, I'll go find Lu Xingyuan and thank him properly. On the other side, deep within the dark forest dungeon, 4 round heads rolled to Lu Xingyuan's feet. These guys are no pushovers, they managed to take 200 HP off him. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. That archer deals high damage. Congratulations, boss. You have defeated a level 5 rare class Holy Bow Ranger, gaining plus 25 experience points and plus 1% health. Congratulations, boss. You have defeated a level 4 class, gaining plus 10 experience points and plus 1% health. Congratulations, boss. You have reached level 4, with all attributes increased by 10. You leveled up so fast. Lu Xingyuan whistled in admiration. Sometimes leveling up isn't necessarily a good thing. Out of habit, he opened the system panel after leveling up to check the attribute changes. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class BOSS. Apprentice. Quality unknown. Level 40%. Strength 50. Agility 50. Stamina 500. Spirit 50. Health points primary attribute, 70-63. Mana 500. Exclusive skills Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline. Killed 30 professionals. The rewards from Blood Furnace, combined with the physical attribute points gained from leveling up, have pushed my health directly past the 7,000 mark. Life recovery has also been significantly increased. Each time Blood Forge is triggered, it only increases by 1%. It doesn't seem like much. However, 1% of 1,000 health points is only 10 points. 6,000 health points means 60 points, a 6-fold increase. This value increases alongside health, becoming increasingly absurd. After defeating these few classes, Lu Xingyuan opened his friend list. The dungeon world allows you to open the friend list, but it doesn't even have a basic inventory. Before this game invaded the real world, it must have been a pay-to-win game. While complaining, Lu Xingyuan opened the class group chat. He saw many people in the group sending photos of their boss status. Someone posted a photo of the boss on the forum. It's the mysterious boss we encountered. Damn, does that mean this dungeon is going to be even harder to clear? Not necessarily. We couldn't clear it because we're all level 0, our stats are low, and our team isn't well coordinated. The Deep Forest is a level 5 dungeon. If we have a well-equipped team, we might have a chance. That's the idea. I've already posted the information about the boss online, hoping more people will come to challenge it. John Yuli has cleared the beginner dungeon too. That's so impressive? Really? And John Yue cleared the dungeon completely. Does that mean we have to wait another day? Damn it! Closed the group chat. Lu Xingyuan continued searching for new targets. The dungeon has a level restriction. With Lu Xingyuan's strength, facing a team of professionals below level 5, he was an unstoppable force. No matter what level the professionals are, none can pose a threat to him. As the sky began to grow light, as time passed, news of the dungeon deep within the dark forest began to spread online. At the teleportation portal, more and more professionals gathered. Even many powerful individuals were drawn to the area. Among them, the most eye-catching was a 5-person squad. A young man bathed in flames, wielding a massive wolf-headed sword, glared defiantly at everyone around him. Those around him recognized the young man. Qin Tian. It's actually him. Who is this person? I've never heard of him before. You don't know the Qin family's young master? Apparently, Qin Tian has awakened the legendary tier profession Dragon Blood Warrior. He's incredibly powerful, and to level up quickly. He's formed a leveling team. In just a few days, he's already reached level 5. The people around them fixed their gaze on the few people behind Qin Tian. 1 legendary class player and 4 rare class players. The equipment of the 5 was at least silver grade. Some even had gold quality gear. Qin Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. For this dungeon, I spent 2 million to buy this mad wolf greatsword. Don't hold us back. Behind them, the mage with lightning flashing in his eyes wore a sycophantic smile. Hee hee, the boss is wise and discerning, he'll breeze through the first clear of the dungeon. This subordinate is here to congratulate the boss in advance. Qin Tian felt flattered by the praise. You're such a smooth talker. If we clear the dungeon first, I'll let you pick out a golden quality piece of equipment. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Standing behind him was a young man with a rooster-like hairstyle. A rare profession, the Lightwalker. The rooster-crested youth smiled so widely his face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. Just then, another young man appeared in the distance, holding a staff, with a cold and menacing aura, and a chilling presence emanating from every pore. As soon as he appeared, he immediately caught everyone's attention. Su Muyu? One of the most renowned newcomers among this year's professional practitioners in Luo City. Because he had awakened the hidden class. Necromancer. Chapter 12, Why aren't you smiling anymore? Don't you like it? Hidden professions are unique. In other words, the same hidden class can only appear once at a time. Over 100 years ago, there was also a necromancer who awakened the hidden class. He was incredibly powerful, even capable of single-handedly resisting a beast tide. I didn't expect him to show up either. A necromancer is a hidden class with astonishing combat power. Yes, although Sumuyu is only level 5, he can summon 20 skeleton warriors. One person is an army. That's so exaggerated. Does that mean he can solo any dungeon? Of course, this is a hidden class in the combat tree. Sumuyu's appearance made everyone else pale in comparison. This really annoyed Qin Tian. Sumuyu, want to have a showdown? Sumuyu merely nodded slightly. He then transformed into a beam of white light and entered the dungeon teleportation channel. Qin Tian was so angry he laughed. Damn it, it's just a hidden class. Do you really think good luck can erase the efforts of 3 generations of the Qin family? Let's go. I'm determined to get the first kill on this boss. Qin Tian gave a shout and led his team into the dungeon teleportation channel. As soon as they entered the dungeon, the other 4 members of Qin Tian's team immediately activated their buff skills. Weapon Blessing, Judgment Light, Speed Boost, Strength Boost. The team Qin Tian had assembled was highly unusual. Besides the fact that he himself was a combat class, the other 4 members were all enhancement type classes. There is also a healer. This is a classic 4 Protect 1 formation. As soon as they entered the dungeon, over a dozen buffs were stacked on Qin Tian. This significantly boosted his stats. Qin Tian. Class, Dragon Blood Warrior Apprentice. Quality, Legendary. Strength, 31 plus 15. Agility, 24 plus 8. Stamina, 25 plus 8. Spirit, 8 plus 8. Level, 5. Talent, Soul of the Demon. Skills, Undying Dragon Body, Whirling Blade. Feeling the immense power within himself, Qin Tian let out a wild laugh. He charged directly toward the monster ahead. Roar! The mad wolf greatsword swung wildly, accompanied by the constant howls of wolves. The surrounding wolf-like monsters trembled in fear. Under the powerful attribute boost, combined with its own powerful unique skills, Qin Tian's killing speed was beyond imagination. Soon, he swept through more than a dozen monsters in his path. Looking at the corpses littering the ground, Qin Tian burst into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. A bunch of trash. Who else is there? Where's the boss? Bring that boss out here. The desperate support class players in the rear exchanged glances. What's going on? They've gone mad. They're definitely crazy. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from all directions. I heard you're looking for me? Qin Tian and the others immediately grew alert. Who is it? Hiding in the shadows? If you've got the guts, come out. Soon, they saw a humanoid boss emerging from the gray mist. The 4 support members behind them were ready to kill. What a jinx. No kidding, the boss is really here. Qin Tian, however, was extremely excited. The boss, huh? I'm here to take you down. Lu Xingyuan emerged from the gray mist, looking at the inexperienced newcomers before him. A smile appeared on the corner of his lips. It's not easy, but finally a few rich guys have arrived. Lu Xingyuan's hands flashed, and a blood-red speared in his hands. I hope it drops a skill book. Thinking this, Lu Xingyuan charged forward. The blood-red spear struck out. Under the immense force, Qin Tian was knocked flying through the air. He couldn't believe it as he struggled to get back up. What incredible strength! The undying dragon's body. A set of armor adorned with dragon scales appeared on Qin Tian's body. At the same time, a faint layer of flame like shields surrounded his body. The undying dragon body is the core skill of dragon blood warriors. It significantly enhances physical constitution and strength attributes. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Under the effect of the undying dragon body, both strength and constitution attributes surpass 40 points. Whirling blade. Qin Tian directly threw the in his hand. Unfortunately, even with skill enhancements, Qin Tian's damage was still too low for Lu Xingyuan. He ignored the thrown at him. Lu Xingyuan grabbed Qin Tian. The blood-red spear thrust into him again and again. His health bar is instantly depleted. Qin Tian dies. His lifeless body lies heavily on the ground. Except for the that had fallen to the ground. A book emitting a blood-red glow appeared beside Qin Tian. This is a skill book. Ha, I never expected a skill book to actually drop. My mouth is wide open in disbelief. Lu Xingyuan didn't rush to pick up the equipment but instead focused his attention on the 4 support classes behind him. Plop! The rooster-crested light-wielding character knelt down. Wait. Boss, spare my life. We VE met by chance, why start with violence? The response came from was a massive hand stained with blood. Lu Xingyuan bound the few people with blood. Then, one by one, he shattered their skulls. The agony of death soaked Qin Tian's entire body in sweat. He collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength. I'm actually dead? The most critical thing was his equipment. That Mad Wolf greatsword, he had spent 2 million to buy it from the treasure hall. And a golden quality skill book. Send! The astonished glances from the people around him made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Qin Tian kicked down the wall of the courtyard next to him, venting his anger. The next moment, 4 beams of white light appeared one after another. The rooster-crested light-bearing beings, enduring the discomfort of death, approached Qin Tian. Congratulations, boss! Congratulations, boss! Qin Tian's face turned dark instantly. What are you congratulating me for? Did you kill the boss? The rooster-crested figure blushed and shook his head. No, it's not that. Qin Tian. Then did you discover the boss's weakness? Not exactly. Then what the hell are you doing here, you idiot? Qin Tian exploded in anger. The light user hurriedly said. Boss, I saw a mineral vein before I died. A level 2 iron ore vein. Boss, the clan is currently preparing to build our main city in the game world and desperately needs mineral resources. Boss, this is a huge contribution. Qin Tian immediately became arrogant. Ha ha. They always call me a spendthrift. This time, I'll make those old fools shut up. The 4 support class characters exchanged glances. Golden tier weapons, just thrown away like that. A skill book bought for 5 million, just left on your person. If you're not wasting money, who is? Deep Forest Dungeon. You have slain the legendary tier class Dragon Blood Warrior. You have gained plus 30 experience points and plus 1% health. You have slain the rare class light user. Ignored the reward information. Lu Xingyuan picked up the Mad Wolf greatsword. Unexpectedly, this sword had come full circle and returned to his hands. It really is fate. After leaving, I'll sell it to the treasure pavilion. He tossed all the weapons and equipment dropped by the others into the storage device. Lu Xingyuan's gaze fell on the skill book. Swordsman class universal skill book. Quality, gold. Usage restriction, strength attribute 40 or above. The skill book is extremely valuable. The drop rate is extremely low. Moreover, this is a golden quality skill book. I hope I can get a skill that suits me. Chapter 13, The Abnormal Necromancer. But I'm the real boss. To use a universal skill book, you need to meet the attribute requirements. Qin Tian cannot meet this condition. Therefore, he cannot use it. There's one more thing. The skills granted by this universal skill book are random. You can only know the type, such as warrior, mage, priest, etc. The rest is purely a matter of luck. It might be a skill completely unsuitable for you. Lu Xingyuan wiped his face and chose to use the generic skill book. Congratulations, boss. You have successfully learned the Phantom Sword Technique skill. Phantom Sword Technique, summon a sword-wielding clone of yourself. The swordsman's clone possesses 50% of its own attributes. Good luck. Lu Xingyuan was pleasantly surprised. This skill significantly increases the speed at which one can clear out professional enemies. And it grants 50% of Lu Xingyuan's attributes. That's an incredibly high value. In the hands of other professionals, Phantom Sword Technique might just be a gold tier skill. But in Lu Xingyuan's hands, Phantom Sword technique is at least the strength of a legendary quality skill. This is a huge win. To see the exact effects, we'll need to find an opponent to test it against. Lu Xingyuan began searching for a lucky candidate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the deep forest dungeon, Sumuyu, dressed in a grey robe, held a staff high in both hands. Summoned the undead. The staff crashed heavily onto the ground. Dark beams of light began to spread out from Sumuyu at the center. Soon, a massive array took shape. Roar! 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 Amidst the howls of malevolent spirits, the ground began to tremble. One after another, white, grotesque demonic claws emerged from beneath the ground. Soon, a large number of skeleton warriors crawled out of the ground. Each one trembled unsteadily, their clothes appearing as though they might fall apart at any moment. Their attributes weren't particularly high. Ragged Skeleton Warrior. Health 100. Attack Power 10. Skill Slash. But there are so many of them. Surrounding Sumuyu were a full 20 skeleton warriors. He alone is an army. Little darlings, begin the hunt. After issuing the command, 10 skeleton warriors charged forward. They began to surround and attack a monster. There were too many skeleton warriors, and they were fearless, unafraid of injury. The efficiency of killing the monster was very high. Sumuyu's experience points rose rapidly. And he was a cautious person. Although releasing all the skeleton warriors would allow for faster leveling, he still chooses to keep 10 skeleton warriors to protect himself. Because he is well aware. The weakness of a necromancer lies solely in himself. At this rate, it won't take an hour to level up. As for that unknown boss, even if it's stronger, can it really defeat my skeleton army? Sumuyu had already made his plans. First, level up in the dungeon, then enhance the attributes of the skeleton warriors. Then challenge that boss. Claim the first clear reward for this dungeon. Just as he finished clearing the monsters here, Sumuyu spotted a humanoid monster coming straight toward him. Is that the boss? Lu Xingyuan had actually been observing this class for a while. A hidden class? That's really twisted. But the rewards are more than enough. Hidden professions grant double health points as a reward. Let me test my new skill on you. Phantom Sword Technique. Activate. Lu Xingyuan extended his palm. A translucent, ethereal figure wielding a long sword flew out from his body. The sword-wielding clone is connected to the original body by a strand of energy. Sword Master Clone. Health Primary Attribute 3835. Attributes: Strength 25, Agility 25, Constitution 250, Spirit 25. Skills: Slash. These stats should be enough to make a decent mini-boss, right? Kill. At Lu Xingyuan's command, the swordsman's clone charged forward. With 4 or 5 swings, the swordsman's clone could cut down a skeleton warrior. Across from them, Sumuyu's expression grew increasingly solemn. His skeleton warriors, in the hands of that sword warrior's clone. They were completely powerless to fight back. His prideful area of effect tactics seemed powerless against the opponent. Because that guy's health was too high. Damn! This boss is way too overpowered. Sumuyu cursed under his breath. And this doesn't match the information others provided. How does it have a clone ability? In the blink of an eye, one after another, the skeleton warriors were shattered into pieces by the swordsman's clones. Meanwhile, the phantom swordsman only lost 300 HP. The 10 skeleton warriors on the outskirts were cleared out in just a few minutes. Sumuyu gripped his staff with both hands and began chanting a spell. Soon, a ball of flame appeared on his staff. Soul Fire. Whoosh! A blue ghostly flame, trailing a long tail. It struck the swordsman's clone. The flames clung to the body like maggots, impossible to extinguish or burn away. It continuously drained the swordmaster's clone's health points, accompanied by a series of fireballs crashing down. The rate at which the life points were being depleted grew faster and faster. The swordsman's clone didn't possess the same absurdly fast life recovery speed as Lu Xingyuan. If this continued, it might not take more than a few minutes. The swordsman's clone's health would be depleted. Lu Xingyuan wasn't having it. I've been working diligently in this dungeon, not daring to slack off for a moment. I've been grinding for hours. Is this easy for me? I finally summoned a helper for myself. I absolutely can't let you kill him so easily. A long spear is concentrated in his hand. Lu Xingyuan's true form emerges. Soulfire is a sustained damage skill that can stack up to 3 times. However, it is ineffective against Lu Xingyuan. Because his life recovery is too fast. Additionally, Lu Xingyuan's 4 primary attributes are twice those of his clones. A clone requires an average of 4 attacks to kill a skeleton warrior. Lu Xingyuan only needs 2. In the blink of an eye, all the skeleton warriors were wiped out. Sumuyu crouched on the ground, trembling as she clutched her staff. Not a single skeleton warrior remained. His mana was completely depleted. This boss is way too overpowered. In the midst of collapse, Sumuyu's vision went black and he was brutally killed by the boss. At that moment, the sun had risen directly overhead. Zhang Yuli had just finished the beginner's dungeon and decided to go home for a quick nap. She looked at the storage device, the mythical tier item shimmering with dazzling light. Zhang Yuli's eyes lit up. The main city order. I never expected that the bet in the beginner's dungeon would yield a main city order. Main city order. It allows you to establish your own territory within the game world. Regardless of its level, the main city order is extremely valuable. And to top it off, Zhang Yuli obtained the mythical tier 1. In the previous life, worldwide, only 3 mythic tier main city orders have ever appeared. Each time one appeared, it sparked a bloody battle. Zhang Yui exhaled deeply. At least it was a close call. I'll never gamble again. Wait, no, gambling is still necessary. But I'll never go all in again. With that thought, Zhang Yui left the room. She prepared to go find Lu Xingyuan. After all, it was thanks to Lu Xingyuan that he had defeated that boss. She really needed to thank him properly. Zhang Yui quietly slipped into her father's treasure vault. From the row of gleaming golden equipment, she selected the most dazzling special item. This unranked equipment will do. Chapter 14, There's no such thing as a gambler who loses every day. Reborn and returned. Zhang Yui had many questions swirling in her mind. Lu Xingyuan. In her previous life, she didn't even have much of an impression of this name. He was just an ordinary student in her class. This time around, things seemed different. Zhang Yui wanted to figure out the key to this. And that boss. Zhang Yui searched through every memory in her mind. In both her past and present lives, there had never been any information related to this boss. Could all of this be the butterfly effect triggered by her rebirth? Or could it be that this life itself is fundamentally different from the previous one? Soon, she arrived at the gates of Lu Xingyuan's residence. From a distance, she could see a dense crowd of professionals gathering there. Outside the dungeon teleportation portal, the crowd was deathly silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Sumuyu, who was huddled in the corner, trembling with fear. What? Sumuyu has been eliminated too? Qin Tian's team failed. Sumuyu failed too. This dungeon is way too terrifying. This is just an adventure-level dungeon. Why is it so hard? That boss is truly abnormal. Its health points are already absurdly high, and it has even more abnormal health regeneration. One more thing. I saw several videos recorded by other players, and the boss's combat techniques seem to be getting stronger. Are you saying it's learning from us professionals' combat experience? Could it be a boss with advanced intelligence? Hard to say. Sumuyu recovered from the pain of death. He glanced at Qin Tian. The two remained silent. Gone was the arrogant, contemptuous demeanor they had before entering the dungeon. They had been beaten into a pulp. How could they possibly act cool now? How about we team up? Qin Tian suddenly suggested. Sumuyu shook her head. But the boss has evolved again. He released a clone skill. I don't think the two of us are a match for him. The two fell silent once more. Zhang Yui ignored the others. She sent a message directly to Lu Xingyuan. I'll fulfill our agreement. Deep within the. Before I knew it, I had made it all the way to the exit of the dungeon. Looking at the teleportation gate ahead, Lu Xingyuan kicked the body of a professional to the side. He picked up a silver-colored book. Another skill book dropped. Skill books are relatively rare. The drop rate from monsters is extremely low. However, that's for monsters. Skill books on the bodies of professionals are more common. Mage skill book. Quality, silver grade. Usage restriction, 30 or more mental power. The quality is a bit low. However, Lu Xingyuan still chose to activate this skill book. Congratulations, boss. You have successfully learned the Shadow Chain skill. Shadow Chain consumes mana to release a Shadow Chain, immobilizing enemies within a certain range. The more mana consumed, the stronger the binding effect. Restrictive skill. Not bad. Mainly because all of Lu Xingyuan's attributes are very high. Any skill in his hands can perform exceptionally well. By the 10th hour of entering the dungeon, Lu Xingyuan had killed at least 70 professionals and numerous monsters. Finally, Lu Xingyuan reached his second level up. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class BOSS. Apprentice. Quality unknown. Level 50%. Strength 60. Agility 60. Stamina 600. Spirit 60. Health points primary attribute, 10,519. Mana 600. Exclusive skills Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline. General skills Phantom Sword Technique, Shadow Chain. Health points finally surpass 10,000. Lu Xingyuan continues to hunt down professionals. Although his level has increased, he can no longer obtain extra experience points from defeating higher level enemies. However, with Phantom Sword Technique and Shadow Chain, these two skills, Lu Xingyuan's efficiency in clearing out the professionals has significantly improved. The rate of experience gain hasn't decreased significantly. In fact, it has even increased slightly. If this continues, he will soon reach level 6. Lu Xingyuan prepared to clear the professionals again before starting the official dungeon run. Just then, a message arrived. Jian Yue, are you home? I'm coming over to fulfill our agreement. Lu Xingyuan, I'm clearing the dungeon. Just go in. After sending the message, Lu Xingyuan immediately closed the chat window. After a moment's thought, he began analyzing information about Jiang Yue. Jiang Yue's gambler profession must be pretty unique. If everything goes as planned, she should have obtained the rewards from the beginner's dungeon. There might be something good. Let's lure her in first and see if we can get something good out of her. Outside the dungeon entrance, Jiang Yue had already received Lu Xingyuan's message. However, this dungeon. She looked toward the teleportation channel leading to the depths of the dungeon, her pupils suddenly contracting in cold fear. The bell of fate rang once more. The multiplier began to fluctuate. Ultimately, the multiplier settled on a number that filled Jiang Yue with dread. Gamble, Deep Forest Adventure level. Multiplier, 12,000%. Time limit, 24 hours. It's even higher than the beginner's dungeon. Jiang Yue's breathing grew. That's way too exaggerated. Is it because this is an adventure level dungeon? No. It must be because of that boss. Jiang Yuli saw the content of the class group chat. She knew that the mysterious boss had also appeared in the Deep Forest dungeon. Could it be that such a high difficulty rating is all because of that boss? Jiang Yue clenched her fists. She was truly tempted. A 10,000% multiplier in the beginner's dungeon had granted her the mythical tier main city order. That's a treasure that can't be measured by value. This time, the multiplier is even higher. The rewards would definitely be even more outrageous. If it were before, Jiang Yue would have gone all in without hesitation. But there's also that mysterious boss in this dungeon. Stay calm. Jiang Yue, calm down. She took a few deep breaths. Jiang Yue opened her eyes once more. She went all in. However, this time, she didn't go all in. She only bet half of her attributes. The gift had already been delivered to her doorstep. Why would anyone refuse such an offer? I am the first female war goddess of the human race. How could I possibly back down now? Of course. Jiang Yue may be reckless, but she's not stupid. This time, she won't go it alone. I will assemble the strongest team and kill you with my own hands. Jiang Yue approached Qin Tian and Su Muyu. Want to challenge us again? Let us go together. The two looked up simultaneously. Jiang Yue. Having heard of the reputation of the third middle school's school flower, the two naturally recognized her. Qin Tian immediately stood up respectfully. If you need anything, Qin Tian will go through fire and water and die 1,000 deaths without hesitation. Others might not know. But Qin Tian was well aware that Miss Zhang's background was far from ordinary. Jiang Yue was not just an ordinary second-generation powerhouse. Her father was once one of the war gods of the human race. An 8th transformation powerhouse. Now he is merely a severely injured recluse. Compared to the Jiang family, the Qin family is just a minor power. Su Muyu was unaware of these details. But he also wants to challenge that boss once more. We need 2 more people. Qin Tian looked behind him. I have a capable support and healer here, we can bring them along. Jiang Yue nodded. Great. As she spoke, piece by piece of golden-hued equipment appeared on her body. Protector set legendary. Level 3. Attributes, Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 10. Set attribute 1, plus 20 to all 4 primary attributes. Set bonus 2, Protector's Blessing. Grants 100 shield points. Set bonus 3, Thorns. After being attacked, inflicts a severe wound effect on the attacker. Before coming here, Jiang Yuli had not yet decided whether to challenge that boss again. But she had already prepared herself. This legendary guardian set was something her father had treasured for years. Its critical wound effect was specifically designed to counter this boss. I, Jiang Yuli, am no gambler. I'm the master of the game. I always win when I gamble. Chapter 15, Slaying the School Beauty again, the mythical tier item is mine. Holy crap. Miss Jiang, you came prepared. I'm here to congratulate you in advance on successfully clearing the level and winning the first clear reward. Qin Tian imitated the tone of someone with a rooster comb hairstyle and began to flatter her excessively. However, no one was paying attention to Qin Tian. Everyone was staring at Jiang Yue, who was wearing a legendary tier outfit. Jiang Yuli, who was radiating an orange aura. This legendary tier outfit, how much must that have cost? Money? Legendary tier gear isn't something you can buy with money. This must be Zhang Yuli, the school beauty of 3rd middle school. I didn't expect her family to be so wealthy. 2 hidden classes, 1 legendary class, and 2 rare tier support classes. This setup will definitely crush that boss. Half of the people gathered here are failed challengers. Seeing such a powerful challenge team, the crowd erupted into chaos. Get the first kill. Get the first kill. Zhang Yuli wasn't done yet. She swept her hand dramatically. A golden spear was gripped in her hand. Poisonous spear legendary grade. Level 1. Attributes, strength plus 20. Special effect, attacks deal poison damage, causing ongoing damage. This spear is also designed to counter the boss's healing speed. After equipping all the gear, Zhang Liyue looked at her attribute panel. Attribute panel Jiang Ye. Class, Gambling God Apprentice. Quality, Hidden Class. Level, 311%. Strength, 40 plus 50. Agility, 44 plus 20. Constitution, 45 plus 30. Spirit, 50 plus 20. Talent, Wheel of Fate. Looking at the powerful attributes, Zhang Yuli felt more confident about clearing this stage. The people around her were all wide-eyed in astonishment. With the equipment's enhancement, Zhang Yui's attributes were now on par with those of a legendary tier professional at the level of 10 or more. This is the power of money. Let's go! After sending a party invitation, Zhang Yuli handed each of the others a reset crystal. Then she led the way and entered the dungeon. The others activated their reset crystals and followed suit. Let us clear the monsters first. If we can level up, I want to level up first, Zhang Yue said. Following that, since they had started clearing the dungeon, although Zhang Yue was using a spear instead of her specialty, the long spear, but it was close enough. Under the powerful attribute suppression, the efficiency of clearing minor enemies was the same. The 4 people in the rear were all wide-eyed. This feeling is just like being carried by a high-level player. On the other side, Lu Xingyuan watched indifferently as his sword-wielding clone slaughtered a group of professionals. Then he stepped forward to loot the equipment. Unfortunately, this sword-wielding clone can only fight, it can't help with menial tasks like picking up gear. Lu Xingyuan suddenly looked up, gazing toward the gray mist ahead. Creak, creak. One by one, shambling skeleton warriors emerged from the gray mist. Is that the necromancer? Lu Xingyuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the necromancer to give up so easily and come back. Shortly after, Lu Xingyuan spotted 5 professionals. Especially when he saw Zhang Yue, Jin Tian, and Sumuyu. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. They've come in a group to take me down. Lu Xingyuan didn't hesitate and charged straight at them. The skeleton warriors blocking his path were no match for him. Several were knocked flying. Watch out, the boss is coming. The moment the boss appeared, everyone held their breath. Zhang Yue gripped her spear tightly. This time, we'll definitely avenge our previous defeat. As soon as the words left her mouth, they charged straight ahead. Dragon Blood warrior Qin Tian followed closely behind. The necromancer stood in place, beginning to chant incantations, preparing to unleash a spell attack. The light wielders and healers in the rear were ready to provide support at any moment. Lu Xingyuan swung his arm widely. Shadow chains. One after another, pitch-black chains shot out from the ground. Their targets are the 3 spellcasters in the rear. Then, a faint blood-red afterimage erupted from Lu Xingyuan's body. It charged directly toward the necromancer. But Zhang Yuli moved like a ghost. As Lu Xingyuan released his skill, she charged forward. The poison-tipped spear in her hand pierced straight into Lu Xingyuan's chest. 60. Under the enhancement of the legendary tier set, except for physical attributes, all other attributes surpassed Lu Xingyuan's. However, her attack power was too weak. She couldn't even keep up with the speed of his life recovery. Lu Xingyuan retaliated in kind. The blood-stained spear pierced Zhang Yue's arm. Qin Tian charged forward and blocked Lu Xingyuan, who was about to continue his attack. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. Thorns. Life recovery effect halved. Under the reduction, it took a full 2 seconds to fully restore the lost health. Seeing this terrifying healing speed, Zhang Yuli widened her eyes in disbelief. The Protector Set's Thorns effect had been triggered. His life recovery was still this fast? That means the boss's original health regeneration was over 100 points per second? How is that possible? Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes. These few individuals are extremely powerful. With his current attributes, he couldn't exactly call himself invincible yet. He must reduce their numbers quickly. After a full day of combat, Lu Xingyuan's combat experience had improved rapidly. He was well aware of this. His greatest advantage is his long health bar and his ability to withstand pain. With a flick of his wrist, the blood-red spear dissipated. In its place appeared a blood-red short sword. Then, without hesitation, he charged forward. He grabbed Shin Tian in a bear hug. The blood-red dagger plunges repeatedly into his heart. In excruciating pain, Shin Tian's mind was on the verge of collapse, let alone fighting back. Behind him, Jiang Yue wielded her long spear, striking Lu Xingyuan repeatedly. He felt nothing. 7 strikes ended Shin Tian's life. Covered in blood, Lu Xingyuan slowly turned around. Health, 9,703-10519. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. In just a few seconds, Zhang Yuli had managed to deal over 800 points of damage to him. However, it was all over now. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Over 500 points of mana were instantly depleted. In exchange, a dozen black smoking shadow chains appeared. They tightly bound Zhang Yuli's legs. No matter how she struggled, it was all in vain. Attack and defense transformed. In Zhang Yui's terrified gaze, Lu Xingyuan stared at that flawless face, stabbing it repeatedly with his blade. 17 blows in total. Finally, he slew Zhang Yue, who was clad in a legendary tier outfit. Along with her body, a token emitting a rainbow-colored glow rolled to the ground. Lu Xingyuan was curious and picked it up. The City Lord's Order? Chapter 16, Impossible to Pass, a despair-inducing boss. 2 main combatants were slain, leaving only 3 remaining. They were naturally powerless to fight back. With a swift swing of the blade, and all of them were reduced to corpses. You have slain the legendary class Dragonblood Warrior, gaining plus 40 experience points and plus 1% health. You have slain the hidden class Undead Mage, gaining plus 40 experience points and plus 1% health. He slayed these few professionals once more. Lu Xingyuan's experience points have increased once again. Level 512%. However, it's impossible to level up in the short term. After battling continuously in the dungeon world for an entire day, Lu Xingyuan was physically and mentally exhausted. War Wolf Cape Gold Grade. Black Feather Armor Silver Grade. He picked up the few pieces of equipment lying on the ground. Lu Xingyuan looked at the bodies of the few people, pondering for a moment. Although it seemed like he had killed them fairly easily. But in reality, he had nearly failed. This time, Zhang Yue and the others hadn't prepared adequately. If they were to face this again, each of them should wear a full set of golden grade armor. And brought in 2 more powerful professionals. Lu Xingyuan might actually be eliminated. Their attributes aren't strong enough yet. This issue is also easy to resolve. After all, Lu Xingyuan is both a boss and a professional. He can also equip himself with powerful gear. Plus, he has this mythical tier main city order. This has already entered Lu Xingyuan's knowledge blind spot. He needs to go out and research what this thing is for. With that in mind, Lu Xingyuan stood up, headed toward the teleportation gate, and chose to leave the dungeon world. 5 white beams flashed by. Zhang Yuli and the others gradually materialized. The pain of being killed left their faces pale. As a reincarnated individual, Zhang Yue, she was relatively steadfast in her resolve. At that moment, however, she felt nothing but despair. I am Zhang Yuli, a reincarnated individual. I am a Valkyrie. Reborn and back, shouldn't I just go on a killing spree? But now I'm getting killed every day? I almost got stuck in the beginner's dungeon, let alone that. After finally clearing the beginner's dungeon, the second one is stuck again. Could it be that all my memories from my previous life were just illusions, and I'm not really a Valkyrie after all? Was it just a dream? Or maybe I've been reborn, and this world has changed? But it's not a big deal. I, Zhang Yue, am still pretty clever. I didn't go all in. With my abilities, even if I lose half my stats, it won't make much of a difference. That boss, let us just leave him for now. I'll come back when I'm stronger. Besides, I still have the mythic tier main city order. This will be my rise. Whereas my main city order. Zhang Yuli almost stuck her head into the storage device. I've been defeated. At that moment, Zhang Yue was completely plunged into despair. At the same time, the other adventurers around her also stopped challenging the dungeon. 2 hidden professions, 1 legendary profession, and 2 rare professions. One of the hidden classes was even wearing a legendary tier set. Such a configuration was completely wiped out. Going back in would be suicide. This dungeon is probably impossible to clear. Yeah, with that mysterious boss around, anyone who goes in is as good as dead. We can only wait for the dungeon to fully materialize and let the high-level players clean it up. Meanwhile, on various professional forums, many people were watching the video of Zhang Yue and others battling the boss. This boss is way too overpowered. Although Zhang Yue is only level 3, her hidden professional attributes are extremely high, and she's equipped with a legendary tier set. Her stats are on par with those of a level 10 or higher, first-class professional. Plus Qin Tian, Sumuyu, and the other 4, they definitely have the strength to clear difficult dungeons and raids. But against this boss, they're completely helpless. I heard there was someone named Lu Xingyuan who defeated this boss before? He has already denied it himself. He used a cheating strategy. On the forums for all professions, everyone is predicting doom. They believe that within this level restriction, this boss is an unbeatable existence. No team can clear it. Game Administration Bureau, Low City Headquarters. A tall woman with fiery red lips and a black leather jacket frowned. This is bad. As a professional organization, they conduct the most thorough research on every game level. The data on this boss is highly irregular. Boss, everything about him seems to be growing exponentially. A subordinate with a watermelon-shaped head pushed his glasses up and handed the latest data to the director. Name, unknown. Level, unknown. Health points, over 10,000. Attack power? Special ability, possible blood manipulation ability? General skills, phantom sword technique, shadow chains. Note 1, this boss has an extremely exaggerated maximum health pool and life regeneration ability. Note 2, this boss is suspected to have an extremely terrifying growth rate. Note 3, this boss has extremely high intelligence and is skilled at learning the combat styles of other classes. Note 4, aggressive combat style. Note 5. Looking at the data listed above, Vera fell completely silent. Health bars far exceeding those of bosses of the same level, exaggerated healing speed, powerful learning ability, combat willpower, intelligence, and skills. This isn't a boss. It's clearly the most perfect hexagonal warrior. Don't even mention newbie adventurers. No matter what level of adventurer you are, facing such an existence is impossible to withstand. This dungeon is impossible to clear. Notify the special operations team. Have them prepare for the worst at any moment. Vera's voice remained calm. This boss is indeed a tough opponent. But that's only for players of the same level. If he dares to lead this dungeon and fully integrate it into the real world, then don't blame her for not playing fair and bullying the weaker ones. Meanwhile, in the villa's bedroom, Lu Xingyuan suddenly took a deep breath and woke up from the nightmare. He looked beside him and saw the copy channel that had invaded the courtyard wall. So it was true. Although he had been accidentally sucked into the dungeon world this time. But the rewards were exceptional. Lu Xingyuan retrieved a white jade token emitting a rainbow-colored glow from his storage device. Main City Order. He quickly checked the relevant guides on the Adventurers Forum. Lu Xingyuan finally realized how precious the Main City Order was. Even a bronze-tier Main City Order was extremely valuable. Because the Main City Order allows players to establish a base in the dungeon world. People from the real world can freely enter and exit these outposts, and even transport various resources from the game world. They could even defeat the monsters attracted to the outpost and obtain rewards. For every guild faction, the Main City Order is something that must be fiercely contested. That's just the ordinary Main City Order. Mythical tier ones are naturally different. First, mythical tier main cities are larger and more luxurious. As everyone knows, people always prefer things that are bigger. Second, mythical tier main cities can establish multiple subsidiary cities. These cities feature interconnectivity, teleportation, and various other functions. Additionally, they can attract more monsters, collect more resources, and set up multiple teleportation points. In summary, mythical tier main city. Possessing unlimited potential. It can propel any faction to soar to the heavens. But none of this matters to Lu Xingyuan. But for him, the main city was a sanctuary before he became completely invincible. When faced with a critical situation, he teleported directly to the main city. No one could find him. Lu Xingyuan immediately applied to join a guild. Named Blood King's Court. Chapter 17, Boss Direct Hiring. The residents around the dungeon teleportation channel, seeing the current situation, fell into panic. Is this dungeon doomed to fail? This dungeon is right outside my house. What are we going to do? Yeah, we can't clear it. These monsters will eventually come, and we'll be the ones to suffer. Sigh. We're still okay, but the Lu family is really unlucky. The dungeon entrance has invaded their home. I wonder how that kid from the Lu family is doing. That family is truly unlucky. Just then, a series of steady footsteps echoed from the distance. A group of professionals dressed in tactical gear cordoned off the area around the dungeon entrance. The leader was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. Tang Hao produced an ID. Special Operations Unit, taking over this dungeon. All others, stand down. This dungeon's difficulty far exceeds the norm. There's no point in following a guide anymore. Professionals who fail the challenge will still lose experience points. There is also a risk of losing equipment. Furthermore, as the number of deaths within the copy increases, the monsters and bosses within the copy may mutate. Their strength will grow even stronger. Continuing the challenge will only result in greater losses. At the rear of the crowd, Qin Tian and Su Muyu both felt helpless. After dying twice in a row, not only were their equipment looted, but their levels dropped all the way to level 4. Damn it! I'm going to level up first. This damn dungeon let whoever wants to challenge it do so. Shin Tian was furious. Zhang Yuli slowly clenched her fists. The others could leave. But she couldn't leave. My main city order. I can't just leave it behind like this. Right. Zhang Yuli suddenly lit up. What about Lu Xingyuan? Lu Xingyuan had previously soloed the beginner's dungeon and might have a chance of clearing this one as well. This was Zhang Yue's only hope of retrieving the main city order. Zhang Yue sent a message to inquire about Lu Xingyuan's situation. Inside the villa, Lu Xingyuan was devouring a steaming hot meal. He had been grinding in the dungeon all day. He was completely exhausted. It actually feels a lot like the days when I used to game non-stop in my previous life. But in this world, the rewards are real. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the system panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss. Apprentice. Quality unknown. Level 512%. Strength 60. Agility 60. Stamina 600. Spirit 60. Health points primary attribute, 10,519. Magic power 600. Exclusive skill. This expedition into the depths of the haunted forest. His loot was quite impressive. Before entering, Lu Xingyuan's health points were only 4,454. Now, a whopping 10,519 points. More than double. Now, every time the blood forge is triggered, his health increases by over 100 points. The appeal of percentage-based increases is starting to show. I'll handle the equipment later. Then I'll clear this dungeon. I want to close the dungeon. You must obtain an SSS rank perfect clear record. Even for hidden class players, achieving such a record is extremely challenging. However, Lu Xingyuan is confident he can do it. Just then, knocks on the door. Zhang Yuli arrived. Zhang, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Lu Xingyuan said casually. Zhang Yue. She was on the verge of breaking down. How could she be in a good mood? Lu Xingyuan, I need your help. Let us team up to clear this dungeon in your backyard. I lost an important piece of equipment to the boss, and it's crucial for me to get it back. As she spoke, she placed a magic stone glowing with a blue light on the table. This is a thank you gift for helping me clear the beginner's dungeon earlier. If you're willing to help me, I can give you another piece of equipment. Lu Xingyuan didn't think much of it at first. But after checking the equipment details, he was completely stunned. Proof of a true man. Quality, heritage grade. Effect 1, each time you are attacked, your attack power increases by 10%, stacking up to 3 times. Effect 2, when attacking, deals additional damage equal to 10% of the total value of all 4 attributes. Equipment requirements, none. Description, scars are the true mark of a real man. Equipment with inherited quality. Like hidden professions, inherited quality is a special grade independent of the equipment level system. Inherited equipment also has another name. No level. Inherited equipment possesses the attributes of high-tier equipment. They have no equipment requirements. Any character of any level can use them. Therefore, equipment of this grade is priceless. Many powerful factions regard it as the foundation of their family's legacy. Zhang Yue actually just pulled out an heirloom quality piece of equipment. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. It seems that this school beauty's family is no ordinary wealthy family. Just a moment ago, I had exposed her once. How embarrassing. He casually put away the proof of a real man. I can help you. Zhang Yuli's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Lu Xingyuan's calm demeanor left her feeling surprised. It seemed as though he had absolute confidence that he could take down that psychotic level boss. But there's a condition. Speak. Lu Xingyuan stored the inherited equipment in his storage device. I've founded a guild and would like to invite you to join. That's the condition. Guild. It's a form of power within the game's rules. The guild leader can recruit members according to their own requirements. Lu Xingyuan was still quite interested in this school beauty with a hidden profession. Of course, he was even more interested in the valuable items she possessed. Lu Xingyuan moved his mind. A white piece of paper appeared before Zhang Yue. Blood Court Membership Agreement. Guild benefits. The guild leader Lu Xingyuan will assist other members within his capabilities. Protection fee. As a guild member, you must provide 1 legendary grade equipment item each month as protection fee. Confidentiality agreement. Do not disclose any information related to the guild leader to anyone. Those who breach confidentiality will die with their blood dried and withered. Unequal agreement. The guild leader has the right to terminate this agreement at any time. Members may not voluntarily withdraw. Even if you leave the guild, the confidentiality agreement remains in effect. Zhang Yuli. Double standards. This membership agreement is completely double standards. This isn't a guild, it's clearly a contract of servitude. Zhang Yuli glared angrily. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled slightly. So, are you selling yourself? Without much thought, Jiang Yue snorted lightly and snatched the contract away. She signed her name. The next moment, the contract turned into twinkling starlight and vanished into thin air. Jiang Yuli's eyes narrowed slightly. This contract had actually been recognized by the game's rules? In other words, the game rules deemed that the sole guild benefit provided by Lu Xingyuan is greater than the sum of all the other requirements combined. This made Jiang Yuli even more eager to uncover Lu Xingyuan's hidden secrets. When are we going to run the dungeon? Now. Jiang Yue's eyes sparkled. I'll see for myself what kind of class can defeat such a monstrous boss. Chapter 18, Jiang Yuli, oh no. The boss is here. Guild, Blood Royal Court. Level, 0. Members, 2. Main city, none. Points, none. Upon seeing the guild's information, Jiang Yue regretted her decision for a moment. However, guilds aren't important anyway. What matters is being able to enter the depths of the Dark Forest once more to search for her mythical tier main city token. There were also new bets to be made. And him. I hope Lu Xingyuan can truly defeat that boss. After forming a party, Jiang Yuli saw Lu Xingyuan's base attributes and widened her eyes. You're already level 5? How did you level up so fast? Lu Xingyuan gave a mysterious smile and activated a reset crystal. He turned into a beam of white light and vanished into the dungeon corridor. Jiang Yuli followed closely behind. Deep within the Dark Forest dungeon. The moment Jiang Yue entered the dungeon, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. She slowly raised her head and saw the familiar yet terrifying black-clad boss. What the hell? The boss is here. Run, Lu Xingyuan. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and ran without looking back. It seems you're pretty scared of me, huh? Lu Xingyuan's voice echoed from behind. Jiang Yuli slowly stopped in her tracks and turned her head stiffly. Under the shadow of the hood, the slightly upturned corners of his mouth. You're Lu Xingyuan. Jiang Yue glared angrily. It's you. You're the one who killed me so many times. So that's how it was. It makes sense. This is the only possibility. A boss with such exaggerated attributes could never be defeated. If Lu Xingyuan himself is the boss, that would make sense. In an instant, Jiang Yuli connected everything from the two instances. At first, she refused to believe it. But upon closer reflection, she had been reborn herself. What else could be impossible? So that means my mythic tier main city order was taken by you. Lu Xingyuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and took out the main city order, which was emitting a rainbow-colored glow. You mean this? This is my war trophy. Ah. I'll kill you. Jiang Yue's face turned red instantly. She was furious. Lu Xingyuan's smile grew increasingly dangerous. What? Want to get your gear looted again? Jiang Yue glared at him angrily before quickly calming down. She clenched her fists tightly, her teeth gritted, looking as though she wanted to devour Lu Xingyuan whole. At the same time, she was utterly shocked. Boss profession. Before this, Jiang Yue had never even imagined it. Lu Xingyuan was actually the boss. What a freak. However, this guy is indeed clever. After awakening, he immediately chose to hide his profession panel. He didn't reveal any of his class information to anyone. When he wanted to team up with me, he even used the pretext of a transaction to make me sign a non-disclosure agreement. Pretty cautious, huh? Your profession is very powerful. You're also smart. I hope you can maintain this level of vigilance in the future. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. Lu Xingyuan nodded. Don't worry. Those who know my secret will never reveal it. At least not until they have enough power. Lu Xingyuan was well aware of the unique nature of his profession. This profession, whether one is powerful or not, doesn't even matter. What matters is that it makes other professionals feel threatened. Lu Xingyuan had no time to concern himself with Jiang Yue's feelings at that moment. It's time to start clearing monsters. Follow me. Jiang Yue didn't react in time. Lu Xingyuan looked at the distorted monster in the distance. Twisted Tree Spirit Common. Level 5. Health 400. Attack 22. Skill Old Tree Roots. Stab it with one blow. 155. Equipped with the inheritance quality equipment proof of a true man gifted by Jiang Yuli. Lu Xingyuan's attack power significantly increased. 3 strikes easily dispatch a Twisted Tree Spirit. This isn't even his full power yet. After taking damage, his attributes will increase further. Ding, you have killed the Twisted Tree Spirit. Experience points plus 10. The experience points gained from killing monsters are far from comparable to those of a professional. However, the problem is that there are many monsters, and they tend to gather in groups. Lu Xingyuan charged directly toward the monster gathering area. With a ferocity even greater than the monsters themselves, he began to charge recklessly through the monster's stronghold. Ding, you have killed the Twisted Tree Spirit. Experience plus 10. Ding, you have killed the twisted tree spirit. Experience plus 10. Charge forward relentlessly. No matter what monsters stood in your way or how many there were, Lu Xingyuan never hesitated for a moment. He let the monster's attacks land on his body. He never retreated. He only attacked relentlessly. Kill, 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 kill. This was a one-sided slaughter. Lu Xingyuan had no idea how many monsters he had killed, until a notification sound rang out. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 6, all attributes plus 10. All attributes plus 10. His health points increased once again. Zhang Yue was also killing monsters. With her powerful combat skills and superior equipment, engaging in a fierce battle of wits and strength against the monsters, she managed to defeat a twisted tree spirit in a grueling battle against a higher level enemy. Turning around, Zhang Yue discovered that this gathering spot for twisted tree spirits had already been cleared out by Lu Xingyuan. Looking at the blood-stained figure in the distance, Zhang Yuli couldn't help but shiver. That's way too extreme. This guy. Whether in her past life or this one, Zhang Yue had never encountered such a terrifying existence. She finally understood why the odds of the bet were so high. It was all because of this guy's existence. Who the hell can kill him? Witnessing Lu Xingyuan's monster-killing speed. At this moment, the reborn female gambling goddess felt a sudden sense of relief. Because she was on the same side as Lu Xingyuan. Of course, if Zhang Yue knew that Lu Xingyuan had been thinking whether to make a mistake, cut her a few times, and loot her gear, she probably wouldn't have thought that way. Lu Xingyuan picked up a ring gleaming with bronze light from the ground. Dance of light bracelet. Quality, gold. Wear requirements, level 5 or above. Effect, restores 3 HP per second. Oh my. Luck's on my side. I actually got a rare item. Accessories have a relatively low drop rate, I guess. But this equipment actually has some decent effects. It restores 3 HP per second. That's pretty high, isn't it? You know, a normal level 5 character only has a few hundred HP. 3 HP restored per second is pretty outrageous. But it's pretty useless for Lu Xingyuan. It might even be that the rate at which my maximum health increases is faster than the health you're restoring. Put away the equipment. Lu Xingyuan turned to look at Zhang Yue. Next, we'll challenge the boss. Seeing Lu Xingyuan's serious expression, Zhang Yuli's lips twitched slightly. Boss? Do you even know who the real boss is? Chapter 19, SSS Ranked Evaluation, Exclusive Territory. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wave after wave of heat swept toward them from the dark, dense forest ahead. The branches and leaves that had been silent in the darkness were suddenly ignited by a fierce flame. A thick, menacing vine emerges from the depths of the dense forest, indiscriminately lashing out at everything around it. Boss Mad Flaming Ancient Tree Mutated. Level, 10. Health, 5213. Attack power, 99. Skills, Old Tree Roots, Natural Power, Blazing Thorns. Is this the mutant Lord Boss? If too many adventurers die in the dungeon, the boss has a chance to mutate. Mutated Lord Bosses are not only stronger, but also have a higher drop rate, potentially yielding more valuable gear. When it comes to health bars, I've never been afraid. Lu Xingyuan didn't care. He charged forward with his sword raised. Bang! The blood-stained long sword in Lu Xingyuan's hand transformed into a long spear. It pierced through the vines of the flaming ancient tree and sank into its core. 305. A weak point attack deals additional damage. Although the flaming ancient tree is a boss with higher attributes, it still retains the weaknesses of its species. Its speed is too slow. Lu Xingyuan stabbed it 3 times in a row. The menacing vine finally lashed out. 191. Zhang Yue raised her eyebrows slightly. The damage from the flaming ancient tree is quite high. Even ordinary practitioners, even if they're equipped with decent gear, can't withstand more than a few hits. But the next moment, Zhang Yue saw that exaggerated scene again. After enduring several consecutive attacks, Lu Xingyuan's health bar had only dropped by an imperceptible fraction. Then, plus 105, plus 105, plus 105, plus. Several green health regeneration bars appeared consecutively. He was fully healed again. Abnormal, abnormal, this is truly abnormal. Zhang Yue could only use those 2 words to describe the scene before her. Sure enough, this guy was the real boss. Lu Xingyuan didn't find anything wrong with it. He had long since grown accustomed to the allure of such numbers. The life points of the flaming ancient tree were still quite high. The 2 bosses were just trading blows. Lu Xingyuan decided not to dodge or avoid them. He stood his ground and fought the flaming ancient tree head-on. Seeing this increasingly exaggerated scene, Zhang Yuli was completely overwhelmed. She, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the human race in her previous life, Whether it was legendary tier, epic tier professions, or mythical tier professions, hidden professions. She had seen it all. But she had never seen anyone just standing there and taking on a boss like this. The ancient flame tree, with its brain smaller than a walnut, seemed to sense something was amiss. It began to wildly unleash its skills. Old tree roots. Natural power. Fiery thorns. Lu Xingyuan remained standing there. He let the skills of the fiery ancient tree strike his body, allowing the fiery inferno to consume his body. Thorns littered the ground. He continued to attack the flaming ancient tree, strike after strike. The intense attacks brought excruciating pain. The ancient tree's skills were forcibly interrupted. Doesn't he feel the pain? What kind of monster is this? A mutated adventure-level boss. In Lu Xingyuan's hands, it's like an infant who hasn't even reached the age of 1 month. This scene once again shattered Jian Yuli's understanding. She felt fortunate once again. Now we're part of the same guild, allies in the same faction. This reborn Valkyrie was actually feeling genuine fear toward a novice adventurer. During the battle, the health points of the flaming ancient tree were steadily decreasing at a slow yet constant rate. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan's health fluctuated slightly. It remained almost fully restored at all times. Soon, the flame ancient tree's health finally reached 0. The final blow, completely emptying the flame ancient tree's health bar. Ding, congratulations, boss. You have defeated the lord of the flaming ancient tree despite being a lower level. Experience points plus 1010. Ding, congratulations on securing the first kill of Lord Mad Flame Ancient Tree, experience points doubled, experience points plus 1010. You have received an SSS rank evaluation. This dungeon will be permanently closed. You have made a significant contribution to humanity. Would you like to announce this citywide? Yes. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Send it to me, send it multiple times. Everyone has already crossed over. Don't act cool. Are you going to make me walk around in fancy clothes at night? Hiding my profession is just because Lu Xingyuan isn't strong enough yet. It's just closing a dungeon portal. What else there to hide? Luo City. Suddenly, a loud bell tolled, echoing throughout the city. Citywide announcement. Lu Xingyuan led a team to successfully clear the Deep Forest dungeon today and achieved an SSS-rated perfect score. This has contributed to the survival of humanity. Citywide announcement. Lu Xingyuan led his team to successfully clear the Deep Forest dungeon for the first time today. The professionals still stationed around the Deep Forest dungeon. One by one, they stared in disbelief. What the hell? What's going on? How did someone suddenly clear it? Someone actually defeated that boss? SSS-rated score. Not only did you clear the level, but you permanently closed this dungeon. That's amazing. Third middle school, class 4 of senior 3, many students were also paying attention to the Deep Forest dungeon. After all, the same boss from the beginner's dungeon had appeared here. But they never expected that the first to clear the Deep Forest dungeon would be Lu Xingyuan. Goodness. This guy is so overpowered. Not our guy? Lu Go has no hair. Insane, truly insane. You should know that the hidden profession team led by Jiang Yue was eliminated quickly. Lu Xingyuan actually beat the game. That's so perverted. Game Administration Bureau. Upon hearing this city-wide announcement, all members froze in their tracks. This can't be true. Everyone was completely baffled. According to data analysis, they had conducted multiple simulations. Professionals below level 10 had no chance of clearing the stage. But now, reality was staring them in the face. Someone has cleared it. And with an SSS-rated score. Close this dungeon instance immediately. Bring this professional named Lu Xingyuan to see me. From the main seat, Vela's fiery red lips parted slightly. Ding, congratulations. You have completed the first run of the Deep Forest dungeon. Reward, plus 10 free attribute points, 1 diamond tier lord's weapon, and 10,000 gold coins. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Unlike the newbie dungeon, this was the true reward for clearing the dungeon for the first time. The 10 free attribute points were directly added to the base stats. The exclusive weapon dropped by the lord comes with a lord skill. Only the first kill guarantees a 100% drop rate. Subsequent kills have a very low drop rate. Fiery armor. Quality, diamond grade lord. Equipment level, none. Effect 1, plus 100 health. Effect 2, plus 4 HP per second. Skill, sacrifice flames. Burns 10 HP per second and deals double damage to surrounding enemies. Cannot be used when health is below 10%. Lu Xingyuan rolled his eyes. The attributes of this so-called lord's weapon are way too underwhelming. Both effects are pretty useless. The only useful one is the sacrifice flames. Unfortunately, the damage is too low. Better than nothing. Lu Xingyuan still decided to equip this item. Just then, Jiang Yue walked over. Here, this is for you. She wanted to become Lu Xingyuan's teammate. True teammates. Teammates who could trust each other with their lives. Because, in Jiang Yue's memory, the future of this world held no hope. Lu Xingyuan's strength seemed to give her a glimmer of hope. Lu Xingyuan, what is that? Divine hiding ring. Quality, epic. Where requirements, 50 spirit. Unique effect, divine hide. Can disguise your own class panel. Any perception or detection methods of a lower quality than this equipment cannot break the invisibility disguise. Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened. This equipment was exactly what he needed. Although Lu Xingyuan had concealed his own occupational information, there were still many detection methods that could bypass it, especially for those of higher ranks. It was no different from being completely exposed. This issue has always been a concern for Lu Xingyuan. The divine hiding ring completely resolved this concern. Lu Xingyuan looked at the school beauty. Consider this your protection fee for the past 6 months. Zhang Yuli was so angry she laughed. This bastard has such a terrible temper. Don't misunderstand. I just think you're a powerful ally and don't want you to die easily. I hope we can become true teammates. Lu Xingyuan had originally planned to accidentally hurt her again and humiliate Zhang Yue once more. But now, the other party has voluntarily handed over their equipment. So consider it. I'll let you off this time. Just then, another notification sound rang out. Ding, you have discovered an unclaimed territory. Do you wish to activate the main city order mythic tier to convert the current area into your exclusive territory? Chapter 20, The Blood King. Yes. The main city order, shimmering with multicolored light, automatically flew out. The next second, waves of white smoke surged out from the main city edict. It eventually coalesced into a massive fortress constructed entirely of white jade. Above the 100-meter-wide city gates, 4 large characters appeared. Bloodthirsty Royal Court. The entire city was shrouded in a thin mist, resembling a fairyland. Within the city walls stood numerous ancient-style buildings, along with a massive, opulent mansion belonging to the city lord. Lu Xingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He never imagined that he would one day possess his own main city. From now on, he would be able to teleport into the main city of the Blood King's court at any time using the city lord's decree. This can be considered a shelter. Even if the boss's profession is exposed and targeted, Lu Xingyuan can still teleport to the main city of the Blood King's court. Ding, congratulations! You now have your own territory, and the boss's name has been automatically changed to Blood King. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Apprentice. Quality unknown. Level, 610%. Strength, 70. Agility 70. Stamina 700. Spirit 70. Health points primary attribute, 11,519. Mana 700. Exclusive skills Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline. General skills Phantom Sword Technique, Shadow Chain. Equipment proof of a true man heirloom, Divine Hiding Ring Epic, Flaming Armor Diamond. Reputation your infamy is unknown to all. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan's attribute information has undergone some changes. So, only bosses with territories have names, huh? Zhang Yue, who entered the main city of the Blood King's court alongside him, also widened her eyes. Like a curious child. Looking left and right. This is a mythical tier main city, after all. In her previous life, she had only seen it a few times. A mythical tier main city, it's truly luxurious. She had come to terms with it. The main city order had been destroyed by that scoundrel Lu Xingyuan. But now she had entered this main city herself. In a way, her main city order wasn't lost. As a gambling god, she has quite a knack for comforting herself. Lu Xingyuan and the others returned to the real world and heard someone knocking on the door. Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Li Wei Gang from the Special Operations Unit. A muscular man presented his credentials. Our director would like to invite you to come with us. Do you have time? Lu Xingyuan waved him off. No, thank you. If you're asking about that special boss, I don't know anything either. I've never even encountered that boss. I used my invisibility ability to avoid it. He gave a brief explanation. Lu Xingyuan turned and left. He was in a hurry to sell his equipment and go to the hospital. Treasure Pavilion. There was someone familiar to Lu Xingyuan in the hall. Lu Guanya was in the silver equipment sales area, hesitating. Can you make this chest plate a bit cheaper? Just 500 gold coins, please. I'm a student. The sales clerk beside him shook her head expressionlessly. For 500 gold coins. He actually spent half an hour haggling here. The saleswoman's smile froze on her face. I'm sorry, sir, but no items in our treasure hall are negotiable. Just then, the young lady noticed someone else walking in through the door. Upon recognizing the person, her eyes lit up immediately. Mr. Lu, hello. I'll have our lady come out right away. The waiter didn't even look back as he rushed upstairs. Lu Guangyao, standing nearby, spotted Lu Xingyuan. He felt extremely embarrassed. His face alternated between pale and red, as if he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Soon, Hua Jin, dressed in a plain-colored cheongsam, descended the stairs from upstairs. The simple attire perfectly accentuated her exaggerated curves. Mr. Lu, congratulations on completing the first connection to the depths of the forest. You're quite the sensation now. Lu Xingyuan nodded. Miss Hua Jin, you're too kind. As usual, I have some equipment that needs to be handled. As he spoke, a pile of equipment clattered out of the storage device. Hua Jin looked at the mountain of equipment in front of her and was completely dumbfounded. This, so much? Lu Xingyuan had obtained the announcement of the first clear in the depths of the dark forest, and Hua Jin had heard it. But he never expected that this time's haul would be even greater than last time. Moreover, there were quite a few silver quality items among them. There were even several pieces of gold quality equipment. My goodness. Mr. Lu, are these also loot? Hua Jin had seen many adventurers who had completed the first clear. But he had never seen anyone come back with such a bountiful haul. It feels like they went on a raid. Lu Xingyuan nodded slightly. Name your price. Several service attendants nearby had already begun counting the equipment. Lu Xingyuan pulled out a few more pieces of golden quality equipment. War Wolf shoulder guards. Dark claws. Exploding hammer. These are 7 pieces of gold quality equipment. Lu Xingyuan finally pulled out the Furious Wolf greatsword. This sword sold for 1 million last time, this time it's 1.5 million. Hua Jin? May I ask for clarification? Lu Xingyuan laughed, because the last person who bought the Mad Wolf greatsword was a fool who valued face over everything else. If you show him this sword, he'd be willing to pay 3 million. Mr. Lu really knows how to do business. Hua Jin has learned a lot. Then I'll follow Mr. Lu's lead. Hua Jin's flowers trembled with excitement. Lu Xingyuan kept his eyes straight ahead, his heart unmoved. He stared calmly at the 2 fluttering rabbits. This woman is truly remarkable. The waitress who just served us was called Hua Jin. She must be one of the higher-ups in the treasure pavilion. She must be a wealthy woman. If she were to be exposed, the loot might not match Jiang Yue's, but it wouldn't be too shabby either. Soon, all the equipment was accounted for. Bronze grade equipment, 61 pieces, totaling 210,000. Silver grade equipment, 28 pieces, totaling 2.8 million. Although there were only 8 pieces of gold tier equipment, their total value reached 9.21 million. As usual, since it's currently the job change season, lower tier equipment commands an additional premium. Hua Jin settled an additional 10% for Lu Xingyuan. Bank account credited with 13,442,000 yuan. After receiving the payment notification, Lu Xingyuan smiled. Mr. Hua Jin is so generous. I'll come back again next time. Hua Jin nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain. Then Hua Jin will be waiting here for Mr. Lu. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lu, this is a gift for you. Thank you for choosing Zenbeige. After leaving Jinbao Pavilion, Lu Xingyuan opened the box Hua Jin had given him. Inside was a crystal clear ring. Storage ring. Quality, gold. Effect, a storage ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Note, once bound, cannot be dropped. There's also a note. A storage ring with a capacity of 20 cubic meters, it might not be enough next time. Hua Jin. V. A gold grade storage item worth millions, and she just gave it to herself. This woman named Hua Jin. She's so generous in every way. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but whistle in admiration. He hailed a taxi and headed to the hospital. With this money, it should be enough to treat that dog. Watching Lu Xingyuan's departing figure, Lu Guanyao clenched his fists. He had been ignored. From the moment Lu Xingyuan entered the door until he left, he never once looked at him. At the same time, in a luxurious mansion, Jiang Yue was comfortably reclining in a chair, enjoying some lychees. Young master, the heirs of our family have always joined the top guilds. Why did you choose to join this newly formed guild? Moreover, although Lu Xingyuan has some strength and secured the first clear of 2 dungeons, but at the end of the day, he's just an upstart with no connections. His future prospects are bleak. Jiang Yue didn't even bother to look up. I act according to my own principles, why should I follow others? In my previous life, she had seen all kinds of geniuses. In the end, facing those things in the abyss that were more terrifying than monsters. Weren't they all doomed to die? But Lu Xingyuan is different. His profession was too powerful. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, he will become a key figure in resisting the abyss. But there's one more crucial point. The gambler, strictly speaking, is not a combat class. It is better suited for support roles. In his previous life, he simply couldn't find teammates who were strong enough and could trust each other. Lu Xingyuan. thinking of that back view that was more ferocious than monsters in battle. Zhang Yuli's lips curled into a smile. Hospital. A nurse approached and offered to guide Lu Xingyuan. The intensive care unit, it's a bit special. I'll take you there myself. The nurse, though wearing a mask, couldn't hide her bright red ears. Mr. Lu, hello? My name is Lu Ying. I recall that Mr. Lu is still in school, right? Do you have any future plans? To become a combat professional. A combat professional? I have many friends who have also chosen this path. This nurse was clearly very interested in Lu Xingyuan. Not only did she keep initiating conversations, she also kept glancing at him from time to time. Under the nurse's guidance, Lu Xingyuan arrived at a special care ward. There were no hospital beds inside the ward. Instead, there was a massive transparent column filled with a green liquid. A creature that was both intelligent and handsome floated quietly within it. Air Ha. Level 10. Health points 6,000. Attack power 66. Skill Wolf Howl. This was the last safeguard left for him by his parents before they died. But Lu Xingyuan never expected. The attributes of the 2nd Battalion commander were so powerful. Even stronger than the mutated overlord he had just slain, the flaming ancient tree. This was already a boss-level existence. Logically speaking, the predecessor should have become a powerful professional with the 2nd Battalion commander's assistance. To become a powerful professional. Unfortunately, no one could have anticipated that while the 2nd Battalion commander returned alive, he was also poisoned. The predecessor used all the money from his family to save the 2nd Company commander's life. Could you give me your phone number? If there's any issues with your pet, I'll keep you updated. The nurse seemed a bit nervous. She obtained Lu Xingyuan's phone number. The nurse hopped over and called the doctor for Lu Xingyuan. The attending physician for the 2nd Company commander was a stern middle-aged man who rarely smiled. Its vital signs are growing weaker by the minute. Have you considered that continuing to live might also be a form of suffering for it? The treatment costs 10 million. It's too expensive. The hospital's recommendation is conservative treatment. The 2nd Battalion commander had been here for several years. At first, he was still quite strong, but now he's nothing but skin and bones. There's no point in prolonging its suffering. Doctors are well aware of Lu Xingyuan's family circumstances and that they cannot afford this expense. That's why they recommended conservative treatment. Lu Xingyuan handed the doctor a bank card and said calmly, "There's 11 million here. If it's not enough, just ask me for more." Earning money is no big deal for Lu Xingyuan these days. 10 million? No big deal. The doctor was stunned. Are you really going to spend 10 million to save a pet? Are you sure? The surgery carries some risks, and to be honest, it's just a pet. No matter how you look at it, spending millions on a pet isn't worth it. Lu Xingyuan, in many cases, pets are more reliable than people. Chapter 21, Can she eat something this good? Pushing the 2nd Company commander into the operating room, Lu Xingyuan went to the rooftop alone. Staring at the pitch-black night sky, he stood there in a daze. He had only been in this world for 2 days. He didn't know if it was because of the fusion with his previous life's memories, or because he had imagined this scenario countless times before. In any case, he adapted quickly. In just 2 days, the things he experienced were more thrilling than an entire lifetime in his previous life. It was all so much more interesting. Unlike his previous life, where he was just a nobody hiding in the corner playing video games. In this life, he could effortlessly accomplish things others couldn't. He could wield immense power, wealth. Lu Xingyuan loved this feeling. So he must become stronger. He wants to see higher vistas. Next, he must find a way to recruit more professionals. Only then could he become stronger. Buzz buzz. The vibration of his phone snapped Lu Xingyuan back to reality. It was the class group chat. Someone was calling him. Congratulations to Lu Xingyuan, the big shot, for breaking another first clear record. Lu Xingyuan is so awesome. I heard the boss teamed up with the school beauty to do it. Is that true? Of course it's true. I seriously doubt they're together. Don't doubt it. I saw Zhang Yue go to Lu Xingyuan's house. These two are definitely hooking up. That's so intense? Whereas the main character? Come out and defend yourself. When the conversation turned to topics related to professionals, the class group chat fell silent. When the topic turned to gossip, everyone was eager to dive into the conversation. They were all excited beyond belief. Lu Xingyuan immediately typed, "Can she eat something this good?" Then he closed the chat window. On the other side, Zhang Yue saw that the other students in the class had linked her to that clueless guy who didn't know how to treat a lady. She was already in a bad mood. Then she saw the message Lu Xingyuan had sent. Zhang Yue flew into a rage. "Lu Xingyuan, I'll kill you. This bastard. The men chasing after this lady have been lining up from the previous life all the way to this one. And you dare to look down on me. Lu Xingyuan pulled out the main city order and moved his thoughts. His entire body vanished on the spot. The Blood King's main city. He looked at Jiang Yuli, who appeared almost simultaneously before him. Lu Xingyuan froze in place. He had just insulted her in the group chat and now they were face to face. It was indeed a bit awkward. Therefore, he exercised the authority of the city lord. He had Jiang Yue locked up outside the city lord's mansion. Ignoring Jiang Yuli's curses, Lu Xingyuan observed the various luxurious decorations inside the city lord's mansion. An ancient imperial palace would probably look no different. Now all that's missing are a few people to massage his legs, give him a massage, and warm the bed. As the boss, having such a request isn't too much to ask, is it? Lu Xingyuan lay on the bed, just about to take a nap. Suddenly, the storage ring on his finger began to glow. The next moment, a warning sound echoed throughout the entire main city. Ding, Abyss invaders are approaching. Please prepare at all times. Ding, Abyss invaders are about to arrive. Please prepare at all times. A series of alert sounds echoed throughout the entire Blood King's court main city. Lu Xingyuan immediately rushed out of the city lord's mansion. Jiang Yuli knew that the matter was urgent and began to explain. Every main city will endure countless sieges. Generally speaking, the strength of the attacking monsters increases from weak to strong. The first wave of attacking monsters is very weak. Our combined strength is more than enough to handle them. Lu Xingyuan nodded. The two quickly arrived at the city gates. Through the gray mist, they could see a swarm of twisted monsters gathering not far from the main city. They were all humanoid monsters. However, each one was extremely terrifying. Their bodies were covered in rotting flesh, resembling desiccated corpses. Even from a great distance, the two could still smell the nauseating stench. This monster, something's wrong. Jiang Yue furrowed her brows. Lu Xingyuan also saw the monster's information. Mutant cannibal. Level, 9. Health, 500. Attack power, 21. Skills, tear wound, mutation. What a weak set of stats. These mutated ogres are all level 9. However, their attributes are pitifully low, comparable to those of level 5 monsters. All monsters have the mutation prefix. Their skills also include a skill named mutated. What does mutation mean? Lu Xingyuan had never heard of it before. Jiang Yuli's expression grew unusually serious. Degeneration. How is that possible? In his previous life, the mutated monsters didn't appear until 10 years later. Why has it appeared 10 years earlier in this lifetime? If humanity must now face mutated monsters at this stage, the situation will be infinitely more dangerous than in my previous life. A few days ago, Jiang Yue, who had just discovered her rebirth, was overjoyed. She once believed that she was the chosen one destined to save the world. The child of destiny. The savior. But the truth turned out to be different. This world was not the same as the one she had known before. Many unexpected things happened. For example, Lu Xingyuan. And these mutated monsters that arrived 10 years earlier than expected. Watching the cannibalistic monsters approaching, Jiang Yue quickly explained. Mutations are a very special kind of power. They possess the ability to kill people directly. If you are killed by a monster with the mutation trait in the game world, you will truly die in the real world. These are true monsters. Be extremely careful. Lu Xingyuan widened his eyes in surprise. Monsters that can actually kill people in the game world. This was indeed terrifying. But these monsters' stats were too low. Plus, they have no ranged attack methods, so they pose no threat to him. Lu Xingyuan charged straight out of the city gates. He charged toward the gathering of hundreds of monsters, attacking them head-on. A massive amount of crimson blood energied from within his body. A 2-meter-long horse slaughtering sword was gripped in his hand and swung down with force. Boom! Killed a level 9 mutated cannibal demon, experience points plus 100. Killed a level 9 mutated cannibal, experience plus 100. Killing monsters of a higher level yields an unimaginably high amount of experience points. While Lu Xingyuan was attacking the monsters are also attacking him. However, Lu Xingyuan's lost health is instantly restored. These monsters could not pose any threat to Lu Xingyuan. The characteristics of the Slayer class are completely meaningless to Lu Xingyuan. Jiang Yuli also jumped down from the city wall. I'll help you. Don't come. Lu Xingyuan's expression grew more serious than ever. Your health is too low, it's dangerous. I'll kill the monsters, you defend the city. Seeing Jiang Yue retreat back into the city gates, Lu Xingyuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Trying to steal my experience. No way. At the city gates, Jiang Yue watched Lu Xingyuan alone, battling against thousands of monsters. She stood frozen in place. He was protecting me. Jiang Yue was moved and immediately threw the spear she was holding at him. Take this poisonous spear and use it first. Poisonous Spear Legendary Grade. Level 1. Effect 1, Strength plus 20. Effect 2, attacks deal poison damage, causing ongoing damage. With this handy weapon, Lu Xingyuan immediately began his dragon-like rampage. Wherever he went, only shattered corpses and various dismembered limbs remain. Although these monsters have low attributes, they were all level 9 monsters, and their density is extremely high. Killing them is incredibly satisfying. While slaughtering the cannibalistic demons, Lu Xingyuan's experience bar is also growing at an extremely terrifying rate. In just a short while, a white light rose from Lu Xingyuan's body. Leveled up. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Apprentice. Quality unknown. Level, 70%. Strength 80. Agility 80. Stamina 800. Spirit 80. Health points primary attribute, 12,519. Mana 800. Exclusive skills Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline. General skills Phantom Sword Technique, Shadow Chain. Equipment proof of a true man heirloom, Divine Hide Ring Epic, Flaming Armor Diamond. Reputation Your infamy is unknown to all. This leveling speed is way too satisfying. Good thing I didn't let Zhang Yue share the experience. Lu Xingyuan continued to slaughter the monsters. Just as he was enjoying the slaughter, swish! A sharp dagger suddenly appeared. With a piercing whistle, it plunged into Lu Xingyuan's chest. But 331. Damn it, an assassin. That's so much damage? Lu Xingyuan snapped out of his daze, and his health was already fully restored. He had been too engrossed in killing monsters and hadn't noticed at all that an assassin had sneaked up on him while invisible. Looking at the professional who had broken the stealth skill in front of him, Lu Xingyuan's expression grew increasingly solemn. This professional was very slim and tall. He held a blood-stained dagger in his hand. His armor, which was noticeably larger than his body, was torn and tattered. His sunken face bore eyes as dry and shriveled as raisins. Wrinkled. They also emit an eerie blue glow. A diseased assassin. Chapter 22, The Game World is Sick. Even the professionals. Mutated assassin. Quality, high. Level, 9. Health, 1,300. Attack power, 139. Skills, mutation, invisibility, critical strike. What the hell is this thing? If it weren't for the information panel displaying the class panel text, Lu Xingyuan would never believe this was human. A mutated assassin, fully equipped, not a single item missing. His attributes were also extremely high. Those icy blue eyes still held a murderous intent. He was different from the other mutated ogres. This assassin possessed intelligence. Earlier, he sneaked up unnoticed and directly attacked Lu Xingyuan's heart, inflicting massive critical damage. If it had been an ordinary professional, a single blow like that, there would be no chance of survival. But Lu Xingyuan is different. During the few seconds they were locked in combat, his health had already fully recovered. Feeling like a boss is truly satisfying. Just then, the mutated assassin let out a roar. Damn intruder, die! Lu Xingyuan froze for a moment. It can speak. Clearly, you're the invader, aren't you? Shadow chains. In the next instant, black chains emerged from the ground. They bound the mutated assassin tightly. Strike while the iron is hot. 135. 141. 199. Stab after stab after stab. 10 blows in total. Finally, it was completely slain. Ding! Defeated the mutated assassin. Reward, experience plus 200. Health plus 1%. Health bonus. Lu Xingyuan widened his eyes. Right. Mutated professionals are also professionals. Can trigger Blood Forge, increasing health by 1%. Plus double experience points. Plus killing enemies of higher levels. The experience points are also very generous. This is a gift from heaven. Lu Xingyuan looked up at the incoming tide of zombies. Ordinary ogres have already been wiped out in large numbers. Among the remaining monsters were numerous mutated professionals. At the city gates, Zhang Yuli's eyes flickered with fear. Mutated professionals? Not only have mutated monsters appeared, but mutated professionals as well. Lu Xingyuan, come back quickly. These mutated professionals may possess special abilities. With the city walls as protection, we can fight a prolonged battle. It's not that Zhang Yuli is scared. It's just that only she has experienced true terror. In her previous life, she had already become one of the strongest warriors of the human race. The reason for her death was precisely these mutated professionals. To be precise, from her generation of professionals onwards, the next decade was hailed as the golden age of human professionals. Powerful professions emerged one after another. Along with their strength, numerous dungeon portals were forcibly sealed. In this virtual reality invasion war, humanity had already gained an absolute advantage. Just as humanity glimpsed the dawn of victory, a massive horde of mutated professionals, leading hordes of monsters, burst out of the dungeon portals. They are powerful and bloodthirsty. They fear no pain and possess extraordinary intelligence. Everything humanity had fought to protect for centuries was reduced to ashes in just half a year. Jiang Yue also perished in the chaos. Though she did not witness the scene, Jiang Yue was certain the entire human civilization would be destroyed as a result. These mutated professionals possessed the power to destroy the world. Before her were professionals who could increase their life points as rewards. How could Lu Xingyuan possibly choose to leave at such a critical moment? He kicked the corpse of the mutated assassin aside with a single kick. He picked up a piece of equipment. Ding! You have obtained the Abyss Gaze set chest guard. Looted gear? And it's a set? Abyss Gaze set. Grade, Dark Gold. Effect 1, Counterattack. All lost health will be converted into damage for your next attack. Maximum 1000 points. Effect 2, while wearing this set in the Abyss, the chance of being attacked increases. When you gaze into the Abyss also gazes upon you. To be honest, this set's effects are pretty impressive. At least for Lu Xingyuan. It works very well. You might want to try collecting some. After defeating this mutated professional, the mutated ogres around you have all fallen silent. Ding! You have successfully defended your main city during the monster invasion. Do you wish to continue challenging a higher difficulty? Yes. As Lu Xingyuan answered. From the black mist, a series of withered mutated professionals emerged. Their sunken eyes all stared intently at Lu Xingyuan. It was a bit unsettling. You scared me. All of you, go to hell. Mutated Mage. Level 9. Health 800. Attack 51. Skill Fireball. A fragile mage dares to get so close? Lu Xingyuan grabbed his spear and stabbed forward. Headshot. 355. 319. 207. The shriveled skull exploded completely. Bone fragments mixed with rotting flesh scattered in all directions. Wrinkled, shriveled eyeballs also rolled onto the ground. Ding, you have killed the mutated mage. Experience plus 200, health plus 1%. Ding, you have killed the mutated holy knight. Experience plus 300, health plus 1%. Ding, you have killed the mutated tailor. Since it was a higher level kill, plus the double reward for killing a professional, the experience points were quite substantial. Lu Xingyuan relied on his long health bar and powerful health regeneration. These mutated professionals, though intelligent, but they were mostly average. They have no understanding of teamwork. Apart from a few control skills, they are unable to inflict any significant damage on Lu Xingyuan, despite the firepower of these mutated professionals. Forcing a kill. Soon. 2 more pieces of equipment dropped. Ding, you have obtained the Abyss Gaze set helmet. Ding. You have obtained the Abyss Gaze set shoes. After defeating over 50 mutated professionals, a white light appeared. Ding. You have leveled up to level 8, with all attributes increased by plus 10. Main attributes have been boosted by 10 times. Leveled up. In addition to the overall attribute boost, the most significant change is the massive increase in health points. Health points 644. Finally starting to look like a boss should. Health points are now nearly 20,000. Health regeneration, 186 per second. In 100 seconds, you can fully restore 18,000 health points. The current Lu Xingyuan has officially joined the ranks of the undead. The monster siege has come to an end. The mutated professionals, accompanied by other monsters, began to depart. Not friends? You hit me and now you want to leave? It's not that easy. Just one more level and I can advance to the next stage. Plus, the Abyss Gaze set is still missing 2 pieces. I have to keep grinding. Even though I'm already exhausted, as a true dedicated player, Lu Xingyuan is fearless. He is ready to hunt down these mutated professionals. Chapter 23, Continuous Leveling Up, First Tier Advancement Quest. Game Administration Bureau. Tang Hao entered the office with a sense of unease. Sir, the boss, Lu Xingyuan, refuses to come. Vera slowly opened her eyes. Dare to refuse me? It's been a long time since anyone dared to refuse my invitation. Just then, another person forcefully burst in. Boss, it's bad. Mutant energy has been detected within the city. The person was so scared that his face turned completely pale. Vera immediately grew serious. Mutant energy. Could it be that the mutated force is really about to descend upon Luo City? Vera had been recently assigned to Luo City. Her mission was to investigate matters related to the mutated monsters. Not long ago, across the globe, newly emerged dungeons began to harbor mutated monsters. These monsters possess highly unique abilities. They can directly kill professional players within the dungeon world. This power is too terrifying. If the number of mutated monsters continues to grow, it will spell the end of humanity. The last time they appeared within the borders of Xia Kingdom was 3 years ago. At that time, several professional adventurers died in the dungeon. The bloodthirsty court. The light on the demon stone held by Lu Xingyuan slowly faded. With the demon stone's energy gone, has the siege ended? But there were still many mutated professionals leaving. We can't just stand by and watch them leave. Leave the remaining scattered monsters to Zhang Yue. Lu Xingyuan began to chase after them at full speed. Mutated Knight. Level 9. Health 1800. Attack 71. Skill Horseback Combat. These escaped mutated professionals generally possess higher intelligence. They are also more powerful. But Lu Xingyuan has also leveled up. Plus the combined effects of Proof of a True Man and the legendary Poisonous Spear. Attack power temporarily surges to 340. One strike. 610. Directly piercing the knight's main artery. Double weak electricity damage. A few strikes and he was slain. Lu Xingyuan continued to pursue and eliminate the other mutated professionals. These mutated professionals seemed to have been summoned by some force. At first, they simply fled. They refused to engage Lu Xingyuan in combat. It wasn't until they were a considerable distance from the main city that they began to actively attack Lu Xingyuan. A dozen or so mutated professionals. A normal dungeon party would have at most 5 professionals. Lu Xingyuan had never faced so many professionals at once. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan had already eliminated many of them beforehand. Otherwise, this wave would have been quite troublesome. Mutated Minotaur Warrior. Mutated Frost Archer. Mutated Undead Warrior. One after another, different skills come crashing down. In an instant, Lu Xingyuan's health dropped by over 2,000. Lu Xingyuan fearlessly withstood the damage skills of combat-oriented classes. However, these support and tank classes posed a significant challenge to Lu Xingyuan. Because their skills all had control effects. These effects would hinder Lu Xingyuan's movements to some extent. This is so annoying. Lu Xingyuan swings his arm widely. Shadow chains. One after another, black chains flew out from the ground under Lu Xingyuan's control. They bound all the professionals with control abilities, immobilizing them completely. Then, kill the support first. Though it took a bit of effort. But the rate at which experience points increased was still extremely fast. After those few support professionals were slain, Lu Xingyuan finally felt a bit more at ease. Without any control skills, it was smooth sailing from there. Soon, over a dozen professionals were all slain. Lu Xingyuan's experience points and health bar both saw significant increases. Additionally, a large amount of equipment dropped. Rust-stained shield. Equipment requirements, level 8 or above. Grade, silver. Effect, strength +4, constitution +4. Rusted single-handed sword. Rotten magic cloak. Besides these few broken items, there's also one more item, a Biscay's set lower garment. This set is only missing the final piece. Lu Xingyuan continued to chase forward. Although there were no extra rewards for defeating enemies of a higher level. But Lu Xingyuan couldn't resist killing so many. He consecutively defeated several waves of mutated professionals and ogres. Health points 23955. Level 8 99.9%. Lu Xingyuan is about to level up again. At this moment, only 2 professionals remained before him. Mutated Ice Crystal Mage. Level 11 First Transformation. HP 1870. Attack Power 102. Skills, Ice Seal, Ice Armor, Ice Shatter, Ice Piercer. Degenerated Light Priest. Level 12 First Transformation. Health points 1290. Attack Power 44. Skills Light Healing. The remaining 2 individuals are classified according to the quality standards of human professions. They are both rare tier professions. Moreover, when these 2 mutated professionals gather their power, a white aura surrounds them. This is the characteristic of having completed the first transformation. Therefore, their attributes are higher than those of their peers of the same rank. Their intelligence is also higher. Most importantly, the Ice Mage possesses the control skills that Lu Xingyuan despises the most. His staff. It's also the most advanced-looking staff among all mutated classes. Lu Xingyuan won't wait for the enemy to control him first. Phantom Sword Technique. Using his last bit of mana, he summons a swordsman clone to take the damage. Lu Xingyuan followed closely behind. Bang! Bang! 138. 51. Lu Xingyuan and the swordsman's clone both hit the Ice Mage. However, just a second before the attack landed, an ice armor shield protected the Ice Mage. Whoosh! A dozen shards of ice shot out, striking Lu Xingyuan and the swordsman's clone. 91. 71. 90. 81. He dealt nearly 1,000 points of damage to Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. That's such high damage. Moreover, the Ice Mage's attack range is vast, and their speed is extremely fast. After being hit, the accompanying freezing effect slowed Lu Xingyuan's speed. There's no way to dodge it. Plus 239. Plus 239. Plus 239. Plus. Fortunately, his life recovery speed is faster. However, the frequency is not as high as the Ice Mage's Ice Shard. But skills eventually run out. The moment the Ice Mage's skill ended, Lu Xingyuan's health was fully restored. Ice Mage. Ignoring the Ice Mage's attacks, Lu Xingyuan and the swordsman's clone clashed, sword and blade. They quickly reduced the Ice Mage's health to below 50%. Health 931-1870. Victory seemed within reach. But just then, the Light Priest who had been hiding in the distance began to chant a spell. Light Healing. Plus 469. The Ice Mage's health was instantly restored to 50% of the health he had lost. Lu Xingyuan? This skill is awesome. Are you challenging me to a healing speed contest? Come on. Restricted by the Ice Mage's speed, Lu Xingyuan struggled to close the distance and forcefully kill the Light Priest hiding behind. However, he himself has nothing to fear. Since you want to die, I'll kill you first. Lu Xingyuan disregarded everything and charged after the Ice Mage, swinging his sword wildly. 3 seconds later, the ice armor shattered. 10 seconds later, his health was halved. 20 seconds later, the Light Priest began healing. 10 minutes later, the Ice Mage's terrifying eyes revealed a look of fear. Lu Xingyuan steps on his chest. But a poisonous spear pierces the skull. Then, he once again slew the Light Priest whose mana had been depleted. Killed a level 11 mutated Ice Mage, experience plus 200, health plus 1%. Killed a level 12 mutated Light Priest, experience plus 220, health plus 1%. At the same time, ding! You have reached level 9. All attributes plus 10. Primary attributes receive a 10x boost. Ding! Your level has reached 9. You can now undertake the first class transformation quest. Note, before completing the first job change quest, the level cap will remain at 10, and you will not be able to obtain any form of rewards. Ding! Please select a first job change quest from the boss. Chapter 24, Blood Demon. Core Class Abilities. Task 1, Evolve Phantom Sword Technique. Task 2, Shadow Chain. Active Selection? Lu Xingyuan paused for a moment. Ahead tasks aren't supposed to be completed first, then you get higher level skills based on the skill tree? This seems reasonable enough. After all, there had never been a boss class before. Therefore, there wouldn't be a skill tree specific to the boss class. In that case, one should be more cautious when learning general skills in the future. After some thought, Lu Xingyuan chose Phantom Sword Technique. Ding! Boss, Blood King has received the first tier advancement quest, Blood of the King. The King's blood possesses a powerful forbidden power. Please travel to the real world and find a monster willing to consume the Demon King's blood. It must be 100% willing. Coercion will result in mission failure. A mission in the real world? Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. This task seems a bit troublesome. But it must be completed. According to the rules, failing to complete the advancement task would cap his level at 10 and prevent him from receiving any form of reward. Whether it's experience points, skill gains, or team benefits. Nothing at all. Lu Xingyuan picked up the final piece of equipment from the Abyss Gaze alongside the Light Priest. Abyss Gaze Bracers. The set is complete. Lu Xingyuan returned to the main city of the Blood King's court. Upon returning to the Blood King's court, Jiang Yuli had already cleared out the remaining monsters. She was waiting here for Lu Xingyuan. Her level had also risen to level 5. However, Jiang Yui's gaze toward Lu Xingyuan was off. Even though you're the school beauty, I still have to warn you not to set your sights on this president's good looks. Lu Xingyuan spoke with righteous indignation. Jiang Yue. Although you are indeed very handsome, please don't be so self-absorbed. Did you forget something? You just left the main city area. Normally, professionals on Blue Star can only go to 2 places in the game world. One is the dungeon world. The other is the main city area established through the main city order. However, Lu Xingyuan had just left the main city area to chase after those mutated professionals. Lu Xingyuan was also taken aback. It might be because of my profession. After all, I'm a boss. Jiang Yuli frowned deeply, seeming to ponder something. Lu Xingyuan noticed that Jiang Yue had forgotten about the poisonous spear. He immediately returned to reality. On the roof of the hospital, Lu Xingyuan stretched lazily and looked toward the eastern sky, which was just beginning to lighten. The sky was almost bright. Another all-nighter. Just then, the young woman who had asked Lu Xingyuan for his phone number earlier called. There's been a complication during the surgery. Come to the hospital immediately. Lu Xingyuan. All traces of sleep vanished instantly, and he rushed downstairs as fast as he could. He arrived at the ward. He saw the second company commander lying on a bedsheet stained red with blood. The doctor sighed. "I'm sorry. Mr. Liu, we did our best." Lu Xingyuan took a deep breath. "Get out. Your emotions, we can." I said get out. A terrifying intent to kill swept through the room. Everyone in the ward felt as though they had been plunged into an icy abyss. No one could have imagined that this young man, who looked as handsome as a next-door neighbor, could unleash such terrifying intent to kill. Everyone fled the ward in a panic, scrambling and crawling their way out. His aura is so terrifying. Lu Xingyuan, he's really strong. Didn't you hear the announcement? After his class change, Lu Xingyuan cleared 2 dungeons in the instance world. That powerful? They say his class is very mysterious. No one knows what class he is. He must be really strong, otherwise there'd be no need to hide it. In the hospital room, Lu Xingyuan gently stroked Erha's head with his palm. Its life force was already very weak. Like a candle in the wind, it could extinguish at any moment. "I'm sorry. I couldn't keep that promise. But now, there's still a chance. Second company commander, are you willing to take a chance? I don't know if it's just an illusion." Lu Xingyuan sensed a fluctuation of energy emanating from the 2nd Battalion commander. "If you trust me, absorb this power. Come back to life, and I'll take you to see even greater heights." With a thought, a drop of crimson blood flew out from the center of Lu Xingyuan's forehead. It landed on the 2nd Company commander's forehead. With a dull thud, it felt as though boundless power erupted from within the 2nd Battalion commander's body. A crimson energy began to gather within the 2nd Battalion commander's body. The 2nd Battalion commander transformed into a blood-red cocoon. Bang! Bang bang! The blood cocoon pulsed violently in sync with the 2nd Battalion commander's heart. With each beat, the icy aura grew even stronger. Along with this force, an endless blood-red storm swirled around the 2nd Company commander, engulfing the entire ward. The tables, chairs, and benches inside the ward. Everything was obliterated by this terrifying force. What the hell is happening? That guy Lu Xingyuan isn't going to tear down the hospital, is he? It can't be that bad. Any surgery carries risks. If it fails, we can't be blamed. The lead surgeon was trembling all over. These days, being a doctor is a high-risk profession. Fortunately, things quickly calmed down. Just as everyone thought everything was over, the entire building shook slightly. A terrifying wolf-like howl echoed from the ward. "Damn it, a monster! There's a monster! The monsters are attacking the city! Run for your lives! Try to stay calm. Maybe, just maybe, it's Lu Xingyuan trying to demolish the hospital." The hospital was in complete chaos. In the ward, Lu Xingyuan calmly stared at the blood-soaked cocoon in front of him. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! Bang! Swish! A slash erupted from within. A massive half-beast creature tore through the blood cocoon, transforming into a blur. It charged straight out the window. Woo! A wolf's howl echoed through the hospital, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Under the moonlight, a massive figure over 2 meters 8 in height could be seen. A wolf's head on a human body. His body was wrapped in silver-gray armor, and a massive sword as wide as a door panel was slanted in the cloak on his back. Every inch of his body emanated a cold, murderous aura. Sword dog. Holy, that's one hell of a dog. Stop drooling over it. This is the boss. Boss Wolf Lord. Class, Sword Master. Quality, Rare. Level, 10. Health points, 12,318. Attack power, 60. Skills, Fierce Dog Roar, Draw Sword Slash, Fierce Dog Skysplitting Slash. Upon seeing the boss's attributes, everyone panicked. Damn it, it's a monster siege. Run for your lives. The boss has reached the hospital. Just as many were desperately fleeing. That tall, muscular boss slowly lowered its body. It knelt down on one knee. That head, filled with both charm and wisdom, also lowered. Lu Xingyuan stood with his hands in his pockets, the wind blowing his hair wildly. After being transformed by the king's blood, Erha was completely different. His skills had changed. His attack power had decreased. But his health has more than doubled. Plus, it's a boss with the abilities of a professional. Just like Lu Xingyuan. This is interesting. Wait a moment. Lu Xingyuan looked at his attribute panel. Health primary attribute, 24,636. The Wolf Lord's health attribute is exactly 50% of his own. Just like the Phantom Sword technique. The other attributes seem unrelated to Lu Xingyuan. Welcome back, 2nd Company Commander. Lu Xingrua patted Erha's head. Master. The 2nd Company Commander's voice was deep and his movements were clean and decisive. He gave off an air of reliability. Reliable Erha. Lu Xingyuan remained puzzled. Regardless, it counts as fulfilling the promise made to his predecessor. Ding, you have completed the first stage advancement task. You have obtained the exclusive skill Blood Demon. Blood Demon. 1. Using the blood of a king, grant a rebirth to a defeated boss, transforming it into a blood demon. 2. The blood demon possesses unlimited growth potential. 3. Shared abilities. The blood king can use the blood demon's abilities. 4. The blood demon is immortal and indestructible, able to transform into a single drop of blood and persist within the king's body. 5. Absolute loyalty. SSS. Is this a skill? Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Upon reaching the first transformation, one gains the core ability of their profession. It's normal for it to be powerful. But this is way too overpowered. This single skill is on par with a powerful profession. The necromancer Lu Xingyuan had encountered 2 days ago. His hidden profession doesn't even have a skill as powerful as this. Insane. Way too overpowered. But I'm the boss. Then it's fine. Bosses are supposed to be overpowered. Otherwise, how would I keep all the other professionals in their place? And a boss without powerful underlings can't pull off the tough act. Of course. This ability is indeed overpowered, but it also has some limitations. 1. When transforming into a blood demon, the king must consume a large amount of life points. 2. If the target is too weak to withstand the king's blood, the transformation will fail. 3. The blood demon's level cannot exceed that of the king. That's it? Is this called a restriction? Isn't that just the way it is? Lu Xingyuan completely ignored it. Most importantly, if Lu Xingyuan hadn't guessed wrong. The blood demon has a hidden attribute. Their health points are 50% of Lu Xingyuan's. If he had more such subordinates, how terrifying that would be. This is just the beginning. Lu Xingyuan has already envisioned an even more distant future. After transforming into a boss class, he gained invincible health. After the first class change, he gained an invincible pet. Doesn't that mean that every 10 levels, he can freely choose an abnormal ability from a different field? He could even achieve complete invincibility. With a single thought. The massive form of the second company commander transformed into a drop of blood and merged into his body. Lu Xingyuan's form also vanished into the night sky. At the same time, at a mansion in Luo City. Master of the house, that dog is dead. What happened back then will never be known by a second person. At the head of the table, the bald man's eyes flashed with a crimson glow. A bone-white sword pierced the throat of the man below. Now, no one else will ever know. Chapter 25, Monster Town. I'm not the school beauty who lost. Upon returning home, Lu Xingyuan moved his mind. A large amount of crimson blood mist began to emanate from his body, gradually condensing. Behind him, it transformed into a colossal creature. Master. The second company commander knelt on one knee, his face a mix of stupidity and handsomeness, bowing slightly. Lu Xingyuan inquired about the circumstances surrounding his parents' deaths. The second battalion commander, having been unconscious for too long, could not recall the details clearly. But one thing was certain. Both his parents had died inside a dungeon. A 30-level dungeon called the Tomb of the King. Dying inside a dungeon. If it had been before today, Lu Xingyuan couldn't have imagined how human adventurers would die in the dungeon world. But now he knows. There is a special power called mutation. It allows the monsters in the dungeon world to directly kill humans. It was certain that his parents' deaths were connected to the mutation monsters. Whether or not there are mutated monsters is irrelevant. Lu Xingyuan will head to the Tomb of the King dungeon. He will eliminate all monsters within this dungeon. Completely seal off this dungeon. He slept until nightfall. Lu Xingyuan was awakened by the sound of knocking on the door. Jiang Yuli. Still wearing her school uniform, she looked full of energy. Lu Xingyuan, I have a treasure for you. Do you want it? Lu Xingyuan. He felt that Jiang Yuli wasn't a gambling god, but rather a money-bringing child. What treasure? Tell me about it. Lu Xingyuan asked while brushing his teeth. I know of a place where a new dungeon has appeared. There's a very precious treasure inside that can change the fate of a professional. Want to go check it out together? Lu Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. If even this wealthy woman called it precious, this dungeon must be no ordinary place. What level is the dungeon? Level 15. Alright. Jiang Yuli nodded. In her previous life, she had never been to this dungeon, but she knew that it contained an extremely valuable, priceless treasure. There was a very powerful individual who had made their fortune from this dungeon. She hoped the dungeon hadn't changed too much. Seeing Jiang Yuli still standing there, Lu Xingyuan asked in confusion, do you have something else to do? Jiang Yuli's expression grew serious. I want to collaborate with you, to become true allies who can trust each other. Lu Xingyuan remained non-committal. Jiang Yuli took the initiative to show her sincerity. Destiny Wheel, let the bets begin. Place your wagers and clear the dungeon within 24 hours to receive a supersized gift package. Note, the higher the bet, the richer the reward. This is my profession's greatest secret. You are the only person in the world who has seen the detailed information of this skill. If you're willing to form an alliance with me, we can clear dungeons together and uncover the secrets of the abyss. The rewards from the gamble I can also share with you. Zhang Yuli spoke slowly and deliberately. She was very serious. What is a gambling god? If it's merely about winning or losing in a game, how can that be considered the mark of a gambling god? She, Zhang Yuli, is staking her own life as the bet to secure humanity's future. This is the true meaning of all in. Lu Xingyuan is the ace up her sleeve. Reborn and returned. No matter what this world becomes, or whether it is the same as her previous life, she will do everything in her power to change the fate of the human race. Lu Xingyuan, the professional who can freely enter the true depths of the abyss, might be able to change everything. I, Zhang Yuli, am no loser. I am the gambling god. At this moment, Zhang Yuli was radiating a dazzling glow. Call me big sister. From now on, your gear is on me. What are you thinking about? Lu Xingyuan raised his fist toward Zhang Yuli, with the middle finger slowly rising. Zhang Yuli bared her fangs. What a clueless guy with no sense of romance. Hey, as allies, shouldn't you share your professional information too? Lu Xingyuan shook his head. This school beauty doesn't seem to have leveled up. Ready to give up? And you just came out and told me straight, how am I supposed to expose you now? Just focus on your support role, give me gear, and I'll take you to the top. Treasure Pavilion. Oh, here comes a little heartthrob. Lu Xingyuan had just stepped out of the treasure pavilion. A voluptuous woman dressed in black stockings called out with a smile, instantly drawing the attention of her other companions. Lu Xingyuan was already accustomed to such reactions and merely nodded slightly. He then prepared to walk inside. Still putting on a show? The muscular young man beside the voluptuous woman teased. If you were as handsome as him, you'd be even more pretentious. The voluptuous woman shook off the woman's hand. Pfft, I think you're just jealous of his body. The two behaved in a suggestive manner. You touch me, I touch you. But they didn't act like a couple. The other men in the group watched with envy. One of them, a young man with curly hair, tried to strike up a conversation. I heard that a big shot has arrived at the treasure pavilion in Luo City. I wonder if we can get connected with him. Dream on. The muscular young man snorted. The treasure pavilion is the largest trading venue in the entire Xia kingdom, with countless powerful professionals stationed there. And the young lady who came to Luo City is one of the heirs of the treasure pavilion, with a noble status. If we could get connected with her, we'd be set for life. That powerful? The voluptuous woman stopped her wandering hands and exclaimed in shock. Of course. The muscular young man stopped mid-sentence, his eyes fixated on the second floor. There stood a stunningly beautiful woman with an air of nobility. Though dressed in a plain cheongsam, she was undeniably striking. She wasn't ordinary. Hua Jin scanned the crowd with his eyes, which immediately narrowed into crescent shapes. Mr. Lu, please follow me upstairs. Lu Xingyuan nodded. Heading to an unknown new dungeon naturally required proper preparation. The crucial point was, no one knew whether the new dungeon would contain monsters with mutated infections. It's best to be fully prepared. Watching the man and woman heading to the second floor side by side, the group of women, all of them voluptuous, froze in place. After a moment, several men simultaneously let out envious, jealous, and hateful roars. Damn it! No, he's just a bit better looking. What gives him the right? Lu? Mr. Lu? I knew he looked familiar. If I'm not mistaken, he's Lu Xingyuan from 3rd middle school. The genius who cleared 2 dungeons first in a row? Who else could it be? Mr. Lu, as per your request, these are all the items that meet your specifications. The first set is a set named Sky Wolf. A dark gold tier warrior set. 2 effects. 1. Continuous damage will grant ongoing increases in speed and strength. 2. After using a skill, the next attack will deal additional damage. What a great war wolf set. It's perfect for Air Guzi, as if it were tailor-made for the 2nd Battalion commander. Storm set. Brutal power set. Compared to the Sky Wolf set, the others are also dark gold sets. But they still fall short. I'll take this one. Hua Jin flashed his signature smile. Mr. Lu's taste is as impeccable as ever. This Sky Wolf battle set is undoubtedly the finest among dark gold sets. It's the strongest dark gold tier set in our Luo City treasure pavilion. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingyuan sensed something was amiss. 130 million. Upon hearing the price, Lu Xingyuan gave up all hope. I don't have the money. Chapter 26, Freeloading on Hua Jin. Air Ha's debut, charging headlong. The attributes are truly excellent. But it's also really expensive. Typically, a single piece of dark gold tier equipment costs around 10 million. A full set consists of 5 pieces. The price has doubled, costing at least 100 million. Lu Xingyuan sighed. Professionals earn money easily, but they also spend it easily. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to afford it, of course. But who can refuse Mr. Liu, our most esteemed guest at the treasure pavilion? Hua Jin revealed a cunning smile, like a fox that had outwitted its prey. Before he could finish speaking, he pulled out a promissory note. It seemed as though he had prepared it in advance. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Free ride? No, wait, borrowing money. That's what he likes. Mr. Liu, remember to fulfill your promise. The terms Hua Jin offered weren't too harsh. There wasn't even any interest. The only condition was to bring Hua Jin along to clear a dungeon. Lu Xingyuan replied. Debts don't weigh you down, the one who owes the money is the boss. He simply refused to leave. Miss Hua Jin, there are so many treasures on the second floor. Won't you take me to see them? Hua Jin looked wary. You don't have any money. It's okay, I can keep writing, I'll pay you later notes. Lu Xingyuan ignored Hua Jin's objections and walked toward the weapons area. Frost Giant Sword. Grade, Dark Gold. Equipment requirements, Level 10. Effect 1, Attack Power plus 10%. Effect 2, when casting Sword Chi type skills, increases frost damage. This weapon is nice. I just happen to need another weapon. Add it to my tab, please. Hua Jin? You're crazy. This is my house, not yours. You're just freeloading off me. Lu Xingyuan, seeing Hua Jin's attitude, said calmly. Sigh, we're about to head into a very dangerous dungeon. If our attack power isn't strong enough and we die a few times, we might not be able to tackle other dungeons. Hua Jin took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. He forced a smile. Alright, Mr. Liu, I'll add this weapon to your tab. Lu Xingyuan continued forward, arriving at the skill book area. Random skill books were ignored outright. Skills were crucial for Lu Xingyuan's future advancement and his exclusive skills. He must obtain high potential skills with potential. Designated skill books are extremely rare. There are only 3 copies in the treasure hall. One of them is exactly what Lu Xingyuan needs. Bloodlust. Quality, Dark Gold. Effect, consumes 10% of your maximum health to convert it into attack power maximum 500. Please bring this one for me as well. Hua Jin's face turned green. A dark gold tier designated skill book worth tens of millions. Don't be too much. Lu Xingyuan could tell that Hua Jin was on the verge of exploding. He acted decisively and backed down. He signed 2 more IOUs and walked away. Hua Jin stood by the window, watching Lu Xingyuan's retreating figure. Not only did she not continue to be angry, but it actually piqued her interest even more. Lu Xingyuan, how interesting. Zenbage was a business venue. They prefer to build good relationships with promising customers first before pursuing larger deals. As for the loss? The few things Lu Xingyuan took were completely insignificant. Even if we can't recover it, it doesn't matter. Investments always carry risks. However, Hua Jin believes Lu Xingyuan has the ability to repay this money. And it will bring even more business to the treasure pavilion. Lu Xingyuan has learned the bloodthirsty technique skill. He hailed a taxi directly. Driver, head to the South City Gate. The slightly tired driver glanced back. Young man, you don't look very old. You must be a new professional this year, right? Lu Xingyuan nodded. Yeah, I just switched professions. Be careful out in the wilderness, then. If you die at the hands of those real monsters, you won't come back to life. With that, the driver stepped on the gas and took off. Lu Xingyuan, sitting in the back seat, fell into deep thought. Real monsters? I wonder what the difference is from the dungeon copies. Soon, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the city gates. As he stepped out of the towering city gates, a fierce wind swept toward him. Even the air was filled with the smell of blood. Every vehicle was covered in battle scars. The professionals coming and going were all covered in blood. Some were from monsters, others from themselves. In the distance, warriors and monsters were still engaged in fierce combat. Everything here was reminding Lu Xingyuan. This is the true face of this world. Zhang Yuli seemed to have been fighting for a while, her body covered in blood. Let us go. We'll fight our way through. Let you get used to the battles of the real world. Soon, the two of them found a gathering point for monsters. It was a large, humanoid creature with a bull's body and a hideous, demonic face. Minotaur. Level, 12. Health, 1000. Attack power, 60. Skill, Bull Charge. A level 11 Minotaur with decent health. Its attack power is pitifully low. This area of Luo City is swarming with Minotaur monsters. It is said that there is also a Minotaur chieftain with formidable strength. Lu Xingyuan charged straight ahead. He began to engage in fierce combat with the group of Minotaurs. A massive ice blue sword appeared in his hand. Lu Xingyuan no longer relied on simple attacks. Instead, he borrowed the skills of the second company commander. Draw and slash. Swish, swish, swish. Several slashes gleaming with crimson light swept out. What Lu Xingyuan shares is not only the second company commander's skill, but also his understanding of the way of the sword. It seems as though he has gained decades of experience in sword cultivation out of thin air. Lu Xingyuan continuously swung his massive sword. The few monsters around him hadn't even had time to react. They were severed in two by the successive sword chi, splitting them apart. Killed bull-headed monster, experience points plus 100. Killed minotaur, experience points plus 100. Killing monsters of a higher level still yields decent experience points. Soon, this area where the minotaurs gathered was left with only Lu Xingyuan still standing. Whether it was because he had killed too many in the game dungeon, or perhaps he had been eagerly anticipating this moment for a long time. At that moment, his entire body was trembling slightly. This wasn't fear, it was extreme excitement. Zhang Yue wasn't idle either, her long spear was stained with blood. When she finally disposed of the monster in front of her and turned to look at Lu Xingyuan, she was completely stunned. Is it over? This guy is definitely crazy. She had seen people with good mental resilience, but never someone this insane. Facing a real-world monster for the first time, she could remain so calm during the slaughter. And when did this guy complete his first transformation? After completing the career advancement quest, a halo appears around their body. It was immediately obvious. Lu Xingyuan was completely immersed in the battle. With offensive skills, it's a whole different game. Monster killing efficiency has significantly improved. When it comes to monster farming efficiency, the second company commander has a skill that's even more suited for this scenario. Fierce Dog Sky-Splitting Slash. Lu Xingyuan darted forward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, leaving behind a series of illusory afterimages as he moved. In the blink of an eye, he covered a distance of over 10 meters. He severed the head of a minotaur. Killed a level 12 minotaur, experience plus 130. Killed 11th level berserk white bull, experience plus 110. While the monsters in the wild aren't as densely packed as in dungeons, however, their total number is far greater than in dungeons. Combined with the high movement speed of Fierce Dog Sky Slash, the sound of experience points being gained keeps coming one after another. At this rate, I should be able to level up before reaching the monster town. I leveled up before even entering the dungeon. Lu Xingyuan had already gained some loot from the monster town. 2 hours later, Lu Xingyuan caught sight of the outline of monster town. He didn't rush in. Instead, he stopped where he was. His mind shifted slightly. Faint wisps of blood mist began to gather behind him. Soon, it transformed into a gigantic creature standing 2 meters 80 centimeters tall, with the body of a human and the head of a dog. Dressed in the war wolf armor, the 2nd Battalion commander looked even more imposing. Master. The 2nd Battalion commander's expression remained as loyal and reliable as ever. Clear out all the monsters here. He handed the frost giant sword to the 2nd Battalion commander. Lu Xingyuan began grilling meat. Even the beef was freshly slaughtered, absolutely free of additives and pollution. While eating the grilled meat, he watched the experience points steadily increase. Killed a level 11 minotaur, experience points plus 100. The 2nd company commander's efficiency in killing monsters was not as high as Lu Xingyuan's. But he is different from professional players. It is a demon reborn from blood, never tiring. Immortal and indestructible. Compared to ordinary monsters, the 2nd Battalion commander is far too powerful. Killing other monsters of the same level is as easy as cutting vegetables. Such behavior naturally attracts the attention of many other professionals. That dog is too fierce. I'm done for. It's faster than our entire team's monster killing efficiency. That's an incredibly high health bar, this must be a boss level pet. That's impressive. Many professionals even wanted to follow the 2nd company commander to find the owner of this powerful pet. But the 2nd company commander was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their sight. An hour later, Lu Xingyuan's body was enveloped in a glow of level-up energy. His level had reached 10. The 2nd Battalion commander continuously slayed monsters. This granted him a steady stream of experience points. Leveling up had never been this easy. The surrounding monsters were completely wiped out. Lu Xingyuan summoned the 2nd Battalion commander back. Soon, a dazzling white light rushed toward them from the distance. Boom! Lu Xingyuan's barbecue grill was blown to pieces. Looking at the 2nd sergeant covered in ash, Lu Xingyuan's lips twitched slightly. Perfect, exactly what I expected from a second-hand dog. You stupid dog, come here. He was beaten up by Lu Xingyuan. The 2nd company commander stood beside a tree that wasn't even as tall as he was, contemplating his mistakes in front of the tree. After a while, Zhang Yuli finally caught up. After a journey filled with slaughter, her body was also covered in bloodstains. Her rank had also increased. Upon seeing the 2nd Battalion commander, Zhang Yue was filled with questions. What is this? My pet, Lu Xingyuan said without hiding it. The 2nd Battalion commander's power was intended to serve as a disguise for his true form. In his boss form, he wouldn't use any power related to the 2nd Battalion commander. This way, he could better maintain both identities. There was ample time to develop. Jiang Yuli? While she was fighting monsters earlier, she spotted this dog-headed creature. It's very powerful. Its monster-killing efficiency is extremely high. I thought it was someone's pet. Turns out it belongs to Lu Xingyuan. Am I the reincarnated one, or are you the reincarnated one? Jiang Yuli was stunned. Let's go, the monster town is ahead. Chapter 27, Dungeon Unlocked, The Invitation of the Unlucky One. Monster Town is actually an outdoor supply station. Many adventurers rest, trade, and form parties here while battling in the wild. Form a team. I'm a level 13 knight looking for a group. Leveling service available. I'm a level 15 rare class player with a team of 4, specializing in guiding high-level players. Interested parties, please PM me. Need a healer with high healing output. Anyone going to the Dark Ruins? Let's form a group. A large number of adventurers gathered in the Monster Town Square, exchanging team-up information with one another. Just then, humming. A series of buzzing sounds echoed through the air. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from the very center of the square. Immediately afterward, the space began to crack with countless fine fissures. It seemed as though an invisible giant hand had torn open a fissure in the very fabric of space. Everyone around stared in disbelief. What the hell? A dungeon? This is a new dungeon. It's right in our faces. This luck is unbeatable. The newly appeared dungeon has the highest drop rate. Guys, let us go. In an instant, everyone was eager to get started. But upon seeing the dungeon information, everyone calmed down. Dungeon, Lei Feng Tower. Difficulty, hard. Restriction 1, level 15 or below. Restriction 2, 5-person party. SSSHH. A collective gasp echoed across the square. This is actually a difficult level dungeon? Damn. While clearing dungeons doesn't pose a life-threatening risk, but being killed is still painful. Plus, you lose a lot of experience points, and you might even lose a level. If you're unlucky, you might even get your gear looted. That would be a major setback. Of course, many people are eager to give it a try. The difficulty level is indeed high, but the rewards are more than worth it. Take a chance, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Charge. Heal me up, let us get the first clear. Monster Town erupted into chaos. Many more people were calling out to their friends. The news of the new dungeon appearing in Monster Town spread throughout all of Luo City. Soon, a large number of powerful individuals rushed in from all directions. Lu Xingyuan and Jiang Yue had already arrived. Jiang Yuli was introducing the powerful individuals present. The one holding the lightning staff is Wind and Thunder Mage by Lei. He is very powerful and has already joined in a rank guild. He must have some valuable items on him. As she finished speaking, Jiang Yue and Lu Xingyuan exchanged glances, both revealing evil grins. That woman with the large chest and revealing attire, yes, the one you've been staring at the whole time. Jiang Yue rolled her eyes. Her name is Poison Scorpion. She's a level 30 professional who specializes in sleeping with young men. But she is into some pretty extreme stuff, like steel wool pads. Anyway, most of the men who been with her end up with psychological trauma from it. Want to give it a try? Jiang Yue's tone was a bit odd. Upon hearing steel wool, Lu Xingyuan shuddered. He shook his head decisively. Although he was fierce, he couldn't handle this. If you don't want your eyes to get hurt, behave yourself. And the last one, fierce warrior Xiong Fei. Jiang Yuli narrowed her eyes. This person's strength wasn't that strong yet. But in his previous life, it was Xiong Fei who rose to fame in the Lei Feng Tower dungeon. It is said that Xiong Fei was unable to clear this dungeon. He only managed to obtain a treasure from within. This treasure enhanced his professional quality. From then on, he entered the ranks of the strong. At that moment, a team of 3 young people, driving an armored vehicle, charged into the monster-infested town. Qin Tian jumped out of the vehicle with a look of excitement on his face. New dungeon, we're here. With Qin Gu and Su Muyu here, we might just be able to get the first clear. Gui Jingyun said. Qin Tian chuckled foolishly. He had no other thoughts, he just wanted to show off. Like Lu Xingyuan, he wanted his name to echo throughout Luo City. This is a raid, we need a 5-person team, and we're still too short. Let's find a reliable teammate first. In Qin Tian's team, the highest level player was only level 8. Those who truly wanted to clear the Lei Feng Tower didn't want to team up with them. The 3 of them were at a loss. What should we do, boss? Should we go level up first? Just then, Qin Tian's eyes lit up as he spotted Lu Xingyuan and Jiang Yue in the distance. He charged straight over and did a slide tackle. Lu Ge, Jiang Jia, want to team up? Let us clear the Lei Feng Tower dungeon together? Right, all the rewards are yours. We just want to get our names on the first clear list and show off. Qin Tian and Guo Jingyun were both descendants of prominent families in Luo City. They weren't after anything else. They just wanted to show off, so they can hold their heads high at home. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Let us see how sincere you are. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's lips twitched slightly. This guy, how dare he act so sure of himself? Do I really look like a sucker? Qin Tian and Gui Jingyun exchanged a glance. 1 million? Gui Jingyun said. Luga, let's just consider this a gesture of friendship. Once we're inside, we'll follow your orders and not hold you back. Lu Xingyuan remained unmoved. These two are the biggest suckers in the group. We need to squeeze more out of them. 2 million. Deal. Lu Xingyuan didn't want to waste any more time. Transfer the money first. You two friends, I'm definitely taking you on. Qin Tian didn't hesitate and transferred the money immediately. Then he pulled out with an eager expression. Lu Xingyuan forced himself to suppress a smile. That sword of yours, pretty cool. How much did you pay for it? Not bad, not too expensive, just 3 million. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. This guy is such a sucker. It seems like 2 million was too little. However, Lu Xingyuan didn't care about that now. Clearing dungeons was the most important thing. And there's the gambling match. Zhang Yue, standing nearby, kept her eyes fixed on the gambling board. Gambling game, Lei Feng Tower hard mode. Odds, 1000%. Time limit, 24 hours. Once you've placed your bet, there's no turning back. Win or lose, you must accept the consequences. As expected. Without Lu Xingyuan, the psychopath, slaughtering professionals in the dungeon. The odds have dropped. A 1000% odds ratio would have been unthinkable in a previous life. Zhang Yue would have been thrilled. But it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. After experiencing 2 dungeons with 10,000% odds in a row, this odds ratio is nothing to look down on. The odds are a bit low, but I'll go all in. The rewards should be decent. Zhang Yue whispered. If she followed this psychopath through the dungeon, she wouldn't be able to pass. She was ready to give up. Lu Xingyuan shook his head. The odds are too low. Since you mentioned it, the odds are related to me. Then I think we can exploit a bug. Zhang Yue? Chapter 28, The Gambling Bug. The name of the Blood King. What bug? Zhang Yuli was a bit confused. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled slightly. I'll lead them into the dungeon first and slaughter the professionals inside in the name of the Blood King. Then you can start the gamble, and the odds should go up. Then I 1T grind for ratings to clear the dungeon. Once we get out, we'll team up and clear it together. Zhang Yuli widened her eyes. Can we really play like this? The key is, it actually seems possible. At that moment, the self-proclaimed female gambling goddess of the school felt a deep sense of defeat. It turned out that after studying it for a lifetime, she still couldn't match Lu Xingyuan's quick thinking. Zhang Yuli took out a gray banner from her backpack. Take this. Soul Summoning Banner. Grade, Golden. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, a special spatial weapon capable of guiding souls. This is the weapon Zhang Yuli had prepared long ago. It was specifically designed for clearing team dungeons and helping Lu Xingyuan conceal his identity. This soul summoning banner can only hold souls. No one uses it. Its price is very low. However, several years later, this equipment will be developed for its true purpose. A genius made a discovery. After a teammate dies in a dungeon, their consciousness can remain in the soul summoning banner for several hours. This grants a small amount of team experience points and other rewards from the dungeon. From then on, the term carrying corpses began to circulate. Upon learning the true purpose of the soul summoning banner, Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Great! Excellent! This equipment is great! Lu Xingyuan and the others randomly invited another lucky player. They formed a team and entered the dungeon directly. Any dungeon that meets the criteria is crucial for Lu Xingyuan. Because it allows him to farm a large number of professionals. This was Lu Xingyuan's primary means of becoming stronger. After a spatial turbulence, Lu Xingyuan found himself in a world shrouded in darkness. All he could see before him was a massive ancient tower. The ancient tower was radiating a dazzling golden light. Lei Feng Tower. It has suppressed countless demons and monsters. Those with weak minds or insufficient strength must not enter. Lei Feng Tower. I wonder if it's related to the one from the legends. Lu Xingyuan pondered. The other 4 people also teleported in one after another. Qin Tian approached obediently. Lugo, what do you need us to do? Just tell us, and we'll complete the task. Lu Xingyuan's fingers gently brushed over the storage ring. A soul summoning banner over 2 meters tall was planted into the ground. All you need to do is die. Qin Tian? Gui Jingyun? Su Muyu? Upon learning the true purpose of the soul summoning banner, The 4 were dragged back by Lu Xingyuan and brutally killed one by one. Then, he waved the soul summoning banner, sucking their consciousness into it. The 4 turned into 4 translucent figures, trapped inside the soul summoning banner. You have gained 180 experience points. You obtained the golden tier weapon Mad Wolf Great Sword. You gained 200 experience points. You obtained 1 treasure map fragment. You obtained forced drop effect activated. See the Mad Wolf Greatsword. Lu Xingyuan smiled. If he said he didn't want to kill these people, would anyone believe him? But they're already dead. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Lu Xingyuan skillfully picked up all the items they had dropped. Along with the soul summoning banner, he placed them all into his storage ring. The next second, he transformed into a figure clad in black, with a wide, elongated blood bar appearing above his head. Boss, Blood King. Streams of blood gathered in his hands, forming blood-red spears. Lu Xingyuan quickly located the first batch of experienced babies. White Lightning. Class, Wind and Thunder Mage. Quality, Legendary. Level, 12. Health, 800. Attack power, 110. Skills, Wind and Thunder Strike, Summon Lightning Seal. No wonder it's a legendary tier class and it's even wearing a full set of golden armor. Its stats are impressive. Bloodlust. Lu Xingyuan's blood surged violently. His health bar dropped by 10% instantly, and his attack power increased by 320 points. Then, he forcefully threw the blood-red spear in his hand. Bang! Under the terrifying force, the blood-red spear flew through the air like a cannonball. Bai Lei couldn't react in time. His entire left arm was shattered by the blood spear. Blood spattered everywhere. At the same time, an exaggerated damage number appeared. 530. One hit nearly killed him instantly. Bai Lei clutched his arm, letting out constant cries of pain. In his wide-open eyes, a black figure shrouded in blood mist appeared. Step by step, it approached him. Even as he struggled to lift his head, Bai Lei couldn't make out the figure's features. All he saw was a long blood-red bar and a line of text. Boss Blood King. The next moment, his head was completely severed at the base. The core member of the team was the first to be killed, and the other 4 were thrown into chaos. They fought desperately. They couldn't slow down the approach of death. You have defeated a level 12 Wind and Thunder Mage Legendary. You obtained 700 experience points, 1% health, and the legendary weapon Wind and Thunder Staff. You have killed a level 14 Knight Advanced. You gain 300 experience points, 1% health, and the Golden Grade Cloud Walking Boots. You have defeated a level 13 Priest. The rewards kept coming, flashing before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. High-quality professions come with generous experience rewards. However, according to Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yue's plan, the first round of entering the Lei Feng Tower dungeon only required a brief display of the boss form. The key was to see if they could exploit any bugs. Monster Town. 5 people were teleported out one after another, all looking completely bewildered. What is that thing? We just entered, how did we get wiped out so quickly? Bai Lei's expression was as grim as could be. Boss Blood King. He saw it clearly. That was the boss. But we just entered the dungeon. How could we possibly encounter the boss already? This doesn't make sense. The most crucial thing is his Wind and Thunder Staff. That's a legendary tier weapon. It's priceless. And, if he loses this weapon, how will he explain himself when he goes back? His father would chop off his head and feed it to the dogs. Bai Lei hadn't even recovered from the fear of death before being engulfed by the terror that followed. Zhang Yuli had been closely watching the situation at the dungeon portal. Seeing the Wind and Thunder Mage team eliminated, she immediately began checking the bets on the Wheel of Fate. Bet, Lei Feng Tower Hard Mode. Odds, 13,000%. Time limit, 24 hours. Once you bet, you can't back out, win or lose, you take the consequences. It's changed. Lu Xingyuan is truly a genius. Zhang Yuli took a deep breath and went all in. Let the game begin. I'm betting everything I have. Zhang Yui's eyes sparkled. Not only is the dungeon a gamble, people were as well. She had bet on a teammate strong enough. How could anyone say she wasn't a gambling genius? Bai Lei had been asking the other eliminated professionals. But aside from him, no one else had encountered the boss named Blood King. Bai Lei was completely shut down. Damn it! What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Lei Feng Pagoda Hard Mode Dungeon. Lu Xingyuan has already figured out the rules of this dungeon. All the monsters are inside the Lei Feng Tower. The Lei Feng Tower has 7 floors. As you ascend each floor, the monsters you encounter will be of higher level and stronger in power. The 7th floor is the final boss of the Lei Feng Tower dungeon. Defeating the final boss marks the completion of the first clear. On the first floor of the Lei Feng Tower, Lu Xingyuan switched to his normal form and uses the Divine Hide Ring to disguise his class information as a swordsman. Then, Lu Xingyuan began killing monsters. Monster Snake. Level 10. Health points 1800. Attack power 100. No wonder it's a difficult level dungeon, even the ordinary minions have 1800 HP. Their attack power also reaches 100 points. That's equivalent to an elite monster in a regular dungeon. 415. 91. Plus 239. 439. Lu Xingyuan and that snake monster, you attack once, I'll attack once. Soon. The strange snake was defeated. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan's health bar remained full. You gain 108 experience points and 400 gold coins. The dungeon difficulty has increased. The experience points have also increased. However, Lu Xingyuan's objective on this trip was not to kill monsters and level up. He didn't waste time on minor enemies. He directly unleashed the fierce dog sky-splitting slash. He charged through the first floor of the Lei Feng Tower in a reckless manner, as if skipping class. He searched for the entrance to the second floor. Through this method, he quickly broke through one floor after another. Chapter 29, Final Boss, the Sealed White Snake. Lei Feng Pagoda Dungeon. The open area in front of the tower. A dozen or so people gathered here, making their final preparations. Outside the tower, dozens of flickering light points can be seen on the tower's surface. Each of those points represents a professional. The dungeon had just opened. And it's a difficult level dungeon, with each minor monster having extremely high attributes. So far, the vast majority of adventurers have gathered on the first floor. Only a handful have managed to reach the second floor. However, a sudden flash of light appeared on the sixth floor. Those outside were all wide-eyed in astonishment. What the hell? The sixth layer? This person must be crazy. How is that possible? And he's alone. Did his teammates all die? He is not going to beat the game, is he? Impossible. He must have used some special skill to force his way to the sixth floor. If anyone can solo the boss of the hard dungeon, I'll eat it. +1. So you like freeloading, huh? I'll just wait here and see if you dare to eat. Inside the soul summoning banner, there was a dark space, with only a few green ghostly flames floating in mid-air. For white, ethereal figures were suspended in mid-air, bound by metal chains. I protest. We're the bosses. How dare you treat us like this? Qin Tian complained. Gui Gingyun, with his baby face, gave a shy smile. Xin Gu, it's okay. As long as we can pass the level. There's no use in protesting. Lu Xingyuan couldn't hear them, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't bother with them. Qin Tian sighed. This wasn't quite what he had imagined. Lu Xingyuan must be grinding for a long time. Let's just go to sleep first. Qin Tian was just about to sleep when he suddenly jumped up. I'm done. Where's my damned mad wolf greatsword? Damn it, did Lu Xingyuan kill me? He had spent 5 million on that sword. But now it was gone. Qin Tian didn't feel right asking someone else to return it. Forget it. Let us just consider it the price of trying to look cool. Lei Feng Pagoda, 6th floor. Lu Xingyuan stopped and didn't try to use the fierce dog severing slash again. He charged straight ahead. 6 massive snake-like statues blocked the passage leading to the next floor. Each of the massive Snake Man statues had a huge blood-red cocoon embedded in its chest. Snake Man statue elite monster. Level 15. Health 8000. Attack power 200. Skills none. What high stats. And there are a full 6 of them. However, the statue monster has one drawback. They don't attack on their own. They only wake up when attacked. And none of these statues have any skills. They are no different from targets. Lu Xingyuan removed the disguise of the divine hiding ring and transformed into his boss form. A blood-red spear was thrust forward. Bang! Bang bang! With each of Lu Xingyuan's attacks, the life points of the nearest Snake Man statue rapidly decreased. Soon, its health dropped below half. Just then, the remaining Snake Man statues suddenly burst forth with a blue light. Immediately afterward, the blood-red cocoons on the statues' chests began to peel away layer by layer. A hideous, evil eye slowly opened. Snake Man statue Eye of Sin elite monster. Health 8000. Attack power 200. Skills Shockwave, Petrification Gaze. The name of the Snake Man statue has changed. And it now has skills. This is the complete form of the Snake Man statue. Not just this one, the other 5 Snake Man statues have also begun to move. 6 eyes of sin shine brightly at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 6 shockwaves are hurtling toward Lu Xingyuan. 200. 188. 201. Instantly, a dozen damage numbers appeared above Lu Xingyuan's head. In just 1 second, he lost 3000 points of health. This wasn't over yet. Because this was just the first eye's attack. More and more shockwaves struck Lu Xingyuan. 173. 199. 182. In just a few seconds, Lu Xingyuan's health dropped by 18,000 points. The attack from the Eye of Evil inflicted a petrification effect. Lu Xingyuan's body was severely restricted. He couldn't dodge. The only silver lining was that these 6 Eyes of Evil seemed to have limited energy. They could only sustain this wave of attacks. After the attack, all the Snake Man statues came to a complete stop. Motionless. Otherwise, Lu Xingyuan might have been instantly killed. The shockwave finally dissipated. Lu Xingyuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. He almost got killed instantly. Another control skill. As a boss, being restricted by a control skill is pretty embarrassing, you know. Once the petrification effect began to wear off, Lu Xingyuan charged straight forward. Draw and slash. Fierce dog sky-splitting slash. Blade strikes relentlessly pounded against the 6 stone statues. Swish. 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 Enhanced by the Bloodlust spell, combined with the counterattack effect of the Abyss Gaze set. The damage is terrifyingly high. Soon, the 6 stone statues collapsed one after another. You have obtained the Golden Tier equipment Eyes of Sin. Eyes of Sin, unique effect, immune to petrification. This special effect equipment. It only activates when facing specific monsters. With this equipment, you won't have to fear the Evil Eye next time you enter. You have defeated the Snake Man statue Evil Eye and gained 1000 experience points. You obtained petrified bone fragments. You have defeated the Snake Man. Although these elite monsters are very powerful, but the experience points are also very high. 6 consecutive notification sounds rang out. Lu Xingyuan's experience points skyrocketed. Level 1088%. Killing the final boss should allow me to level up, right? Outside the Lei Feng Pagoda. Professionals gathered here. At the beginning, everyone believed that the professional who had forcibly broken through to the 6th layer would be eliminated quickly. However, as time passed, the light points never disappeared. Damn it, they're serious. After staying so long, is he really fighting? Hard to say. Just then, the light point on the 6th layer suddenly vanished. The crowd below let out a collective sigh of disappointment. It's failed after all. But to survive that long on the 6th layer alone is already impressive. That's true. This person is definitely a true powerhouse. What a pity. The person speaking suddenly widened his eyes and looked toward the 7th layer. The light point on the 6th floor had not disappeared. Instead, they were heading toward the 7th layer. The 7th layer had just entered. Lu Xingyuan saw an enormous white snake, its scales as white as jade. However, its body was bound by chains, suspending its head in mid-air. Lord Boss White Snake Sealed. Level 18. HP 15000. Attack Power 1, 314. Skills Flooding the Golden Mountain, White Snake Bonesword. Originally an entity of unimaginable power, after centuries of sealing, its level, attributes, and skill power have been drastically reduced across the board. Upon seeing the boss's information, Lu Xingyuan's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. A white snake. Chapter 30, Securing the First Clear, the Holy Relic in Hand. Lu Xingyuan wouldn't underestimate this colossal creature just because it was sealed. Because the original model for this boss was likely the white snake from mythical legends. Streams of blood energy gathered. The massive form of the 2nd Battalion commander materialized. Kill the boss. The order was given. Lu Xingyuan and the 2nd Battalion commander both turned into afterimages. They unleashed the fierce dog sky-splitting slash and charged forward. Swish, swish, swish. 444. 101. The damage isn't bad, the white snake's defense isn't very high. Lu Xingyuan was just about to continue his attack when he saw a white giant shadow, thicker than his entire body, crashing toward him. Bang! His entire body was sent flying and slammed into the wall. 1209. The damage is so high. Lu Xingyuan was immune to pain. He jumped down from the wall, swung his spear backward, and thrust it fiercely toward the white snake. The spear pierced through the scales, spilling a large amount of blood. 1418. That's what you call damage. The counterattack effect of the Abyss Watcher set is perfect for dealing with bosses that have high damage output but low attack frequency. It's absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, the counterattack effect of the Abyss Watcher set has a maximum cap of 1000. Anyway, our health pool is thicker than the bosses, and our healing speed is faster than the bosses. Plus, we have pain immunity. Lu Xingyuan doesn't care. Come again. The white snake's tail arrived as expected. Lu Xingyuan was once again knocked flying. Then he charged back excitedly. Plop. The spear pierced the white snake's body once more. The white snake boss's threat to Lu Xingyuan. It was even far inferior to the Eyes of Sin from the 6th layer. At this rate, defeating the white snake boss was only a matter of time. This happened 7 times. Plus the 2nd Company commander's constant harassment. The white snake's health has been reduced by more than half. White Snake's health for 515,000. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan's health was recovering at an extremely terrifying rate. Plus 247. Plus 247. Plus 247. Plus. Despite the constant recovery, Lu Xingyuan's health points had only decreased by a small portion. Health 19,431, 24,736. Just as the White Snake was about to enter the killing zone, she suddenly stopped. She no longer used her body to strike Lu Xingyuan. Instead, she slowly closed her serpentine eyes. A terrifying magical power erupted from within her. The chainsing the White Snake's body began to tremble violently, as if they were about to shatter completely at any moment. The White Snake's massive form fully unfurled. Its terrifying form engulfed the entire area. Flood the Golden Mountain. A human voice echoed from the White Snake's mouth. A terrifying downpour poured down like a deluge, each raindrop weighing 1,000 pounds. It relentlessly pounded the walls of the Lei Feng Pagoda. Rays of golden light imbued with Buddhist script erupted, resisting the force of the rain. However, in the blink of an eye, the rain had submerged more than half of the Lei Feng Pagoda. The entire Lei Feng Pagoda swayed precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. All the practitioners inside the tower could see the shadowy form of a massive white snake. One after another, they trembled in fear. What the hell is that? A snake? It's huge and white. I don't even want to tell you, look at your pale face. Is that really a snake? Hee. The people inside the tower were protected by the Lei Feng Tower. They were not harmed by the flood at Jinshan. The few onlookers outside the tower were out of luck. Instantly killed. They turned into white light and reincarnated outside. The few of them were completely baffled. What the hell happened? Flood. There's something wrong with that water. How could it cause such high damage? This is so embarrassing. We got wiped out before we even started fighting the monsters. We set a new precedent. Zhang Yuli frowned deeply. What didn't we see that got us killed so quickly? And the rain. It doesn't sound like something Lu Xingyuan would do. Could it be the final boss? I hope Lu Xingyuan is okay. Zhang Yuli has staked everything on this. We have no idea what's going on inside. Naturally, there's still some anxiety. The 7th floor of the Lei Feng Pagoda. The white snake coiled its body, its enormous vertical pupils gazing down at Lu Xingyuan. The power of the flooded Golden Mountain had been sealed off by the Lei Feng Pagoda. It cannot harm Lu Xingyuan. However, the side effect caused the white snake's attributes to skyrocket. Her attack power increased by 50%. At the same time, a pure white jade sword materialized at the white snake's brow. The long sword soared into the sky. Swish, swish, swish. 2,901. 2,880. In an instant, Lu Xingyuan's health bar dropped significantly. Lu Xingyuan? The damage is so high? This weapon is way too overpowered. Lu Xingyuan didn't care anymore and charged straight toward the white snake. Based on previous actions, the white snake attacked itself once before immediately counterattacking. Thanks to the Abyss Gaze set and the proof of a true man, he dealt massive damage. 1911. 1,999. Instantly depleted the white snake's health. Luo City announcement. Congratulations to professional player Lu Xingyuan for leading his team to complete the first clear of the Lei Feng Tower hard dungeon. Luo City announcement. Congratulations to the professional player Lu Xingyuan. The sudden city-wide announcement left the eliminated challengers outside the dungeon staring in disbelief. Damn it, Lu Xingyuan, it's him again? Could that be the one who entered the 7th floor of the Lei Feng Tower alone? That's way too exaggerated. This guy must be a hidden class, otherwise he couldn't be this strong. The first clear of a difficult dungeon must come with a generous reward, right? Behind the crowd, Zhang Yui's eyes lit up. He did it. I hope Lu Xingyuan can find the treasures here. As the white snake's corpse fell to the ground, 4 white, translucent figures flew out from the soul summoning banner. Qin Tian's eyes shone brightly. They had also heard the earlier message. Lu Xingyuan is so awesome. First to clear. Yuan Jingyun, who was shy, was also excited. The hidden class Su Muyu looked at Lu Xingyuan with envy. Ding, congratulations on defeating the boss white snake. Reward distribution will begin. You have gained 18,888 experience points. You have gained plus 10 attribute points. You have obtained 10,000 gold coins. You obtained 1 white snake corpse. You have obtained the legendary weapon White Snake Spirit Sword. The first clear rewards for the difficult dungeon are extremely generous. Lu Xingyuan was dazzled by the rewards. The other 4, upon seeing the reward information, all wore expressions of envy and resentment. Meanwhile, by the white snake's corpse, they began taking selfies. Lu Xingyuan smiled. He didn't rush to leave but instead looked around. Zhang Yui had mentioned it. Within this dungeon, there was a very precious treasure. It could change the fate of a professional. There was nothing like that in the first clear rewards. Soon, Lu Xingyuan spotted a spherical object emitting a golden aura at the top of the tower. Lu Xingyuan leaped forward and retrieved it. It felt warm to the touch. Just holding it in his hand brought a sense of peace to Lu Xingyuan's heart. Holy relic. Grade, Legendary. Effect 1, a treasure of the Buddhist faith. Wearing this item for an extended period can purify the mind and extend one's lifespan. Effect 2, swallowing the holy relic can enhance one's professional rank. The other 4 soul form teammates drifted over slowly. They looked at the object in Lu Xingyuan's hand in disbelief. Can it enhance one's professional rank? The most precious treasure. Qin Tiandu was stunned. The Shy Yuan Jingyun, Sumuyu, and another passerby teammate. All of them had their eyes sparkling. That was the gleam of greed. A treasure that can enhance one's professional rank. Each one is extremely precious. And this is even legendary tier. I've learned so much. Yuan Dingyun swallowed hard. I heard that a few years ago, there was a treasure that could increase a professional's rank, and it sold for over 100 billion. Chapter 31, Wake Up. The second boss's minion. Upon learning the value of the sacred relic, Lu Xingyuan was stunned. Hundreds of billions. How many zeros is that? Even when playing video games, he had never used such a unit of measurement. Lu Gu, this thing isn't just expensive, it's also rare and hard to come by. It might not even appear once in 4 or 5 years. Once the news gets out, those top-tier powerhouses will definitely be scrambling to bid for it at auction. When that happens, Brother Lu, you'll be set for life. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled. If he could consume the holy relic, his professional quality might rise from legendary to epic. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford it. Such a treasure of this caliber isn't something a small family like theirs could ever afford. Lu Xingyuan was torn. He didn't seem to be short on money. As for using it himself, he didn't need it either. As a boss class, he had already transcended the limitations of regular class levels. A mere legendary tier treasure was naturally incapable of enhancing him. Treasure that others would go mad over. In Lu Xingyuan's hands, they're as useless as chicken ribs. The best choice is to give it to the second company commander. Before using it, let's go fishing first. He may not understand the monster Lu Xingyuan, but he certainly understands humans. The expressions of the 4 temporary teammates. He noticed everything. Continue checking other rewards. White Snake Spirit Sword. Quality, Legendary. Equipment requirement, exclusive to the White Snake. Effect 1, attack power plus 30%. Effect 2, Divine Sword. Unleash the most powerful strike. Effect 3, Spirituality. The White Snake Spirit Sword possesses spiritual energy, which can be absorbed from various sources to enhance the weapon's quality. Effect 4, White Snake's exclusive weapon. Cannot be dropped. Crafted from the White Snake's 1,000-year-old snake bones, this spirit sword is in perfect harmony with the White Snake's intentions. When the White Snake wears the White Snake Spirit Sword, it deals an additional 10% true damage. SSSSSS. I didn't expect the White Snake Spirit Sword to have such luxurious stats. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. This is just a legendary tier weapon. How can the attributes be so exaggerated? Growth type weapon. A White Snake specific weapon? Lu Xingyuan had never seen this trait on a weapon before. Both are legendary tier weapons. The poisonous spear Lu Xingyuan obtained for free from Jiang Yue pales in comparison to the White Snake Spirit Sword. Unfortunately, it can't be used. This White Snake Spirit Sword has gained sentience. It had chosen its master. No one else can use it except the White Snake. Lu Xingyuan didn't care. For him, the greatest gain was not these items. It was the corpse of the White Snake boss. This White Snake's power was exceptionally strong. If it could be transformed into a blood demon, that would be a powerful ally. Let's go, we should head out. Lu Xingyuan was eager to leave. At the entrance to the Leifeng Tower dungeon, the space began to warp. 5 figures led by Lu Xingyuan gradually appeared. All the adventurers in Monster Town were speechless. They're out. The one in the middle must be Lu Xingyuan. Wow, he's so cool. The 4 behind him must be his teammates. Qin Tian. One of the 4 major families of Luo City, the sole heir of the Qin family in this generation. Yuan Dingyun. The youngest son of the Yuan family, one of the 4 major families of Luo City. Though he is not like Qin Tian, who is the family heir. He is still a member of a prominent family. There is also a hidden profession, a necromancer, Sumuyu. The 4 of them followed Lu Xingyuan like loyal servants. Like stars surrounding the moon. Hoof. Lu Xingyuan's teammates aren't ordinary people. Ha, indeed not ordinary. Besides Lu Xingyuan, the highest ranked among the other 4 is only level 9. Leading a team of this level, what's the difference from going solo with Lu Xingyuan? Soloing a difficult level dungeon? And even beyond their level. That's way too exaggerated. Did you see the last person? Apparently they were short a member and just invited someone randomly. Is that true? It's true. They invited me too, but I refused because their levels were too low. That's impressive, bro. Master, can you teach me how you killed that boss with infinite health regeneration? Lu Xingyuan stopped in his tracks. I have a special skill that allows me to evade the boss's detection. I've encountered that boss twice. It's just a special boss, not the final boss of the dungeon. Qin Tian and the other three were well aware of their own limitations. They knew their own strength and that it paled in comparison to Lu Xingyuan's. They were about to express their gratitude and leave on their own. But Lu Xingyuan spoke up first. Wait a moment. I plan to run the Lei Feng Tower dungeon again and aim for an SSS rating. I'll go with Zhang Yue. You can decide whether to continue or not. Upon hearing Lu Xingyuan's words, Qin Tian jumped up excitedly. Big shot, I'm in. I want a spot. An SSS rank score? This is a great opportunity to show off. Must seize this opportunity. Moreover, they discovered that the soul summoning banner provided by the big shot Lu Xingyuan has a very powerful ability. Since they hadn't left the dungeon, they could still receive a small amount of experience points. However, due to their extremely low contribution to the team, this experience was extremely minimal. But that was still pretty satisfying. Qin Tian was very considerate and transferred another 2 million to Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan? There's no such thing as a sucker giving money voluntarily. Me too. Su Muyu raised her hand. Another bystander teammate looked at Yuan Jingyun. He obviously wanted to continue. But before he could finish, Yuan Jingyun cut him off. I've got something to do. You three go challenge the big shot together. As he spoke, Yuan Jingyun's gaze kept drifting elsewhere. Lu Xingyuan didn't challenge him directly. Instead, he took a moment to rest and replenish his energy. In dungeon challenges, professional adventurers also experience fatigue and hunger. If one aims for an SSS rating, there is one mandatory requirement: reduce the number of monsters to below 10%. This takes a significant amount of time. Meanwhile, major guilds across the country have been closely monitoring Lu Xingyuan. Upon learning that he had cleared another dungeon for the first time, and it was a difficult level dungeon, the major guilds immediately issued announcements across the entire network, seeking to invite Lu Xingyuan to join their ranks. The Zhantian Guild sincerely invites Lu Xingyuan to join and is willing to cultivate him as a core member. Tianxia Guild sincerely invites Lu Xingyuan to join, with benefits to be discussed. Judgment Guild sincerely invites Lu Xingyuan to join us and is willing to directly sign an S-tier genius cultivation agreement. Virtually every guild of note nationwide had actively reached out to Lu Xingyuan. This scene sent the entire online community of professionals into a frenzy. Core member? Typically, these guilds only recruit new professional players during the college entrance exams, right? They're being so proactive this time. That's true, but Lu Xingyuan's skills are indeed strong. Waiting until the college entrance exam, we might miss out. Core member training. S-class genius contract. These agreements must require at least several hundred million in investment. Lu Xingyuan has only just turned 16, and he has already received this level of recognition. That's too much. These guilds must be well funded. They're not stupid. If you can clear the hardest dungeon first, these guilds would definitely be willing to sign a contract worth hundreds of millions with you. Lu Xingyuan didn't even glance at them. He directly used the main city order to teleport to the main city of the Blood King's court. The massive white snake's corpse lay sprawled on the ground, stretching as far as the eye could see. Lu Xingyuan approached the white snake's head. He extended his hand and gently placed it on the white snake's forehead. Threads of blood mist gathered into a crimson tornado. It actively wrapped around the white snake's massive body. Lu Xingyuan's health points began to decrease at an unprecedented rate. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xingyuan's health bar was down to 30%. Bang bang bang. The blood cocoon began to swell and contract repeatedly, emitting a thunderous heartbeat. Awaken, demon born from blood. Before the words had even finished, the blood cocoon was instantly torn apart. A massive white snake emerged from the blood mist. The white snake was exceptionally thick, with every scale as white as jade, translucent and flawless. Master. Chapter 32, The Young Female Snake. Writable and powerful. A gentle voice echoed. Then, a massive white snake transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in white gauze. Elegant and graceful, gentle and intelligent. Boss White Snake. Level 11. Class Sword Master. Quality Legendary. Health 12475. Attack Power 398. Skill Sword Mastery, Intimidation, flooding the Golden Mountain. Same as the second company commander. The White Snake also possesses 50% of Lu Xingyuan's health points. However, the White Snake's occupational rank is legendary. And it possesses extremely exaggerated attack power. 3 skills, each more absurd than the last. Intimidation. Can inflict blood pressure suppression on other snake-like creatures. Sword control. As the name suggests, it allows the user to manipulate swords in mid-air using mental energy and mana. Flooding the Golden Mountain. This is the ultimate move previously used by the White Snake boss. The damage is extremely devastating. It also enhances your own attributes. Lu Xingyuan pondered for a moment, then accessed the White Snake's stats through the shared interface. Then, with a flick of his thoughts, the White Snake Spirit Sword shot upward like a roaring fighter jet, piercing through the clouds. It works! Although the White Snake Spirit Sword was a specialized weapon, but Lu Xingyuan had harnessed the power of the White Snake. With the limited spiritual essence of the White Snake Spirit Sword, it couldn't discern the difference. Hit another bug. Awesome! Lu Xingyuan gently stroked the White Snake's head. From now on, I'll call you Xiaobai. Xiaobai nodded, looking at Lu Xingyuan with an expression as if facing a formidable enemy. Lu Xingyuan looked himself over from head to toe. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just the master's clothes. As he spoke, Xiaobai reached out and began to tidy up Lu Xingyuan's clothes until both sides were perfectly symmetrical. He finally let out a deep sigh of relief. Then he casually tidied up Lu Xingyuan's hair, styling it into a symmetrical center part. Lu Xingyuan? At that moment, he finally noticed. Xiaobai's clothes, hairstyle, and even the curve of his smile were all perfectly symmetrical. Diagnosis complete. Severe OCD. Alright, from now on, you're my discipline monitor. According to Lu Xingyuan's plan, the second company commander is the pet of a human in disguise. Then let's make Xiaobai the pet in boss form. Xiaobai is bigger in size and has a stronger presence. It also fits the boss form's prestige. The key point is, Little White can be ridden. A few hours later, Lu Xingyuan led his 4 teammates back into the Lei Feng Tower dungeon. Qin Tian, Sumuyu, and another passerby were all very cooperative. They immediately stuck their necks out. Big shot, go ahead and cut. Lu Good, you don't need to feel guilty. This is what we asked for. Qin Tian was very sincere. This made Lu Xingyuan feel a bit embarrassed. But. With a swift strike, the 3 teammates' heads fell to the ground. Qin Tian and his 2 companions once again entered the soul summoning banner to become brothers. Wait, something's wrong. Inside the soul summoning banner, Qin Tian, hanging upside down, looked left and right. Why are there only the 3 of us? Where's Zhang Yuli? The captain didn't kill her. Prioritizing love over friendship? I never thought you'd be this kind of captain. It's time to put on our thermal underwear. Qin Tian looked serious. Zhang Yue is a true teammate. Lu Xingyuan wouldn't kill her, of course. The key is that Zhang Yue is of a low level and cannot grant double health points. Killing her wouldn't be worth it. Go monster hunting. I need to switch forms. Zhang Yue nodded. She quickly disappeared from Lu Xingyuan's sight. After confirming no one was around, Lu Xingyuan shifted his form and once again transformed into a figure clad in black. The boss's health bar is displayed above its head. Then, let the battle begin. Soon, Lu Xingyuan encountered a group of professionals on the first floor of the Lei Feng Tower. None of the 5 had a rare tier class. However, they were fighting these elite monsters in an orderly manner. Song Yuechang. Class, Shield Warrior. Quality, High. Level, 14. Health, 910. Attack power, 22. Skills, Rock Block, Shield Bash. In this team, the majority of attribute points for frontline classes are allocated to Constitution. Although the equipment is average, the health bars are very thick. Mages focus solely on mental power. Archers focus solely on agility. This is a highly specialized team. Lu Xingyuan's understanding of professionals comes almost entirely from combat experience. After slaying over 100 professionals, he discovered that these specialized classes can maximize their class-specific traits in a team. The teams they form are the most challenging to deal with. They are the most troublesome to kill. Of course, the trouble he referred to was whether it took 2 or 3 swings to finish them off. Streams of blood gathered behind Lu Xingyuan, forming 5 blood-red long swords. Although using real weapons would be more powerful, but Lu Xingyuan still preferred weapons forged from blood. Combining sword control with blood mastery, manipulating blood grants even greater freedom. Sword manipulation technique, go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blood-red long swords sliced through the air. That 5-person team with the complete combination. Even before they reached Lu Xingyuan's side, they were directly slain. Killed a level 14 professional, you gain 1000 experience points and 1% health. You obtained 1 golden equipment. You gain 800 experience points and 1% health. You obtained Rewards appear one after another, like bullet hell in front of your eyes. That's a lot of experience points? Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. This experience points are far exceeding the expected reward. Could it be the experience point bonus from the difficult dungeon? Does it also apply when defeating professional players? If this continues, Lu Xingyuan's leveling speed will become even faster. With the extra experience points, Lu Xingyuan is even more motivated. Now, he not only has health bars and healing speed, he also has powerful equipment and skills. The efficiency of slaughtering professional players is already extremely high. In the blink of an eye, he had cleared out several professional teams on the first floor of the Lei Feng Tower. At the same time, Zhang Yuli was also engaged in combat with the monsters. However, her level was too low, and she had no combat skills. After killing just a few minor monsters, she was already drenched in sweat. In the real world, several professionals who had been eliminated from the dungeon were all confused. What the hell is going on with that boss? A girl carrying a portable airport covered her face and crouched on the ground in agony. They had been happily leveling up. But suddenly, a boss appeared. Before they could even get a good look at it, they were sliced to pieces by blood-red flying swords that came raining down from the sky. This is way too overpowered. Everyone else met the same fate. My gear. Damn it, the weapons I spent a fortune on were looted before I even killed a few monsters. Damn it, how did everyone get their gear looted? Bai Lei, who had already been eliminated, saw everyone's situation and crossed his arms. Ha, I told you there was another boss in this dungeon. Second floor of the Lei Feng Tower. Someone outside passed information about the boss, the Blood King, to the team on the second floor. A magic user wielding a feather fan stood atop a high platform. Casters on the second floor, please come and join me. I am a battle formation class. I can enhance everyone's abilities to fight the boss that's attacking us. Zhuge Qingfeng. Class, Battle Formation Master. Quality, Legendary. Level, 15. Health, 1200. Attack power, 113. Skill, Borrow the East Wind. Add his summoning. Sure enough, 3 groups of professionals arrived. At the same time, a ripple spread across the teleportation array between the first and second floors. Humming. A massive creature appeared out of thin air. It was a massive, almost excessively large white snake. Its body was translucent and shimmering, with each scale resembling a work of art. On its head stood a man dressed in black. Boss Blood King. Boss White Snake. Damn, there are 2 bosses? Zhuge Qingfeng widened his eyes. The speed at which he fanned his feather fan increased significantly. Forget it, let us go. May the east wind aid me. Zhuge Qingfeng swung the feather fan in his hand. Suddenly, a violent storm erupted. This was his only skill at the moment. It can be enhanced to affect a larger area. All allied practitioners, unleash your attacks to deal additional damage. 20 practitioners. Fireballs, ice spikes, arrows. They keep coming one after another. Lu Xingyuan's health dropped by 1000 points in an instant. The damage is pretty high. Since you want to play long-range attacks, Little White, show them what you've got. Yes, Master. Xiao Bai's snake-like eyes burst with a brilliant blue light. The white snake spirit sword materialized from his forehead and shot through the air. Whoosh. 907. 911. 899. Under Xiao Bai's control, the white snake spirit sword rampaged across the battlefield. Xiao Bai's attack power was already incredibly powerful. Combined with the power of his signature weapon, the white snake spirit sword, there's also additional true damage. Except for the few frontline enemies with thicker health pools who can withstand 2 strikes. The fragile mages are basically one-hit kills. Zhuge Qingfeng couldn't believe his eyes and stretched his neck. What the hell is this damage? Instant kill? What the hell? What the hell? That white flying sword wasn't just fast and powerful. It also swayed left and right, moving unpredictably. It was impossible to defend against. These people were just randomly gathered by Zhuge Qingfeng. They have no cohesion. They were defeated in a single clash. They lost their will to fight and scattered in all directions. Following that, it was a one-sided slaughter by Lu Xingyuan and Xiao Bai. Soul sword blades danced through the air. Blood-stained swords soared into the air. They continuously reaped the lives of these professionals. You have killed a level 15 legendary professional. You have gained 1,500 experience points and 1% health. You have gained 900 experience points and 1% health. You have obtained 1,320 gold coins. In just a few minutes, these professionals were all slain. Only a pile of corpses remained. Beside the corpses lay looted equipment, items, and a sea of glittering gold coins. Then, Lu Xingyuan swiftly began clearing out the professionals inside the tower. In this round, his primary target was the professionals. I still hadn't killed any monsters. Soon, he had completely cleared out all the professionals from the first 5 floors. The monsters on the 6th floor this time, I'll really give them a taste of their own medicine. Monster Town. Yuan Jingyun saw Lu Xingyuan and the others enter the Lei Feng Tower dungeon again. The jealousy in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Why? We all entered the dungeon together, why do you get everything? You could at least give me a share. And besides, there's the holy relic that's a treasure that can change the fate of a professional. If I could obtain such a treasure, I could rise to the top in no time. Become a legendary professional that everyone admires. No one would dare look down on me anymore. No one. Thinking this, Yuan Jingyun's face, which had been filled with jealousy, slowly turned into hatred. He dialed a phone number. Dad, I've found a treasure. A treasure that can change the fate of our entire family. Yes, it's in Monster Town. In the hands of a first-class professional. Chapter 33, Close the Dungeon, Extra Rewards. The looming danger in the town. Lei Feng Tower, 6th floor. Lu Xingyuan once again arrived before the 6 Snake Man statues. This time, before Lu Xingyuan could get close, the statues began to activate one after another. Then, they all crawled to the ground, trembling in fear. As if they had seen their king. Lu Xingyuan froze for a moment before reacting. Intimidation. Bosses with this skill can exert a suppressing effect on monsters of the same species as themselves. Therefore, in the earlier layers, those snake monsters dared not approach Lu Xingyuan. Therefore, these 6 Snake Man statues would automatically activate and kneel on the ground. Kill them. At the command, the white snake spirit sword sliced through the air. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, the 6 Snake Man statues were already dead. There was no resistance throughout the entire battle. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but marvel. He hadn't expected the intimidation skill to be so effective. He had been thinking about the petrification immunity effect of the Eyes of Evil. Finally, he could use it. He intended to thoroughly humiliate these 6 Snake Man statues here. But unexpectedly, the 6 Snake Man statues, upon seeing Xiaobai, immediately knelt on the ground and voluntarily offered up their lives. You have defeated Snake Man statue Evil Eye Elite Monster. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have obtained. The consecutive system prompts finally caused Lu Xingyuan's experience points to reach maximum. Your level has risen to 12. You have received a plus 10 bonus to all attributes. The attribute panel also received another round of enhancements. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class BOSS Blood King. First transformation. Quality unknown. Level 120%. Strength 130. Agility 130. Constitution 1300. Spirit 130. Health primary attribute 35,344. Mana 1300. Health points surged from 24,950 to 35,444. During this round of cleanup, Lu Xingyuan killed a total of 85 professionals. Only 35 of them were of a higher level than Lu Xingyuan. He gained over 10,000 health points as a reward. The allure of exponential growth was finally experienced for the first time. Lu Xingyuan did not rush directly to the 7th floor to fight the boss. Instead, he turned around and prepared to head to the 5th floor. He intended to sweep through the first 5 floors again and clear all the monsters. Secure an SSS rank evaluation. Suddenly, his footsteps came to a halt. Someone's here. At the same time, Xiaobai also sensed the presence of other humans. The white snake spirit sword continuously swept back and forth within the 6th layer of space. But finally, in a corner, it struck an invisible target. A figure dressed in warrior armor rolled onto the ground. It's him. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. Jiang Yuli had introduced this person to him earlier. The berserker warrior, Xiong Fei. And if it weren't for his mistake of stepping on a piece of broken rock and making a noise, Lu Xingyuan and Xiaobai couldn't sense his presence. A berserker who can hide himself. This is getting interesting. Another sword strike. You have killed a level 14 professional, gaining 1,300 experience points and plus 1% health. You obtained the legendary item Invisible Veil. Invisible Spirit Veil. Quality, Legendary Tier Item. Usage, 910. Effect, when equipped, you enter stealth mode and block all perception effects. Oh my. What a pleasant surprise. Lu Xingyuan satisfiedly put away the Invisible Veil. The special effects of the Invisible Veil, if used properly, can definitely have a remarkable effect. Of course, if Jiang Yuli saw the effects of the Invisible Spirit Veil, she would instantly understand how Xiong Fei had obtained the reward from the Lei Feng Pagoda in his previous life. He had stolen it. Xiong Fei, who was teleported outside the dungeon. He was completely dumbfounded. Where had he ended up? A boss was spawning monsters. Could it be 2 bosses fighting over territory? Inside the Lei Feng Tower, Lu Xingyuan once again began a massacre. This time, whether they were monsters or adventurers, none were spared. Soon, the entire Lei Feng Tower was completely cleared out. Another level up was imminent. Level 1289%. Looking at Lu Xingyuan before him, not a speck of dust on his body. Zhang Yuli's eyelids twitched slightly. How abnormal. He's already cleared out all the monsters in the Lei Feng Tower so quickly. You're so twisted. Are you even letting anyone else live? Lu Xingyuan smiled. Let's go take down the final boss and claim our rewards. 7th floor. Seeing the enormous white snake imprisoned there, Zhang Yue swallowed hard. How could it be her? In her previous life. Later on, Zhang Yue had seen a news report. It was this white snake who had once used a single skill to submerge an entire city. Such a terrifying existence. And she's in a level 15 dungeon. That's way too exaggerated. Lu Xingyuan is truly a monster. Never mind. She's almost used to this twisted guy. Zhang Yue comforted herself. Just then, another equally massive white snake plummeted from the sky. Zhang Yue nearly died of fright. What the hell is that? How could there be more? Lu Xingyuan cleared his throat. Don't be afraid, it's my pet. Zhang Yue? He didn't explain further. Lu Xingyuan and the white snake charged forward. With Xiaobai's help, Lu Xingyuan's level was also higher. This time it only took about 10 minutes. The white snake boss was slain. Congratulations! You have cleared the Lei Feng Tower dungeon and received an SSS rank evaluation. A full report is about to be sent out. Do you wish to hide your name information? No. Citywide announcement. Lu Xingyuan led a team to successfully clear the Lei Feng Tower hard mode dungeon today and achieved an SSS rank perfect score. Citywide announcement. The people of Monster Town stared in disbelief. Unbelievable. An additional boss appeared and eliminated everyone. In such a situation, someone actually managed to clear the dungeon? It's still Lu Xingyuan. My goodness, what on earth is this monster? Not only did they complete the first run, but they also directly achieved an SSS rank score. This is a difficult level dungeon. That's way too strong. At the same time, across Luo City, everyone was in complete shock. A city-wide announcement every day? If we don't get one, we get restless. Mom, when I grow up, I want to be as amazing as Lu Xingyuan. Luo City Game Administration Bureau. An armed helicopter descended from the sky. A fierce wind sweeps through the area. Vera remained motionless, standing straight below. It's been a long time since I've been here. A slightly hoarse voice echoed from inside the helicopter. Then, a massive shadow engulfed Vera entirely. Mr. Xinghen, welcome to Los Angeles. Vera immediately bowed respectfully. Click. A figure drifted down from the helicopter. This person was very young, no, to be precise, he looked like a very small child. About 10 years old? And he had a baby face, looking very cute, like a porcelain doll. You couldn't help but want to pinch his cheeks. However, no one dares to underestimate this child who looks like he's only in his early teens. Because he's a professional at the peak of his fourth transformation. Just then, the city-wide announcement sounded. Xinghen froze for a moment. Is this the Lu Xingyuan you were talking about? Yes, Mr. Xinghen. Interesting. I hope he can teach me something. A faint smile appeared on Xinghen's lips. Otherwise, Vera hurriedly interjected, he's just a newbie professional. We don't need evidence for what we do. Leifeng Pagoda. Ding, congratulations on defeating the boss White Snake. Reward settlement will begin. You have gained 18,888 experience points. You have leveled up, gaining plus 10 to all attributes. Primary attributes are boosted by 10 times. You have obtained the legendary material 1000-year snake bone. You have obtained the legendary material 1000-year snake skin. You have obtained the legendary material 1000-year snake scale. You have obtained the mysterious item rotten Buddha beads. A dazzling array of rewards flashed before his eyes. Lu Xingyuan felt a bit regretful. As expected, only the first player to defeat the boss can obtain the loot from its corpse. However, there was a special reward. Rotten Buddha beads. Description: a special item, seemingly a token left behind by a powerful individual. What is this? Just as Lu Xingyuan was feeling puzzled, Xiaobai came over. Master, these Buddhist beads contain Buddhist teachings. They should be the key to the Golden Light Temple. Golden Light Temple? With the Leifeng Pagoda and now a Golden Light Temple, it all seemed to make sense. Xiaobai knelt down with a thud. Master, my sister is sealed inside the Golden Light Temple. I beg you to help her. Grant her a drop of your blood, so she may also become your servant. Lu Xingyuan? What does that mean? You were killed by me, yet you don't hate me, and now you want me to kill your sister? Xiaobai looked up in surprise, of course. By absorbing your blood and becoming your servant, one gains immense power and immortality. That's the happiest thing there is. Lu Xingyuan nodded. Alright, you have a bright future. Zhang Yuli had been anxiously waiting for the reward from the gamble, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Several people returned one after another. The people of Monster Town saw Lu Xingyuan's arrival. They immediately cheered. Welcome back. Mr. Lu has closed a difficult level dungeon, which will be a huge contribution to all of humanity. The higher the difficulty level of the dungeon, the stronger the boss. Typically, these bosses are subject to certain restrictions within the dungeon world. When they enter the real world, they will display even greater power, growing at an extremely rapid pace into a colossal entity, posing a significant threat to the entire human race. Therefore, any adventurer capable of closing dungeons of difficulty level or higher is regarded as a savior. They will be greatly admired by many. At the same time, there are also some less benevolent gazes fixed intently on Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan himself felt nothing of this. Suddenly, he heard Erha's voice. Master, there's a killing intent. Chapter 34, Ambush on the way? No, it's an experienced baby coming right to me. He heard the second company commander's reminder. Lu Xingyuan's eyes scanned the crowd. Wow! Who's that woman following behind Lu Xingyuan? She's so beautiful. The genius school beauty from 3rd middle school? It seems like she has awakened a hidden profession. Yes, it's her. I heard that Zhang Xiaohua is really aloof and doesn't talk to people much. However, at this moment, the icy school flower seemed quite different from the rumors. She was following closely behind Lu Xingyuan, like a little sidekick. Just then, Zhang Yuli suddenly jumped up, her eyes bursting with dazzling light. It's done! This time it really worked. Just now, the reward for the bet had been unlocked. Lu Xingyuan, come with me. There was no chance for Lu Xingyuan to refuse. Zhang Yuli grabbed his arm and rushed into a dilapidated little inn, leaving behind a stunned crowd of men and women. What the hell? No, the cold and aloof goddess? Zhang Xiaohua dragged Lu Xingyuan into the small inn? Oh my god, my heart is broken. Inside the inn, Zhang Yuli's face was flushed red. She was too excited. Mythical tier reward. Lu Xingyuan, we're rich. As she spoke, a massive egg, roughly the same height as Zhang Yui, appeared out of thin air. The egg was covered in scales that emitted a dazzling rainbow-colored glow. Mysterious dragon egg. Quality, mythical. Description, a dragon egg of unknown origin, but its power is intoxicating. If hatched, it would undoubtedly grant a tremendous boost. Is this the reward for winning the bet? Mythical grade dragon egg? Lu Xingyuan's jaw nearly hit the ground. Zhang Yui had given him the rewards from her previous 2 bets. One was a mythical tier main city order. The other was an epic tier divine hiding ring. This time, it's actually a mythical tier dragon egg. A dragon. No matter what world they are in, they represent the ultimate power. They are synonymous with power. Any adventurer who possesses a powerful dragon pet can significantly boost their combat strength. Here you go. Zhang Yuli reluctantly patted the dragon egg. Such a precious reward, are you really willing to give it to me? Lu Xingyuan was taken aback. Zhang Yui had previously mentioned wanting to team up with him and become true allies. To grow stronger together. Face the future crises. But this dragon egg isn't something only Lu Xingyuan can use. Any professional could possess a pet. Just protect me, okay? Zhang Yuli waved her hand and ran off without looking back. Monster Town, a hidden room. Several people were hatching a plan. Uncle San, what should we do now? Yuan Jingyun's voice trembled. The man addressed as third uncle by Yuan Jingyun was a bare-chested man with a dragon tattoo reaching past his shoulders. He was also a level 25 professional. The tattooed man bared his sharp teeth. Of course we kill him to eliminate the threat. Yuan Jingyun was a bit concerned. Uncle, this place is too close to Luo City, and there's also Qin Tian and Zhang Yuli here. These two are not people our Yuan family can afford to off. If it's just killing Lu Xingyuan, it's no big deal. But if we kill Qin Tian and Zhang Yuli as well, that would truly be a disaster. The entire Yuzhou, no, the entire Xia kingdom would have no place for the Yuan family to survive. The tattooed man burst into laughter. Boy, do you think your father and the 4 of us can hold up the entire family? Our true backing is the 7 transformation master of the cherry blossoms, Mr. Qingmu. All you need to do is follow us, leave the rest to us. Then, the tattooed man began discussing with the others. Lu Xingyuan's trip has yielded significant gains, he must return tomorrow. We'll ambush him halfway. The powerful figures inside the house did not notice anything. In the crack at the corner of the wall, a small snake was constantly flickering its tongue. The white light in the snake's eyes slowly faded. Inside the inn, Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slowly opening. Master, these people are indeed targeting you. Erha sensed the intent to kill. Lu Xingyuan instructed Xiao Bai to use his ability to control snakes to monitor the entire monster town. Sure enough, they made a discovery. Unfortunately, these snakes had very low intelligence. They could only vaguely perceive what the others were saying. However, once their identities were confirmed, everything else was manageable. The Yuan family. You sent a few level 20 professionals to kill me? Lu Xingyuan looked at the attribute panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class BOSS Blood King. First transformation. Quality unknown. Level 13 3%. Strength 140. Agility 140. Stamina 1400. Spirit 140. Health points primary attribute 39,041. Magic power 1400. Exclusive skills Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline, Blood Demon. General skill Shadow Chains, Bloodlust. Equipment proof of a true man heirloom, Divine Hide Ring Epic, Abyss Gaze set Dark Gold. Reputation your infamy is unknown to all. Now, you're already level 13. Exaggerated stats, combined with various overpowered abilities stacked together. Below level 30, you can walk all over everyone. Even if you take a step back. Even if you encounter an opponent you can't defeat or a boss whose class is exposed, you can teleport to the Blood Court. Now, you're unbeatable. The next morning. Although the Lei Feng Tower dungeon had already closed, the square of Monster Town was still crowded with people. Zhang Yue walked over and whispered, "Someone died in the town last night. It was the random player who teamed up with us." Lu Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Without saying a word, he simply led the group away from Monster Town. "Master, there are 3 people following you. They're all strong, at least in their 20s. The voice of the 2nd Battalion commander echoed in his mind. Lu Xingyuan smiled. He didn't pay it any mind. However, before leaving, he secretly released the 2nd Battalion commander. The 2nd Battalion commander had keen senses. He could help track down those who wanted to kill and steal the treasure. After all, we can't let them escape. Not long after, Lu Xingyuan came to a halt. "I have some matters to attend to. You all return to the city first." "Got it, big brother." Qin Tian didn't notice the thick killing intent in the air and continued to laugh foolishly. Zhang Yue seemed to sense something. "Someone has been following us the whole time. Could it be?" Lu Xingyuan nodded. He informed the others of the plan to kill and steal the treasure. "Let's go together, big brother. There's a mine belonging to my family up ahead. Let's go there to hide." Qin Tian was very loyal. Although the mining area was guarded by combat professionals, but their strength was no match for the bandits. Zhang Yue said solemnly, "I can help you escape." Sumuyu also expressed her willingness to fight alongside Lu Xingyuan. "Lu Ge, you lead us in showing off, and we're willing to face the powerful enemies with you." Lu Xingyuan firmly refused everyone's offer. He didn't have the habit of sharing his experience with others, especially not experience from those who offered it willingly. Chapter 35, Killing That's the Real Big Bang. What do you intend to do? Zhang Yue stared straight at Lu Xingyuan. After spending some time with him, she had come to understand this man well. His personality wasn't as harmless as he appeared. Because he was the boss. The real boss. Lu Xingyuan smiled. "Of course we should kill them. A weakling dares to provoke the boss. The outcome can only be one." Yes. From Lu Xingyuan's perspective, he was the stronger one. As for the Yuan family, is just one of countless challengers. The only fate awaiting them is one. Total annihilation. Lu Xingyuan remained silent. But Jiang Yuli already understood. "Be careful. I'll wait for you in the main city." Saying this, she handed him a scroll. Teleportation scroll. Effect: using this scroll will randomly teleport you to another location within 100 kilometers. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Single-use scroll-type items aren't cheap. This little rich girl is really wealthy. Lu Xingyuan took the teleportation scroll and waved his hand. He turned and left. Watching Lu Xingyuan's receding figure, Zhang Yuli dialed a phone number. "Keep an eye on everyone from the Yuan family. If they make any moves, notify me immediately." Qin Tian and Su Muyu exchanged glances and shook their heads. The Yuan family is in trouble. The Zhang family had been very low-key in recent years, especially after Zhang Zhanshan was severely injured. The Zhang family has ceased to appear at important events. But even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. If you provoke the Zhang family, even a god couldn't save the Yuan family. In a remote mountain forest, a SUV was parked here. Beside the car lay several bodies of professionals. "We must not let any living soul see that we were here." The tattooed man bends down and stabs the bodies one by one, checking to make sure they're dead. Yuan Jingyun and the other young people, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of fear. Just then, news came from ahead. "Third brother, they've split up. Upon learning that Lu Xingyuan had voluntarily left the group and separated from the others, the Yuan family members all smiled. Without Qin Tian and Jiang Yuli, their last remaining fear would also vanish. Lu Xingyuan is as good as dead. Jingyun, you young ones stay in the car. Uncle and the others, let's go retrieve our Yuan family's treasure. Yuan Tuku licked the blood-stained blade of his long sword, revealing a bloodthirsty intent. Lu Xingyuan wound his way through the mountains and forests, leading the others deeper and deeper. They crossed the territory of the Bull Chieftain. The second company commander had already clearly sensed the strength of the few people behind them. One was a 25th level warrior, and the other three were just entering the 20th level. With such strength, they dared to try to rob others? Lu Xingyuan came to a halt. He turned around and looked back with a smirk. Yuan Tuku and the others, seeing this, dared not continue forward. After confirming no one was around, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xingyuan, hand over the sacred relic, and we'll let you die with your body intact. As he spoke, Yuan Tuku and the other three simultaneously closed in on Lu Xingyuan, blocking all escape routes. Lu Xingyuan lightly tapped his storage ring. A golden orb, emanating a golden halo, appeared out of thin air. Lu Xingyuan gently tossed it into the air and caught it steadily. Want it? Yuan Tukuan and the others' gazes were instantly drawn to it. It's really the holy relic. Ha ha ha. Heaven bless the Yuan family. The greed in their eyes was about to overflow. Suddenly, Yuan Tukuan felt a chill of murderous intent sweeping in from behind. He instinctively swung his shield to block it. Bang! A massive sword, emanating a dog-headed glow, crashed down on his shield with tremendous force. The massive figure of Erha flipped through the air. Its claws gripped the tree trunk, leaving it hanging mid-air. A pet? Yuan Tuku frowned, unleashing all his inner strength without reservation. This kid was prepared. Be careful. Several figures erupted with energy, and rings of green light appeared one after another. First-tier professionals had white halos, while second-tier had green ones. 3 level 20 professionals. 1 25th level professional. Yuan Tukuan. Class, Shield Swordmaster 2nd tier. Quality, Rare. Level, 25. Health points, 2033. Attack power, 180. He glanced at the attributes of the four. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Even if these four were combined, their attributes wouldn't even reach a quarter of Lu Xingyuan's. He put away the holy relic. Lu Xingyuan's expression grew serious. It seems you all like this place. By this time next year, the trees here will surely be lush and thriving. As he finished speaking, a beam of white light shot up from Lu Xingyuan's body, piercing the sky. A massive serpentine body coiled around the group, trapping them within its coils. Yuan Tukuan and the others, upon seeing the terrifying white serpent's body and the half-human, half-dog creature, they were all puzzled. Could Lu Xingyuan be a beast tamer? The four of them unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Fireballs and arrows. Each was aimed at Lu Xingyuan, the second company commander, and Xiaobai. 3 exaggerated health bars appeared. Boss Wolf Lord? Boss White Snake? Boss Blood King? What is this? How can the health bars be this long? It's a monster. This thing isn't human. It's you. You're the boss from the dungeon. The boss that has been appearing repeatedly in the dungeon, hunting down professional players. It's actually this young man right in front of us. This is simply too unbelievable. From the beginner's dungeon, to the depths of the haunted forest, and even the Lei Feng Tower. 3 dungeons where the Blood King boss appeared. All of them have Lu Xingyuan's presence. And he cleared them all first. Countless people are questioning. What class is Lu Xingyuan, and what kind of power does he possess? What kind of power does he possess to defeat such a powerful boss? But no one could have imagined. This guy is the boss himself. Everything suddenly makes sense. Yuan Tukuan stared wide-eyed, though he couldn't believe any of it. But the facts were right before their eyes. Yuan Tuku and the other 4 exchanged glances, their expressions as dark as water. At that moment, all 4 of them felt a pang of regret. But now, there was no way out. No matter how strong he is, he's just a newbie professional, only a few levels high. He took something from the Yuan family he's not getting away. Let us all attack him together and cut him down. The next moment, Lu Xingyuan slowly spread his arms. 3 blood-red long swords materialized behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood-red swords sliced through the air, each targeting one of the 3. Additionally, the second company commander unleashed the fierce dog severing the void technique, charging forward recklessly. In the blink of an eye, 2 level 20 professionals fell to the ground. Yuan Tukuan, after all, was a 25th level professional. His speed could barely keep up with Lu Xingyuan. His attacks landed several times. But that terrifying healing speed left him despairing. In an instant, he was fully healed? This sense of helplessness made Yuan Tuku feel the breath of death. Too strong. Lu Xingyuan is too strong. Taking advantage of the moment, Yuan Tuku blocked a blow and turned to flee. But, without warning, the pure white giant snake blocked his path. There was no time to react. The pure white flying sword flew toward him. After severing both of Yuan Tuku's arms, it pierced the very center of Yuan Tuku's chest, pinning him to the tree trunk. Then, Xiaobai approached the body with a solemn expression. Holding his breath, he carefully lifted one of the arms with his foot. He aligned it perfectly symmetrical with the other arm. Only then did he exhale. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from behind. The second company commander knelt down and used the corpse to wipe the blood off the icy giant sword. "Old Deng, you still want to run?" Lu Xingyuan murmured softly. "You have killed a level 20 professional, earning 3,000 experience points and 1% health. Killing a professional in real life grants additional experience points. You have killed a level 25 professional, gaining 5,000 experience points and 1% health. Wow, that's so much experience points." Looking at the bodies of the four, Lu Xingyuan was stunned. This isn't over yet. The second company commander handed over the storage equipment of the four people to Lu Xingyuan. Each of their storage rings contained quite a few valuable items. Equipment, items, treasures, gold coins. Everything you could possibly want. This is way better than only getting one item in a dungeon. I love this kind of thing, people who bring everything they own into a fight. There's no need to deal with corpses in the wild. Monsters and beasts will clean up all traces. Lu Xingyuan stood up and walked back the way he came. "Since the Yuan family attacked me first, you all deserve to die." Lu Xingyuan wasn't T1 to take a loss. Revenge must be sought. Eradicate the root. Yuan Jingyun and the others must be waiting nearby. Chapter 36. This boss is incredibly strong and has a strong sense of revenge. Why aren't they back yet? Yuan Jingyun paced back and forth anxiously. He even took the risk of sending a message to his third uncle. But he hadn't received a reply yet. He had no idea what was happening. "What are you panicking about?" A young man who looked a few years older than Yuan Jingyun was lying on the seat. "It's just a newbie professional. Nothing will go wrong. Just wait and see." Yuan Jingyun nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a person approaching them from the distance. Someone's coming. The mountain forest was dimly lit, and they couldn't make out the person's features. As the figure drew nearer, Yuan Jingyun and the others grew increasingly terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Xingyuan? It's your father." As the words fell, a 40-meter-long blood-red sword came crashing down. Boom! The off-road vehicle was engulfed in flames, and the people inside were dead beyond recognition. Yuan Jingyun was truly lucky. He hadn't been crushed to death outright. However, he was covered in blood and struggling to crawl out from under the vehicle. Lu Xingyuan walked over to Yuan Jingyun and knelt down beside him. He grabbed a handful of his blood-soaked hair and pulled his head up. "Don't worry. Your father, your mother, and your entire family will all be joining you down there." Yuan Jingyun's tears streamed down his face. Brother, please don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret, a big secret about our Yuan family. My father, he actually has connections with the Cherry Blossom Islands. It's said that there's a 7th-rank professional who's doing business with them." Lu Xingyuan remained expressionless. "Oh, what does that have to do with me?" Yuan Jingyun hesitated for a moment, clenched his teeth, and continued. "There's more. My uncle said they want to kill you not only because of the holy relic, but also because of an old grudge. Because your parents were killed by them." Yuan Jingyun closed his eyes and blurted out everything about his family's past. Lu Xingyuan's eyelid twitched slightly. "Thank you. But..." A blood-red spike slowly pierced Yuan Jingyun's chest. "You have killed an 11th level professional. You have gained 500 experience points. You have obtained..." A series of notification sounds echoed. Lu Xingyuan watched as his experience points increased slightly. Killing a professional yields an incredibly generous amount of experience points. Especially in the real world. The rapid increase in experience points made Lu Xingyuan realize a problem. He had always believed that the boss class had few restrictions. But now he realized. The greatest limitation on himself was the high cost of experience points. Yes. The level skipping rewards, combined with the extra bonuses for defeating other players. The experience points are simply too generous. Lu Xingyuan's leveling speed is terrifying. Because he's constantly seeking out high-level professionals to obtain rewards from the Bloodforge. The opponent's levels are getting higher and higher. More experience. The leveling speed doesn't decrease but increases instead. This allows him to advance quickly. Gain exclusive skills. Anyway, there are endless professionals to defeat. Lu Xingyuan has no need to worry. All he needs to do is strengthen his own abilities as quickly as possible. Half an hour later. A middle-aged woman with a toned physique, accompanied by Jiang Yue, swept through the sky at an incredible speed. Suddenly, The middle-aged woman came to a halt. "Miss, there's a smell of blood up ahead. Go check it out." The flying altitude decreased. Through the gaps in the tree branches and leaves, a large group of wolf-like monsters could be seen gathering here. They were constantly tearing at several corpses. Suddenly, the massive alpha wolf clamped its tail tightly and let out a terrified whimper. Then, the wolf pack was violently flung away by an invisible force. The middle-aged woman quickly inspected several corpses and shook her head. "Miss, these dead are all from the Yuan family. The strongest was a 25th level practitioner, and the remaining 3 were 20th level. They were likely killed by professionals. And there are very few signs of combat here, which means the enemy was very powerful." The middle-aged woman's slightly harsh face betrayed a hint of admiration. "Miss, your friend here is no ordinary person." Jiang Yue murmured softly. "Of course he's no ordinary opponent. That guy is downright twisted." Luo City, the top floor of the Yuan Group building. In the meeting room, a bald man with wrinkled face stood straight and respectful in front of the phone. While listening to the reprimand on the other end of the line, he bows repeatedly. Yes. Mr. Aoki, please wait for our good news. We will definitely deliver the sacred relic to you." He hung up the phone. Yuan Miao's lips curled into a faint smile. This time, the Yuan family will soar to new heights. However, the expressions of the few elderly men in the conference room were not very pleasant. The Xia kingdom will also find a place to call home within our Yuan family. Yuan Miao's eyes flashed with coldness. What's the difference between the Xia kingdom and the Dong kingdom? What matters is what's best for our Yuan family. Isn't that how our Yuan family rose to power? Without the tomb of the former king, I sacrificed the lives of the Lu family couple to secure Mr. Qingmu's investment. What right does our Yuan family have to become one of the 4 great families of Luo City? Another hunched-over old man nodded. The family head is right. As long as it benefits the future development of the Yuan family, we will naturally support it wholeheartedly. On one wall of the meeting room was a wooden rack divided into several square compartments. Each compartment held a crystal-clear jade plaque. Within each plaque, a faint glow flickered. These were the life tokens of every direct descendant of the Yuan family. At that moment, crackle! The 5 jade plaques hanging at the top shattered one after another. The meeting room fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at the wooden frame in disbelief. Are the third brother and the others dead? How could that be? The shattering of the life plaques signified the death of their masters. The elderly were burying the young. The elderly men, one after another, began to wail in grief. "My son! Yuan Miao, you said the opponent was just a newbie who had just completed their first transformation. If that's the case, how could Koner have died? Today, you must give us an explanation." Yuan Miao snorted coldly. A blue aura rose from his feet. The overwhelming aura of a third-tier professional left everyone feeling immense pressure. "It's just a few people who died. As long as your grandchildren are still alive, that's enough." Yuan Miao hadn't finished speaking. 5 more soul plaques shattered. They were their own grandchildren. And Yuan Miao's own son. Chapter 37, Bounty Order. The show begins. The entire conference room fell into complete silence. All that could be heard was the heavy breathing of the crowd. Ging Yun? Yuan Miao clenched his fists. His son was dead. Several other young relatives were also among the dead, all of them the most promising heirs of the Yuan family. They shouldn't have been involved in this operation targeting Lu Xingyuan. What had happened? Yuan Miao's mind raced. First of all, it couldn't be Lu Xingyuan. Yuan Miao knew this son of the Lu family inside out. He has no backing. His consecutive first-place finishes were likely just a matter of luck, landing him a powerful profession. But he was just a first-tier professional himself. He couldn't possibly kill the third son and his men. Unlike Yuan Miao, who could still maintain a semblance of calm. The other elders of the Yuan family have all lost their minds. They were all elderly and had lost their ability to reproduce. Their sons and grandsons have all died. This was the end of their lineage. How could they not go mad? How could they not hate? Just then, Yuan Miao's phone suddenly vibrated. Caller ID, Yuan Dingyun. Everyone fell silent, staring intently at the information displayed on the screen. Yuan Miao pressed the answer button with a grim expression. "Hello? Who is this? I am a butterfly from the African savannah. You can call me Wasi, and I, die. You bastard, who the hell are you?" Yuan Miao's face alternated between pale and red. The other end burst into unrestrained laughter. "Who do you think I am? Looking at you, you must have received news of the deaths of your brothers and son, right? How does that feel? Must be pretty painful, huh? You won't be shedding any tears, will you? But don't worry. It'll be your turn soon. Clean your neck and wait for me. I'll come personally to kill your entire family. Let you all reunite underground. Beep beep beep." Until the busy tone stopped. Yuan Miao slowly stood up. I know who it was. Lu Xingyuan. Issue a bounty. I want him dead. The other elderly men in the room were all filled with hatred. He must be killed. Chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Yuan Miao spoke again. Quiet. We couldn't kill Lu Xingyuan this time, so he must be on guard. What we've done is likely to come to light. Everyone start now sell off all the family's assets. But only 30% is allowed to be sold. Anything more will arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, in Luo City, many professionals were still discussing the matter involving Lu Xingyuan. This guy is really tough. Yeah, apparently the Leifeng Tower dungeon has that strange boss again. Many top players went there but couldn't defeat it. It was Lu Xingyuan who finally took it down. That's so impressive. Lu Xingyuan is the arch nemesis of that boss, ha ha ha. A rumor spread through the black market of Luo City. Bounty notice. Professional adventurer Lu Xingyuan for stealing treasures and clashing with my Yuan family's disciples, killing several people. Bounty, 1 billion. The appearance of this message immediately drew the attention of countless people. 10 billion. Damn it, Lu Xingyuan actually offended the Yuan family of the 4 great clans? The Yuan family always acts so virtuous. I don't believe they didn't do anything. I'm a reasonable person, but 10 billion. All I can say is, don't let me get my hands on Lu Xingyuan. Ha, the Yuan group is just all talk. Their financial reports are a mess. If they can come up with 10 billion, I'll eat it. Game Administration Bureau. Vera carefully poured a cup of tea for the child sitting at the head of the table. The Yuan family's actions have already broken the rules of the profession. Should we intervene and help mediate the conflict between them? Both of them had seen the bounty notice the Yuan family had issued for Lu Xingyuan. Xinghen shook his head. That's 10 billion. Aren't you tempted? Vera gave an awkward yet polite smile. Xinghen shrugged, boring. Let's wait and see. This is going to be a real show. Behind that innocent and adorable face lay the cunning of a veteran. Xinghen's mission was solely for Lu Xingyuan. This young man was definitely not as simple as he appeared. However, he hides it well. This is the perfect opportunity to test him. In a safe environment, a wolf can don the skin of a sheep and disguise itself as a harmless lamb. But when faced with external pressure or even life-threatening danger, the wolf will instinctively bare its fangs and bite its enemy fiercely. On the other side, the news that Lu Xingyuan had returned to Luo City spread like wildfire, causing an uproar throughout the city. Wow, in this situation, Lu Xingyuan actually dared to return to the city? Doesn't he fear for his life? Where did he go after returning to the city? The Treasure Pavilion. That kid's pretty smart. No one dares to cause trouble at the Treasure Pavilion. I think he is just scared. The Treasure Pavilion won't get involved in something like this lightly. Inside the Treasure Pavilion, Hua Jin was wearing a white dress today, which looked very nice. She sat in her seat, quietly observing Lu Xingyuan across from her. Just to clarify, the Treasure Pavilion does not get involved in any matters between professionals. So, even though we're friends, Hua Jin can't do anything about it. Plus, there's an outstanding debt, and delaying payment will incur additional fees. Lu Xingyuan shook his head. It seems the Treasure Pavilion isn't interested in collaborating with me. I'll try another place then. I see that the shop across the street, Shibo Zhai, looks pretty good. Hua Jin immediately flashed a charming smile. They were just joking around, you know. Her posture shifted from leaning back in the chair to leaning forward. The 2 majestic peaks began to invert. Lu Xingyuan muttered under his breath, "You devil. I hope to collaborate with the Treasure Pavilion to acquire the Yuan family's various assets." Hua Jin furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Lu Xingyuan smiled. Just do as I say. Oh, and one more thing, don't use the name of the Treasure Pavilion. It's best to have someone with no connections or background handle the acquisition. You can negotiate the price freely. At this point, I believe they'll accept any price, no matter how low. The Yuan family is colluding with the Sakura clan. The brutal treatment of Xia Kingdom's geniuses if this comes to light. The Yuan family will have no place left in Xia Kingdom. They will have no choice but to leave. In such a short time, the Yuan family's vast assets are impossible to liquidate. At this point, if someone were to come forward voluntarily and offer to acquire their family's various assets, they would have no choice but to accept it reluctantly. Hua Jinsho furrowed her brows. She looked completely clueless about what Lu Xingyuan was saying. She had no idea about the secrets hidden behind the Yuan family. After a moment's thought, Hua Jin pouted, "You're trying to get something for nothing. However, I can agree to your terms. But since it's a deal, what do I get in return? I guarantee you can purchase a large amount of the Yuan family's assets at an extremely low price. We'll split the profits evenly." Lu Xingyuan had already thought it through. Hua Jin? This is still just getting something for nothing. Also, you must be curious, right? What kind of treasure is worth the Yuan family fighting so fiercely over? Hua Jin was a competent merchant. Though curious about the question, he remained calm. I'll tell you once everything is settled. Lu Xingyuan teased him. Hua Jin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright, the deal is sealed. You're now at odds with the Yuan family. I want to know what you plan to do next. Lu Xingyuan replied matter-of-factly, of course, I'll eliminate them. Once Miss Hua Jin completes the first step, the Yuan family will be completely eradicated from this world. Chapter 38, The Abyss. The main plot? 2 days later. Yuan Group, top floor conference room. Yuan Miao and the others all had grim expressions. Over the past 2 days, a wealthy merchant from another region had somehow obtained information. Whenever they were about to transact their assets, that individual would emerge to disrupt the process, preventing the transactions from being completed. Just then, a tall, slender secretary hurriedly walked in. Chairman, that person called us proactively, he said. The secretary hesitated to speak. Tell me exactly what he said. Yuan Miao spoke up. He said, he's willing to acquire all of our group's assets at 10% of the market price. 10%? He's out of his mind. Whoever sells to him is a dog. Right, a dog. I'd rather burn all this stuff to the ground than give it to him. In the meeting room, the elderly members of the Yuan family were fuming with anger. Damn it! That bastard, don't let me catch him, or I'll kill him. Yuan Miao also cursed under his breath. The secretary calmed down and said another sentence. He also said, if we refuse, no one will be willing to take over our group's assets. Yuan Miao's face darkened. I don't believe it. Does he have supernatural powers? I'm selling at rock bottom prices. How could no one buy? Master, actually, that's not important. As long as we can obtain the holy relic, we can settle for a little more on the rest. Yuan Miao narrowed his eyes. Rest assured, the day Lu Xingyuan leaves the treasure pavilion will be the day he dies. The treasure pavilion. Hua Jin munched on snacks while smiling as he listened to his subordinate's report. That Lu Xingyuan is quite the character. The reason he was able to easily suppress the Yuan family group. It was because Lu Xingyuan had already learned that they were desperately trying to sell their assets. That's why Hua Jin could bargain ruthlessly and drive the price down to the bone. In the past, Hua Jin had only engaged in legitimate business dealings. Buying and selling favors. They had never experienced this before. This feeling of using power to intimidate others is truly so satisfying. Right. Hua Jin looked up at the top floor. What's that kid been doing hiding in his room all this time? Lu Xingyuan had already entered the blood court. I can handle the Yuan family for you. Zhang Yuli cut straight to the point. Lu Xingyuan hurriedly waved his hands. Don't even think about it. I can handle this myself. This Zhang Yue is not only beautiful and powerful but also generous and wealthy. Her only flaw is that she always insists on taking credit for others' achievements. Lu Xingyuan made it clear that he would not allow it. Based on the current information, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Miao. His exact rank is unknown. But he is definitely a third-class professional. Just like the first advancement, they will obtain the core abilities of their profession. Subsequent advancements will result in a significant increase in attributes. Additionally, they unlock class-specific skills. Third-class professionals are much stronger than second-class ones. Lu Xingyuan is already quite strong. But to be safe, it's best to take advantage of this time to grind hard. Equip the Abyss Gaze set. Lu Xingyuan left the main city and headed toward the true depths of the abyss. A massive blood mist appeared. Xiaobai transformed into a snake and lowered its head, allowing Lu Xingyuan to mount it. Then, at an incredible speed, they began searching the abyss. Over the next 2 days, Lu Xingyuan spent most of his time exploring the abyss. He discovered numerous traces of mutated monsters. However, he did not encounter any living ones. Roar! Suddenly, Lu Xingyuan spotted several monsters. Mutated steel-backed pig. Level 18. Health 2300. Attack power 150. Another mutated monster. This time, the mutated monster is no longer humanoid. This also helped Lu Xingyuan resolve a lingering doubt. Not only humanoid monsters can be infected by mutation. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. A slash carrying a dog-like glow charged toward him from hundreds of meters away. After slaying the monster, Lu Xingyuan continued forward. He soon discovered more mutated monsters. And professionals. It was a man clad in a massive magical cloak. His face was pale and lifeless, but his sunken eyes glowed with a crimson light. Mutated Fire Mage. Class Fire Mage Second Transformation. Level 20. Health points 1700. Attack power 230. Skills Fireball, Mana Drain, Blazing Storm. A living being? Upon seeing Lu Xingyuan, the man's eyes lit up as if he had spotted a delicious meal. The next moment, over 100 mutated monsters charged forward. Roar! 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 Lu Xingyuan flexed his limbs, and a blood-stained sword flew out. With an extremely speed, it sliced toward the monsters ahead. At the same time, Xiaobai's snake tail, resembling a small mountain, crashed down with tremendous force. It instantly knocked away over a dozen mutated monsters. The second company commander, enduring the fierce dog sky-splitting slash, charged straight in. The three of them instantly routed the hundreds of mutated monsters led by the fire mage. The mutated monsters began dying at an extremely rapid pace. The fire mage clearly possessed extremely high intelligence. Their intelligence surpassed that of the mutated professionals Lu Xingyuan had encountered earlier. He burst into maniacal laughter. Then, his eyes suddenly burst forth with blue light. Magic Devour. Lu Xingyuan's magical power began to steadily decrease. Not only him, but also the second company commander and Xiaobai were having their magical power devoured. Kill him first. Lu Xingyuan and Xiaobai's spirit-controlled flying swords shot out simultaneously, until they reached the fire mage. Bang, bang, bang. In just 2 exchanges, the fire mage's health bar was completely depleted. He didn't even have time to cast any other skills. Xiaobai's abilities are highly effective against these mages. Lu Xingyuan pondered for a moment. Mages are typically fragile classes with extremely high attack power. Sword mastery allows one to decapitate mages from a great distance. Killing mutated fire mages is like stirring up a hornet's nest. In the dark, gloomy forest, greenish-green light points began to emerge. Dense and numerous, wave after wave. Are all of these mutated monsters? Lu Xingyuan's lips twitched slightly. This place shouldn't be called the Abyss anymore, it should be called the Mutant Realm. Although there were quite a few of them. But Lu Xingyuan grew even more excited. Because these are all experience points and life points. Today is the day to go all out. Lu Xingyuan, accompanied by the White Snake and Erha, charged forward. Start hacking. Now with the bloodthirsty technique, plus Erha and Bai Zhao's skills, Lu Xingyuan not only doesn't die, his attack power is also terrifyingly strong. Defeating these mutated monsters of higher levels is as easy as playing a game. Experience points are piling up rapidly. Only when facing these powerful mutated professionals do they have to exert a little more effort. Fortunately, while they possess intelligence, it is limited. Otherwise, they would be much harder to deal with. The Abyss has no concept of day or night. Lu Xingyuan had no idea how long he had been fighting here. In any case, he now felt like he was about to starve to death. Looking at the rotting corpses on the ground, he even wanted to crawl over and take a bite. However, Lu Xingyuan had finally killed all the mutated professionals and mutated monsters here. This trip was quite fruitful. He leveled up. And after killing dozens of mutated professionals, his health points had increased once again. Standing atop the mountain peak, Lu Xingyuan froze in place. On the other side of the mountain, there was actually a village. Just then, a voice echoed in Lu Xingyuan's ears. Congratulations! You have obtained the main quest of the Abyss Savior. Chapter 39, exhaust every last bit of value from the Yuan family, leaving none behind. Mission description, Brave One, you have uncovered the issue plaguing the Abyss. Mission requirements, please head to Dragon Hunter Village and find the root cause of the problem. Mission difficulty, extremely dangerous. Task punishment, none. Mission reward? Mission? Could this be the main quest from the game? But I've never heard anyone mention that there are quests in the Abyss. But then again, it makes sense. Others seem unable to enter the true Abyss. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows, standing on the mountaintop, gazing at the village in the distance. This must be the dragon hunting village mentioned in the quest. Grey mist shrouded the village, with only a few flickering green lights visible. It looked extremely eerie. All the mutated monsters and adventurers we encountered along the way came from the dragon hunting village. This place might very well be the lair of the mutated monsters. And the most crucial thing is, I'm the boss, okay? You want me to save the world? What do you mean? Go back first. Lu Xingyuan's health is already fully restored. But fighting all the way from the foot of the mountain to the summit, he's too exhausted. The second company commander had already been killed once, reduced to a single drop of blood, and returned to Lu Xingyuan's body. Xiaobai's health was also critically low. Moreover, as everyone knows, the newbie village is also known as the hideout of the big shots. Let's head back first to prepare, boost our combat power, and then go explore the dragon hunting village. Mount Xiaobai. Lu Xingyuan quickly left the mountain. This trip yielded significant rewards. A tribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class BOSS Blood King. First transformation. Quality unknown. Level, 1435%. Strength 150. Agility 150. Stamina 1500. Spirit 150. Health points primary attribute, 53,621. Magic power 1500. Exclusive skills: Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline, Blood Demon. Equipment: proof of a true man heirloom, Divine Hide Ring Epic, Abyss Gaze Set Dark Gold. Reputation 5. Your infamy is little known. First, your level has reached 14. All attributes have been enhanced. You have defeated dozens of mutated professionals. Your health points have skyrocketed once again. It has already surpassed 50,000. Lu Xingyuan suddenly noticed that the reputation column had changed. Where did the 5 reputation points come from? Could it be related to the quest, or did killing more mutated professionals grant reputation? No one in this world has ever claimed a quest from the abyss. Everything before Lu Xingyuan was unknown. However, his extensive gaming experience allowed him to piece together the puzzle fairly quickly. In the game world, quests not only offer regular rewards. There is also an independent reputation system. What kind of rewards would they offer? Soon, Lu Xingyuan returned to the main city of the Blood King's court. Looking at the dragon egg standing on the bed, nearly as tall as himself, Lu Xingyuan was torn. What should I do with this? A mythical grade dragon egg must be extremely valuable. It must be nurtured with care. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingyuan extended his hand, and a drop of crimson blood trickled down his fingertips. Embrace your new life, O Blood King. In the name of blood, I bestow upon you a new beginning. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Lu Xingyuan's blood flowed like water, seeping out of every pore. It surged into the dragon egg. The overpowering stench of blood filled the entire city lord's mansion. Soon, the massive egg, covered in vibrant dragon scales, turned entirely blood red. It looked incredibly grotesque. A faint yet palpable aura of dragon might emanated from within the egg. The ritual of the blood demon had come to an end. However, unexpectedly, the dragon egg showed little change. The dragon inside had not emerged either. What's going on here? Xiao Bai and the second company commander were also very curious. Master, could it be that this dragon hasn't been born yet? The second battalion commander made a reasonable guess. Lu Xingyuan gave him a thumbs up. This dog, aside from being a bit slow, is actually pretty smart. As Ha said, Lu Xingyuan could sense a powerful life force growing within the dragon egg. The dragon egg and the boss's corpse. They were fundamentally different. Perhaps it needs some time. But I wonder what kind of dragon it will be this time. Snakes and dragons are considered close relatives. Xiao Bai, why don't you help hatch the eggs? Xiao Bai. If the master needs it, Xiao Bai can do anything. Though speechless, Xiao Bai still agreed. Lu Xingyuan finally decided. Let the dragon egg cool off on its own. Xiao Bai. It's better to keep you for warming the bed. Feeling the warm, gentle touch of the palm, the fatigue from battle quickly faded. Lu Xingyuan also drifted off to sleep. Day and night passed, and another day went by. Luo City. After several days of escalation, the online controversy involving Lu Xingyuan and the Yuan family had grown increasingly intense. Everyone was closely watching the situation. Sigh, the Yuan family is really trying to push Lu Xingyuan to the brink. That's too ruthless. Wait, aren't professionals supposed to be protected by the authorities? When did it become acceptable to openly offer a bounty for a talented professional? Maybe they have connections higher up. Sigh, Lu Xingyuan is doomed. Hiding in the treasure pavilion isn't a long-term solution. The top floor of the Yuan group. Send. 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 Yuan Miao slapped himself twice in anger. Over the past 2 days, Yuan group had engaged in multiple rounds of transactions with that mysterious wealthy merchant. Various core assets and mineral resources had been sold off almost entirely. Meanwhile, Yuan Miao had been using all his connections to investigate the wealthy merchant's background. Just moments ago, Yuan Miao received a call from a friend in Magic City. That so-called wealthy merchant was actually an insider at the treasure pavilion. Damn it, Lu Xingyuan. It must be this bastard colluding with the treasure pavilion to trick us. Below, an elderly woman with silver hair and a furrowed brow, dressed in a suit. Master of the house, Lu Xingyuan does indeed have a motive, but why are they so certain that we would sell our core assets at a low price? Do they know we're planning to flee Xia Kingdom? Yuan Group's moves this time are extremely cautious. The transaction counterpart. There is absolutely no possibility of a leak. Could it be that someone leaked the information in advance? Jing Yun and the others. Yuan Miao looked serious. There is absolutely no possibility of that. Jing Yun, though his abilities are average, he is very discreet. The key lies in the holy relic. As long as we can obtain the holy relic, we will have the qualifications to make a comeback. Yuan Miao's expression grew grim. What concerns me now is whether Lu Xingyuan will hand this treasure over to the treasure pavilion. Many high-ranking officials from the Yuan group also looked worried. If that happens, then the Yuan family would truly be doomed. We can't wait any longer. If that boy doesn't come out tomorrow, we'll storm the treasure pavilion. Agreed. Yuan Miao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Everyone stay within the Yuan Group premises over the next few days and be ready to evacuate at a moment's notice. The treasure pavilion. Hua Jin looked eager to take credit. This lady acquired 80% of Yuan Group's core assets at 20% of their value. I was actually planning to continue acquiring other assets, but unfortunately, my identity was exposed. Hua Jin pouted her lips, looking quite adorable. Lu Xingyuan, you've done a great job. What's next? What do you plan to do? Hua Jin was curious. Lu Xingyuan shrugged. Of course I'll keep hiding here with you. I'm not going out to get myself killed. I'm going back to sleep. As he spoke, Lu Xingyuan returned to his own room and closed the door. Hua Jin rolled her eyes. This guy is so sneaky. She doesn't believe Lu Xingyuan would just sit around and wait to die. In the room, Lu Xingyuan stared at the treasure in his hands, which was emitting a golden glow. This sacred relic. Before completely eliminating the Yuan family, he would never touch it. This was a golden bait. It could catch a big fish. It was time to cast the line. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. The next moment, a transparent sheer veil draped over his body. His figure slowly faded away until he vanished completely. Lu Xingyuan strolled out of the treasure pavilion with a confident stride. He headed toward the direction of the Yuan Group. From this day forward, Luo City would have no more Yuan family. Chapter 40, The World-Shocking Demon. At 2:30 a.m., the night was dark and windy, the streets dimly lit, with hardly a soul in sight. A young couple, still staggering from a bar, walked unsteadily. They arrived at the entrance of the Yuan Group building. The young man's hands were wandering, constantly touching the woman in the strapless dress beside him. I haven't had much to drink. Ugh. Shanxian, having you as my girlfriend makes me so happy. The strapless girl's face was already flushed with embarrassment. Stop it, we're still out here. There wasn't a single person on the street. She was actually a bit scared things hadn't been peaceful in Luo City lately. Especially the Yuan Group. Every night, many powerful professionals came and went. They looked so menacing. Poor Lu Xingyuan, such a talented professional, targeted by that despicable Yuan family. Whoosh! A cold wind blew, slipping into the girl's spaghetti strap dress. The girl shivers. Goosebumps erupted all over her body. Bang bang bang! A fierce wind howled, and huge pieces of glass fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground and shattering into countless fragments. Ah! The girl in the spaghetti strap top was so terrified she nearly lost her mind, just as she was about to dive into the arms of the man beside her. But the man who had been drunk moments ago was hiding behind her. The woman in the spaghetti strap top didn't have time to get angry. She saw a huge white snake reflected in the shattered glass. Above the snake's head stood a man in black robes with a hood, his hands behind his back. After tonight, the Yuan Group will no longer exist in Luo City. The voice was young, speaking calmly and steadily. Unlike the usual professionals who came and went from the Yuan Group building, the young couple, upon hearing this, immediately turned and fled as far away as they could. Only then did they dare to look back. All they saw was a gigantic white snake coiling itself around the entire Yuan Group building. The white snake's head was raised high, its mouth wide open. It seemed as though it was about to swallow the entire building in one gulp. Meanwhile, the black-clad man stood casually with his hands behind his back atop the white snake's head. Boss Blood King. Boss White Snake. Upon seeing these two symbols, the young couple was so terrified they collapsed to the ground. After a moment of shock, they finally screamed at the top of their lungs. The boss is attacking the city. The Yuan Group is under attack by the boss. Run for your lives. Yuan Group. Who's there? Yuan Miao was startled awake from his sleep. He stumbled to the window, still half asleep. Unbeknownst to him, a torrential rain had begun outside, a downpour unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was as if someone were standing in the sky, pouring water down with a bucket. Neon lights flashed. A massive snake head, covered in rain, stood by the window, staring silently at him. Yuan Miao could even see his own reflection in the snake's eyes. What is that? Yuan Miao instinctively stepped backward, all traces of sleep vanishing instantly. Once he came to his senses, Yuan Miao immediately began shouting loudly. Someone, help! There's an intruder. Quick, someone come. At the same time, a blue professional's aura appeared at his feet. Yuan Miao. Class, Warrior 3rd Job Advancement. Quality, High. Level, 38. Health points, 4,800. Attack power, 215. Skills, Block, Draw Sword / Dark /. Dare to invade the Yuan clan group? You're asking for death. As he spoke, he swung his sword out. Then, he saw that terrifyingly long health bar. Boss? Yuan Miao froze in place. If it weren't so realistic, he would have thought he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could two bosses appear in the city without a sound? Lu Xingyuan and Xiaobai didn't care about the details. The blood sword and jade sword flew out simultaneously. One to the left, one to the right. Attacking Yuan Miao. Clang, 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 clang. A series of piercing metallic clashes echoed throughout the room. Yuan Miao, after all, was a third-tier professional. Using a basic blocking skill, he managed to block all of Lu Xingyuan and Xiaobai's first round of attacks. Humph, you fool. He blocked a series of attacks. Yuan Miao no longer felt panicked, he grew confident. It's just a. How could it possibly understand the combat techniques of human professionals? Lu Xingyuan said. I'm not here to play around with you. Take my unbreakable combo first before you even think about talking to me. The long sword hovered in the air. Xiaobai's eyes shone with a fierce light. Spiritual sword. In the next instant, the white snake spirit sword transformed into a blinding white light, crashing down on Yuan Miao. The long sword in his hand shattered upon impact. His entire body lost its support and flew backward. He crashed through several walls before coming to a stop. That's insane. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but marvel at Xiaobai's power. Under the effect of water flooding metal, Xiaobai's attributes already had a comprehensive boost. Combined with the specialized weapons enhancement, her attack power was almost on par with that of a fourth-tier professional. Of course, Lu Xingyuan is also sharing these attributes. Furthermore, he is also enhanced by the Bloodlust spell. Her attack power is even more absurd. It's already approaching 2000. Lu Xingyuan slowly raised his foot. The next moment, the blood-red mist behind him transformed into crimson stairs. Lu Xingyuan stepped up one stair at a time. He entered the top floor of the Yuan group. He grabbed Yuan Miao by the hair and pulled him out of the rubble. Just then, a dozen or so powerful professionals rushed to the top floor. What happened to the family head? There's a snake outside. This group of people. Some were professional fighters hired by the Yuan family. Others were mercenaries. Seeing Yuan Miao being held by Lu Xingyuan, looking like a dead dog, they all froze in place. Yuan Miao was a third-tier professional. Yet he had been captured so silently and effortlessly. For a moment, everyone was intimidated by Lu Xingyuan and the white snake's imposing presence. They stood frozen in place, dared not move. Lu Xingyuan's fingers twitched slightly. A blood-red long sword appeared out of thin air, piercing Yuan Miao's abdomen. It pinned him to the wall. But the intense pain jolted Yuan Miao awake. Ah! Help me! Put! But with each word he spoke, a blood-red long sword appeared out of thin air, piercing into his body, until his muscular body was pierced like a hedgehog. Yuan Miao struggled desperately, but his strength as a three-transformation professional. In Lu Xingyuan's hands, it was as weak as a child's. He could only watch helplessly as the blood-stained swords pierced through him, until he finally lost his last breath. Lu Xingyuan finally raised his head and looked toward the group of people in the distance. He moved his limbs and walked toward the group in front of him. You must be Yuan Miao's family, right? A family should be together, don't you agree? Chapter 41, The Boss Appears in the City. The disappearance of the Yuan group. No. We don't know him. Right, we don't know anyone named Yuan Miao or Li Miao. Those professionals had seen life and death countless times before. But they had never seen such a bloody and bizarre scene before. One by one, they were so terrified that their legs went weak and they could only retreat backward. Even Yuan Miao's other sons and daughters were shaking their heads repeatedly. They claimed not to know Yuan Miao. Seeing their attitudes. Under the hood, the corners of his lips, which had been slightly turned up, drooped downward. Heartless and ruthless, without a shred of compassion. Deserved to die. The icy voice sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. An old man growled fiercely. Let us fight him. There are so many of us, even if he is stronger, it won't matter. Alright. Fireballs, arrows, ice spikes, swords. Various attacks rained down on Lu Xingyuan's body without cease. But his health bar didn't even flicker. What kind of monster is this? I know. It's the boss from the Lei Feng Tower dungeon. I saw a video of it before. How did the boss end up here? This is way too overpowered. The fear of the unknown overwhelmed the courage Liang Jingru had given them. One by one, they turned around without looking back and fled desperately. Run! There's a monster! Don't kill me! Lu Xingyuan kept his hands in his pockets. He walked forward calmly. Under the hood, where his eyes should be, a faint crimson glow emanated. Blood-red swords, as if they had eyes, piercing into the bodies of these people. These people, even the weakest among them, were at least level 10 professionals. Yet they had never felt the corridor to be so long before. So long that they can't seem to reach the end no matter what they do. At that very moment, At the end of the corridor they had regarded as their hope, a massive snake head smashed through the wall. They watched as the white snake continued to flick its tongue. Those who had already reached the staircase were overcome with despair. Whoosh! The spirit sword sealed the throat. Although this world had been invaded by game rules, life points, attack power, these attributes had all been digitized. However, under the overwhelming attribute suppression, defense, health points, nothing matters. A single strike can instantly kill. Soon, the entire floor was littered with severed limbs and heads rolling on the ground, still bearing the fear of their final moments. Lu Xingyuan didn't stop. Keep killing. He didn't leave any loose ends. Once he started, he would eliminate everything. Not a single one was spared. Before arriving, Lu Xingyuan had already conducted thorough investigations. The Yuan Group building had its work areas on the lower floors. Only floors 44, 43, and 42 were reserved for the core members of the Yuan family. Others are not even permitted to enter. Floor 43. An old man covered in age spots, gaunt and skeletal. He was constantly writhing on the bed. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. But blood spurted out, and the wrinkled head flew high into the air. Then it rolled to the foot of the bed. The sword strike was too fast. Even though he was already dead, his face still bore an expression of relief. The woman on the bed was so terrified she lost her mind. She screamed. She fainted immediately. Soon, the entire three-story building was completely evacuated. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Lu Xingyuan's fingers gently brushed against the storage ring. A kerosene lighter appeared out of thin air. He pinched the corner of the lighter and shook it vigorously in all directions. Bang! A flame erupted. It landed within the floor that had already been reduced to rubble. Lu Xingyuan did not turn back. He opened a teleportation scroll. Instantly vanished. The terrified young couple, their souls nearly leaving their bodies, screamed and shouted on the street. The awakened residents pulled open their windows and cursed furiously. What the hell is that? It's the middle of the night. Go back to sleep instead of wailing like ghosts out here. Monsters? What monsters? Monsters are attacking the city. The alarms inside the city have been ringing for ages. This is the core area. If the monsters can reach here, Luo City is doomed. The young couple was also scolded into a daze. At that moment, the sky in the east was just beginning to grow light. Even from a great distance, the Yuan Group building could be clearly seen. Where was the giant snake? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Fire! Call the police. I'll go. Where's the fire? The Yuan Group building. Can't you see the smoke? The young couple exchanged glances. It wasn't a hallucination after all. The top floor of Yuanshire Group. That was the exclusive area for the core members of the Yuan family. They frequently held some shadowy group activities there. Therefore, there are no cameras on these 3 floors, not even smoke detectors. Until a woman wrapped in a blanket emerged, looking disheveled. The security guards were originally dealing with broken glass. Where are the bosses? Looking at the blood seeping down from upstairs, the security guard panicked. The woman was so frightened that her eyes went blank, repeating only, "She's dead, she's dead. They're all dead." The sky began to grow light. The disaster at Yuan Group caused a huge stir. By early morning, a large crowd had gathered. What is going on here? What happened to this building? It looks like it was ravaged by some kind of giant beast. A few elderly men were watching the commotion while sipping spicy soup. Just then, a young couple walked over. They whispered, "No, it's a monster attacking the city. Last night, both of us saw it. There was a huge white snake, and there was a person riding on its back. And there was a boss health bar floating above its head." A few old men? Are you trying to fool the old folks? A few old men glanced at them and ignored them. Just then, a riot control vehicle bearing the emblem of the Game Administration Bureau pulled up by the roadside. 2 burly men in tactical gear approached the young couple. "You two, come with us. Don't worry, we just need to ask you a few questions." Jinba Pavilion. In recent days, Hua Jin had also been sending people to monitor the Yuan Group. Early this morning, he received the news. Core members of the Yuan family. All of them were killed last night. No one from the Yuan family group survived. The killer's identity remains unknown. However, there were signs of a monster's presence at the scene. Lu Xingyuan. For some reason, that name popped into her mind. Hua Jin didn't even wash his face. He sprang to his feet and rushed toward the adjacent room. Lu Xingyuan had been fighting all night and had just finished taking a comfortable shower. He lay on the bed in a wood-shaped position. He was about to rest when he heard the sound of the door being forced open. Chapter 42, Huge Hall, Selling the Loot. What are you doing? Lu Xingyuan was startled. This woman was trying to take advantage of him. Hua Jin turned bright red. She turned away. Nothing, it's nothing. I thought you had left. She felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that last night's incident at Yuan Group really had nothing to do with Lu Xingyuan? But that really didn't make sense. The Yuan Group had just targeted Lu Xingyuan and was wiped out. It's hard not to connect the two events. Moreover, over the past few days, Lu Xingyuan's calm demeanor has kept Hua Jin suspicious. Lu Xingyuan put on his clothes and approached Hua Jin from behind. Miss Hua Jin, although your treasure pavilion protected me, but we agreed earlier that the terms of the deal did not include my body. Hua Jin's eyes widened. What are you saying such beastly words? However, upon hearing the word deal, her merchant instincts kicked in, diverting her attention. Now that all the troubles with the Yuan Group have been resolved, I've also helped you acquire a large amount of assets. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Of course. Lu Xingyuan agreed without hesitation. However, I have quite a few valuable items here. I wonder if Miss Hua Jin can handle them. Last night, Lu Xingyuan had acquired quite a few valuable items. Most likely, it was to make it easier to escape from Xia Kingdom at any time. The Yuan Group had neatly packed all their valuable treasures. Yuan Miao alone had over a dozen storage rings. In the end, it all worked out for Lu Xingyuan. These are the treasures a family would take with them when fleeing for their lives. Not a single item was worthless. All were treasures among treasures. 5 sets of gold tier equipment. 18 pieces of dark gold grade equipment. 3 diamond grade items. Plus over 100 general skill books. Plus various precious herbs, minerals, and gems. The total value is definitely over 500 million. There are also gold coins. To facilitate the transfer, Yuan Miao has been selling off a significant portion of the family assets at discounted prices recently, leaving him with a cash reserve of 480 million gold coins. This amount also includes the funds from the acquisition of Hua Jin. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. This move was a win-win situation. Such a large Yuan family group must have more than just this amount of money, but there's nothing we can do. Lu Xingyuan was there to loot, not to search thoroughly. The most critical point is that last night, Lu Xingyuan killed many professional fighters. And they were all higher-level opponents, with many of them being quite powerful. The experience rewards were extremely generous. He leveled up directly. He is now level 15. Everyone says leveling up is hard, but this isn't that difficult either. Dealt with the Yuan Group. Lu Xingyuan's primary objective now is the savior mission in the abyss. Use these resources to max out my combat power. Then head straight to Dragon Hunter Village. With that in mind, Lu Xingyuan immediately brought out everything he had obtained last night and from the Lei Feng Tower dungeon. Miss Hua Jin, would the treasure pavilion be willing to purchase these items? Looking at the piles of categorized equipment, items, and herbs before him, Hua Jin was stunned. What the heck? Why does Lu Xingyuan always show up in such different styles? Other adventurers, after each dungeon run, might get a few pieces of equipment. That's already considered pretty lucky. Lu Xingyuan, this guy. Is he in the wholesale business? Lu Go, where did you get all this stuff? Did you rob someone? Without even realizing it, Hua Jin's way of addressing him had changed. Lu Xingyuan, good luck, good luck. Hua Jin paused for a moment. With all this stuff, I think we could hold a small auction. An auction? Lu Xingyuan blinked twice. Are we using an auction to sell stolen goods? Though it didn't feel quite right. But we have the reputation of the treasure pavilion here. Who dares to speak up? Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. A small auction might not be sufficient. Hua Jin's eyes lit up. Are there any treasures? A naturally formed relic appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the entire room was bathed in a golden glow. Hua Jin was stunned. The sacred relic. This is the real thing. If word got out, the world's top powers would go mad. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. The holy relic is not for sale. Only for trade. If someone can offer me a treasure that truly captivates me, I am willing to exchange it. Equipment, items, skills, anything is acceptable. The holy relic's top priority is definitely the second company commander's. But there's no rush. Let's see if we can trade it for something more valuable first. Hua Jin's breathing became somewhat rapid. The holy relic appeared. A small auction was indeed inadequate. She could host an auction that would attract the attention of major global powers. Hua Jin struggled to tear her gaze away from the holy relic. He handed over a black card with both hands. This is the highest tier membership card from my treasure pavilion. Holders of this card are entitled to a 10% discount. They also have priority access to transactions, resource allocation, and numerous other privileges. In times of crisis, they can also seek protection from the treasure pavilion. The other features are easy to talk about. Resource allocation is indeed what Lu Xingyuan needs right now. Currently, Lu Xingyuan already possesses billions in assets. After the auction, This figure will rise significantly. To explore the abyss, we must maximize our combat strength. Thank you very much, Miss Hua Jin. The auction will be held tomorrow. I'm in a hurry. Meanwhile, Game Administration Bureau. Vera and Xinghan learned about the Yuan family's massacre. They were all stunned. Overnight, all core members of the Yuan family were slaughtered. At least 4 top-tier professionals. And not just one. When did such a powerful force emerge in Luo City? Vera's brows furrowed sharply. We've already investigated. There's no useful information from any surveillance around the Yuan family group. We have no idea who is behind this. Could it be a professional with spatial teleportation abilities? Xinghan speculated. Professionals with such abilities are extremely rare. If they choose to, no one could detect their whereabouts. But Vera and Xinghan both believed that this matter was not that simple. Vera narrowed her eyes. There were 2 witnesses last night. The witnesses have been brought in. Interrogation Room 1. Blinding lights, a pristine white room. A young man sat trembling on a chair. Officer, I'm guilty. I'll confess everything. I shouldn't have pretended to be a rich kid to deceive girls. I shouldn't have. Answer whatever they ask. The official in uniform across from him. Name: Li Fei. Age: 22. Where did you go last night, and what did you see? It wasn't until then. Li Fei finally understood why he had been brought here. He let out a sigh of relief. I went to a bar first, then I ran into a high school classmate. I bought him a drink, and then I hugged her. Get to the point. On the way home after drinking too much, I saw a snake on the building of Yuanshi Group. It was huge and white. Li Fei's voice trembled. There was also a man in black standing on the snake's head. It felt pretty cool. In the adjacent interrogation room, the woman in the strapless dress also underwent a similar interrogation. There was a snake, very aggressive, very scary, and a man in black. By this point, her voice had softened. He spoke gently, telling us to leave. His voice was very pleasant. Monitoring room. Vera. Xinghan. That doesn't make any sense. Just have them identify the sketches directly. Soon. The 2 received their answer. Blood King. Xinghan was stunned. How could it be the Blood King? He had thought it was Lu Xingyuan. He didn't care about the Yuan group or any of that nonsense. Lu Xingyuan was the only target of his mission this time. Chapter 43, Sitting on a Fortune of Billions. Community Outreach. The news of the Treasure Pavilion auction was released. It immediately attracted widespread attention worldwide. The most intriguing part was, Hua Jin did not directly reveal that the most valuable item up for auction was the holy relic. Instead, he gradually revealed various clues. In no time, news about the Treasure Pavilion auction house frequently appeared on various trending topics. At first, the major factions didn't pay much attention. However, upon learning that there were treasures that could enhance professional quality, everyone went mad. They began scrambling for spots at the auction. In the class group chat of Class 4, Grade 12 at Luo City 3rd High School, many people were also paying close attention to this major event. It's said that most of the items up for auction at the Treasure Pavilion this time are targeted at low-level professionals. Yeah, I really want to go. Is there any older brother who can secure a spot? I want to broaden my horizons. Lu Xingyuan naturally noticed the discussions in the group. He could give everyone in his class a spot. But why should he? He wasn't doing charity work. He closed the chat window. Lu Xingyuan entered the Treasure Hall's marketplace. In this world, virtual reality technology has already been widely adopted across all industries. The Treasure Pavilion's marketplace is also a virtual space. With a mere thought, the surrounding scenery would transform on its own. First, take a look at the equipment section. Filter criteria, diamond level. In an instant, Lu Xingyuan found himself surrounded by a large number of weapons neatly arranged in order. Swords, guns, sabers, halberds. A wide variety, everything imaginable. Lu Xingyuan naturally focused on the swords. The second company commander and Xiaobai both used swords. When Lu Xingyuan used their skills, swords were more convenient for him. Slaughter Blade. Quality, diamond. Price, 550 million. Black Blood Blade. Quality, diamond. Price, 490 million. Holy crap! Just a few hours ago, Lu Xingyuan still felt like he had a few hundred million in his hands. He could be considered a wealthy man. But then he looked at his equipment. He immediately felt like he was still too poor. The weapons were too expensive. Maybe I should check out the skill books instead. Designated skill books are also considered luxury items for professionals. However, the type Lu Xingyuan needed was different from others. Maybe I can get a good deal. Lightning Fury price 500 million. Sword Chi Surrounding, price 300 million. Soul Extraction price 180 million. Lu Xingyuan. As can be seen from the treasure hall shop, equipment, items, and skills are the most expensive. Diamond tier items are generally priced in the hundreds of millions. At the same time, diamond tier equipment, items, and skills are the highest tier resources that can be purchased with money. Above legendary grade. That's something money can't buy. Lu Xingyuan flipped through many skill books and was about to close them all. Suddenly, he spotted a skill he had been longing for. Descent of the Heavenly Being. Quality, diamond tier. Description, increases damage taken by 10% and grants immunity status. Price, 350 million. Immune to control type skills. This is exactly what I need right now. While the Descent of the Heavenly Being has its drawbacks, but as long as it grants immunity to control, even if it only increases damage taken by 10%, he would accept it. Lu Xingyuan immediately purchased it. He decisively closed the treasure pavilion shop. This thing is a money-sucking monster. That night, the virtual auction venue of the treasure pavilion. The massive venue could accommodate 10,000 people watching simultaneously. On the high platform in the center, a young woman dressed in a fiery red cheongsam stepped forward to present the first item. The first item up for auction is the dark gold tier weapon Poison Dragon's Tooth. Starting bid, 10 million. Bids must increase by at least 1 million each time. The female host's loud voice echoed throughout the hall. Bidders immediately began raising their paddles in rapid succession. 1,100,000. 1,150,000. 13 million. It's the season for career transitions. Which family doesn't T have young successors? Which faction doesn't T need to recruit new members? Such low-level, high-quality equipment is in particularly high demand. In the end, this weapon was purchased by Qin Tian for 15 million. Qin Tian stood behind an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. Gone was his usual brashness, he was now quite composed. The next item up for auction. This left Qin Tian completely speechless. A golden quality lord's weapon with special skills. And the requirements for wearing it are extremely low, even newcomers can use it. Fierce Wolf Greatsword. Upon hearing those 4 words, the auction hall erupted into chaos. Newbie adventurers already have very few skills. Gaining an extra skill meant a significant boost in combat power. In the end, it sold for 350 million. Seeing this final price, Qin Tian let out a deep sigh of relief. When I bought it the second time, I only spent 3 million. This guy must be a sucker. Various weapons and sets were auctioned off one after another. Sealing Spirit Claw selling price 5.5 million. Red Chain Snake Sword sold for 1.03 million. Snake Bone Spirit Spear final price 13 million. Lu Xingyuan smiled wider and wider. The feeling of lying back and collecting money. It's too good to be true. However, the powerful faction seated in the VIP box above remained motionless. The host clearly noticed this as well. He directly brought out the prized treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is something you're all going to love. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand. A massive snake bone slowly emerged on the auction podium. The snake bone was as smooth as jade, translucent and delicate, resembling a meticulously carved work of art. 1,000-year-old snake bone. Quality, legendary grade material. Description, the bones of a 1,000-year-old spiritual snake, imbued with a hint of dragon energy, making it an excellent material for forging weapons. The entire hall fell into complete silence. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, then slowly dilated. A legendary grade item? This auction actually has legendary grade materials. Material. The value naturally cannot compare to that of equipment, items, or skills of the same level. However, for large factions and guilds that maintain alchemists, this is also something they must obtain at all costs. If utilized properly, they can be used to craft top-tier equipment. Its value is immeasurable. Major factions immediately began to vie for them. Shura Guild, 300 million. Tianxia Guild, that's a pittance. 3.5 billion. In the end, it was sold for 5.8 billion by the Blacksmith Guild. Seeing the fierce competition between the major factions, the onlookers were all amazed. Wow, these guys are really rich. Billions are thrown around so casually. But the 1,000-year-old spirit snakebone is indeed worth that price. That's right, the Blacksmith Guild has an 8 transformation blacksmith in charge. It won't be long before we see new creations from them. Everyone thought it was about to end. But then, the treasure pavilion brought out 1,000-year-old snake scales and 1,000-year-old snakeskin one after another. Though these 2 items weren't as valuable as snake bones, together they were worth over 300 million. Lu Xingyuan sat in his chair, crossing his legs higher and higher. That's enough, that's enough. Stop arguing. Don't start fighting. By this point in the auction, his earnings had already reached at least 10 billion. After this batch of materials, it was the final item in the collection. The host solemnly brought out a sandalwood box from the back. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows will be tonight's grand finale. The sandalwood box was slowly opened. Even though it was just a projection, the dazzling golden glow still left countless people wide-eyed. The Holy Relic? Holy, the grand finale item is the Holy Relic. And its legendary tier. A priceless treasure. They say that the treasure that appeared a few years ago, which could enhance a profession's quality, sold for 50 billion? The Holy Relic is far more precious than that. Because the Holy Relic not only instantly boosts profession quality to legendary tier, it also continues to grow slowly over time and even has a chance to upgrade to epic tier. The host did not introduce the item but simply announced the rules. According to the owner's request, this item will not be auctioned but only exchanged. Everyone can post information about the items they wish to exchange. The owner will make their own selection. Treasure Haul. Lu Xingyuan and Hua Jin looked at the information about each item. Insightful eye. Quality, epic tier item. Description, can probe the essence of all things. Usage count 15 times. Note, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them. I, Zhang Tiangonghui, will do my utmost to fulfill them. Next. Legendary tier main city order. Legendary tier weapon Holy Sword of the Seraphim. Legendary quality skill book teleportation. The lists of factions applying for trades. None of them are below legendary tier. A few. Lu Xingyuan was actually quite tempted. However, the value of the Holy Relic was ultimately different. Lu Xingyuan shook his head. Never mind, I don't want it anymore. Hua Jin also agreed with Lu Xingyuan's decision. These items truly cannot compare to the legendary tier Sacred Relic. You made a lot of money this time. What are you going to do with it? Lu Xingyuan stood up. The treasure pavilion makes money, the treasure pavilion spends it. I'll go home and think it over carefully. What should I buy? After returning home, Lu Xingyuan checked his bank card balance. After deducting the service fee from this auction, Lu Xingyuan's total income was 1.03 billion. That's awesome. Now it's time to spend the money. He had already set his sights on several pieces of equipment. Just buy them. First, the set for Xiaobai. Body is sword set. Quality, dark gold. Equipment requirements, level 15. Effect 1, blade in hand. Skills released with a sword deal 5% increased damage. Effect 2, sword chi protection. While holding a sword-type weapon, reduced damage taken. This set of equipment costs 300 million. Xiao Bai's class is Swordmaster, one of the top combat-oriented classes. Combined with the specialized weapons bonuses, his attack power is terrifyingly high. Whether it's clearing monsters or taking on other players, the efficiency is extremely high. However, without life regeneration, even the highest health points can't withstand endless attacks. Last time outside Dragon Hunter Village, facing those mutated monsters, it was because Xiao Bai couldn't withstand the damage that we were forced to stop exploring further. This set of gear is well balanced in both offense and defense. It's perfect for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, who was massaging her legs nearby, upon hearing that Lu Xingyuan was going to buy her some gear, she was thrilled. Thank you, master. In addition, Lu Xingyuan also bought a few pieces of jewelry for the 2nd Battalion commander and Xiao Bai, further enhancing their attack power. There was also a special skill book. Battle Cry. Quality, legendary. Description, shout a battle cry, increasing all friendly units' 4 primary attributes by 20%. Lasting for 60 seconds. This skill is very suitable for Lu Xingyuan. Additionally, it is a class-specific skill for the boss. It can be chosen freely. If the battle cry skill can be upgraded to a class-specific skill in the future, it should become even more powerful. Lu Xingyuan is looking forward to it. Then, he took out the Holy Relic. Since there was no suitable item to trade, then this thing should go to the 2nd Battalion commander. The 2nd Battalion commander's brain was beyond saving, but his combat effectiveness had to keep up. Just then, suddenly, a loud knocking sound came from the door. Bang bang bang. Is anyone there? We're here to deliver warmth to the community residents. A slightly crisp voice echoed. Lu Xingyuan paused for a moment. Is the welfare system in this world really that good? No response? Let us break down the door. Lu Xingyuan. Chapter 44, The Abyss Walker. What the hell? What's going on? Aren't you supposed to be bringing warmth? Why are you trying to tear down my front door over a disagreement? I didn't do anything to you, did I? Lu Xingyuan felt like 1,000 dogs were running wild in his mind. Xiao Bai and the 2nd Company commander, filled with confusion, turned into 2 drops of blood and merged into Lu Xingyuan's body. He opened the door. Lu Xingyuan looked at the few burly men in the distance and froze for a moment. HM? Are you from the Game Administration Bureau? What's the matter? First of all, let me make it clear, I, Lu Xingyuan, am an upright citizen who strictly abides by the law. Are you really law-abiding? A youthful voice came from below. Lu Xingyuan lowered his head and noticed the person speaking. It wasn't his fault. It was simply because the child was too short. He looked to be around 10 years old. He was quite handsome, with fair skin and round, lively eyes, resembling a porcelain doll. Adults or speaking children should not interrupt. Lu Xingyuan looked at the few burly men. Which one of you is in charge? Hurry up. He was in a hurry to upgrade Erha's professional quality. I am. A voice rang out again. Lu Xingyuan. He reflexively looked at the child's information. Star Scar. Occupation, Yin-Yang Mage. Fourth transformation. Quality, Epic. Health points? Attack power? Skills? Equipment? 4th class Epic tier professional? Apart from the class, the attribute panel is filled with question marks. This must be equipment with hidden information. Wow! A mere 4th class profession? Lu Xianyuan naturally wouldn't fear it. However, who could have imagined that a sudden appearance of a child would be a 4th class Epic tier professional? Under Lu Xingyuan's lead, Xingyan, with his hands behind his back, walked into the courtyard gate. Let me introduce myself. Xingyan, I represent the Game Administration Bureau. We've come to ask you about some matters and hope you'll cooperate. A smile appeared on Xingyan's cute little face. Lu Xingyuan looked puzzled. This child isn't just a 4th tier epic level professional. He's not a member of the Game Administration Bureau. Yet he can represent the Game Administration Bureau. This is the official body. Who could possibly have more authority than the official body? This kid must have some serious connections. If there's a chance to expose him, we'd definitely get a big payout. Xingyan sat in the chair, his feet dangling above the ground, gently swaying back and forth. It seemed as though this were his own home. I'll just get straight to the point. The incident at the Yuan Group building last night, it's related to you, isn't it? Lu Xingyuan shook his head. I slept at Zhenbei Huajin last night. There are many witnesses. This morning she even forced her way into my room. If you want to arrest someone, go arrest her. Actually, after learning that the other party represented the Game Administration Bureau, Lu Xingyuan had already guessed their intentions. It was most likely related to last night's incident. But, even if I suspect him, what can I do? What's the Yuan Group? I have no idea. Without evidence, how dare you accuse me of doing it? Xingyan could see Lu Xingyuan's arrogance. He smiled faintly. According to common sense, without evidence, there's no case to be made. But, many times, evidence isn't even necessary. But I don't care about last night's incident at all. In fact, from a certain perspective, I'm actually looking forward to the killer being you. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows, completely baffled. He had no idea what the other person meant. Xingyan's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Have you entered the true depths of the abyss? I'm referring to the areas outside the dungeon and the main city. Lu Xingyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Only Jian Yue knew about this. But with the confidentiality agreement protected by rules, she absolutely couldn't reveal it. If it wasn't Jian Yue, then how did the other party find out? As he pondered, faint wisps of blood mist gathered in his hands. If this child named Xingyan dares to continue threatening him, then let him never leave this place. Xingyan's lips curled into a slight smile, looking completely in control. Don't be nervous. I have no ill intentions. In this world, professionals, as understood by the general public, can only enter game world dungeons or guild main cities. However, there are also some abnormal professionals. They entered the true depths of the abyss due to their professions or some special abilities, thus uncovering the true secrets of the abyss. Such people are rare. Some call them saviors, while others say they are doomsayers. They call themselves abyss walkers. In my opinion, they are neither saviors nor destroyers. They are simply lone travelers in the darkness, seeking knowledge of the unknown. Don't rush to deny it. I've come all this way and shared such classified information with you. You must be 100% certain that you possess this ability. Lu Xingyuan. He had originally intended to argue. But it was clear. There was no point in hiding anything anymore. Moreover, the power possessed by this organization was highly mysterious. The other party must have been able to uncover some of Lu Xingyuan's hidden professional information. Of course, now that he has the Blood Court, this mythical sanctuary, he can freely enter and exit the abyss, hunt mutated professionals and monsters, earn rewards, and level up to become stronger. Even if exposed, it doesn't matter. Moreover, this Star Scar doesn't seem to care about Lu Xingyuan's professional abilities. The Star Scar only cares whether he can enter the abyss. Lu Xingyuan shrugged. As you said, I have indeed entered the true abyss. At the same time, strands of blood energy silently in his hands. If this Star Mark dares to use this to threaten him, the blood-red blade would pierce his heart. The Star Scar narrowed his eyes. The abyss holds too many secrets we know nothing of. Why does it want to fuse with Blue Star? What will it ultimately become? Why has a force known as mutation emerged in the abyss? Will this force mutate further? Everything is unknown. Only the Abyss Walkers can uncover its secrets. But there are too few Abyss Walkers. You can enter the abyss that is truly enviable. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. So, your true purpose is? Xinghan swayed his short legs, and a look of admiration appeared on his overly youthful face. It was quite out of place. Lu Xingyuan, you're very talented. We Abyss Walkers need someone like you. Lu Xingyuan's expression grew slightly peculiar. Inviting a boss to join. Do you think you're not dying fast enough? Chapter 45, The Dark Hall. Why? Lu Xingyuan's expression remained unusually calm. Xinghan was taken aback by the answer. That shouldn't be the case. Normally, when someone hears about such a powerful, mysterious, and formidable organization inviting them, they should be thrilled and gratefully accept, right? Why such an attitude? Xinghan revealed a hint of arrogance. You don't really think that just because you've learned of the existence of the Abyss Walkers, you have the right to refuse. Before he could finish speaking, a massive hand grabbed his arm. Left and right strikes. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Xinghan's body was repeatedly slammed into the ground. Under the immense force, the entire villa trembled slightly. The members of the Game Management Bureau stationed outside. Hearing the terrifying commotion, they all widened their eyes in shock. What the hell is going on? Master Xinghan, could he be fighting that newcomer? Should we go in and help Starmark? Li Wei Gang crossed his arms. That's a fourth-ranked expert. A newbie. That kid's in for a rough time, huh? Inside the room, Xinghan, with a bruised face and swollen eyes, sat dejectedly in the corner, hugging his head. He was crying. This is too brutal. Those who are recognized by the Dark Hall aren't human. Even just a first-tier professional. He, a legendary fourth-class professional, was actually beaten up by a newbie professional. And I was just showing off. Why did you have to go so hard? Xinghan wiped away his tears. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so arrogant. I was merely following the will of the Dark Hall to invite you. Lu Xingyuan smiled mockingly. This young professional, who looked like a kid, had been acting superior since he walked in. It really annoyed him. He gave him a good beating. What a relief. Now, I'll give you 1 minute to tell me everything you know about the Abyss Walkers and that so-called Dark Hall. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here. Xinghan dared not hold back any longer. Alright, Lu Gu. The Dark Hall is an organization founded by a powerful figure 800 years ago. They traverse the Abyss and Blue Star, seeking out secrets unknown to others. So far, only 8 Abyss Walkers have been identified nationwide. You are the 9th. Within the Dark Hall, there remains a fragment of the soul of a powerful ancestor. He can sense the power of entering the Dark Realm. And they have sent us, these irregular members, to invite special professionals like you. However, you need not worry. Before each mission, we will sign a confidentiality agreement approved by the rules. We cannot disclose any information about you, not even my own speculations, to a second person. Lu Xingyuan smiled. So you're just an irregular agent? What are you trying to pull? However, this also made Lu Xingyuan look at this so-called Dark Walker with a newfound respect. Xinghan may give off a rather irritating vibe. However, he is a legendary tier 4th class professional. Yet he is merely an auxiliary member of the Abyss Walkers. This indicates that this organization is extremely powerful. Lu Xingyuan is starting to get interested. As everyone knows, he loves entering dungeon worlds with powerful professionals. Xinghan saw that Lu Xingyuan remained unfazed. He felt a bit defeated. This was his mission. Lu Gu, the official members of the Abyss Walkers are really powerful. And there are 8-tiered powerhouses within the organization who are extremely protective of their own. They'll go to any lengths to protect every member who can explore the abyss. Lu Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The city lord of Luo City is only a 5th-rank professional. The governor of Yuzhou is only a 6th-tier professional. 7th-tier professionals are among the top-tier existences in the entire world. They are the pinnacle of strength capable of defending a region. 8th-tier practitioners are among the strongest in the world. With a flick of the wrist, they can shatter mountains and split peaks. The Abyss Walkers organization actually possesses such a high-ranking figure, and there might be more than one. Unexpectedly powerful. Lu Xingyuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Do the Abyss Walkers have any obligations they must fulfill? Xinghan immediately replied. The Abyss Walkers are not under anyone's command and have no mandatory tasks. They simply exchange information about their explorations of the abyss in their daily lives. If there is an obligation, it is to explore the abyss. That's how it's said. But no Abyss Walker is without a penchant for trouble. They're all team wipe engines. Whenever something related to the abyss arises, those Abyss Walkers act like curious kittens. They can't help but gather around. By the way, the higher-ups give official members some rewards. Last time, the rewards for newcomers were 10 spirit crystals. Spirit crystals. A currency system even more advanced than gold coins. One spirit crystal is equivalent to 100 million gold coins. Few people would exchange spirit crystals for gold coins. Therefore, this exchange rate is much higher. Equipment, items, and skills of legendary rank or higher are typically traded using spirit crystals. Additionally, spirit crystals are essential items for high-tier professionals. It is said that practitioners above the 6th transformation must absorb spirit crystals and various high-end ingredients to sustain the nutrients required by their bodies. Engage in battle. Money doesn't matter, what's important is that I'm also carrying the dream of saving the world. When will I get my reward? Lu Xingyuan remained unfazed. Xinghan was a bit taken aback. If you agree to join the Dark Hall, you will receive it. Lu Gu, since you've agreed, you'll join the Dark Hall. Then please protect your identity and do not reveal anything about the Abyss Walkers to anyone. Lu Xingyuan nodded. He understood that. Sneakily firing a gun, don't go into the village. Besides, he wasn't the type to draw attention to himself. Xinghan retrieved a stone emitting a faint blue glow from his storage equipment. On it was a peculiar mark resembling gibberish. This is the teleportation stone to enter the Dark Hall. The Dark Hall is bound to the Abyss. Lu Gu, all you need to do is infuse your power into it, and you'll be able to enter the Dark Hall. The Dark Hall will manifest a new form based on your power attributes. Lu Xingyuan nodded. The protective measures are also very thorough. He wanted this disguise. Then find an opportunity to kill those so-called Abyss Walkers a few times and loot all the good stuff. Activate the spatial runestone. Lu Xingyuan felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. He instantly appeared in a massive structure. It was pitch black. He could only vaguely make out that the structure was tall and majestic. Before him was a massive round table, with 9 chairs arranged evenly around it. Each chair had a number from 1 to 9 on its backrest. Lu Xingyuan was seated in the 9th chair. Suddenly, a faint light flickered beside him. It was a child whose skin had a crystalline texture, and it seemed as though the stars of the sky were hidden within its body. Is this the manifestation of the Star Scar's power? Lu Xingyuan was curious. Xinghan, upon seeing Lu Xingyuan's expression, was even more astonished. You look quite unique. Before entering this place, he had used the power of the second company commander through sharing. Therefore, his appearance was that of a second-rank officer. This is a disguise within a disguise. As long as there are enough disguises, he will never be exposed. At that moment, beside Xinghan, on seat number 7, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the area. A woman adorned in jewels and pearls, stunningly beautiful, appeared out of thin air. Her necklace, bracelet, and earrings were all made of smooth, pearl-shaped ornaments. This is seat 7, codename Pearl. Xinghan introduced the woman's codename and then looked at Lu Xingyuan. He is the new recruit I invited, codename Wolf Extinction. Pearl was taken aback. The name is interesting, and so is the image. Several more seats gradually lit up with faint lights. But no one appeared. This is stealth mode. Pearl rested her chin on her hand. My main focus lately has been finding the newbie village in the game storyline. Can Wolf Extinction keep an eye out for me? Newbie village? Does it have a name? Pearl, Dragon Hunter Village, Demon Sealing Village, Shadow Village. Currently, the only newbie villages we know of are these 3. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. Dragon Hunter Village, it seems to be here. Chapter 46, they gave us way too much. Fully prepared, we set off for the newbie village. A moment of silence fell. 2 more seats lit up with bright lights. They were seats 3 and 5. 3 Abyss Walkers and an extra member all widened their eyes. They all looked at Lu Xingyuan. Seat 3, codename Joker. A man dressed in a circus clown outfit, with clown makeup on his face. His voice was sharp and vulgar. As he spoke, he accompanied his words with exaggerated body movements. Did you discover the newbie village? Oh my god, that means you might be the first professional to receive a game quest. The Abyss has completely collapsed, and all cities and factions are in chaos. To uncover more secrets, one of the primary objectives of all Abyss travelers is to find the newbie village. Codename 5, Butterfly, with the appearance of a butterfly. She didn't say a word. She simply stared silently at Lu Xingyuan. Pearl, codename 7, was the most excited. You didn't enter the newbie village? Lu Xingyuan, in his erha form, cleared his throat twice. Well, how should I put it? The Dragon Hunter village is dangerous, and I'm not strong enough yet to go in. Wait a little longer. My class is pretty good. Once I complete my 3rd, 4th job advancement, I'll enter the newbie village to explore. The others grew impatient and scratched their heads. They calmed down. Pearl number 7 asked, what level are you now? Just level 15. Joker. Butterfly. Pearl. Everyone was speechless. Then, everyone's gaze turned toward Xinghan. Xinghan gave an awkward laugh, ha ha ha. As you all know, I won't tell you anything about the other members. A few senior members exchanged glances. They were already cursing under their breath. What's the point of talking about danger? This wolf extinction won't show his hand until he's sure he's got something. Jinju spoke first. I have an inherited piece of equipment here. Take a look and see if it suits you. As she spoke, a circular jade pendant appeared out of thin air. Ancestral amulet. Quality, unranked. Effect, instant death immunity. When receiving fatal damage, you can consume all mana to block one instance of damage. Lu Xingyuan remained expressionless. Thank you. The butterfly remained silent. The clown clasped his hands over his head, revealing an exaggerated expression of frustration. I have something good here. But there's one condition, I hope you can share the information about the newbie village with us. Lu Xingyuan looked at the scroll covered in runes. Forbidden spell scroll. Quality, legendary. Effect, consumes a large amount of life points to unleash the 8th tier forbidden spell 9 Heavens Thunderstorm technique. Forbidden spell. I see it, this is a huge win. Lu Xingyuan raised the claw of the second dog. Once I've finished exploring, I'll share the information about the newbie village with everyone. Lu Xingyuan chatted with a few other abyss walkers for a while. The benefits were secured. He also gathered some information. Logged out immediately. After Lu Xingyuan left, the lights on the other seats gradually went out as well. Inside the villa. After logging off, Xinghan looked at Lu Xingyuan beside him. He immediately hugged Lu Xingyuan's leg. Brother! You're my real brother. Now that we have a chance, Lu Ge, you must take me to the newbie village. I also want to become a deep abyss walker. Lu Xingyuan grabbed Xinghan by the collar. He threw him out of the villa. I've already joined the Abyss Walker organization. I don't have time to deal with you, you little brat. At the same time, at a mansion in the heart of Luo City. At the dining table, a family of 3 was having dinner. Zhang Yuli was looking at the internet, where many professionals were speculating about the boss who had wiped out the Yuan family group. She covered her mouth and giggled. Ha ha. None of them know the true identity of the Blood King. This feeling is still pretty satisfying. Sitting in the main seat, a man with a pale face spoke. What are you laughing at? Are you chatting with that Lu student again? What level is he at? What do you think of his potential? Our family may not be materialistic, but we can't be too mediocre. Zhang Yue put down her phone and pouted. Oh, Dad. You don't even know him. Zhang Zhanshan sighed. Oh no, oh no. The cabbage I've been nurturing so carefully is going to be ruined by a pig. Zhang Yuli couldn't do anything either. She had signed a confidentiality agreement and couldn't tell anyone about Lu Xingyuan. Anyway, he's very strong. Just trust me, Dad. In the days that followed, Zhang Yue hasn't been idle either. She had been in the dungeon world. Thanks to the information advantage of a reincarnated individual, she easily completed her first transformation. She's already level 12. And she has also obtained a core skill she never had in her previous life. Xian Kuan's bold move. For every 10 million gold coins carried, 1% of true damage can be converted. Unfortunately, the money at home is needed to help my father recover from his injuries. I can't touch it. I'll have to earn it myself. This time, I must change my father's fate. Save my father. The next morning, a group of powerful professionals arrived at Lu Xingyuan's doorstep. They handed a storage ring to Lu Xingyuan. Such efficiency? Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. And the delivery person was actually a 4th-tier professional. The treasure pavilion truly has deep roots. He distributed the equipment to Erha and Xiaobai. Lu Xingyuan's figure slowly vanished from the spot. Bloodthirsty court. Lu Xingyuan saw Zhang Yue sitting beside the dragon egg. He raised an eyebrow. Hey, it's been a few days, and you're already level 12? Zhang Yue lifted her head, as proud as a swan. I had to level up. Otherwise, someone might think I'm just a support character. As she spoke, she shared her new skill. Xian Kuan's gamble. For every 10 million gold coins carried, 1% of true damage can be converted. Once I make some money, my damage won't be much lower than yours. Lu Xingyuan gave him a thumbs up. Yes. You'll soon be able to catch up to one of my boss pets. Lu Xingyuan removed a storage ring and handed it to Zhang Yue. At the same time, Zhang Yuli pulled out a massive sword with an extremely exaggerated design, covered in menacing bone spikes. Bone-shattering blade. Quality, diamond grade. Equipment requirement, level 15 or above. Effect 1, strength plus 10. Effect 2, inflicts bleeding status on target. Lu Xingyuan's storage ring contains 500 million gold coins. Zhang Yue was the reward for the bet. They each took the other's item. The two exchanged a smile. Everything was understood without words. 500 million. However, upon seeing the gold coins in the storage ring, Zhang Yue's eyes widened in shock. Did you rob a bank? Lu Xingyuan grinned. Not exactly, I robbed the Yuan group. Zhang Yue laughed so hard she was bending over, her laughter echoing through the room. At the same time, she secretly resolved to win more rewards through the gambling match. Help Lu Xingyuan gain stronger combat power. By the way, Yu Li, have you heard of the Abyss Walkers? Zhang Yue froze for a moment. Of course she had. How could she have forgotten that? She had, of course, heard of the Abyss Walkers. But only by name. The Abyss Walkers were all very mysterious. In her previous life, Zhang Yue had already been one of the strongest warriors among the human race, yet she still didn't know the true identities of these people. But one thing is certain. The destruction of her previous life was very likely caused by the Abyss Walkers. Zhang Yue spoke solemnly. This is a very mysterious organization. It seems that they, like you, can freely enter the true depths of the abyss. As my father mentioned, this organization is no ordinary group. If you come into contact with them, be extremely cautious. Remember, under no circumstances should you reveal your true identity. Lu Xingyuan nodded. No one could defy the confidentiality agreement recognized by the rules. After that, Zhang Yue left the main city to continue clearing dungeons. Lu Xingyuan summoned the second company commander. At the same time, a golden relic appeared in his hand. This item is for you to use. Saying this, Lu Xingyuan directly threw the sacred relic out. The second company commander leaped forward and swallowed it in one gulp. In the next instant, a dazzling golden light pillar shot into the sky, enveloping the 2nd Battalion commander. Boss Wolf Lord. Class, Swift Sword Soul. Quality, Legendary. Level, 15. Health, 32,713. Attack power, 280. Skills, Fierce Dog Roar, Draw Sword / Fierce Dog Sky Splitting / Swift Sword Technique, Whirlwind Final / Equipment, Frost Giant Sword, War Wolf Set. New skill detected. Lu Xingyuan single targeted a 6. Chapter 47, Kill the Village Chief of the Newbie Village. This familiar skill. Lu Xingyuan marveled. Whirlwind Sword Technique. Whirlwind / All extremely powerful skills. Moreover, the second company commander's base attack power has also been significantly enhanced. The dog has also improved. His combat power is now barely on par with Xiao Bai's. Feeling the powerful energy within his body, the 2nd Battalion commander transforms into a sycophant. Master, thank you for your blessings. I have decided to learn from you humans and wear thermal underwear inside out to express my gratitude. The 2nd Battalion commander doesn't know where he picked up this strange knowledge. However, do you know how devastating it is for a 2-meter-tall, muscular man with a dog's head to say something like that? Lu Xingyuan didn't hesitate. He grabbed the dog and beat him senseless. You're not allowed to watch Sichuan opera anymore, got it? Wah, wah, wah. The 2nd company commander was extremely upset. Battle readiness at maximum. Let us go, Dragon Hunting Village. After several previous sweeps, most of the mutated monsters in this area have been cleared out. Along the way, we encountered no obstacles. Lu Xingyuan stood on a small hilltop, gazing at the tiny village below. The village was too quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. This was highly unusual. But the moment Lu Xingyuan stepped into the dragon hunting village, click, snap, snap, snap. One by one, the creatures huddled in the corners, resembling skeletons, slowly raised their hunched bodies. They charged toward Lu Xingyuan. The mutated apothecary. Mutated beast tamer apprentice. Mutated villager. Kill. A cold voice echoed. The second company commander turned into a blur and charged forward. The swift wind sword technique combined with the fierce dog void splitting slash. A new chemical reaction was born. As he charged forward, he unleashed a series of whirlwind slashes. These mutated villagers were once ordinary people before their transformation. They were very weak. It only took a few seconds. The second company commander had already cleared the area completely, including the houses on both sides, all reduced to rubble. Wow! The whirlwind sword technique has become a powerful tool for demolition. Lu Xingyuan sighed. Just then, a door in the distance opened slightly. A gaunt, emaciated old scholar, trembling, waved his hand toward Lu Xingyuan. The old man spoke in a very low voice. Stranger, come here. Lu Xingyuan paused for a moment before walking over. As soon as he entered the room, the old man immediately slammed the door shut. All the doors and windows were sealed shut, with only a few beams of light filtering in through the windows. This made the room extremely dim. Lu Xingyuan couldn't make out the old man's face. Adventurer, I am the village chief of Dragon Hunter Village. You may call me Dragon Village Chief. Dragon Village Chief was very excited. Adventurer, I have heard of your heroic deeds. Thank you for slaying the mutated monsters on the outskirts. However, there are still several powerful mutated monsters on the mountain. If you can help our village eliminate these threats, I will reward you generously. Quest: Dragon Village Defense Battle. Description: Clear the mutated monsters from the back mountain. Task: Punishment: Dragon Hunter Village Blacklist. Mission reward: Bronze Tier Equipment 1. Blacklist. Lu Xingyuan was speechless. How many people are left in Dragon Hunter Village anyway? You're still making a blacklist. And the reward is really lackluster. It's no wonder it's a newbie village quest. However, this quest seems to conflict with the previous one. The previous quest was clearly targeting the Dragon Village Chief of Dragon Hunter Village. But now, this quest requires him to protect the Dragon Hunter Village. It seems that these two tasks were not issued by the same person. Lu Xingyuan analyzed the situation briefly. He gained a general understanding of the situation's origins. He then turned and left, heading toward the mission location. Back mountain. Lu Xingyuan held the bone-shattering blade in his hand, accompanied by the second company commander, one in front and one behind. Just as they reached the halfway point of the mountain, they heard a beast's roar. Pairs of emerald green eyes flickered in the darkness. Finally, another mutated professional. Lu Xingyuan was thrilled. Mutated Hunter. Level: 19. Health: 20-30. Attack power: 45. The mutant hunter, wielding an axe, charged straight toward them. Lu Xingyuan swung his massive sword at him. 999. With a single swing, his sunken eyes cleared significantly. How is that possible? The damage is so high. Before he could finish speaking, the second company commander had already severed his head. You have killed a professional, gaining 2,000 experience points and 1% health. Following that, Lu Xingyuan and the 2nd Battalion commander began to sweep through the entire back mountain. One man and one dog. Each one was dispatched with just a few swings. Despite the rugged terrain and dim lighting of the rear mountain, they couldn't withstand the speed of Lu Xingyuan and the 2nd Battalion commander. In just a few minutes, all the mutated monsters and professionals here were completely eliminated. The mission was completed. Lu Xingyuan also gained some experience points and health points as rewards. Returning to Hunter Dragon Village, Lu Xingyuan first wandered around the village. He discovered that the entire village was completely deserted. Only the old village chief remained. To survive in such a village, is he even human anymore? Lu Xingyuan felt some doubt and looked at the house with its tightly shut doors and windows. You smell so good, my dear grandson. You really do smell so good. Before he even entered the door, Lu Xingyuan heard a hoarse voice. Through the cracks in the wooden planks covering the window, he could see what was happening inside. There sat Long Village Chief, sitting on the bed, holding a child of around 10 years old. He was drooling greedily. Long Village Chief's eyes were bloodshot, and he kept muttering to himself. Eat him, then I'll never be hungry again. Ah! 2 tears streamed down the village chief's sunken eyes. He violently threw the child onto the bed. Then he frantically stuffed the dirt and wood beside him into his mouth. These indigestible substances could increase the feeling of fullness, suppress his madness. At first, it worked fairly well. But as time went on, the power of the disease grew stronger, and his hunger drove him mad. I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it anymore. Ah! Hold on, the new professional will change everything. Lu Xingyuan outside the window was watching intently. Suddenly, he heard a notification sound. You have successfully explored Dragon Hunter Village and completed the quest. You have been recognized by Demon Sealing Village. Main quest, Savior Part 2. Description: Through observation, you have discovered the abnormalities in Dragon Hunter Village. Please kill the Dragon Hunter Village Chief or report the abnormalities in Dragon Hunter Village to the Demon Sealing Village Chief. Task: Punishment, none. Mission reward? Chapter 48, First NPC Kill. Hostile Newbie Village. What the heck is this? Is that it? Sealed Demon Village. Isn't this the other newbie village Pearl number 7 mentioned? Could Demon Sealing Village also be nearby? And the 2 newbie villages are hostile to each other? Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes. So, the mission to save the world was issued by Demon Sealing Village. Compared to saving the world, Lu Xingyuan prefers destruction. After all, he is the boss. But that doesn't matter. What's most important is to learn more about the abyss. Lu Xingyuan knocked on the door. Village Chief, I have completed the task you assigned to me. The room fell silent for a moment. After a while, the door opened from the inside. The old village chief looked somewhat unusual. Warrior, you completed the task so quickly. Your strength surpasses my expectations. This is your well-deserved reward. You have completed the Dragon Village Chief's task. Task reward, 10 gold coins, 1 broken ancestral necklace. Tattered ancestral necklace. Quality, bronze. Effect, luck boost. A necklace woven from dragon bones, said to grant divine protection when worn. What the heck? Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Luck boost. In any game, this is one of the most valuable attributes. This is bronze tier equipment. Can it really grant such attributes? I thought the quest reward would just be junk. Lu Xingyuan didn't care at all. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be extremely rare junk. Interesting. Lu Xingyuan began to feel a bit of anticipation. The old village chief gently stroked his beard, seeming quite satisfied with Lu Xingyuan's astonished expression. You've proven your strength. Now I have a new task for you. Here it comes. Lu Xingyuan had been waiting for this. Main quest, World Destroying Lord Part 1. Introduction. The demon sealing village has been stealing the power of demons, directly leading to the destruction of the newbie village. If left unchecked, they will absorb more demonic power and inevitably bring about the destruction of the world. You must stop manhwa village. Defeat the demon sealing village's Wang Shanren and assist Dragon Village Chief in breaking the seal on the demon sealing village. Task punishment, none. Mission reward, designated skill book 1. Manhwa village? This is quite a coincidence. This proves that Lu Xingyuan's hypothesis was correct. Two newbie villages targeting each other. Who's good and who's bad? Lu Xingyuan doesn't care. Most likely, neither of them are good people. Killing one and sparing another will inevitably let the bad one slip through. Once the benefits are taken, kill them all. 2 missions. Lu Xingyuan is prepared to try both. Lu Xingyuan was filled with righteous indignation. What I despise most in life is those who walk hand in hand with evil. Village Chief Long, rest assured, I will definitely eliminate that Wang Shanren. Long Village Chief was taken aback, clearly not expecting the adventurer to agree so readily. He then broke into a smile. Very well, adventurer. Do your best, and I will not treat you unfairly. Wang Shanren is a powerful opponent. I will send 2 assistants to help you. Old dang. Trying to manipulate me. Wait until I finish the task. Then you'll see if I'll do it or not. After accepting the mission, Lu Xingyuan turned and left. He headed to the other side of the back mountain. As the old village chief had said, there was indeed a small courtyard on the hillside. At that moment, 3 people were arguing in the courtyard. Lu Xingyuan approached cautiously. Wang Shanren was a large, pot-bellied man with a round face and large ears. The other 2 were lean and muscular, dressed in warrior armor. Wang Shanren. Occupation, fighter level 3. Level 33. Health points 50-10. Attack power, 250. Skills, fist strike, inch punch, whirlwind kick. Wang Shanren is the village guardian of manhwa village and possesses clues related to the village. The other 2, though they appear normal, have unusual information. They are mutated warrior professionals. All are second-class warriors. Their strength is far inferior to Wang Shanren's. That old man is indeed untrustworthy, sending 2 second-class warriors to have me kill a third-class warrior. If it were someone else, they might have been brainwashed by the Dragon Village Chief and charged in to fight Wang Shanren to the death. Wang Shanren glared angrily. The Dragon Village Chief is a madman. If he's released, he'll summon the world-ending boss, and that will completely destroy this world. As residents of the Demon Sealing Village, we have a duty to stop him. The other 2 warriors snorted coldly. You people from the Demon Sealing Village are also stealing its power. None of us are any better. Don't point fingers. The 2 sides faced off. Lu Xingyuan, however, managed to gather a great deal of useful information from the situation. Sure enough, Long Village Chief also had his own plans. He wanted to release a certain suppressed boss. If you're talking about that, I'm wide awake now. Lu Xingyuan was thrilled. A boss is an existence that strikes fear into other adventurers. But for Lu Xingyuan, it's a training ground for servants. And throughout history, those who have enjoyed the benefits of suppression have always been the strongest beings, such as white snakes, sun wukong, divine beasts, and ferocious beasts. Wang Shanhong and the other 2 mutated warriors have already begun their battle. Wang Shanhong is a 3rd-tier professional. Taking on 2 opponents was a breeze for him. At this rate, it won't take many moves to eliminate the other 2. Bang! A massive bone sword descended from the sky. Lu Xingyuan has made his move. The bone-shattering blade struck Wang Shanren's large, round abdomen. It sent him flying through the air. 1,310. Bleeding. 3. 33. The astonishing damage filled Wang Shanxin with fear. The 2 mutated warriors, with their sunken eyes, revealed a look of joy. You must be the warrior sent by the village chief to help us. Help us kill Wang Shanren. That sword strike just now. Wang Shanyin was so terrified he could barely move, waving his hands frantically. Warrior, it was I who assigned you the task and sent you to Dragon Hunter Village. Help me eliminate these 2, and I'll reward you handsomely. Lu Xingyuan saw the rotting flesh on Wang Shanren's neck. He sneered. Wang Shanren and the village chief were both mutated beings. Lu Xingyuan remained silent. He just kept paddling, watching the three mutated professionals fight each other. Without Lu Xingyuan's help, the two mutated warriors were about to be killed. Lu Xingyuan acted decisively. One strike, one kill. You have killed a level 22 professional. You have gained 2,500 experience points and 1% health. You have killed a level 23 professional. The thrill of snatching the kill was exhilarating. Wang Shanren's face lit up with joy. Thank you, warrior. Would you be willing to help me? But before he could finish, his expression froze. Lu Xingyuan charged forward with his sword drawn. You have defeated a level 33 martial artist. You have gained 10,000 experience points and 1% health. Wow, that's some serious experience. Lu Xingyuan looted the body. You obtained 18 gold coins. You obtained 2 infant skulls. You obtained the method to break the sealed array. This must be the quest item. Standing up, he returned to the dragon hunting village. Enter the village chief's courtyard. Lu Xingyuan handed a parchment scroll inscribed with the method to break the sealing array to the dragon village chief. Village Chief Long, I have completed the task. But I'm sorry, Wang Shanren is too powerful. The 2 villagers I sent to help you were killed by him. Lu Xingyuan looked guilty. Village Chief Long suppressed his excitement and patted him on the shoulder. Ah, such things are regrettable for everyone. But at least we've completed the task. This is your reward. You have completed the Dragon Village Chief's task. Task reward, 10 gold coins, 1 attribute point, 1 Dragon's Eye skill book. Dragon's Eye. Ignore darkness, see through illusions and illusions. Lu Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The rewards given by the village chief are actually quite generous. There are even attribute points. The Dragon's Eye skill is also quite good. The abyss was shrouded in black mist. Even with his high mental attribute, his visible range is still extremely limited. After learning the Dragon's Eye skill, Lu Xingyuan can now completely ignore the mist and see many things that were previously invisible. For example, the bones embedded in the ground in the village chief's backyard. And those mutated monsters lurking in the darkness. The dragon village chief spoke. Warrior, you killed Wang Shuren, the ruler of Fengma village. You will undoubtedly become the village's sworn enemy. Lu Xingyuan deliberately feigned panic. What should we do? Maybe I should run away. The village chief of Long village hurriedly stopped him. No. My dragon hunter village isn't one to be pushed around. Now that we have the method to break the seal, we have no reason to fear the demon sealing village. I'll go break the demon sealing village S formation, but I'll need your help. Main quest, the world destroying lord part 2. While dragon village chief is breaking the seal of the demon sealing village's formation, hold off the powerful enemies of the demon sealing village. Task punishment, permanent exile. Task reward, the secret treasure of dragon hunter village. Finally heading to the demon sealing village. No one noticed. In the darkness, a furious force watches everything unfold. The only adventurer to reach the newbie village in 1,000 years. Come before me and kneel at my feet. You have no other choice. Chapter 49, Unexpected Delight, a new boss pet. Lu Xingyuan followed the mountain path, crossing the back mountains and arriving at a more distant area. However, after wandering around for a long time, he didn't encounter any villagers from the demon sealing village. Could it be that village chief Long was lying to me? Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. Just then, the second company commander issued a warning. Master, someone is spying on you. Right ahead. Lu Xingyuan's gaze locked onto the forest ahead. His eyes emitted a faint golden glow. He saw the outline of a human figure. Come out. I've seen you. After a moment of silence, a burly man clad in animal skins emerged from the darkness. Ha ha ha. I've been hunting in these mountains for decades and have mastered the art of hiding my presence. Even tigers and leopards can't detect me, yet you, a mere human, managed to find me. You're quite skilled. Old hunter. Occupation, hunter level 3. Quality, rare. Level 35. Health 5600. Attack power 301. Skills, beast control, precision shot, hunter's mark. A trader from Dragon Hunter Village, a guardian of Demon Sealing Village. You're the new adventurer, aren't you? Did you kill Wang Shanren? Lu Xingyuan smiled. I did it. Now, I'm going to kill you. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Xingyuan had already charged forward. Swish. The bone knife slashed out. The old hunter rolled aside to avoid it. Young man, you have no honor. Then, Lu Xingyuan unleashed his bloodlust technique and began chasing after the old hunter. The old hunter, as someone who had spent years hunting in the mountains, was no pushover. His skills weren't particularly outstanding, but he had extensive combat experience. Additionally, he had set numerous traps throughout the mountains. For a time, he managed to hold off Lu Xingyuan. But once the old hunter was struck by a sword, The situation completely turned around. Put. 1145. Bleeding. 34. 34. A single sword strike dealt nearly a third of his health. The old hunter lost his composure. Stop. 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 Young man, don't get so worked up. Whatever reward the village chief gave you, I can give you too. The old hunter's request. Mission requirement, spare the old hunter's life. Task punishment, none. Task reward, the old hunter's beast taming diary. That's it? Are you trying to send me away like a beggar? Lu Xingyuan didn't even bother to look, swinging his sword again. The old hunter was both shocked and enraged. You don't know a good thing when you see it. Bear, come. The space around the old hunter twisted. A shadow as large as a small mountain appeared out of thin air and crashed toward Lu Xingyuan. Boom! Where the shadow landed, the ground caved in completely. The dust settled. Lu Xingyuan saw a black bear nearly 3 meters tall, clad in a tattered monk's robe, its massive form terrifying. It simply stood there, like a wall. Boss Black Bear Demon. Quality, Silver. Level, 39. Health, 23,000. Attack power, 400. Skills, Thick Skin, Black Wind Malevolence. Lu Xingyuan widened his eyes. Boss? This hunter actually tamed a boss as a pet? All I can say is, no wonder he's an NPC from the newbie village. There's definitely something to this guy. Behind Lu Xingyuan, a surge of blood energy swirled. The figure of the second company commander slowly materialized. Kill the pet first. After issuing the order, one man and one dog completely ignored the old hunter's attacks. They began to forcefully kill this boss pet. Under the command of Lu Xingyuan, the second company commander was responsible for holding off the black bear demon head-on, not aiming to injure it, but simply preventing it from escaping. Every time Lu Xingyuan's bone-shattering blade struck, the black bear demon's health bar decreased by 1 unit. 1,100. 1,009. Lu Xingyuan was using the swift wind sword technique. His attacks were as swift and fierce as the wind. In just a few seconds, the black bear demon's health had been reduced by half. The old hunter's eyes widened. He kept firing arrows. But Lu Xingyuan and the second company commander's health bars were too long. The old hunter's attacks couldn't threaten them in the short term. The old hunter immediately activated his skill and marked Lu Xingyuan. Black bear, kill him first. The next moment, Black Bear's form slowly began to fade, eventually disappearing completely from the spot. It transformed into a black demonic wind, constantly sweeping around Lu Xingyuan's body. Each time it made contact, it dealt damage. 301. Plus 653. 333. Plus 653. 351. Plus 653. In the blink of an eye, it dealt over a dozen hits. However, Lu Xingyuan's health bar remained full. Seeing Lu Xingyuan's healing speed, the old hunter was completely baffled. This is not the kind of strength an adventurer should have. You, who are you? Lu Xingyuan remained silent. He simply continued to swing his weapon, unleashing his skills on the black bear demon. Soon, the black bear demon fell into a pool of blood. He collected the black bear demon's body. The skill the black bear demon had just released was very powerful. He turned the black bear demon into a blood demon. Another powerful general will soon join our ranks. Lu Xingyuan grinned. He pressed the bone-shattering blade against the old hunter's body. Repeat your previous mission. The old hunter, who had been waiting for death with no will to live, suddenly burst into a fierce glow in his eyes. He hurriedly issued the task again. Thank you, adventurer. I will trade this diary for my life. Lu Xingyuan took the tattered diary. Beast Taming Diary. Quality, Dark Gold. Description, a tattered diary containing the experiences and insights of a seasoned hunter in taming wild beasts. This newbie village is truly a place where hidden talents abound. Just a diary, yet it's dark gold tier. The methods of taming recorded inside must have some valuable insights. This black bear demon boss is the best proof. Take me to meet the village chief of your demon sealing village. Lu Xingyuan looked down from above. The old hunter's eyes darted back and forth before he nodded in agreement. Congratulations! You have completed the first kill of the black bear demon boss. A regional announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide. The abyss is too dangerous. Better to keep a low profile for now. Regional announcement, congratulations to the adventurer hidden nickname for completing the first kill of the black bear demon. Regional announcement, congratulations to the adventurer hidden nickname for defeating the black bear demon for the first time. At the entrance to a cave in the back mountains. The old village chief heard the announcement and a sly smile appeared on his lips. Let him draw the attention of the demon sealing village first. By the time they react, I'll have already succeeded. Under the guidance of the old hunter, Lu Xingyuan easily made his way through the thick fog and arrived at Fingma village. Actually, this place wasn't far from the dragon hunting village. The key point was, this mountain is shrouded in thick fog year-round, and without a guide, it's extremely difficult to enter. Funma village is much larger than Dragon Hunter village. However, the people in the village are the same as those in Dragon Hunter village. They have all been infected by the mutation. Soon, Lu Xingyuan encountered the village chief of Funma village. He was a hunchbacked old man with a rotting body and sunken eyes. However, Lu Xingyuan did not underestimate him, because the energy within this old man was terrifying. And like the dragon village chief, his information could not be accessed. Hello, adventurer. I am the village chief of Funma village. You may call me the demon village chief. Wang Shanren has already informed me of your situation. I know you were deceived by the dragon village chief. Our demon sealing village has borne the responsibility of guarding the world-ending boss since ancient times. The village chief of Dragon Hunter village covets the immense power of the world-ending boss and seeks to release it. Lu Xingyuan, channeling his inner movie star, acted very surprised. Oh? The dragon village chief is that evil? The demon village chief shook his head and sighed. There's no point in saying more. This world-ending boss is incredibly powerful, fierce, and brutal. It has been sealed away for countless years and is now on the brink of death. So, the dragon village chief wants to release the world-destroying boss at this critical moment, intending to control it using his beast-taming techniques. Lu Xingyuan looked enlightened. I see. That dragon village chief deserves to die. The demon village chief grabbed Lu Xingyuan's hand, looking as though he had found a kindred spirit. Adventurer, please help me. Main quest, Savior Part 3. Mission description, obtain the core item Bloodstone to release the ancient beast, located in the hidden dungeon Spider Cave. Mission requirements, obtain the Bloodstone. Mission punishment, permanent exile. Quest reward, the secret treasure of the demon sealing village. Hidden dungeon? Does the demon sealing village have a treasure? Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Chapter 50, Hidden Dungeon Spider Cave. Soon, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the spider cave mentioned by the demon village chief. As expected, at the entrance of the cave stood a person. It was Long village chief. As expected, neither of those old fools told the truth. Funma village has never been sealed. The seal that Dragon village chief was referring to was the spider cave. He also wants the Bloodstone. The Bloodstone should be an important item related to the world-destroying boss. But as I said before, the village chief of Dragon Hunter village and the village chief of Demon Sealing village, he must kill them both. The Dragon Hunter village's treasure, the Demon Sealing village's treasure, and the world-ending boss. Lu Xingyuan wants them all. Dragon village chief, what are you doing here? The sudden voice startled the Dragon village chief. Ah, it's you. Adventurer, if I'm not mistaken, you're heading to Demon Sealing village, aren't you? They sent you to find the Bloodstone, didn't they? Lu Xingyuan nodded. The village chief looked at him as if he had been deceived and began to manipulate him. The Bloodstone is a forbidden artifact. If the Demon Sealing village were to find it, the consequences would be unimaginable. If you manage to obtain the Bloodstone, you must hand it over to me. I will reward you handsomely. Lu Xingyuan nodded. I told you, the village chief of the Demon Sealing village isn't a good person. But I helped the village chief fend off the Demon Sealing village's powerful enemies and completed the task. Shouldn't we settle the previous reward first? The old village chief's expression grew uneasy. However, he couldn't enter the spider's lair. He still needed the adventurer's help. Of course. You have completed the Dragon village chief's quest. You have obtained Ancient Dragon Blood 1. Dragon Blood Elixir. A liquid containing dragon blood, imbued with powerful energy. Dragon Blood. This newbie village really has some good stuff. In any world, items related to dragons are extremely valuable. The key point is, Lu Xingyuan still has a mythical tiered dragon egg that hasn't hatched yet. Dragon blood should be able to accelerate the hatching process of the dragon egg. The old village chief must still have some dragon blood. With this in mind, Lu Xingyuan turned and entered the spider's lair. Citywide announcement, professional hidden name has discovered the hidden dungeon spider cave. Citywide announcement, professional hidden name has discovered the hidden dungeon spider cave. A voice echoed continuously throughout Luo City. At the same time, in a valley outside the city, a blinding crimson light shot into the sky. A hidden dungeon? Hurry up! Hidden dungeons are the most unique. Any kind of monster could appear. Danger lurks at every turn. At the same time, they come with generous rewards. Therefore, the appearance of hidden dungeons immediately drew countless people into a frenzy. In one dungeon, Zhang Yuli wielded a long spear, standing on the massive head of a beastman. Lu Xingyuan must be going there. That guy is probably going to go overboard again. But I've already farmed 2 more diamond tier weapons for you. Wait for me. Let's keep exploiting the bug. Zhang Yui began clearing the monsters in the dungeon at top speed. Dark Hall. In the pitch-black room, beams of light shone down. Jinju fiddled with the pearl bracelet on her wrist, seeming quite impatient. What about sharing the intelligence? Number 9 is the only abyss walker in history to have ever entered the newbie village. There must be a major discovery. Starscar, who wasn't qualified to sit nearby, sighed as well. He wanted to go to the newbie village too. Besides, several other seats were glowing but no one was present. These veterans had been in stealth mode for several hours straight. All for the sake of obtaining information about number 9 as soon as possible. Just then, a stray dog appeared on seat 9. I've discovered 2 newbie villages. Dragon Hunter Village and Demon Sealer Village. And the 2 newbie villages are hostile toward each other, with their quests also opposing each other. One is a mission to save the world, and the other is a mission to destroy the world. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited. Even the true powerhouses in the top 3 ranks revealed their forms. Number 1, the Drunkard. A black figure holding a wine gourd. Number 2, the Great Snake. A silver cobra with a fierce and venomous expression. Third, the Joker. A mission? Did you receive a mission? If we can really accept the mission, we'll be able to learn about the original state of the abyss. It would be of great significance to our research. Unfortunately, I'm trapped in the Celestial Palace and can't escape. The silent butterfly number 5 suddenly spoke up. The newbie village might be dangerous. Number 9, you're not very strong, so be careful. Lu Xingyuan in his second form bowed his hands. Everyone, rest assured. But my strength is indeed quite weak. If everyone is willing to offer some support, I think my chances of survival would greatly increase. Instant silence. The few who had revealed their forms vanished instantly. Lu Xingyuan shrugged his hands. These people are really stingy. Log out. Leave the dark hall. Lu Xingyuan was already inside the spider cave dungeon. However, he didn't enter the dungeon through the Blue Star channel. Instead, they entered directly through the abyss portal. Therefore, they were directly teleported to a secret room in the core area where the boss was located. There were several twisted skeleton creatures ahead. Skeleton Soldier. Level 19. Health 4000. Attack power 101. Lu Xingyuan didn't rush to clear the monsters. A thought flashed through his mind. A massive black bear carcass materialized out of thin air. A single drop of crimson blood fell onto the black bear's forehead. Lu Xingyuan consumed 30% of his life force. He transformed the black bear spirit into a blood demon. Boss Black Bear Spirit. Class Fist Monk. Rarity Rare. Level 15. Health 32,713. Attack power 201. Skills Diamond Subduing Fist, Black Wind Malevolent Chi. The black bear demon wears a monk's robe, with one hand raised in front of his chest. A string of prayer beads hangs around his neck. He looks rather fierce and intimidating, and is far too muscular to be a good monk. Buddha. The black bear demon bowed in respect. Lu Xingyuan nodded slightly. Go. Let me see how strong you are. The black bear demon recited a Buddhist mantra and transformed into a black whirlwind, charging forward. 189. 199. 176. Although the black bear demon's attack power wasn't particularly high. However, the black wind's malevolent aura allows it to launch dozens of attacks in an extremely short period of time. Soon, the few skeleton soldiers were all slain. The stone door ahead crashed open. Lu Xingyuan entered the true spider cave dungeon. It was still a cave, but much larger, resembling an underground world. A massive spider, covered in magical patterns, appeared in Lu Xingyuan's field of vision. Aggressive blood-sucking spider elite monster. Level 18. Health 5,400. Attack power 150. Skills Life Drain, Swiftness. Elite monster? These stats are indeed quite high. All I can say is, it's no wonder it's a hidden dungeon. Lu Xingyuan gently waved his finger. The black bear spirit charged forward and engaged the blood-sucking spider in a fierce battle. Blood-sucking spider. Lu Xingyuan also hunted down several mutated monsters in the vicinity. He had never seen a spider-type monster before. He never expected that in the hidden dungeon next to the newbie village, there were so many spider-type monsters. The black bear spirit is only a rare tier class with weak attack power. Lu Xingyuan acted decisively. He quickly disposed of all the nearby blood-sucking spiders. You gained 3,400 experience points. You obtained a spider leg. That's such a high experience gain? Lu Xingyuan was a bit surprised. No wonder the hidden dungeon is so popular. He had defeated several elite monsters on the outskirts of the core area. Lu Xingyuan directly entered the area where the dungeon boss was located. It was a gigantic spider, translucent and as white as jade. Dungeon Boss. Chapter 51, The Dungeon Boss's Request. Boss, White Jade Spider. Level 15. HP, 18,000. Attack power, 300. Skills, Berserk, Venomous Sting, Spiderweb Bind. We've already encountered the boss so quickly? Lu Xingyuan was surprised. Could it be that entering the dungeon from the Abyss world, we can directly reach the boss's location? Humans, invaders, die. Foreigners, do not disturb the master. At the same time, above the cave, there was another black jade spider, slightly smaller in size. Double boss dungeon. This should be one male and one female, right? Spiders, the female is usually larger. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up with excitement. As everyone knows, multi-boss dungeons are the hardest to fight. They are a nightmare for challengers. However, Lu Xingyuan's side had even more bosses. He snapped his fingers lightly. Holding a massive sword, incredibly handsome, yet also a bit dim-witted, the second boss. He kneels on one knee before Lu Xingyuan. Master, I obey your summons. Lu Xingyuan was already accustomed to the second company commander's dramatic entrance. He waved his hand, signaling him to rise. At the same time, Xiaobai also appeared beside Lu Xingyuan. Compared to Ha, Xiaobai appeared much more gentle and composed. For bosses, fighting two bosses. This is unfair. Two spider bosses, both with question marks over their heads. Is that also a boss? They've never seen this kind of setup before. Lu Xingyuan didn't give them a chance to discuss it. They immediately began to surround and attack. The spirit sword cuts through the air. Whoosh! 1553. 1499. The second company commander and the black bear demon charged forward for close combat. Lu Xingyuan's three pets, Xiaobai and the 2nd Battalion commander, are both stronger than these two bosses in one-on-one combat. No honor in battle. 30 seconds. The two spider bosses were quickly defeated. Before Lu Xingyuan's eyes, one reward after another appeared. You have defeated the boss White Jade Spider. You have obtained 10,000 experience points. You have defeated the boss Black Jade Spider. You have obtained 10,000 experience points. You have obtained 50,000 gold coins. You obtained the Dark Gold Tier Weapon White Jade Scythe. You have obtained the Dark Gold Tier Weapon Black Jade Dagger. You obtained the Material Spider Silk. You have obtained the White Jade Spider Corpse. You have obtained the Black Jade Spider Corpse. A string of rewards flashed before his eyes like a barrage of bullets. Lu Xingyuan's eyes, however, were fixed only on the White Jade Spider's corpse. While it's still hot. Let's get started. 2 drops of blood were injected into the bodies of the male and female White Jade Spiders. Swish! 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. Lu Xingyuan's health points surged out at an unprecedented speed. 2 White Jade Spiders were simultaneously enveloped in cocoons formed from coagulated blood. Until Lu Xingyuan's health dropped below 20%. This bloody ordeal finally came to an end. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp slashes erupted from within, shattering the blood-red cocoons completely. A torrent of blood rose into the sky. A man and a woman. 2 slender figures slowly materialized from the blood mist. The Black Jade Spider, dressed in a black suit. The White Jade Spider wore a white princess dress. Neither of them could be called attractive. Instead, they had a sinister aura. How to put it, they exuded a villainous aura. Master! Master! The male and female spiders performed a standard knightly bow. These 2 spider bosses, after transforming into blood demons, they obtained the rare tier Shadow Assassin class. Spiders are already extremely fast by nature. Combined with their ability to move using spider silk, they are elusive and unpredictable. They are indeed well suited for the assassin class. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Xiaobai, Black Bear Spirit. The 2 of you go and eliminate the professionals in the dungeon. Remember, leave none alive. The 2 quickly disappeared. Lu Xingyuan's gaze, however, was fixed on the murals on the cave walls. The paintings on the walls were exquisitely detailed. The artist must have undergone systematic training in painting. They were definitely not drawn by 2 spider bosses. Who painted the murals on the walls? What do they signify? The White Jade Spider bowed respectfully and said, Master, this was left by our former master. The meaning of the painting is that she was once a princess of the Dark Knight Empire, living a carefree life from childhood. Until one day, a catastrophe fell from the sky, destroying everything she possessed. Evil forces are rampaging outside, and the princess is trapped here. The White Jade Spider suddenly leaned in close. Master, please help our former master. She has suffered so much. Please let her become your servant as well. Lu Xingyuan? At the same time, a group of professional adventurers who were clearing spiders encountered Xiaobai. Isn't this the famous white snake boss from the internet? Yes. Guys, let's get out of here. If you don't want to get killed, hurry up and leave. But once they encountered the newbie, there was no chance of escaping. The white snake spirit sword whistled through the air, tracing an arc in mid-air. But 1551, 1831, 1734. With Xiao Bai's attributes and the enhancement of the White Snake Spirit Sword, attack power is off the charts. Just alternating between normal attacks. These level 10 plus professionals can't withstand it. In just a few seconds, this fully equipped team of professionals was completely wiped out. Xiao Bai picked up the equipment dropped by the few players. He placed them into his storage ring. He continued patrolling inside the dungeon. On the other side, the Black Bear Demon was also clearing out the professional adventurers group. Of course, its speed is nowhere near as fast as Xiao Bai's. Only when the Black Wind Slaughter skill is fully charged, it can wipe out an entire group of professionals in one go. The Black Wind Slaughter chi skill consumes an enormous amount of mana. Soon, the Black Bear Demon can only rely on its thick skin and tough hide to engage in close combat with the professionals. The efficiency is extremely low. Boss territory. Our empire's princess is of noble birth, powerful, extremely beautiful, and has an excellent figure. Master, the princess is worthy to be your servant. Two spider bosses were frantically promoting their princess. Their sincerity is almost impossible to refuse. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. At first, he thought that when he transformed them into blood demons, but the brainwashing wasn't thorough enough, causing them to still harbor feelings for their former master. But it turned out, the brainwashing had been too thorough. Do you really want your princess to become my servant? Lu Xingyuan asked in confusion. Of course. Becoming your servant would be a great honor for the princess. The princess will thank us. Alright. Lu Xingyuan had finally come to fully understand the loyalty of the blood demon. This is true loyalty. Having a princess warm your bed sounds kind of interesting. Why am I feeling a bit restless? Let's go then. Clear this area completely, then go kill your princess. Chapter 52, I want it all. Lu Xingyuan had originally planned to wait for Jiang Yue to finish the dungeon. Then they could exploit the bug together. Now he couldn't wait any longer. At Lu Xingyuan's command, the white jade spider transformed into its spider form. Lu Xingyuan mounted it directly. Let the slaughter begin. The spider cave dungeon is composed entirely of intersecting caves. Only the white jade spider could smoothly carry Lu Xingyuan to slaughter their former subordinates. At the same time, along with Xiao Bai and the Black Bear Demon. Whether it's slaughtering professional fighters or monsters, their efficiency is utterly absurd. Your boss pet has killed an 18th level fighter. You have gained 5,000 experience points and 1% health. Your boss pet has killed a blood-sucking spider. You have gained 800 experience points. You obtained spider silk boots. Your boss pet killed a level 16 professional, granting you 3,000 experience points and 1% health. You have leveled up. All attributes plus 10, and the main attribute receives a 10x bonus. A white light rose from Lu Xingyuan's body. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class Boss Blood King. First transformation. Quality unknown. Level 16 0%. Strength 170. Agility 170. Stamina 1700. Spirit 170. Health points primary attribute 76,718. Mana 1700. Exclusive skills. General skill Shadow Chain, Bloodlust, Battle Cry, Dragon's Gaze. Equipment. Finally level 16. Attributes have received a comprehensive boost. Health points have skyrocketed to over 70,000. Leveling up is way too fast. At this rate, it won't be long before I have to advance again. After advancing, you can choose new exclusive skills. Under the guidance of the Spider Duo, Lu Xingyuan's team was highly efficient in locating monsters. Soon, they had reduced the number of monsters in the dungeon to less than 10%. The dungeon boss has also been defeated. They had achieved the SSS rank evaluation standard. Lu Xingyuan immediately summoned all the blood demons back. Then, he chose to leave the dungeon. In this report, Lu Xingyuan chose to hide the information. Citywide announcement. Professional Hidden Nickname has completed the first run of the Hidden Dungeon Spider Cave and received an SSS rank evaluation. Citywide announcement. Professional Hidden Nickname has completed the first run of the Hidden Dungeon Spider Cave and received an SSS rank rating. This announcement immediately caused a stir throughout the city. Who is this big shot? This isn't a friend, right? The Spider Cave was just open, wasn't it? From opening the dungeon to getting an SSS rating, it didn't even take 2 hours, did it? An SSS rank score requires not only defeating the boss but also clearing over 90% of the monsters in the dungeon. How could they do it so fast? That's insane. Damn it, I'm still on my way. Damn, I'm so late I could eat and still miss the party. Normally speaking, the dungeon monsters don't fight back, letting a team of professionals kill them. It still takes over 10 hours to kill them all. That's already considered highly efficient. To achieve an SSS rating, it's all about luck. This hidden nickname master. 2 hours to finish it off. Professionals rushing in from all over who hadn't even entered the hidden dungeon were completely baffled. Those who managed to enter the hidden dungeon first were completely overwhelmed. Damn it, glad you didn't come. This dungeon isn't meant for humans. 5 bosses. Do you even know what it's like to be chased and killed by 5 bosses? What? 5 bosses. Is the hidden dungeon this crazy? As one photo after another was posted, the entire internet erupted. A dungeon with 5 bosses. It's not unheard of, but it's extremely rare. 5 bosses? How did they clear it so quickly? That's impossible. Lu Xingyuan went through the first few dungeons with some showmanship. The clearing speed was relatively slow. This time, there are 4 boss pets plus yourself. All 5 bosses are out in force. If he were to directly reveal his own information, that would be truly inexplicable. Information must be kept hidden. Lu Xingyuan's gaze flickered between clearing the dungeon and the rewards for achieving an SSS rating. Congratulations! You have completed the Spider Cave dungeon for the first time. You have obtained the special material Bloodstone X2. You have obtained the Night Empire Princess Nightgown. Congratulations! You achieved an SSS rating in the Spider Cave and received additional rewards. You have obtained 3 units of the special material Bloodstone. You have obtained the Dark Gold Equipment White Jade Spider Set. Lu Xingyuan collected all the rewards and fixed his gaze on the Bloodstone. It was a red stone, appearing ordinary and unremarkable. Bloodstone. Description: a special material capable of breaking a certain ancient seal. This must be the material the 2 village chiefs were looking for. Objective achieved. Lu Xingyuan donned the invisible spirit veil. His entire body vanished into thin air. Then he teleported out of the dungeon world. As expected, I've appeared on Blue Star. Looking around at the surroundings, Lu Xingyuan murmured softly. He hurriedly left. He found an empty spot and teleported back to the Blood King's court. The city lord's mansion. Lu Xingyuan had originally planned to rush straight to the newbie village. But upon seeing the massive dragon egg, he paused for a moment. The power within the dragon egg was growing stronger by the moment. Moreover, it seemed to be emitting an emotion. Desire. It seemed like it wanted to eat something? That's right, dragon blood. Lu Xingyuan took out the village's treasure, the bottle of diluted dragon blood. The dragon egg trembled slightly. It seemed eager to emerge. Lu Xingyuan smiled. You little glutton, you really know your stuff. He poured the entire bottle of dragon blood directly onto the dragon egg. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of crimson lights flickered, like pouring a bottle of water onto a giant sponge. Instantly absorbed, leaving not a drop behind. Then, the dragon egg once again emitted a joyful emotion. The effect is so obvious? Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. This time, he clearly sensed the emotions being transmitted from within the dragon egg. It can indeed accelerate the hatching of the dragon egg. Lu Xingyuan mounted the white jade spider. It only took half an hour to reach the newbie village. 8 legs made for swift travel. Lu Xingyuan put the white jade spider away. He headed toward the entrance of the spider cave. The old village chief was indeed waiting here all along, looking quite anxious. He saw Lu Xingyuan coming from outside. The old village chief looked puzzled. Adventurer, what are you? Lu Xingyuan's bloodstone in his hand interrupted the old village chief's words. The slightly withered face revealed excitement. You are indeed the chosen warrior, adventurer. Thank you for bringing this precious bloodstone. You will become the hero who defeats the destroyer of the world. Your name will echo throughout the entire world. The village chief's brainwashing. It made Lu Xingyuan feel sick. This old man is really good at brainwashing. If anyone else had been there, they would have been brainwashed into a state of mental decline. But Lu Xingyuan didn't take a single word to heart. He only wanted the benefits. Lu Xingyuan slowly retrieved the bloodstone. Village Chief Long, the bloodstone is precious. To obtain this piece of bloodstone, I went through great lengths. I myself am severely injured. Look. The slightly sunken eyes of Village Chief Long flashed with anger. He had figured it out, this adventurer was trying to raise the price. A golden grade piece of equipment. Lu Xingyuan shook his head. 2. Village Chief Long clenched his fists. Gold tier equipment is already the most precious gear in the newbie village. Village Chief Long, I can't possibly give you a better reward. Long Village Chief laid his cards on the table. Lu Xingyuan naturally had no shortage of golden grade equipment. I want dragon blood. And at least diamond grade equipment. I know you must have it. In Dragon Hunter Village, the only thing that caught his eye was dragon blood. As for diamond grade equipment, Lu Xingyuan wasn't even sure if the Dragon Village Chief had any. We'll see. The Dragon Village Chief's body was surging with powerful energy. Lu Xingyuan's greed had already driven him to the brink of madness. However, upon recalling the adventurer's ability to infinitely resurrect, he ultimately relented. Alright. I still have a bottle of dragon blood here. As for diamond-grade equipment, I truly don't have any. But cursed equipment, dare you take it? The old village chief let out a sneer. He then led Lu Xingyuan to the dragon hunting village's ancestral hall. The ancestral tablets that should have been reverently enshrined were now scattered haphazardly on the ground, covered in dust. The dragon village chief didn't even glance at the tablets. He dug out an old, battered box from the rubble. Opening the box, Lu Xingyuan saw a pitch-black dragon scale. Cursed dragon scale. Quality? Introduction, special equipment. Bind to view effects. Deal. Dragon village chief revealed a cunning smile. Considering all you've done for me, here's some advice. This equipment will consume the user's life force. Countless people have sought its approval, but in the end, they all died. Then, the village chief took the bloodstone and turned to leave. Devour life force? Lu Xingyuan was thrilled. He reached out to touch the black scales. In an instant, the black scales gradually covered his left hand, and a black, ferocious dragon's shadow enveloped him. You have been cursed by the evil dragon. The evil dragon will continuously devour your life force. The evil dragon's blood-red eyes stared intently at Lu Xingyuan. It was as if a wolf had spotted a lamb. Then, the evil dragon began to voraciously devour Lu Xingyuan's life force. 100. 100. 100. 100. A few minutes later, the health bar remained fully restored. Lu Xingyuan was speechless. That's it? You're being too polite. Let me help you. Then, a surging tide of blood engulfed the dragon's shadow. The entire shadow of the evil dragon was dyed a dark red. The scales on his palms emitted a sense of satisfaction. It was full. Lu Xingyuan, however, was unwilling. After all these years of hunger. Eat more. Crimson blood energied into a pair of massive hands. They forcefully pried open the evil dragon's mouth. Blood gushed out like a tidal wave, flooding in wildly. Lu Xingyuan's current maximum health is 76,718. His health regenerates at a rate of 767 per second. At this rate, every second, 767 points of health flowed out of his body, feeding the shadow of the evil dragon. 1 hour later, the dragon's shadow, once emaciated, has become obese. At this moment, the evil dragon is as docile as a dog, constantly rubbing against Lu Xingyuan's pant legs. Dragon's shadow. Quality? Effect 1, Dragon Curse. It requires the host to sacrifice a large amount of life points daily. If you cannot satisfy the dragon's appetite, your soul will be devoured by the dragon. If you can satisfy the dragon and feed it to satiety, you will gain the following effects. Effect 2, Blood for blood. When you are attacked, you can release the dragon's shadow to bite your opponent and devour an equal amount of health. Effect 3, Force bind. Cannot be dropped. Cannot be abandoned. This equipment is powerful. Empowered by the shadow of the evil dragon. It can temporarily compensate for Lu Xingyuan's weakness against powerful enemies, or his attack power is too weak. Under the setting sun, the shadow of the evil dragon stretches out long behind Lu Xingyuan. There's also the task from the village chief of Fengma village to submit. Lu Xingyuan had already mentioned it. The dragon hunter village's treasure. The secret treasure of Fengma village. He wants them all. Chapter 53, Two Old Men Brawl. Fengma village. Seeing Lu Xingyuan dare to approach, the village chief of Demon Sealing village was furious. Humph. Adventurer, you gave the bloodstone to the dragon hunter village chief and still dare to come to our Demon Sealing village. Don't you fear I'll kill you? Clearly, the demon village chief had learned of Lu Xingyuan's deal with the dragon village chief. Lu Xingyuan made no defense. He directly pulled out a bloodstone. Since the demon village chief doesn't want it, I'll take this bloodstone and trade it with the dragon village chief instead. I think the dragon village chief will definitely give me a good reward. The demon village chief immediately wore a friendly smile. Oh dear, look at the trouble this has caused. It must be a misunderstanding from the subordinates. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Lu Xingyuan rolled his eyes, looking unwilling to make a deal. The dragon village chief gave me a bottle of dragon blood and a very special piece of equipment. If the village chief's offer isn't as good as dragon village chief's, then I'll just trade with dragon village chief instead. Seeing Lu Xingyuan about to leave, the demon village chief's expression kept changing. Dragon blood. That old man is really willing to part with it. Taking a deep breath, the demon village chief clenched his teeth. Adventurer, I don't have dragon blood, but I do have demon blood. It can mutate pets and enhance combat power. Lu Xingyuan was startled inside, but remained calm on the surface. Mutate pets? There's such a thing? Mutate. Such items must have both advantages and disadvantages, right? The demon village chief's expression changed abruptly. This adventurer knows his stuff. Mutated pets will learn berserker-type skills, and their death rate in battle will significantly increase. Lu Xingyuan forced himself to suppress a smile. That's really trash. Alright, give me 3 vials of magic blood, and I'll give you a bloodstone. The demon village chief's eyes widened. He wanted to kill him. A mere adventurer, when did he ever have the nerve to haggle with him? But he had no choice. Even if he killed the adventurer, the chance of getting a bloodstone was very low. In this situation, offending an immortal adventurer wasn't wise either. The demon village chief could only comfort himself in his heart. Losing out is a blessing. 2 portions. This is my limit otherwise. Alright. The village chief's face turned even darker. I've been tricked. But there was no time to think about that now. The old dragon wouldn't wait for him. Demon blood. Quality, legendary. Description, blood corrupted by evil forces, capable of causing pets to undergo a certain degree of mutation. The mutation effects are extremely unstable. Use with caution. What you wanted, I've given you. Now, please leave the demon sealing village. The demon village chief began to drive them out immediately. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Don't rush. You want to take down the dragon village chief, don't you? As long as you give me the benefits, I'll help you take him down. The demon village chief was tempted. This adventurer, though a bit of a dog. But he is really strong. Alright, I agree. As long as you help me, there will be a generous reward afterward. The demon village chief looked sincere. But no mission details have even appeared yet. It was clear that the demon village chief just wanted something for nothing. Lu Xingyuan didn't care either. What he wanted was the demon village chief's life. Lu Xingyuan followed the demon village chief. They wandered through the mountains, eventually arriving at the outskirts of a temple. It had been ages since anyone had been here. The dilapidated wooden door was covered in dusty spider webs. Half-meter-long rats scurried back and forth across the Buddha statue. The dilapidated temple was filled with thick layers of dust, showing no signs of human presence. However, the entrance to the temple was covered in numerous different footprints. Clearly, someone frequently lingered here. At that moment, Village Chief Long stood excitedly at the entrance of the dilapidated temple. He placed 4 blood-stained stones on the dilapidated wooden door. Click, click, click. One can see. A colorless spatial barrier materialized, enveloping the entire temple. The power of the blood stones was eroding the spatial barrier. The demon village chief, who had rushed over, saw this and smiled. Old dragon, after all these years, we've finally reached this point. Yes. The dragon village chief did not turn around, but stared blankly at the temple. Today, only one person will survive and leave this place. I really didn't want to kill you. Back then, I begged you countless times not to absorb the power of demon blood. But you wouldn't listen. That's why you became a madman controlled by the demon blood. The demon village chief seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha. I'm the madman? What about you? You think I don't know? You wanted to release it. You actually dared to try to control it? That's an ancient beast. You're the madman. Dragon village chief shook his head. It's been sealed away for countless years, its power weakened to the extreme, on the brink of death. My beast taming techniques are so powerful, why can't I control it? You want to drink its blood, eat its flesh, and obtain the power of an ancient beast? Isn't that madness? The demon village chief sighed. If that is the case, then let us fight. The one who survives will decide its fate. As the words fell, a magnificent feathered crown appeared above the demon village chief's head. Dark gold tier equipment. The dragon village chief dismissed it with disdain, and a set of heavy metal armor appeared on his body. Dark gold tier armor set. And a massive dark gold shield. Old fool, I've been waiting to kill you for ages. As the words fell, dragon village chief charged forward, shield raised, toward demon village chief. The demon village chief kept backing up, trying to create some distance. At the same time, he turned his head to call for help. Adventurers, help me. Lu Xingyuan hesitated not a moment and stepped back. When dogs fight, they only get each other's fur. In such a situation, how could he possibly intervene? These 2 old fools. Not a single one of them is any good. Moreover, Lu Xingyuan learned for the first time about the boss that suppresses the newbie village. It was an ancient. This is truly a grand gift. After the battle began, Lu Xingyuan could finally check the information on these 2 village chiefs. The mutated dragon hunter village chief. Occupation, wilderness hunter 4th transformation. Rarity, rare. Level, 41. Health points, 10,311. Attack power, 541. Skills, shield bash, beast taming, heavy punch. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. No wonder he's the village chief of the newbie village. His attributes are really strong. And he's even equipped with a dark gold tier set. The village chief of the corrupted demon sealing village. Class, poisonous witch 4th job advancement. Quality, rare. Level, 40. Health, 7,310 8,091. Attack power, 651. Skills, Corruption, Grasp of the Dead, Summon Demon Hound, Slow Poison. Low health? Compared to the Dragon Village Chief's clearly superior attributes. The Demon Village Chief's interface is quite peculiar. He's actually in low health. Demonization skill. This is a skill typically possessed by certain bosses. Chapter 54, Destroy the Newbie Village. Seeing Lu Xingyuan take a half step back, the Demon Village Chief's heart shattered. Adventurers are truly untrustworthy. The Dragon Village Chief didn't care about any of that. The shield in his hand slammed down hard on his face, knocking him to the ground. 433. Then, the Dragon Village Chief mounted the Demon Village Chief and began delivering powerful punches. 511. 496. The two old men. They started to fight wildly. Actually, it was a one-sided beating. The Demon Village Chief couldn't fight back at all. He was beaten until he was screaming. But he had managed to hold his own against the Dragon Hunter Village for so many years. He couldn't possibly be that weak. A crimson glow appeared on the Demon Village Chief's body. Demonization. After releasing his skill, the Demon Village Chief's health dropped sharply. Then, his entire body was enveloped in a crimson aura of blood. All skills are enhanced, but they consume health points. Grip of the Dead. One by one, grotesque blood-red hands emerged from the ground. They clamped down on the Dragon Village Chief's ankles. The Demon Village Chief took the opportunity to break free. He spits viciously at the Dragon Village Chief, who was being held tightly by the blood-stained hands. "Brother, you forced my hand. Demon dog!" He roared loudly. The Demon Village Chief's health points dropped by a full 500 points this time. Behind him, one on the left and one on the right. Two hideous zombie dogs, covered in rotting flesh, slowly emerged. The hideous zombie dogs immediately pounced. They began to tear at the Dragon Village Chief's body. 101. 69. 11. The zombie dog's attacks also contained some kind of toxin. Large numbers of damage continuously appear. The village chief's health bar dropped by more than half. He finally managed to break free from the grip of the dead skill. He effortlessly disposed of the two zombie dogs. The village chief spoke with a menacing tone. The demon blood mutation skill is indeed powerful. But with your fragile body, how many times can you withstand the side effects? And you, adventurer, leave this place. Or die. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. He's threatening himself? You've lost your mind. Clang. The broad bone-shattering blade struck the village chief's head directly. It sent him flying several meters away. He couldn't get back up. The demon village chief stood there dumbfounded, gazing at Lu Xingyuan. Both he and the dragon village chief knew this adventurer was powerful. Not just strong. But, no matter what, he was still just a level 10-something professional. As fourth-tier beings, they naturally disregarded Lu Xingyuan. But who could have imagined that Lu Xingyuan would display such overwhelming power with his first move? When the demon village chief and Lu Xingyuan locked eyes, every hair on his body stood on end. Those eyes gave him the feeling of a predator standing at the top of the food chain, looking at its prey. The demon village chief kept waving his hands. I'm an adventurer. I didn't attack you. You know we're allies. Lu Xingyuan ignored the demon village chief. He simply dragged his massive sword, step by step, toward the dragon village chief. Suddenly, a pair of green eyes emerged from the darkness. Mutated blacksmith. Mutant mage. Mutant warrior. Mutant knight. 7 third-class mutated professionals emerged from the darkness. They stood guard beside the dragon village chief. They are all the strongest warriors of the dragon hunter village. Each of them was equipped with extremely luxurious gear. Even the least impressive among them wore golden great armor sets. Moreover, all the materials used are extremely expensive, such as dragon scales and dragon armor. Therefore, their attributes are far superior to those of ordinary mutated professionals. The blacksmith helped the dragon village chief to his feet. The dragon village chief's expression was more vicious than ever, and his sunken eyes even flickered with crimson light. You think you're so tough? Dare to hit me? Come on, hit me again and show me. His men had arrived. 8 against 1. Long village chief, confident like never before. He was laughing wildly. After decades, finally, success is within reach. No one can stop me now. I will become the ruler of this world. Before he could finish speaking, Dragon Village Chief suddenly felt the sky grow dark. He slowly raised his head. Without knowing when, a massive white snake was staring directly at him. From those enormous snake eyes, he could even see his own reflection. Boss? How could a boss appear in the newbie village? No! Not just one. Dragon Village Chief widened his eyes and looked behind Lu Xingyuan. Boss, Wolf Lord. Boss, Black Bear Spirit. Boss, White Jade Spider. Boss Black Jade Spider, and Boss Blood King? Where are the adventurers? This is clearly a terrifying boss? How is this possible? Dragon Village Chief collapsed to the ground, frantically rubbing his eyes. Boss, you're not a player, you're the boss. Run! Run! The boss is attacking the newbie village. Under the black hood, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Leave none alive. The cold, emotionless words seemed to freeze the world in an instant, plunging it from the blazing summer heat into an icy abyss. The boss's presence instilled an instinctive fear in them. Trembling. Damn it, run! One of the mutated professionals turned and fled. They were still considerate. They knew to carry the limping dragon village chief with them. Lu Xingyuan stood on the head of the little white dragon, alongside the boss's pet, chasing after the newbie village NPCs. Whirlwind sword technique. The second company commander was the fastest. As the giant sword swings, massive tornadoes sweep through the area, blowing the mutated professionals away, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Then, two enormous spiders descended from the sky. Behind them, the black bear demons gave chase relentlessly. In front, the massive white snake and the Blood King had somehow blocked their path. Dragon Village Chief widened his eyes. They were actually surrounded by the boss? Soon, these few mutated dragon hunters from Dragon Village were all slain. Your pet has killed a level 31 mutated professional. You have gained 20,000 experience points and 1% health. Your pet has killed a level 33 mutated professional. The village chief of Dragon Hunter Village died with his eyes wide open. He could not accept it even in death. After planning for most of his life, he was on the verge of success, only to have his plans ruined by a mere level 10 professional. The second company commander handed over the looted equipment and 2 bottles of dragon blood to Lu Xingyuan. There was indeed dragon blood. The experience points gained from this level jumping kill of a professional directly pushed Lu Xingyuan up another level. Level 17. Getting closer and closer to the second transformation. I wonder what the next exclusive skill will be. Lu Xingyuan felt a sense of anticipation. Just then, announcements echoed throughout the entire abyss. Server-wide announcement: the newbie village Dragon Hunter Village has been completely destroyed. Server-wide announcement: the newbie village Dragon Hunter Village has been completely destroyed. Chapter 55. The praying mantis catches the cicada, but the sparrow is behind. Are there more experts? In the various long-abandoned, dilapidated cities of the abyss, strong warriors are gradually awakening. Eroded by time, some are nothing but withered flesh and bone. Some are nothing but skeletal frames. Yet, they are not dead. The abyss has granted them eternal life and the ability to progress. It also stripped them of their humanity. Black Castle. A neat procession slowly approached the dilapidated city gates. Strangely, every member of the procession is a massive skeleton, clad in metal armor and wearing demonic masks. The lead skeleton affixed a yellowed parchment to the notice board at the city gate using blue bounty notice. Anyone providing information about the destruction of the newbie village will be rewarded with spirit crystals. Spirit crystals. The distorted humanoid creatures surrounding them all revealed maniacal grins. Spirit crystals. We want spirit crystals. Behind the crowd, a woman wrapped head to toe in coarse cloth stared at the portrait on the bounty board. She froze in place. Destroyed the newbie village? What about number 9? Pearl immediately entered the dark hall and shared the news with everyone. Lights flickered on one after another. Number 3, the clown, had his hands twisted into an eerie shape. Has number 9 been taken down? My forbidden spell. Behind the newbie village, the demon village chief watched helplessly as those terrifying bosses chased the Dragon Hunter village people away from here. His heart began to race. A golden opportunity. Whether the bosses or the Dragon Hunters won, they would need some time. And the sealed array was right before his eyes. What better opportunity could there be? The village chief of Fangma village rushed frantically toward the temple entrance and threw the 3 bloodstones onto it. Instantly, the spatial barrier rippled violently. It seemed as though it might shatter at any moment. The demon village chief's eyes widened as he stared intently at the entrance of the barrier. Behind him, Lu Xingyuan, who had just finished dealing with several mutated professionals from the dragon hunting village. He was checking his attribute panel. Attribute panel: Lu Xingyuan. Occupation: BOSS Blood King. First transformation. Quality unknown. Level 173%. Strength 180. Agility 180. Stamina 1800. Spirit 180. Health points primary attribute 91,766. Magic power 1800. Reputation 100. Your infamy is beginning to gain traction. Before I knew it, my health points have already reached 90,000. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. At the beginning, the base health points were only 1,000. 1% of health was just 10 points. Now, 1% of 91,766 is 917. The effects of a 100% increase are starting to get pretty exaggerated. But this is just the beginning. Each subsequent stack will make the result even more extreme. Reputation points have also increased. Could it be related to the previous report? I wonder what changes 100 reputation points will bring. I hope some professionals will come to challenge me. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled slightly upward. Just then, he sensed a murderous intent approaching from ahead. Swish! A rusty dagger pierced the back of the demon village chief's head with a plop. Lu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. Another expert? It was a burly man with a scruffy beard and strands of hair matted together. A wild man? As Lu Xingyuan was puzzled. The demon village chief, with a dagger still lodged in his head, spoke up. You're still alive? The wild man burst into maniacal laughter. If you don't pretend more convincingly, how can I fool the two of you? My dear brothers. The wild man seemed to have lost his mind. He began recounting the past of the three of them. The wild man was the village chief of the third newbie village, Shadow Village. The three village chiefs were brothers, all sons of the same father and mother. Becoming village chiefs of three newbie villages should have meant a bright future. But everything changed after they sensed the power within the ruined temple. All three of them wanted to claim that power for themselves. They began to scheme and fight fiercely. They even came to view each other as mortal enemies. The village chief of Shadow Village was the youngest of the three brothers. Back then, he was the weakest among them. To survive, he hid in the mountains, living like a wild man, and gradually grew stronger. He witnessed his own wife being humiliated by the other two. His children were torn apart and eaten. He endured all of this. He endured hardships and returned after 10 years. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. How could he endure so much? Are you Go Jian, my friend? Just then, the wild man drew the long knife from his waist. With a wet thud, he severed the village chief of Fengma Village's head. In the end, I won. He casually tossed the village chief's head aside. The wild man didn't even glance at it. He stared intently at the dilapidated temple, watching the transparent spatial barrier slowly dissolve bit by bit. The wild man grew increasingly excited. Awaken! Standing before you is the future king of the abyss. Submit to my feet, and I shall grant you a new life. Lu Xingyuan, who was behind him, got goosebumps all over. This wild man is pretty pretentious. A blood mist. Swish, swish, swish. But the three blood-red swords pierced through the chest of the village chief of the Shadow Village from behind. 1,501. 1,398. 1,476. In an instant, his health dropped to less than a third. Ugh, ugh. The village chief of Shadow Village collapsed to his knees with a thud, unable to believe what had happened. He looked at the young man slowly approaching step by step. How is this possible? I've endured all these years in hiding. Shouldn't I be returning as a conqueror to reclaim everything that belongs to me? Why is this happening? Why? Lu Xingyuan, expressionless, sliced through his neck with a single sword stroke. He then searched the body of the village chief of Fengma Village and found 2 drops of demon blood. Lu Xingyuan entered the dilapidated temple with a satisfied expression. Crash! The cracked Buddha statue in the center collapsed with a loud crash. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky. A sacred voice echoed from within the pillar of light. Adventurer, you have finally arrived. Chapter 56, Kneel. The golden pillar of light gradually dimmed, revealing an underground palace. The cave was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. However, Lu Xingyuan possessed the dragon's eye skill. He could see clearly. It was a luxurious underground palace, adorned with opulent gold everywhere. At the very center of the underground palace stood a crystal-clear piece of cold jade. A woman dressed in a luxurious long gown lay quietly on the cold jade bed. Lu Xingyuan's gaze swept over her body. From every angle, she was a masterpiece. Her figure was perfectly proportioned. Deep-set features. And an air of nobility radiating from within. Isn't the sealed one the boss? How could it be a woman? The white jade spider transmitted, Master, this is our former master. The princess of the Dark Knight Empire. Lu Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He had seen this episode before. All he had to do was kiss her, and the sleeping princess would awaken. Then he could ascend to the pinnacle of his life. He thought to himself. Lu Xingyuan slowly leaned in. Smack, smack, smack. He reached out and slapped her stunning face a few times. What are you pretending to be? Weren't you the one talking just now? The next moment, those tightly closed eyes suddenly flew open, revealing a furious expression. The princess's body was enveloped in a faint, ethereal glow. She slowly floated upward. She looked down on Lu Xingyuan from above. Her eyes were filled with contempt and arrogance. I am Diana, princess of the Dark Knight Empire. I command you to kneel. Lu Xingyuan? You're crazy. The next moment, he activated the ability of the white jade spider. His figure appeared instantly above Diana's head at an angle. He kicked her face with all his might. Bang! A mangled human-shaped hole appeared on the ground. A 45-yard shoe print. Larger than her stunningly beautiful face. Diana lay sprawled in the rubble, staring in disbelief at the human figure. You dare to challenge the dignity of the imperial princess? I will kill you. Blinding beams of light erupted from Diana's body. Her long dress and hair danced wildly in the air under the force of the energy. Boss lost Princess Diana weak. Class Holy Light Elementalist 3rd job advancement. Quality Epic. Level 30. Health 110091. Attack Power 744. Skills Healing Prayer, Holy Wings, Holy Light Guardian, Sacred Barrier, Judgment of Justice, Holy Light Punishment, Holy Light Greatsword, Holy Light Illumination. Equipment Holy Staff Heirloom, Kingdom Guardian Set Legendary. You're the boss? Lu Xingyuan was stunned. As a third-class professional, having such attributes in a weakened state was already quite powerful. Moreover, the number of skills was numerous, and their quality was all high. None of them were below dark gold quality. There were even several diamond quality skills. There are also 2 legendary quality skills. No wonder she's a princess. She's got money to burn. Diana, radiating holy light from head to toe, let a hint of mockery slip from the corner of her mouth. Aren't you also a boss? You really think you're something special? We are the bosses. We should trample everything under our feet, sit on the throne, and make millions fear and submit to us. Now I'm giving you the chance to submit to me. In the future, I'll take you with me to rule the world. A wolf emerged from the flock. No one knew his identity. But another wolf exposed him. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Yes. He was the boss. The boss in the eyes of Blue Star professionals. And also the boss of the abyss. Whether they were monsters, professionals, or any other random creatures, they are all just targets for him to harvest. Then let me show you what a true boss is. The next moment, he shifted into boss form. A terrifying aura. It made Diana's breath catch for a moment. The battle began. Lu Xingyuan slowly spread his arms. Blood gushed out of his body like there was no tomorrow. Behind him, blood-red swords began to form. Then, they flew out at lightning speed. Swish, swish, swish. Diana's eyes blazed with golden light. Healing Prayer. Holy Light Shield. Sacred Barrier. Sacred Wings. In the blink of an eye, 10 layers of shields were activated, along with various supportive skills. Diana's health and defense increased by 50%. Additionally, she gained a life recovery skill. Her attack power surged by 30%. Diana stood there motionless, letting the flying swords attack her. 19 flying swords. Yet they only shattered a few layers of her light shield. Not a single drop of blood was spilled. Lu Xingyuan was stunned. This princess is no ordinary woman. Diana was also attacking Lu Xingyuan. Arrows made of holy light condensed and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xingyuan was pierced like a hedgehog. But as the skill effect faded, the smile on Diana's lips slowly faded. Because Lu Xingyuan was still at full health. And on that face shrouded by the hood, not only was there no expression of pain, but he was smiling? Madman. This is definitely a madman. Diana grew wary. You also have a life recovery skill? But it's okay, I have one too. Let us keep fighting. Holy Light Elementalists excel at prolonged battles. A massive sword formed from holy light appeared in Diana's hands. She charged directly toward Lu Xingyuan. Their fighting styles were strikingly similar. Stand and fight. You punch, I strike. You slash me with a sword, I stab you with a dagger. Boom 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 boom. 1011. 890. 1090. 811. The ferocious force quickly caused the entire underground palace to collapse. Both of them emerged from the underground ruins in a disheveled state. Lu Xingyuan dealt more damage, but Princess Diana's defense was also high. She also possessed a shield that reduced most of the damage. Additionally, she had a skill that restored her health. Princess Diana's health was decreasing slowly, but it was steadily decreasing. On the other hand, Lu Xingyuan's health. It has remained at full health the entire time. Currently, Lu Xingyuan's health has surpassed 90,000 points. His health is regenerating at a rate of over 900 points per second. Diana's attack. Almost catching up to the health regeneration speed. Diana was stunned. The Holy Light Elementalist, though not a high damage class, had been sealed for 1,000 years, resulting in significant attribute reductions. However, she's a third-class character. An epic tier class. Boss attribute boost. Plus, she's equipped with top-tier gear. What's with that guy over there? Only a few levels? He's only a dozen levels? How can he hold his own against me for so long? And he's still at full health? Could it be that this Blood King's skill quality is higher? My mana is almost depleted. I must end this battle quickly. Forcing down the unease in her heart, Diana continues her attack. Holy light shines. This is Diana's most powerful skill. Behind her, her sacred wings slowly flapped, lifting her into the sky. Then, she closed her eyes and assumed a prayer-like posture. In the next instant, blazing holy light illuminates the entire world. 1999. 1999. 1999. 1999. Terrifying damage numbers kept appearing above Lu Xingyuan's head. In an instant, 15 damage segments dealt 29,000 HP to Lu Xingyuan. Nearly a third of his health. Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened in shock. Damn, that's terrifying damage. Unfortunately, the time was too short. If it could have lasted a few more seconds, maybe we could have actually depleted his health. But now, it's your turn to take a beating. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled slightly. A pitch-black shadow began to wriggle constantly. The human shadow transformed into a hideous dragon. Blood for blood. It opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth and bit into Diana's body with all its might. 29,000. In an instant, Diana's health bar was reduced to a mere sliver of health. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. A spiderweb binding restrained Diana's body. Then he pressed her beneath him. 3 narrow, blood-red claws extended from his fists. He struck her repeatedly with each punch. Soon, her beautiful long dress was completely shredded. Her perfect body was drenched in blood. It revealed an alternative kind of beauty. Diana endured the intense pain and forced herself to activate her Holy Light Guardian skill. She broke free from under Lu Xingyuan's body. The fullness of Diana's chest rose and fell violently. When she looked up at Lu Xingyuan again, she realized that his health bar had somehow been fully restored. Her own mana was completely depleted. The opponent's health bar was still full? Diana's gaze toward Lu Xingyuan. From arrogance to shock. Now, it's fear. Infinite health regeneration. This is an existence that cannot be defeated. No one can defeat him. Lu Xingyuan mimicked Diana's initial stance, towering above her and gazing down at Diana. Kneel. Submit to me, and I will lead you to conquer the world. Chapter 57, The Boss of the Newbie Village Awakens. Ancient Beast. I admit you're strong, but you're not strong enough to conquer me. Diana was scared inside, but she refused to back down. Just then, 2 massive blood-red shadows materialized behind Lu Xingyuan, forming 2 enormous spiders, one black, one white. The white spider spoke, "Princess, do you remember us?" Diana paused for a moment, unsure of herself, and said, "Little spider?" The white jade spider smiled and nodded, "Yes, thank you for saving my life back then." "Princess, submit to your master." Black jade spider, "The master will grant you unimaginable power." Diana? She never imagined that the 2 little pets from back then had become so powerful. And they were now standing on the opposite side. Just then, the entire mountain began to shake violently. Boom! Gale force winds howled, and dark clouds gathered. In an instant, the entire world was plunged into darkness, so thick that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. In the sky, menacing bolts of lightning flashed, as if hesitating to strike. The mountain beneath Lu Xingyuan's feet was heating up at an alarming rate. It seemed as though an incredibly intense flame was roasting the entire mountain. The next moment, cracks began to spread across the rocks. With a deafening roar, the entire mountain collapsed in an instant. It seemed to be pulled by some terrifying force. Lu Xingyuan tucked away the 2 small spiders. He performed the sword control technique, hovering mid-air. Diana, dressed in sky blue, desperately reached out her hand. "Save me." She wasn't a professional. If she died, she would cease to exist. But the next moment, the area she was in was swallowed by a spatial teleportation gate. Lu Xingyuan saw several lines of text appear before his eyes. Dungeon, Ancient Ruins. Level requirement, 1525. Difficulty, Nightmare. Description, a place where ancient beasts were sealed away. Over 10,000 years of time have eroded most of their power, but they still remain beings beyond human comprehension. Is this a dungeon? Could this be the ancient beasts that were sealed away in the newbie village? Lu Xingyuan speculated. He learned this from the small spider. Diana had sealed herself here to evade a powerful enemy. Now it seems she must have utilized the seal of the ancient beast to completely evade her enemy's pursuit. If I'm not mistaken, Diana sealed herself here because she likely harbored the intention to steal the power of the ancient beast. Over 1,000 years, the 2 seals have begun to intertwine. Diana broke free from the seal, disturbing the seal of the ancient beast. Therefore, this is the situation we find ourselves in now. At that moment, roar! A terrifying beastly roar pierced through space, echoing from the bottomless abyss below. Then, A series of alarm signals echoed throughout the entire abyss. Warning! Warning! The ancient beast Zhu sealed away, has awoken. It is about to form a new ancient ruins dungeon. All adventurers, prepare for battle. The ancient beast Zhu has awoken. It is about to form a new ancient ruins dungeon. All adventurers, prepare to defeat it. The announcements echoed throughout the entire abyss. It awakened countless ancient creatures that had been dormant for ages. In a dark and gloomy graveyard, within the massive dragon skeleton, a greenish glow began to shine. Zhu has broken free from the seal. Perhaps I am not far behind. In a ruined tower, a tall, slender witch. Her head suddenly turned 180 degrees, accompanied by her wide-open eyes. In an instant, the entire room is engulfed by eyes. The sleeping king is about to return. Blue Star will also be completely destroyed and become part of the abyss. In the imperial capital of the empire, a skeleton clad in armor and crowned with a crown sat quietly on the throne. The awakening of Zhu, the announcement sweeping across the entire abyss, awakened countless sleeping powerful beings. This announcement did not merely echo through the abyss. Even the adventurers grinding monsters and dungeons heard the announcement. Countless adventurers were left speechless. What the hell, an ancient beast? Did I hear that right? It's true, an ancient beast dungeon is about to appear. My goodness. This must be the first time in history. No, apparently there was also an ancient dungeon called the Scarlet Flame Golden Shilin Beast hundreds of years ago. It said that those who defeated the Crimson Flame Golden Shilin became the strongest of their time. An ancient dungeon, the difficulty must be insane, but the rewards must be incredible. I wonder if there is a level restriction. A sudden global announcement. The ancient dungeon is about to appear, causing countries, guilds, and corporations around the world have urgently convened meetings and issued strict orders. Once the ancient dungeon appears, members who meet the entry requirements must prepare immediately. At the Temple of Transcendence, a little girl wearing a red hat stood on the rooftop. Grandfather, there's been an emergency in the abyss. Before her stands an elderly man with snow-white hair and a frail, hunched figure. Name? Occupation, Stargazer's 7th transformation. Quality, mythical. Level? The old man sighed. Yes, such a tremendous upheaval. I hope humanity can get through this. Last night, I saw a doomsday star descending. Right in Los Angeles. Go ahead. Little Red Riding Hood bowed in agreement. Before heading to Luo City, she first took out a talisman stone. The next moment, she appeared in the dark hall. She sat down on chair number 8 and transformed into a small bear doll. The hall, which had been shrouded in darkness for years, now seemed much brighter, because there was light emanating from all 8 chairs. Everyone was there except for the newcomer, chair 9. And all their gazes were fixed on the empty chair at number 9. Pearl's expression grew serious. I saw it. In the direction of the newbie village, there was a blinding golden light. Shortly after, there was a server-wide announcement about Zhu awakening. I wonder if these two events are related. Everyone instinctively looked toward the chair numbered 9, shrouded in darkness. It's the newbie village again. Chair 9 hasn't responded yet. Xiaoxing, do you have any news about Chair 9? The others had no way of knowing Lu Xingyuan's whereabouts. They could only ask the non-official member Xinghen. Xinghen shook his head. Little Red Riding Hood logged off directly and boarded the high-speed train to Luo City. Newbie Village. Lu Xingyuan was waiting for the dungeon to form. He naturally received the news from the dark hall. Some even messaged him privately through the rune stones. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he activated the rune stone to enter the dark hall. Elders, a dungeon featuring the ancient beast Zhu has indeed appeared here. According to information from the newbie village, this instance should contain some ancient secrets from the abyss. I've already been informed that the instance level is 1525. Those interested can keep an eye on it. Lu Xingyuan's target. Of course, it's not his own colleagues. We're all on the same side. Now, he would never harm his own people. However, these abyss walkers are incredibly powerful and must be backed by a major faction, or even be core members of such a faction themselves. Entities of this caliber. They must have some outstanding disciples. That is Lu Xingyuan's current target. Chapter 58, The Avatar of War Zhuyan. Powerful, unmatched. Upon hearing Lu Xingyuan's words, all the abyss walkers wore solemn expressions. Is that true? The one who spoke was the second great snake, whose manifestation of power was a silver cobra. His vertical pupils gleamed with savage cruelty. No one dared to meet his gaze. If you think I'm lying, then don't go. Lu Xingyuan extended his hand, forming a middle finger. Do you want to die? The great serpent erupted with a terrifying aura of death, causing the entire dark hall to tremble. Getting impatient, aren't you? Lu Xingyuan didn't back down at all. Whether you're a 7th rank or an 8th rank demon, In this dark hall, you can't even fight back. What are you trying to pull? Just wait until I can kill you. Just wait and see how I'll torture you. Enough. Number 1, Drunkard, was a blurry figure holding a gourd of alcohol. He placed his sour-smelling feet on the table. He took a big gulp of wine and said, about the incident in the newbie village. It was discovered by number 9, who was willing to share the information with us. We should thank him. This dungeon does have ancient beasts, but their levels are too low. You can send your family's younger members to handle it. Though the old drunkard looks unserious. But it was clear he held great prestige among the Abyss Walkers. No one dared to contradict him. The great snake snorted coldly and said nothing more. Pearl asked in confusion, earlier, you mentioned a boss called Blood King who destroyed the newbie village. Did you see him? Lu Xingyuan nodded. I don't know what happened either. He suddenly charged out and destroyed the newbie village. Now I can't finish my quest. Lu Xingyuan looked very frustrated. Little Red Riding Hood number 8, earlier, Pearl mentioned that a powerful individual destroyed the newbie village. Could it be Zhu Yan's subordinate? He did it to lift the seal on Zhu Yan, so he destroyed the newbie village. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Thanks for that. You've given me a good excuse. That's actually possible. In the newbie village, I did learn about some ancient secrets, including the ancient beast seal beneath the village. At first, I wasn't sure what it was, but now it must be Zhu Yan. They chatted briefly for a while longer. The others logged off one by one, preparing to send someone to tackle the ancient ruins dungeon about to emerge. The drunkard took a sip of his drink. Number 9, you're pretty good. I heard you're only in your teens. With such strength, daring to face the great serpent's might, there are only a few like you in the entire world. And in such a short time, you've learned so much about the abyss. Even an old man like me is impressed. I need to have a drink to calm my nerves. Here, take this. The drunkard casually tossed a small wine gourd. His figure gradually faded away. Qiankuan gourd. Grade, Legendary. Effect 1, contains nectar wine, which grants a 10% damage reduction effect when consumed. Duration, 30 seconds. Effect 2, contains Jade Elixir wine, which removes all negative effects upon consumption. This is the real deal. This time, Lu Xingyuan finally got to see all the members of the Abyss Walkers at once. Number 1 Drunkard, number 2 Great Snake, number 3 Joker, number 4 Jinwu, number 5 Butterfly. These 5 should all be experts, with fairly strong abilities. The ones behind them might be slightly weaker. But most likely, they are all professionals who have undergone 4 or more transformations. As Lu Xingyuan speculated, these Abyss Walkers are all highly determined. To explore the abyss, they are willing to pay a heavy price. Let alone allowing their juniors to explore a dungeon. A few hours later, a bulletin echoed across the nation. Ancient Beast Dungeon has been temporarily opened. Within the borders of Xia Kingdom, random entrance portals to the ancient dungeon will appear. Adventurers of the required level may enter to challenge the dungeon. Dungeon information, Boss War Disaster Avatar Zhu Yan. Sealed for 10,000 years, its power is now only 1/10,000th of its peak strength, having weakened to the extreme. Warning, if Zhu Yan is not defeated within a month, it will completely break free from the seal and restore all its power. At the same time, across the country, numerous ancient dungeon portals have begun appearing. Ancient dungeons are a special type of dungeon. They feature multiple entry points, and anyone meeting the level requirements can enter. Hurry up, guys. Let's form a team and find the portals. Level 21 Monk with a rare set. Looking for a skilled team to challenge the ancient dungeon. Anyone interested? I'm light and fragile, easy to knock over. Is there any strong guy willing to take a sister under his wing? Get lost, we're only looking for strong players. Join our team and let us take down the ancient beasts together. Brothers of the Tianxia Guild, follow me into battle. All the professionals in the entire country have gone mad. They began searching everywhere for the entrance to the ancient dungeon. Zhang Yue was also ready. An ancient dungeon? Another dungeon she had never heard of in her previous life. I wonder what makes it different from ordinary dungeons. The key is that she can team up with Lu Xingyuan to exploit bugs again. Thinking of this, Zhang Yue couldn't help but smile. Soon, she arrived at a teleportation entrance. She checked the odds of the bet. 50,000%. Zhang Yue was a bit puzzled. Could Lu Xingyuan already be inside? She immediately dialed Lu Xingyuan's phone. Upon learning that the odds for the ancient dungeon itself were already 50,000%, Lu Xingyuan was also surprised. After all, when he had entered the dungeon before, the odds were only slightly over 10,000%. This ancient dungeon itself had an astonishingly high 50,000% odds. Could it be that Zhu Yan is even more powerful than me? You've successfully caught my attention. Tell Zhang Yue not to start the bet yet. Lu Xingyuan directly entered the ancient dungeon. This time, he really went straight for the boss. Several thousand meters ahead of Lu Xingyuan. 18 massive stone pillars rose skyward. At the base of each pillar, a thick chain extended outward, binding the wrists and ankles of the creature standing at the center. It was a colossal beast standing over 100 meters tall. Its body was covered in hair as sharp as steel needles, crimson red like blood, with eyes burning with fierce red flames. Its skull was snow white, with fangs protruding from its jaws. Beside it, a halberd forged from malevolent energy was planted into the ground. The halberd was covered in blood-red flames. Boss War Disaster Avatar Zhu Yan. Near-death state. Quality, mythical. Level? Health, 5 million. Attack power, 99,999. Skills, Berserk, Blood-Cursed Breath, Fierce Weapon Condensation, Wasteland, War Domain, Graveyard of 10,000 Soldiers. What the hell? Lu Xingyuan was stunned. What the hell am I supposed to do? Chapter 59, Suicide Run. I'm dead, but I'm stronger now. What the hell? You're telling me these stats mean I'm on the brink of death? Lu Xingyuan was stunned. 5 million HP is nothing. 99,999 attack power. He couldn't even withstand a single hit. What's the point of fighting? Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Xiaobai, Second Company Commander, Spider Duo, and Black Bear Demon. 5 bosses appeared one after another. What do you think? Can we win? Seeing the ferocious giant ape in the distance, the 5 bosses' pets all froze in place. Master, we can't win this, but if you insist on fighting, your loyal servant will accompany you to the end. Second Company Commander faced death without flinching. But his tail was already tucked between his legs. The Spider Twins and the Black Bear Demon were both trembling in fear. Among the bosses, there was a very pure attribute suppression. Facing such a powerful ancient beast, they even began to harbor thoughts of rebellion. Only Xiaobai was conducting extremely rigorous calculations. Master, I can use the Spirit Sword to deal 3,000 damage to it. However, with the Master's presence, Xiaobai possesses an immortal effect, and the resurrection time requires 24 hours. Therefore, within a month, I can only use the Lingxi Sword 30 times, plus other skills, and estimate that we can only consume 80,000 to 100,000 life points at most. Xiaobai can't do it. Lu Xingyuan suddenly laughed. Facing such a monstrous ancient beast with such a massive attribute disparity, no professional warrior has a chance of winning. Lu Xingyuan, however, was certain of victory. A plan formed in his mind. He would take down both the adventurer and the boss, all of them. At that moment, Zhang Yue at the dungeon entrance noticed that the bet had been updated. 70,000% odds. Zhang Yuli was completely exhilarated. These odds are insane. At the same time, she felt a bit worried. The Wheel of Fate has a feature that reverses the difficulty of prediction copies. The higher the odds, the higher the difficulty of the copy. The odds for this dungeon itself are 50,000%. Lu Xingyuan is only 20,000%. This indicates that the boss is more powerful than Lu Xingyuan. Much stronger. Zhang Yue was a bit worried and sent Lu Xingyuan a message. Have you seen the boss yet? Yes, the boss is extremely powerful. Zhang Yue paused for a moment before replying. What should we do? You decide. If you think it's possible, I'll go all in. Lu Xingyuan was a bit surprised. This school beauty is really. She trusts him so much. Don't worry. But don't rush into starting the game just yet. Let us level up first. Once I'm ready, we'll start. Hang up the phone. Lu Xingyuan's eyes were filled with excitement and madness. He stood up and walked toward Zhu Yan. The second company commander let out a muffled groan. Master, you'll die. It wasn't cowardice. Preventing the master from going to his death is another form of loyalty, isn't it? Lu Xingyuan smiled. I'm going to die anyway. Second company commander? Xiaobai? The 5 boss minions were all completely baffled. They had no idea what their master meant. Lu Xingyuan remained silent. He simply led the bosses forward. The second company commander and the others were afraid, but even if it meant death, they would stand in front of their master. Zhu Yan, with his eyes tightly closed, suddenly looked up. In those eyes, several tiny ants were reflected. Humans? And the boss? Interesting. Zhu Yan slowly rose to his feet. His massive form and terrifying strength caused only a slight movement. The entire earth trembled. Lu Xingyuan had no intention of retreating. He issued the command with a thought. 5 bosses charged forward from different directions. Black Wind Demon Chi. The Black Bear Demon struck first. Once it entered Zhu Yan's attack range, its massive form transformed into a black wind. It roared as it collided with Zhu Yan's body. 155. 141. 160. 18 hits reduced Zhu Yan's health by nearly 3,000 points. On a 1,000,000-point health bar. Hardly noticeable. As the Black Bear Demon's skill ended and its form revealed itself. Snap. 98,731. Zhu Yan swatted it like a fly, casually waving his hand. The black bear demon turned into a black bear cookie. One strike, instant kill. Lu Xingyuan's expression remained unchanged. He kept his eyes fixed on Zhu Yan's health bar. 3,000 health points were insignificant to Zhu Yan, who possessed 5 million health points. Could be completely ignored. However, Lu Xingyuan noticed something. Zhu Yan's health regeneration rate was extremely slow. Basically, all bosses possess life regeneration abilities, which are typically tied to their maximum health points. The more health a boss has, the faster it regenerates. However, due to the suppression of the formation, Zhu Yan's life recovery had been significantly reduced. Lu Xingyuan looked around at the array emitting a dim, eerie glow. He paused for a moment. Low life recovery. This left him some room to maneuver. He must continue testing. Keep going. Lu Xingyuan issued the cold command. The black and white spider also charged forward. Spider web bind. The black jade spider initiated its control skill first. As expected, it failed. How could the web of a small spider possibly restrain a 100-meter-tall colossus? It's ridiculous. Roar. Zhu Yan let out a furious roar, spewing energy beams from its mouth filled with sharp, menacing teeth. 99,999. The black jade spider was reduced to nothing but debris. The white jade spider released its poisonous sting, but the paralysis effect also failed. It was then instantly killed with a single blow. The second company commander followed closely behind. Draw your sword and strike. Then the fierce dog's void-splitting slash charged forward. Finally, the gale's last breath slash finished it off. The second battalion commander, who had mastered the swift wind sword technique, possessed an extremely exaggerated speed. He unleashed all his skills in an instant. A single combo. He managed to deal 6,521 points of damage to Zhu Yan. Then he was smashed into a pulp with a single slap. Following that, the strongest rookie stepped forward, flooding the Golden Mountain. A torrential downpour carrying a terrifying force relentlessly pounded Zhu Yan's body. 100. 100. 100. Under the command of Lu Xingyuan, Xiaobai stood outside the formation, casting spells from a distance. Zhu Yan was furious and wanted to attack Xiaobai. However, the chains binding its limbs restricted its attack range. Roar! Zhu Yan let out an impatient growl. Instinctively, it reached for the halberd stuck in the ground nearby, which had been sealed by the array. The surrounding array suddenly burst into blinding light. Zhu Yan was unable to pull out the weapon. After enduring nearly 30 seconds of relentless torrential rain, Zhu Yan spat out another breath of malevolent energy. Xiaobai's eyes burst into light. He gathered the last remnants of his blue energy. He activated the sword control technique and struck with his most powerful sword strike. Spiritual sword strike. 3,219. 99,999. Xiaobai is also reduced to nothing. Lu Xingyuan's eyes shone brightly. After repeatedly sending themselves to their deaths, Zhu Yan only used his skill Blood Demon Breath once. Earlier, it had instinctively tried to draw its weapon but failed. It seems that Zhu Yan should only use the Blood Slaughter Breath skill in its first phase. Yes. Even though this is the first time we've encountered Zhu Yan. But Lu Xingyuan is certain. Zhu Yan must have a second stage. Even the third and fourth stages. After all, it is an ancient. No matter how terrifying its power, it was a normal manifestation. Now it's my turn. In Lu Xingyuan's hand, the white snake spirit sword materialized. Bloodthirsty technique. Battle roar. Proof of a true man. Lu Xingyuan's attack power surged instantly. A Qiankuan gourd appeared in his hand. Lu Xingyuan took a sip of the divine elixir. Gained 10% damage reduction. Swish. The white snake spirit sword flew out. 2,498. 90,000. Lu Xingyuan's total health points were only 92,683. After a 10% damage reduction, he was left with just a sliver of health. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. His left hand was already covered in black scales. Now it's my turn. Blood for blood. A hideous, massive dragon's shadow, emanating brutal and greedy aura, surged skyward from Lu Xingyuan's shadow. It crashed violently into Zhu Yan's body. 90,000. In an instant, Zhu Yan's health was reduced by nearly 1/50th. It's feasible. Lu Xingyuan's smile hadn't even faded. Roar. Zhu Yan was enraged. He unleashed another blood-curdling breath. 99,999. Lu Xingyuan's health points were completely depleted. But he wasn't dead yet. The ancestral talisman he had always worn around his neck began to glow brightly. Ancestral amulet. Quality, unranked. Effect, immunity to instant death. When receiving fatal damage, you can consume all mana to block one instance of damage. The ancestral amulet instantly devours all of Lu Xingyuan's remaining mana. Instant death immunity. You saved him from certain death. Evil dragon, come again. 92,682. Zhu Yan was completely enraged. He stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled, as if the entire world were about to collapse. The surging blood-tainted aura, along with its accompanying damage, completely depleted Lu Xingyuan's remaining health. Lu Xingyuan turned into a beam of white light. He appeared outside the teleportation channel of the ancient ruins dungeon. The crowd around him, upon seeing Lu Xingyuan's appearance, were all surprised. Lu Xingyuan, the big shot, has come to challenge this dungeon too? Has he already been eliminated? What a pity. Dying is normal here after all, cheating isn't allowed in the abyss. Lu Gu, take me with you. Take you? You're just a sycophant. Didn't you see your own boss got taken out? Lu Xingyuan was dead, but he was smiling. His gaze fell on the attribute panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First transformation. Quality unknown. Level 16 0%. Strength 170. Agility 170. Stamina 1700. Spirit 170. Health points primary attribute 91683. Magic power 1700. His level has decreased, although one attribute point was deducted. But for Lu Xingyuan, it doesn't matter at all. The most critical point is, Lu Xingyuan confirmed that Zhu Yan's health regeneration rate is quite slow. He has a way to kill Zhu Yan. Suicide run. Chapter 60 Princess, congratulations on being killed by your master. Suicide? Of course, it's not about stupidly charging at Zhu Yan's face. There must be a strategy. For example, while risking your life, have the boss pets farm players in the ancient ruins dungeon. This helps Lu Xingyuan quickly increase his health points. Then, Lu Xingyuan uses his own death to suppress his own level. At the same time, this method will consume a certain amount of Zhu Yan's health points, testing Zhu Yan's various abilities. This method is feasible. It's worth a try. All the pets have already been defeated. Lu Xingyuan is not in a hurry. First, maximize combat power. Luo City. Treasure Pavilion. Hua Jin, who possesses the will of D, had been waiting at the entrance upon hearing that Lu Xingyuan was coming. Mr. Lu, please follow me. Following Hua Jin, they arrived at the VIP room. Lu Xingyuan got straight to the point. I want to eat for free, no, I want to run a tab. Hua Jin was speechless. He had never seen such a brazenly shameless person before. However, she gladly accepted. Because Lu Xingyuan was very powerful. The matter of the Yuan family group being wiped out remains a mystery to this day. The authorities have sealed off all information. But Hua Jin has his own intelligence channels. That night, two bosses appeared outside the Yuan family group. Although the entire incident seemed unrelated to Lu Xingyuan. And even if a level 10 professional were exceptionally skilled, should not possess such power. But he had a motive to do so. I want 3 sets of dark gold grade armor. Hua Jin? Free ride. 3 sets of armor? Dark gold tier ones. Do you even know what you're saying? Dark gold tier sets typically cost around 5 billion each. 3 sets would be 15 billion. This guy really knows how to ask for the moon. There are also 3 weapons, preferably all dark gold tier or higher. Stop. Hua Jin interrupted Lu Xingyuan's spellcasting. I've increased your account limit to 50 billion. Go buy them yourself in the virtual mall. Hua Jin's generosity left Lu Xingyuan in awe from every angle. Well, I'm off then. If I find any good loot in the ancient ruins dungeon, I'll come back. Upon returning home, Lu Xingyuan began to go on a shopping spree in the Treasure Hall virtual mall. 50 billion. It's easy to spend it all. He sold Xiao Bai's body as sword set. Then he traded it for a diamond grade set. Shatter the old, build the new set. Effect 1, all attributes plus 20. Effect 2, attacks deal additional armor piercing damage. Effect 3, during normal attacks, increases damage by 5%, stacking up to 10 times. Effect 4, all skill damage increased by 10%. This set is tailor-made for new players. 28 billion. This is so unfair. Then I bought a set each for the black and white spider and the black bear demon. Total, 1.3 billion. Then I bought 5 accessories that help restore health points. 50 billion. Not a single penny left, and even spent a lot of my own money. Treasure Pavilion. Hua Jin saw Lu Xingyuan's spending record and gritted his teeth in anger. In just a few minutes, he had spent 50 billion down to the last penny. This guy is truly despicable. The next day, the Blood Court. Jiang Yue looked at Lu Xingyuan in disbelief. You were killed? She couldn't imagine how such a twisted Lu Xingyuan. How could he have been killed like that? It was simply too exaggerated. Lu Xingyuan sighed helplessly. Yeah, that was an ancient boss. It was way too twisted. Then can we still bet? That's a 70,000% gamble. If we could go all in. Her hidden class, all her gear, her balance. She even wanted to put her entire self on the line. Provided that Lu Xingyuan can clear the level. As a reincarnated individual, Jiang Yuli naturally possesses a sharp eye. Lu Xingyuan's profession, his exaggerated attributes, and his ability to capture bosses and turn them into pets. Any one of these traits alone would be utterly abnormal. Lu Xingyuan's strength is beyond doubt. Jiang Yui believed that it wouldn't be long before he would join the ranks of the top-tier powerhouses. This is also one of the key reasons why Jiang Yui teamed up with Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan smiled. Don't worry, it's a sure win. However, Zhu Yan is indeed too powerful. You should practice on your own for a few days first. I need to improve my strength first to have absolute confidence. Watching Jiang Yui's back, Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but sigh. This school beauty really has some skills. She's already level 15 so quickly. She levels up quickly and is powerful. Her profession is also so unconventional. However, Lu Xingyuan wasn't the least bit envious. Because he's never been shut down. Close the gates of the city lord's mansion. Pour several bottles of diluted dragon blood over the dragon eggs. Humming, the massive dragon egg violently shook. It seemed as though it might hatch at any moment. Little one, keep it up. Lu Xingyuan gently stroked the dragon egg, feeling the increasingly violent power within it. The creature inside this dragon egg probably isn't anything good either. Lu Xingyuan glanced at the other pets, feeling helpless. The second company commander was Lu Xingyuan's pet. It was definitely unable to participate in battle. The remaining four, Xiaobai is the main force, and the other three are only average at clearing out professional players. However, there was magic blood. Lu Xingyuan distributed 4 drops of magic blood to the 4 bosses, excluding the black bear demon. After consuming the demon blood, the 4 bosses began to emit a brutal aura. At the same time, in their skill bars, a new skill called Rage appeared. When a boss activates Berserk, it typically signifies their final desperate rampage. They would be defeated shortly thereafter. However, the blood demon summoned by Lu Xingyuan is different. Even if it is killed, it can fully regenerate its health within 24 hours. Unfortunately, the quantity of demon blood is too scarce. After dealing with Zhu Yan, I'll take some time to raid the newbie village again and see if there's anything else worth taking. Distribute the equipment among the 4 boss pets. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Let's go. Once again, they entered the dungeon through the teleportation channel in the abyss. Once again, they found themselves near Zhu Yan. Lu Xingyuan activates the Dragon's Eye skill. Although Zhu Yan's health regeneration was slow, after a day and night, it had fully recovered. This time, Lu Xingyuan did not charge in recklessly. Instead, he released all his pets. Let's first locate the revered Princess Diana. Soon, the 2nd Battalion commander discovered the severely injured Diana in a cave. Looking at Diana, who was pale and covered in blood, Lu Xingyuan slowly curled his lips, revealing a mouthful of sharp, white teeth. Your Highness, please die. Chapter 61, Seeing the Boss, I did a slide tackle. Although a day had passed, Diana hadn't responded much. She turned and ran away. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Blood gathered in his hand, forming a rope. It wrapped around Diana's neck and pulled her back. No, don't kill me. Don't worry, I don't kill women. As the words fell, Lu Xingyuan swiftly ended Diana's life with a few strokes. Except for the boss. The white jade spider and black jade spider wore expressions of joy. The princess has finally been killed by her master. Congratulations, princess. Lu Xingyuan took advantage of the still warm corpse. He directly released the blood demon. Soon, a sacred light shattered the blood cocoon. Diana emerged from the blood cocoon, looking dazed. Upon seeing Lu Xingyuan, her consciousness gradually returned. Master. Diana seemed a bit unaccustomed to it after uttering those 2 words. Her entire face turned red. Lu Xingyuan replied. It's okay, just keep calling. You'll get used to it. He truly liked this princess. But let's deal with Zhu Yan first. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. The 5 of you will now be assigned to the Ancient Ruins dungeon and become Zhu Yan's subordinates. Hunt down and eliminate all the adventurers inside the dungeon, leave none alive. Remember, act the part. Shout a few slogans when you're not busy. The black bear demon scratched his head and asked in a dazed manner. What slogans? Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Think of your own. The 5 bosses each rushed off in different directions. Diana turned around and looked at Lu Xingyuan. Father, did you see that? From now on, your daughter will follow him. I hope my daughter will one day restore the glory of the empire, becoming Lu Xingyuan's servant. Besides absolute loyalty, their own consciousness and thoughts will not change. Ancient Ruins Dungeon. After a day, many adventurers have already become familiar with this dungeon. The monsters at the outer perimeter of the dungeon are of low level. And the experience points rewards are very generous. It is ideal for leveling up. As a result, an increasing number of adventurers are flooding into the ancient beast dungeon. They began a large-scale slaughter of the small monsters roaming the outer areas. Qin Tian led his 4 support characters. They continued their 4-on-1 strategy. He was currently engaged in combat with a vengeful spirit wearing tattered ancient soldier armor. Evil Spirit. Level 11. Health 1311. Attack power 71. Skills Malevolent Corrosion, Whale. Qin Tian leaped backward and roared, "Watch my whirling blade!" Then, completely depleted the life force of the blood-tainted vengeful spirit. However, he did not fall. Instead, its entire body turned a deep red and continued to swell. Boom! The corpse of the blood demon wraith suddenly exploded, blowing a small crater into the ground. Above Qin Tian's head, information about the deduction of health points kept appearing. 11. 13. 14. Blood demon wraiths are monsters formed by the influence of Zhu Yan's malevolent energy. They are very weak. A team of 10th level professionals can easily slaughter them. However, both of the blood demon skills are extremely annoying. Shachi corrosion is a stackable curse. It continuously drains health over time. Whale is a death explosion skill. These 2 skills have left countless players in agony. Qin Tian cursed under his breath. Suddenly, he spotted a massive figure emerging from the dark red aura in the distance. Boss Black Bear Demon. A massive, ferocious black bear clad in tattered robes. Carrying a thick, black club, it walked while shouting slogans. "The Great King has sent me to patrol the mountains." The members of the Qin Tian squad were all stunned. What the hell? How did a boss appear? What the hell is this black bear demon? At that moment, the black bear demon's gaze locked onto them. "Invaders, taste my black bear's club." The 3-meter-tall black bear leaped into the air. With the force of a mountain crashing down, it charged toward them. Bang! 531. Qin Tian's entire chest was crushed inward. He grimaced and jumped up from the ground. "It hurts. It hurts. Run. This boss is too strong for us." Several support characters tried to flee. Qin Tian clenched his teeth. "What are you afraid of? Watch me slide tackle." Before he could finish, the black bear demon had already transformed into a surge of malevolent energy, sweeping toward them. A few seconds later, only 5 corpses, eroded by the black wind, remained on the ground, along with several pieces of equipment shimmering with dazzling light, especially beside Qin Tian's body. Tooth of the Poisonous Dragon. A dark gold tier weapon. After picking up all the loot, the black bear continued to carry the large club, searching for prey. In a dense fog-filled forest shrouded in blood and slaughter, the silhouettes of black and white spiders flicker and cross paths. Utilizing their spider silk and the stealthy nature of the shadow assassin class, the 2 of them moved about here, appearing and disappearing like ghosts. The other adventurers could only catch fleeting glimpses of their movements. Their lives were swiftly taken. Ghost! Damn it, there's a ghost! Run! The black and white spiders were already moving quickly to target the professionals. However, compared to Xiao Bai, there was still a huge gap. The attack power and attack frequency of the sword-wielding technique are simply terrifying. Additionally, Lu Xingyuan has equipped Xiao Bai with a diamond grade set, further enhancing its attributes. The massive white snake has become synonymous with death. Wherever it passes, broken weapons, shattered armor, and the bones of fallen warriors. Xiao Bai is the sharpest sword. Diana is the strongest shield. At this moment, across from Diana stand several men and women with dragon tattoos on their arms. All 5 are level 25. They are at the level cap for this dungeon. Unlike most other teams, their goal is to venture deeper into the ancient ruins dungeon. Even the final boss. Boss? Zhu Yan isn't a pretty girl, is she? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect there to be a hidden boss in the dungeon. Let's start with this princess first. The leader, a young man with a nose ring, gently swung his long sword. Ghost step, accelerate. Whoosh. He charged forward at lightning speed. He didn't immediately release his skill but instead started with a mundane upward strike, intending to suppress the boss as quickly as possible. Then let the others surround and attack. This was their standard tactic for dealing with humanoid bosses. But the blade hadn't even touched the boss's body yet. The young man with the nose ring felt a force blocking his blade. This boss has defensive skills. I wonder how many hits you can block. He stepped aside. The other 4 rushed forward in a group. Bang bang. Various attack skills were unleashed in rapid succession. The 5 of them retreated to the back, panting heavily as they looked up at the boss's health bar. Full health. What's going on? Diana's icy eyes slowly raised. In normal mode, there were also 5 layers of shields surrounding her body. The attacks from the few people earlier had successfully shattered the first layer of shields. Intruders, die. The 5 of them's pupils suddenly contracted. This boss is off. But before they could react, suddenly, a dazzling beam of holy light descended from above. The Great Mother descended on the divine light to greet them. Across the land of Xia, the entrance to the ancient beast dungeon suddenly appeared, along with mysterious bosses who had eliminated the adventurers. What's going on? Weren't you told to clear the minor enemies on the outskirts and engage in a protracted battle? How could you be eliminated so quickly? Xin Tian's father, Xin Duan, furrowed his brows. Xin Tian was extremely angry. Father, this time it's really not my fault. A boss suddenly appeared in the outer area of the dungeon. The boss charged straight at me without hesitation. How could I back down? Xin Tian raised his head, looking arrogant. Then I did a slide tackle and got one shot. Xin Duong. An ancient beast dungeon, only one like this has appeared in hundreds of years. The rewards inside must be incredibly rich. As long as your gear hasn't been looted, you can go back in later. Xin Tian suddenly froze. Where is my sword? Xin Diwang's eyes flashed with a ruthless determination. That knife had been purchased at an auction for 15 million. If it had been destroyed, he would truly be willing to kill his own kin. Chapter 62, Glitch. A powerful boss means unlimited attribute grinding. Magic City. Outside an ancient beast's teleportation portal. Several guild flags are planted there. The major guilds led by the Tingsha Guild in Magic City. They dominate the area with their might, monopolizing this dungeon portal. Only one representative from the guilds is present to calm the crowd. Everyone, there is no need to worry. We are not here to claim the ancient beast dungeon for ourselves. We are here to help you clear the dangers in the outer areas and reduce your casualties. The other adventurers around them had already started cursing. Damn their legs. These bastards are treating us like 3-year-olds. Inside the dungeon, there are not only monsters but also rare and valuable plants. These members of the major guilds would naturally not leave the good stuff behind after sweeping through the area. Though they were unwilling to accept it. There is nothing we can do about it. This is the only ancient dungeon entrance in the area. Beside them, the powerful members of several major guilds were chatting animatedly inside their tents. The Grand Elder of the Tingsha Guild, an elderly man with white hair holding a snake staff. Hee, my grandson has the potential of a war god. He will surely rise to greatness in this ancient beast dungeon. Before he could finish boasting, 5 streaks of light suddenly emerged from the teleportation channel one after another. Fonger? Seeing his grandson in a disheveled state, the Grand Elder of the Tingsha Guild lost his composure completely. Ji Ruofan's expression was extremely grim. We were attacked by a boss. But what about Zhu Yan? The Grand Elder asked. Ji Ruofang shook his head. It's a boss skilled in defense, called the Lost Princess. The Elder Ji frowned deeply. The others around him were holding back their laughter. With the aura of a war god, that's it? But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Because the core members of their clan were being eliminated one after another. Discussions about the ancient beasts across the Xia kingdom had been intense. With such an incident occurring, it naturally spread like wildfire in no time. 5 bosses? It's true. I saw the photos. Besides the princess boss, the others have all appeared in other dungeons. White Snake, Black and White Spider, Black Bear Demon. They all appeared in the hidden dungeon Spider Cave. There were also several trending topics at the time. Therefore, many people remember them. What about the Blood King? In the previous dungeon, it was clear that the Blood King was their leader. Dark Hall. Everyone had been closely following the news about the ancient beast dungeon. Upon seeing these bosses, they immediately thought of the Blood King. I know. The Joker burst into maniacal laughter. It's the Blood King. Lu Xingyuan, who was in stealth mode, froze upon hearing his name. He hadn't even moved yet. Why was he being mentioned? The clown continued his madness. The ones who destroyed the newbie village earlier must have been the Blood King and these bosses. They're all Zhu Yan's subordinates. Everything the Blood King has done is to unlock Zhu Yan. Now, they're about to succeed. The clown's speculation. Connecting this with the information provided earlier by Lu Xingyuan. It seems to make sense. The other few Abyss Walkers also began to believe it. At least, they felt that this direction was correct. Lu Xingyuan silently gave a thumbs up. What a cool guy. But he didn't have time to chat with these idiots. After defeating several bosses, his level had dropped back to 17, and his health had also seen a significant boost. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First transformation. Quality unknown. Level 1768%. Strength 180. Agility 180. Stamina 1800. Spirit 180. Health points primary attribute, 225,885. Magic Power 1700. Several boss minions defeated 57 professionals. Lu Xingyuan returned to level 17. Plus an additional 100 points in physical attributes. His health points directly increased to 162,661. Then, 33 Blood Forge effects were triggered, causing his health points to surge to 225,885. This rate of improvement is simply outrageous. It's time to go find Zhu Yan for another test. Inside the cave of the ancient ruins dungeon, Lu Xingyuan waved his hand, signaling the second company commander to pack up the barbecue grill, projector, game console, and other equipment. He stood up and headed toward Zhu Yan's location. From a distance, Zhu Yan spotted the annoying little insect. Zhu Yan let out a furious roar. Roar! Roar! He tried to suffocate Lu Xingyuan with his bad breath. Zhu Yan hadn't brushed his teeth in at least a few thousand years, and his mouth really did stink. Lu Xingyuan didn't hesitate. He'd a blood-red long sword. He stabbed directly at Zhu Yan's weak spot between his legs. 1,555. The damage wasn't high, but the insult was severe. This time, Zhu Yan was truly enraged. He directly spat out a blood-filled breath, sending Lu Xingyuan flying. 99,999. Lu Xingyuan hadn't drunk any damage-reducing potion. He took Zhu Yan's attack head-on. He lost less than half a health bar. Evil dragon, repay blood with blood. A ferocious dragon's shadow slowly emerged from Lu Xingyuan's shadow. Then it viciously bit into Zhu Yan's neck. 99,999. Come on, keep going. Lu Xingyuan's index finger twitched slightly. The next second, a palm the size of a house swept toward him, sending Lu Xingyuan flying hundreds of meters away. Evil dragon, take him down. Without hesitation, Lu Xingyuan issued his command. The evil dragon bared its fangs once more and lunged forward. 188,708. Lu Xingyuan's health was regenerating too quickly. 1,000 damage was missed. However, this strike still left Zhu Yan completely stunned. Roar! The next moment, Zhu Yan's eyes erupted with crimson flames. Its hands clenched tightly around the crimson halberd. Boom! As the halberd was pulled out, the entire dungeon world shook violently. Even the array ceiling Zhu Yan began to crack slightly. Lu Xingyuan looked at Zhu Yan's attributes. Boss War Disaster Avatar Zhu Yan. Near Death State. Quality, Mythical. Level? HP, 5 million. Attack Power, 99,999 plus 100,000. Skills, Berserk, Blood Demon Breath, Fierce Weapon Condensation, Desolate Land, War Domain, 10,000 Soldiers Grave. Equipment, Fierce Weapon War Spear. Is this the second stage? Lu Xingyuan was excited. The stronger Zhu Yan becomes, the longer he can stay in this dungeon. When the time comes to bring Zhu Yan under his command, its potential would be even greater. Chapter 63, The Ancient Beast Driven Mad by Torture. Roar! Zhu Yan was fed up with the little insect in front of him. The long spear in his hand came crashing down from the sky. Bang! In an instant, massive cracks spread across the entire landscape. Lu Xingyuan had only a sliver of health remaining. Even the most ordinary attack was enough to overwhelm him. Let alone Zhu Yan, who was filled with rage. 199,999. 19,000 damage triggered the passive effect of the ancestral amulet. Empty health, empty mana. Lu Xingyuan was furious. He swung his arm widely. Evil dragon, bite it. The evil dragon is not a weapon. It is a special type of soul-based creature. It also has a limit to how much it can endure. Consecutive devourings had slowed the evil dragon's movements. However, it still managed to give Zhu Yan a bite. 225,885. Zhu Yan's health, 4,485,485 million. In a single exchange, Lu Xingyuan had already taken out 1/10 of Zhu Yan's health. Lu Xingyuan also turned into a corpse amidst Zhu Yan's roar. When he reappeared, he was already outside the dungeon. Those around him, seeing Lu Xingyuan's efficiency, were once again eliminated. Everyone was utterly astonished. Damn it, Lu Xingyuan is dead again? He was the first to clear the difficult level dungeon before. It seems this ancient beast dungeon is even harder than we imagined. Come on, Lu Gu. Work hard to defeat Zhu Yan and get the rewards from the ancient ruins. Lu Xingyuan nodded slightly. Thank you all, I'll do my best. Among the crowd, he spotted several familiar figures. Because he had killed them more than once. That's why they were familiar. Lu Xingyuan returned to the Blood King's court and lay on a recliner in the city lord's mansion. While enjoying Erha's vigorous massage, he started watching a movie. He was feeling a bit tired. Take a break, level up your attributes, then go back to torment Zhu Yan. Meanwhile, Ancient Ruins Dungeon. White Snake, Diana, White Jade Spider, Black Jade Spider, Black Bear Demon. 5 bosses, each more exciting than the last. Their maximum health is tied to their masters. Lu Xingyuan grows stronger. They grow stronger as well. At the beginning, their health points were only slightly over 40,000. Under the relentless assault of an endless stream of professionals, they should not have survived more than an hour. But, while being attacked and having their health points reduced, their maximum health points were also continuously increasing. Now, they all have around 200,000 health points. Dying is just too hard. Xiaobai and the others have long since grown accustomed to it. Especially the Imperial Princess Diana, who had just knelt at Lu Xingyuan's feet. Watching her health points skyrocket, her eyes shone brightly. She is the proud Imperial Princess. Only the truly strong could conquer her. Even if she became a servant, she must remain absolutely loyal to her master. Yet her pride remained untouched. But it wasn't until this moment. Diana finally understood what true strength truly meant. This princess, who had been pampered and spoiled since childhood, had fallen head over heels for a man who had just killed her. Soon, Lu Xingyuan once again appeared before Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan exhaled 2 puffs of white mist from his nostrils. This little insect. It's so weak. Yet every time it was killed, it would quickly return before him. And each time it revives, it becomes stronger. Zhu Yan was starting to lose confidence. Lu Xingyuan, however, grows more confident by the day. Confidence comes from strength. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First transformation. Quality unknown. Level, 1771%. Strength 190. Agility 190. Stamina 1900. Spirit 190. Health points primary attribute, 435,610. Mana 1900. Equipment Shadow of the Evil Dragon, Proof of a True Man Heirloom, Ancestral Amulet Heirloom, God's Hiding Ring Epic, Zhenkuan Gourd Legendary. Zhu Yan slapped him across the face. 93,451. Then he froze in place. The human's health points doubled again. 342,159, 435,610. Zhu Yan was stunned. 40,000 health points. The life points of this little insect have doubled again. Its brain may not be the sharpest, but it vaguely remembers. The first time he saw this little bug, its maximum health points were just over 90,000. A casual strike could have killed it instantly. Later, the maximum health of this little bug increased to 200,000. With its terrifying life regeneration and eerie shadow, a single life could take out 50,000 of its own health points. Now, the little insect's health points exceeded 400,000. Everything has undergone a fundamental transformation. Zhu Yan's attack power is indeed very high. In normal mode, a regular attack can reach over 90,000. A life recovery rate of over 4,000 per second seems far inferior in comparison. However, Zhu Yan is already in a critical condition. Additionally, it is restricted by formations and chains. It cannot perform high-intensity continuous attacks. However, Lu Xingyuan's Evil Dragon Shadow is also temporarily unavailable. The Shadow of the Evil Dragon is a special type of equipment. Its essence is a dragon's spirit that devours life energy. In such a short time, it has continuously devoured a large amount of life energy from Lu Xingyuan and Zhu Yan. The evil dragon's belly is about to burst from being so full. Have you ever seen a dragon with a belly as round as a soccer ball? That's exactly how the evil dragon looks now. It simply cannot eat anymore. Without the evil dragon's assistance, Lu Xingyuan poses no threat to Zhu Yan. This also allows him to focus on maneuvering. Zhu Yan is being pulled and tugged until he's numb. It has also noticed something is wrong. This time, the little insect. Although it no longer had that bizarre shadow attack, its damage output is negligible. But it was too difficult to kill. It took Zhu Yan a full half hour to finally kill Lu Xingyuan. But this isn't the end. It was just the beginning. In the time that followed, every time Lu Xingyuan revived, he would rush into the dungeon as quickly as possible. He would fight Zhu Yan again. Not to kill Zhu Yan, but to practice his combat skills. At the same time, he would reduce his own level. Zhu Yan can only vent his anger on Lu Xingyuan's corpse in a fit of rage. Lu Xingyuan has arrived. Lu Xingyuan is dead. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xingyuan's level dropped to 11. Watching Lu Xingyuan get eliminated once again, the people outside the dungeon couldn't help but laugh. At first, there were still many people encouraging Lu Xingyuan. After all, the difficulty of the Ancient Beast dungeon is indeed high. Many players have been eliminated one after another. But you can't keep getting eliminated 6 times in a row, can you? From level 17 all the way down to level 11. Even if you're feeding the boss, you can't be that obvious. He's gone mad. Ha ha. Now you're not pretending anymore? Lucky to have picked up a few first clear dungeons. Think you're a genius now? You guys don't know anything. Lugo is planning to overlevel the monsters in the ancient ruins dungeon until they die. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Lu Xingyuan, the speedrunner of the difficult dungeon, is being praised all over the internet. Everyone wants to team up with Lu Xingyuan to clear dungeons. He was killed multiple times in a row. Lu Xingyuan's level dropped to 11. He naturally faced endless mockery. Lu Xingyuan, however, didn't care about that. From now on, these would all serve as his reserve experience points. Lowering his level. It's all to grind you all through. Soon, Lu Xingyuan once again approached Zhu Yan. Seeing this little insect again, Zhu Yan completely broke down. Roar! 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 The power within Zhu Yan's body was boiling uncontrollably, turning the entire earth red. Lu Xingyuan whistled in admiration. Look, look! That once docile monkey has been driven to this by the monkeys themselves. Chapter 64, the 6th-ranked powerhouse's dimensional attack. The mutated Abyss Walker. 1,000 miles of barren land. One of Zhu Yan's core skills. Can unleash an extremely large area, extremely long duration area of effect damage. Additionally, it applies the fire slaughter status effect, with damage increasing with each stack. 50,000. 55,000. 60,000. 65,000. There was no way to avoid it. Lu Xingyuan could only watch helplessly as his health points plummeted. In an instant, he was down to half health. 274,244, 536,842. Luckily, Zhu Yan was in a critical condition. He couldn't sustain this skill for much longer. Otherwise, this single skill could have instantly killed Lu Xingyuan. That's so powerful. Lu Xingyuan exclaimed. Zhu Yan's strength perfectly matches Lu Xingyuan's requirements for a boss. He must be defeated. Lu Xingyuan continued with his previous strategy. He began to engage Zhu Yan in combat. Blades formed from streams of blood, controlled by his mind. They struck Zhu Yan repeatedly. Then, Lu Xingyuan began to sway from side to side, constantly changing positions to evade Zhu Yan's skills. Even with basic attacks, he would attempt to dodge them. Sigh. This is just for fun. Zhu Yan's mood wasn't nearly as lighthearted. Roar! A blood-red breath erupted from his mouth. A deep, bottomless black trail was left on the ground. Lu Xingyuan, however, was already well versed in Zhu Yan's basic skills. Seeing Zhu Yan open his mouth wide, he dodged out of the way. But he still grazed it. He lost 90,000 health points. Fortunately, during the time he was grappling with Zhu Yan, Lu Xingyuan's body had been emitting a green glow. Plus 5,368. Plus 5,368. Plus 5,368. Even after being hit by Zhu Yan's breath, he still had half his health left. Zhu Yan once again tried to forcefully pull out the weapon that was bound. Lu Xingyuan wasn't going to stand there and wait. Taking advantage of Zhu Yan's release of the long spear, he'd a blood-red longsword. He continuously attacked Zhu Yan. 3,231. 3,109. 2,918. The damage is minimal, but the insult is severe. By the time Zhu Yan successfully pulled the weapon out, that little insect ran away again. The rage, nearly ready to explode, had no outlet. Roar! Roar, roar, roar! Rage levels were off the charts. Zhu Yan gripped the long spear tightly with both hands and raised it high above his head. Fierce weapon, gather the aura of death. In an instant, streams of crimson blood-red energy erupted from Zhu Yan's body. In the sky, they coalesced into the shapes of spears. Then, they began to strike indiscriminately. Boom! Boom! The entire sky and earth were shrouded in crimson spears. 199,999. 199,999. The indiscriminate area attack left Lu Xingyuan with no chance to dodge. He was struck repeatedly by 4 or 5 spurts with malevolent energy. His health bar was completely depleted. As he lay dying, Lu Xingyuan calmly waved his hand. Goodbye, little monkey. I'll be back. Zhu Yan completely broke down. He kept smashing the surrounding stone pillars with his long spear. The entire copy space was violently trembling. After this was over, Lu Xingyuan didn't rush to continue the battle either. Instead, he lay there in the cave, enjoying a movie, waiting for Zhu Yan to cool down. Ancient Beast Dungeon. A top-tier guild named Zhan Tian formed a specialized team to raid the Ancient Ruins dungeon, comprising 5 elite teams. Their first target is to defeat the Black Bear Demon. After suffering heavy casualties, they successfully depleted the Black Bear Demon's mana. Without the special skill Black Wind Demon Chi, the Black Bear Demon was nothing more than a bear meat punching bag. However, as time went on, they discovered a problem. This punching bag was too hard to kill. Damn it! The maximum health of these bosses is actually increasing? This is insane, way too insane. 30,000. Even a level 40 dungeon boss doesn't have health that terrifying. This is way too crazy. As everyone knows, even bears without sentience possess a highly cunning nature. Black bear demons are naturally even more treacherous. As the adventurers felt fear, it crept closer and activated its rage skill. It wiped out the remaining 8 professionals in one fell swoop. At the same time, at the entrance of an ancient beast's teleportation gate, a woman wearing a light veil appeared. Tall and elegant, she wore a dazzling pearl necklace around her neck. She looked quite extraordinary. The only flaw was that a faint black aura could be seen swirling around the collar of her dress. The pearl-adorned woman stared intently at the dungeon passage ahead. Suddenly, she plunged a dagger into her own abdomen. Slash me. Quality, Legendary. Effect 1, using this dagger to wound yourself temporarily reduces your own level. Effect 2, once this weapon is used, you can no longer hide your class information. A faint, almost inaudible whimper escaped from the pearl. She remained expressionless, enduring the excruciating pain as she pulled the dagger out. At the same time, her level dropped from 50 to 25. Vice President. Behind Pearl stood 4 young men and women with sharp auras. They all looked concerned. Pearl's full chest rose and fell violently. Let's go. In the next instant, the group vanished into the dungeon passage. Are there any more? Just as they had cleared out the group of professional adventurers, the black bear demon spotted another group of professional adventurers. Vice President, be careful. That's the black bear demon boss, which possesses a special black wind demon chi skill. Vice President, let's first find the herbs you need. Pearl's eyes narrowed slightly. The Sword of Severance does more than just reduce levels. It also reduces all attributes and skills. Even her high-tier equipment is now unusable. By all accounts, they shouldn't be wasting time here. But timing is everything. This boss has just survived a major battle. He's in poor condition. Upon hearing this, the other young people's faces lit up with joy. Under Pearl's lead, they surrounded and attacked the black bear demon boss. Pearl, after all, was a powerful 6th-tier professional. Even though she temporarily suppressed her level, her strength remained overwhelming. Her combat power was astonishing. The black bear demon had just endured a fierce battle and was left with only a few thousand hit points. It was quickly slain by Pearl. The young people watched the rapidly increasing experience points and all showed signs of joy. Thank you, Vice President. The Vice President is so powerful. Of course, the Vice President is a hidden class. Even with their level suppressed, they're not something ordinary second-class professionals can mess with. On the other side, Lu Xingyuan had formed a contract with the black bear demon. He watched the entire battle unfold. How powerful! Lu Xingyuan's eyes sparkled. It wasn't just because this professional was exceptionally powerful, but also because he saw the Pearl's professional panel. White Pearl mutated. Profession Pearl Diver 6th transformation. Quality hidden. Level 2565. Health points 33512. Attack power 2591. Skills Pearl Mother's Protection, Moonlit Night, Heavenly Maiden's Petals, Moonlit Sea. Equipment Pearl Necklace, Pearl Earrings, Pearl Bracelet, Pearl. Chapter 65. You won't believe this, but I was surrounded and beaten by the boss. Pearl Diver, a hidden class? Your stats are so absurd? And it's a suppression level, forcing entry into this dungeon. Items that suppress levels are rare, but they do exist. However, they usually come at a cost. What caught Lu Xingyuan's attention most was the white pearl equipment. Pearl Necklace 10. Quality, Epic. Effect, plus 300 HP stackable. Pearl Earrings 2. Quality, Near Mythical. Effect, Skill Power plus 50% stackable. Pearl Bracelet 20. Quality, Epic. Effect, Attack Power plus 100 stackable. Description, a special piece of equipment nurtured by Pearl Divers, which enhances the wearer's attributes as the Pearl's grade improves. These items are no ordinary artifacts. The characteristics and name of this woman made Lu Xingyuan think of someone. Could it be the 7th from the Abyss Walkers? I never expected her to be a 6th transformation professional. Abyss Walkers are indeed no ordinary beings. The ancestral amulet in Lu Xingyuan's hand was given to him by this pearl. She's sick. Lu Xingyuan's gaze was fixed on the words mutation on the panel. Disease. This thing can actually infect human professionals? Zhang Yuli had once told him. Mutated professionals possess the ability to directly erase the souls of other professionals. They could completely kill professional players in the dungeon world. Therefore, Lu Xingyuan greatly feared this power. He was also attempting to uncover the origins of the mutated power. He never expected. He encountered infected mutated professionals so quickly on Blue Star. And they were even 6 transformation level powerhouses. However, Pearl doesn't seem to have been completely corrupted by the mutation yet. Speculation is pointless. Lu Xingyuan issued his orders directly. Xiaobai, Black and White Spider, and Diana. The four of you follow the direction of the Black Bear Demon's death. Kill the professional known as White Pearl. Pearl led the group. They swiftly moved through the ancient beast dungeon, led by a 6th-tier powerhouse. Their appearance was a complete game-changer. For other 2nd-tier professionals, the monsters were a tough challenge. Pearl could eliminate them with ease. They also found many rare herbs. However, none of these were what the pearls needed. After prolonged testing, she discovered that only powerful vitality could slow down the progression of the mutation. Suddenly, Pearl, who had been rushing forward, came to a halt. She stared intently at the dark red mist ahead. A massive shadow slowly emerged from the blood-red mist. It was a gigantic white snake, translucent and as pure as white jade. Its body was at least 100 meters long. Boss White Snake. Vice President, will cover your retreat. The other four displayed utmost loyalty. Without hesitation, they were willing to sacrifice their own lives to ensure the Pearl's safe escape. But Pearl remained silent. Because, in the darkness, several smaller shadows began to emerge one after another. Boss White Jade Spider. Boss Black Jade Spider. Boss Lost Princess. Everyone froze in their tracks. Before entering the dungeon, they had done their homework. They were well aware of the hidden bosses lurking within the ancient beast dungeon. According to the intelligence they had obtained, these bosses were stationed at different locations within the dungeon. Why were they all appearing here at the same time? For hidden bosses? No, there are more than 4. White Pearl looked up, gazing at the snake head of the white snake hidden within the blood-red mist. A blood-red throne stood silently. On the blood-red throne, a hooded man in black robes leaned arrogantly against the throne, his shadow casting menacing fangs that flickered in and out of view. Blood King. This boss, with its extremely long health bar and powerful life regeneration. Recently, it sparked endless speculation among many. Unexpectedly, he had been lying low for a while. He suddenly appeared in the ancient ruins dungeon. Vice President, what should we do now? If there's only one boss, they could still hold them off with their lives. But with 4 bosses, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Pearl's body was enveloped in a dazzling glow. Heavenly maiden scattering flowers. On her wrist, those crystal clear, round, and plump pearls soared into the air. They crashed down on the Blood King. 0. 0. 0. 0. Bai Xinju widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the elegant and beautiful woman at the back. As Pearl moves to act, Diana released several shields. Bai Xinju's expression grew solemn. Her skills couldn't break through the shields. Let's go. White Pearl immediately prepared to retreat with her men. However, the 5 bosses behind them were relentlessly pursuing them. It seemed their sole purpose was to hunt them down. Vice President, could it be because we killed the Black Bear Demon earlier? And that's why these bosses are seeking revenge? Xinju nodded slightly. She clenched a talisman stone covered in symbols. She couldn't die. After level 50, each subsequent level was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Let alone reaching level 60. If she didn't find the required herbs and died again in this dungeon, that would be a huge loss. But what should we do now? Right, the 9th. Number 9 should also be in the dungeon. See if he can help me. Pearl sent a message to the newly joined 9th through the private chat function of the talisman. 9, are you also in the ancient beast dungeon? Lu Xingyuan, sitting atop the white snake's head, looked at the frantically fleeing White Pearl ahead. He replied, "What's going on, Pearl? Pearl, you won't believe me, but I'm being chased by the boss." Lu Xingyuan said he believed her, because he had arranged it. White Pearl continued, "I entered the ancient beast dungeon, and there are 4 bosses chasing me. Can you save me? There will be a generous reward afterward." Lu Xingyuan, "I'm only a few levels high. Even if I wanted to help you, I'd be powerless." While the two were talking, Xiaobai swung his sword swiftly. He had already killed all 4 of Bai Xinju's teammates in quick succession. Even she herself had only a little over 1,000 health points left. With her level suppressed, Bai Xinju had no chance of standing up to Xiaobai. The white snake's eyebrows furrowed as her spirit sword soared into the air, completely depleting Pearl's health points. You have killed a level 65 professional. You have gained 500,000 experience points and 1% health. Since the opponent was a hidden class, you gained an additional 1% health. You have leveled up. All attributes plus 10, with a tenfold bonus to Constitution. You have leveled up. All attributes plus 10. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Wow! Lu Xingyuan has leveled up. And he leveled up 5 times in a row. He's now level 16. After defeating the Pearl, he also dropped a special piece of equipment. Pearl Bracelet 1. Quality, Epic. Effect 1, Attack Power plus 100 stackable. Is this the special equipment crafted by the Pearl Divers? Pearl equipment is indeed quite impressive. But that's all there is to it. Lu Xingyuan's focus was on why the White Pearl had become infected and mutated. Lu Xingyuan, Pearl Master, you must be quite high level, right? Why enter the ancient beast dungeon? The White Pearl that was eliminated had her chest heaving violently. Each death results in a loss of 1 level. This cost is too high for a 6 transformation professional. Plus, she lost a pearl. Each of these pearls had been crafted at great cost. They were priceless. This loss is too severe. White Pearl composed herself and replied to Lu Xingyuan. Because I'm sick, with a very special illness. I need to find some very rare medicines to suppress it. No one could say for sure whether those bosses would be lurking in the dungeon. Don't get too carried away. Number 9 entered the newbie village of the Abyss, where he might have more information about the mutation. Plus, 9 is young and not as cunning as the other Abyss travelers. Let's ask number 9 for help. White Pearl disregarded the risk of exposing her identity. She reached an agreement with Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan provided some herbs and items rich in life energy. White Pearl was willing to trade them at a high price. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise this time. The appearance of Bai Jinju. Completely unexpected. It turns out that professionals can also be infected by mutations. This power might be even more terrifying than what Zhang Yue had mentioned. Chapter 66, A Sure Win. Lu Xingyuan returned to the cave surrounding Zhuyan once more. He began playing the latest single-player game recently released on the market. The second company commander stood by to provide emotional support. Master, fight him. Master, this is a good spot to mark your territory. On the other side, White Snake, Diana, Black Jade Spider, White Jade Spider. They continued to constantly eliminate the professionals. The number of monsters is infinite. The professionals are also endless, they can't be killed. Lu Xingyuan's experience points are rising rapidly, like a rocket. An hour later, the Blood Forge was triggered for the 81st time. Lu Xingyuan's level has risen to 17. His health points increased to 1,214,120. 2 hours later, the Blood Forge was triggered 91 more times. The level has been upgraded to 18. Health increased to 3,003,663. At the same time, the White Jade Spider and Black Jade Spider were overwhelmed and killed by the overwhelming numbers of professional players. 8 hours later, Lu Xingyuan triggered the Blood Furnace 69 times. His level did not increase. However, his health points had already increased to 5,967,961. Lu Xingyuan's health points officially surpassed Zhuyan's. Xiao Bai and Diana had not yet been killed by the unprincipled professionals. But they no longer have the ability to continue fighting. Lu Xingyuan directly summoned them back into his body. Once they recover, he will continue to take on the professionals. Several hidden bosses were either killed or fled. The Ancient Ruins dungeon had become a paradise for the professionals. The professionals began to rampage wildly throughout the dungeon. They slaughtered all kinds of monsters here. Zhang Yue also cleared several dungeons in a row. She won several bets. However, as soon as she stepped out, she heard that Lu Xingyuan had died 6 times in the Ancient Ruins dungeon. He had been killed all the way down to level 11. She immediately sent Lu Xingyuan a message to ask what was going on. Lu Xingyuan only replied with 2 words. Let go, win. At the same time, boss's territory. Ever since Lu Xingyuan had tormented Zhu Yan, Zhu Yan had been raving mad. After being sealed for 10,000 years, Zhu Yan's cerebellum has atrophied. His intelligence is now severely limited. However, the ancient beast's keen instincts. During his battles with Lu Xingyuan, Zhu Yan sensed a mortal threat. Therefore, it began relentlessly attacking the stone pillars that held it captive with its long spear. Boom! 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 Each strike sent shockwaves rippling through the earth. The entire world trembled in response. Bang! Finally, when Zhu Yan was completely exhausted, a stone pillar is completely shattered. It breaks free from part of the formation, and naturally released a portion of its own power. Roar! Zhu Yan let out a deafening roar. Like the beating of war drums. It echoed throughout every corner of the dungeon space. All adventurers could hear the terrifying roar. What's that sound? It scared the crap out of me. Zhu Yan! It must be Zhu Yan. The boss has awakened. Could it be that after we killed all of Zhu Yan's minions, forced Zhu Yan to awaken? Will Zhu Yan attack us now? Damn it, how are we supposed to play now? What is there to be afraid of? When the cat is away, the mice will play. Whether he is a pig or a dog, let us take him down. The fate of a boss is to be slain. Even ancient beasts must become experience points for us professionals. On the other side, Lu Xingyuan heard that something had gone wrong in the Ancient Ruins dungeon. He immediately led his servants, who were fully restored, into the Ancient Ruins. Boss War Disaster Avatar Zhu Yan. Near-death state. Quality, mythical. Level? HP, 5 million plus 5 million. Attack power, 99,999 plus 100,000. Skills, Berserk, Blood Demon Breath, Fierce Weapon Condensation, Wasteland, War Domain, 10,000 Soldiers Grave. Equipment, Condensed Slaughter War Armor Mythical, Fierce Weapon War Spear Mythical. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. Could it be that the power of Zhu Yan is sealed within these stone pillars? Unexpectedly. Just one night without tormenting Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan had already struck back with a powerful blow. Fortunately, Lu Xingyuan was constantly monitoring the changes within the dungeon. If Zhu Yan had shattered more stone pillars, his combat power would have been even stronger. After all, it's an ancient. It's time to end this. Lu Xingyuan made his decision. Zhu Yan had indeed grown stronger. But it wasn't enough to make Lu Xingyuan fear him. Because he had also grown stronger. Send this ancient beast to its doom. The entrance to the ancient ruins. Zhang Yuli's expression was more solemn than ever. Gamble, ancient ruins. Difficulty, unknown. Multiplier 100,000%. Time limit, 24 hours. Once you've placed your bet, there's no turning back. Win or lose, you must accept the consequences. Why did it go up again? Her stunning face dropped instantly. To bet or not to bet, that is the question. Chapter 67, No Mercy, Bosses Attacking Bosses. By all accounts, Zhang Yue should definitely not have started this bet. She had 1,000 reasons to refuse. But all in is a sign of wisdom. In her previous life, she was an ordinary person, but in this life, she has become a formidable powerhouse. She believes Lu Xingyuan is definitely no ordinary man. And she has herself, the female warrior goddess, as her ally. A powerful alliance might just be able to defeat the ancient beasts. On the other side, Lu Xingyuan led all his boss minions, surrounding Zhu Yan. Roar! Zhu Yan let out a furious roar. Humans, this time I will completely annihilate your souls. As he spoke, Zhu Yan swung his long spear with all his might, striking the black bear demon's body with a thunderous crash. Zhu Yan still remembered these few bosses, though they all had decent potential. But they were too weak now. A single casual strike could kill them instantly. Watching the black bear demon crawl out of the ruins, Zhu Yan froze in place. Health points. How is that possible? Last time, this black bear demon's health points were clearly only around 40,000. In just 2 days, its health points had somehow risen to over 3 million. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Zhu Yan would never have believed it. A maximum health of 3 million, though it couldn't compare to Zhu Yan's. But Zhu Yan's gaze shifted to the other bosses. It was impossible for only the weakest black bear demon to have its health points surge so dramatically. The others were likely in the same situation. Finally, Zhu Yan's gaze locked onto Lu Xingyuan. All the secrets were likely all tied to this human. Human, who are you? Lu Xingyuan smiled. For the first time, Zhu Yan did not refer to him as a little insect. Your future master. Roar! Lu Xingyuan's provocation completely enraged the easily angered Zhu Yan. It let out a furious roar. Red light flickered all over its body, and its already 100-meter-tall form swelled even larger. Rampage! It had actually activated its berserk mode. Second Company Commander, Xiaobai, Black Jade Spider, and White Jade Spider. Red light also flickered on their bodies. Rage! Lu Xingyuan activated the battle cry skill. All allied units gained a 20% increase in attack power. Lu Xingyuan threw the Qiankuan gourd to several pets. He had each of them take a sip. They gain a 10% damage reduction. Then, they stop playing fair, and 7 bosses surround Zhu Yan. Fierce Dog Sky-Splitting Slash. 1,533. Draw Sword Slash. 2,345. Spiritual Sword Strike. 6,031. Black Wind's Malevolent Chi. Holy Light Great Sword. Fierce Wind's Final Slash. Flooding the Golden Mountain. One skill after another struck Zhu Yan's body, causing his health to decrease at an extremely slow rate. Zhu Yan curled his lips, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. It turned out that only his health had been boosted. With one seal broken, Zhu Yan not only grew stronger, his intelligence seemed to have increased as well. It completely ignored the few bosses. It fixed its gaze on Lu Xingyuan and attacked. Boom! The long spear pierced through the heavens and earth. 199,999. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled slightly upward. Is that all you've got? Did you even eat today, Zhu Yan? Lu Xingyuan abandoned his previous fighting style against Zhu Yan, neither dodging nor retreating, simply standing his ground as Zhu Yan's attacks landed on him. There was nothing he could do. Lu Xingyuan's life recovery rate was now an astonishing 59,679 per second. Zhu Yan's single attack. Only 200,000. If he didn't take the damage quickly, he'd be fully healed. The shadow of the evil dragon doesn't even have time to counterattack. Moreover, the shadow of the evil dragon has an attack limit. If it attacks multiple times, even without being fully charged, its attack desire will significantly decrease. Lu Xingyuan wanted to go all out with a big move. Under Lu Xingyuan's provocation, Zhu Yan flew into a rage. Blood-stained breath. 99,999. Fierce weapon condensing slaughter. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The battle spears with malevolent energy hovered in mid-air, densely packed, completely obscuring the sky. Then, they began an indiscriminate attack on the entire area. 199,999. 199,999. 199,999. In an instant, dozens of spears struck Lu Xingyuan's body. In just a few seconds, Lu Xingyuan's health dropped by over 3 million. 277-796-1596-7961. The ancient beast Zhu Yan was truly terrifying. With just 2 skills, it had already dealt over 3 million points of damage to Lu Xingyuan. At the same time, amidst the relentless assault, Zhu Yan's health points have also been reduced. 981,606 10 million. 7 bosses were attacking Zhu Yan. During this time, only 180,000 damage has been dealt. In comparison, the difference is significant. Just then, Zhu Yan once again unleashed its advanced skill. 1,000 miles of barren land. Boom! The entire world began to tremble violently. Grim cracks spread across the entire land. Lu Xingyuan and his 6 servants all saw terrifying damage numbers appear above their heads. 50,000. 60,000. 70,000. 80,000. In an instant, causing nearly 1 million points of damage. Clearly, after breaking free from the chains binding his right hand, Zhu Yan not only gained the ability to control weapons and armor, but the power of his skills also saw a significant increase. Not only did it deal extremely high damage to nearby targets, moreover, this time, it truly meant 1,000 miles of barren land. The entire dungeon space is engulfed in a crimson, malevolent aura. Ancient Ruins Dungeon, every adventurer reported taking damage from the aftermath of the bare earth for thousands of miles ability. What was that red beam just now? It almost one-shot me. Damn, such a large area AoE. Boss. It's Zhu Yan. Someone's fighting Zhu Yan. The entire dungeon was trembling constantly. Vaguely, one could see dazzling beams of light erupting from the depths of the dungeon. This situation typically signifies that someone is battling the boss. Everyone held their breath. Everyone looked toward the depths of the dungeon with excitement. That's an ancient beast. If we can defeat the ancient beast, we'll surely gain unimaginable rewards. Don't get your hopes up. Even if someone could reach Zhu Yan, they wouldn't stand a chance against it. That's an ancient beast. Among the crowd, some looked excited, hoping to witness the suppression of the ancient beast. But most were pessimistic. Let alone an ancient beast. Under normal circumstances, dungeon raids in the class are already extremely challenging to clear. Throughout history, the number of times human adventurers have cleared nightmare-level dungeons can be counted on one hand. Hell-level dungeons. No professional has ever cleared them. Jiang Yuli also entered the Ancient Ruins dungeon and looked at her attribute panel. Professional panel Jiang Yuli. Profession, Gambling God Apprentice. Quality, Hidden Profession. Level, 311%. Strength, 40 plus 50. Agility, 44 plus 20. Constitution, 45 plus 30. Spirit, 50 plus 20. Exclusive skills, Wheel of Fate, all in bet. Class panel Jiang Yuli. Class, Gambling God Apprentice. Quality, Hidden Profession. Level, 1611%. Health points, 1891 30 50. Attack power, 190 plus 50. Magic power, 700. Exclusive skills, Wheel of Fate, all in bet. General skills. Equipment, Guardian Set Legendary, Dragon Lance Legendary. Lu Xingyuan has already begun battling Zhu Yan. Jiang Yuli didn't waste any time. She immediately set off at top speed, following the route provided by Lu Xingyuan. The path was clear all the way. They arrived at the boss's territory. Looking around at the land scorched red by the intense heat, Jiang Yui held her breath. She stared intently at the colossal beast standing 100 meters tall. Health points, 10 million? This is way too terrifying. The next second, she witnessed a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Lu Xingyuan was leading 6 bosses in an all-out assault on Zhu Yan. What the heck? When did Lu Xingyuan manage to gather so many powerful bosses as his subordinates? And each one was more twisted than the last. Their health bars are so high, they can actually hold their own against Zhu Yan. Jiang Yuli saw it with her own eyes. That black bear demon took a single blow from Zhu Yan. It lost 190,000 health points. But the black bear demon wasn't even scratched. Because its maximum health points were a whopping 3 million. And Lu Xingyuan, his maximum health points have already reached over 5 million, nearly 6 million. What's going on? At that moment, the female gambling goddess began to question the meaning of life. When did professionals gain such terrifying health points? Wait, he's the boss. But that doesn't seem very acceptable either. Even though they outnumber him. But Lu Xingyuan and his boss pets are already being overwhelmed by Zhu Yan. This boss is just too overpowered. After Jiang Yuli saw Zhu Yan's attribute information, she felt completely hopeless. A professional at the 10th level. There was no way to defeat such an existence. Even Lu Xingyuan wouldn't stand a chance. In front of the 100-meter-tall colossal beast Zhu Yan, Lu Xingyuan is like an ant. His health bar quickly dropped to 0. At that moment, Jiang Yuli saw Lu Xingyuan slowly spread his arms. He was smiling. A fierce, menacing black dragon shadow. Slowly crawling out from his shadow. Then it transformed into a black torrent, violently colliding with Zhu Yan's body. 539-8761. Chapter 68, The Ultimate Ace, The Killing Move. I must be seeing things. Jiang Yuli's eyes nearly popped out of her head. A professional at the 10th level could never deal such terrifying damage. This is way too overpowered. But this was indeed happening. Zhu Yan's health points were instantly reduced by half. Plus the damage from earlier. Lu Xingyuan's pets had already drained Zhu Yan of over 1 million health points. 3,247,825 10 million. That's terrifying. That's so twisted. At that moment, the female gambling goddess Zhang Yue completely broke down. She couldn't accept such a thing. It was as if someone had torn apart all her beliefs and then stomped on them mercilessly. Zhang Yue's perception of professionals had completely collapsed. An 18th level professional. A single strike dealt over 5 million points of damage. No one would believe it if she told them. It wasn't just Zhang Yue who couldn't believe it. Zhu Yan felt the same way. The rage in its eyes completely vanished and its gaze gradually cleared. Finally, it turned into fear. Zhu Yan felt the threat of death for the second time on Lu Xingyuan's body. War, domain. Zhu Yan was covered in blood, dripping with it. It unleashed one of its most powerful abilities without hesitation. War domain. The sound of war drums echoed from all directions. Every adventurer within the dungeon could hear the deafening drumbeats. The scattered bones and spirits on the ground slowly awakened at the drum's call, crawling out from beneath the ground, beginning to surge toward the core area of the ancient ruins dungeon. Soon, bones clad in armor and souls surrounded the entire core area. Dense and endless. Zhu Yan summoned ancient soldier souls. Health, 800. Attack power, 11. Skill, self-destruct. So many. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. The ancient warrior souls summoned by Zhu Yan were the same as the ordinary minor monsters within this dungeon. Their strength was even weaker. However, the two skills they possessed were extremely annoying. And there were far too many of them. So many ancient warrior spirits exploding. Lu Xingyuan and his servants can't withstand it. Diana. Lu Xingyuan roared. Diana's body was enveloped in a sacred glow. Holy light shield. A series of pale golden shields enveloped everyone, helping them defend against the monster's self-destructive attacks. Diana rose into the air, spreading her arms wide. A brilliant beam of holy light erupts from her flawless brow. Holy light shines everywhere. In that moment, light became the most deadly weapon. It cannot be seen, it cannot be avoided. All ancient warrior souls within the range were enveloped in dazzling holy light. Xiaobai transformed into a head of a human and a body of a snake, soaring into the sky. His hands formed seals, flooding the golden mountain. This is Xiaobai's water flooding the golden mountain, unleashed by consuming all his magical energy. In an instant, a torrential downpour, like ink being poured, engulfed the entire area. Water flooding the golden mountain deals limited damage to a single target. However, its area of effect is extremely large. It's just right for dealing with these ancient soldier souls. At the same time, the second company commander also charged forward. The whirlwind sword technique summoned one terrifying tornado after another, blowing the densely packed soldiers' souls high into the sky. The black bear demon also transformed into a black whirlwind of malevolent energy, rampaging through the swarm of monsters. Zhang Yuli was also within Diana's protective range. She wielded her long spear, moving through the millions of ancient soldier souls as if she were alone. Several people joined forces. The ancient soldier souls were dying at an astonishingly fast rate. Zhang Yuli is so powerful? Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. The gunmanship and combat skills Zhang Yue was displaying were far too powerful. She doesn't even seem like a novice professional. However, Lu Xingyuan couldn't afford to dwell on that now. His attention was primarily focused on Zhu Yan. As the ancient warrior spirits rapidly faded away, Zhu Yan's health points are also rapidly decreasing. Could it be? Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes. Is the war domain consuming Zhu Yan's life force? He thought to himself. He immediately used Diana's holy light and Xiaobai's flood of water. He cast the two skills in different directions. In an instant, tens of thousands of ancient soldier souls were slain. Zhu Yan's health points also dropped by tens of thousands. Lu Xingyuan's eyes shone brightly. Killing the soldier souls, these soldier souls are manifestations of Zhu Yan's health points. This skill is very powerful. However, Lu Xingyuan happened to have several area of effect damage skills. The ancient soldier souls were being killed at a speed beyond Zhu Yan's imagination. Its health quickly dropped to over 2 million points. Humans. Zhu Yan rarely spoke. I admit, your strength surpasses my imagination. Therefore, I will completely eliminate you and eradicate your soul. Looking at Zhu Yan's remaining health points, Lu Xingyuan smiled faintly. 187,6663100 million. Come on, your father is waiting. Zhu Yan was nearly driven to madness by anger. 10,000 soldiers' graveyard. Humming sounds echoed throughout the ancient ruins. The entire ancient ruins dungeon began to shake violently. The sky split apart, and the earth collapsed. The soldier souls Zhu Yan had summoned, along with the vengeful spirits and various chaotic creatures already present in the dungeon space. Under this overwhelming force, they all turned into gray malevolent energy, gathering in the sky above. Ultimately, they coalesced into a gray mound. Like a gray hill. Zhang Yuli's eyes widened. Be careful. This is a soul attack. If you're hit by this, you'll really die. Lu Xingyuan felt an immense sense of pressure. He had a premonition. If this strike landed, he might truly die. Not just the avatar of the dungeon world would die. His soul might also be obliterated. But he felt no fear. At some point, a parchment scroll appeared in Lu Xingyuan's hands. Unfolding the scroll, one could see dense runes and intertwining patterns of wind and thunder. This was Lu Xingyuan's ultimate trump card. Forbidden Spell Scroll. Quality, Legendary. Effect, consumes a large amount of life points to unleash the 8th tier Forbidden Spell 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder Technique. Chapter 69, 8th rank Forbidden Spell, instantly kills Zhu Yan. Forbidden Spell? Zhang Yuli widened her eyes. Lu Xingyuan actually had such a trump card up his sleeve. An 8th tier Forbidden Spell. It could easily wipe out Zhu Yan's remaining over 1 million hit points. Zhu Yan naturally realized the gravity of the situation, and fear filled its eyes. At the same time, it was exerting every ounce of its strength to activate the 10,000 soldiers skill, aiming to eliminate the opponent completely before the forbidden spell could be cast. Casting a forbidden spell requires certain conditions. It also requires a large number of people to simultaneously contribute life points or mana. However, Lu Xingyuan was enough on his own. In an instant, he channeled the remaining over 1 million life points into the forbidden spell scroll. Boom! Thunder roared, and eerie light danced through the clouds. A biting cold wind howled in the air. 8th tier Forbidden Spell 9 Heavens Thunderstorm. A tornado connected to the heavens and earth, enveloping the terrifying thunderous sky, raging unceasingly across the land. Wherever the wind and thunder pass, mountains, rocks, and trees are reduced to dust, and all living creatures perish instantly. Even Zhu Yan could not withstand its might. Roar! In the instant the thunder and lightning from the 9th heaven descended. Zhu Yan's life force was instantly depleted. Its eyes stared fixedly at Lu Xingyuan. A mighty ancient beast, reduced to a training tool by Lu Xingyuan that was bad enough. In the final moment, Zhu Yan prepared to unleash its fury and unleash its most powerful attack. But it was ruthlessly slain by Lu Xingyuan. Zhu Yan died with his eyes wide open. With Zhu Yan's passing, the entire ancient ruins dungeon fell into absolute silence. The dark red blood essence began to dissipate. All the monsters in this dungeon were born by absorbing Zhu Yan's blood aura. With Zhu Yan's death, the blood essence dissipated. These monsters naturally perished completely. All adventurers within the ancient ruins dungeon were gradually teleported out. Just as everyone was puzzled, a notification sound echoed throughout the entire Xia kingdom. National announcement: Adventurer Hidden Name led a team to defeat the ancient beast boss war disaster avatar Zhu Yan and cleared the ancient ruins dungeon. National announcement: Adventurer Hidden Name led a team to defeat the ancient beast boss war disaster avatar Zhu Yan and cleared the ancient ruins dungeon. Everyone in the entire Xia kingdom stared in disbelief. Someone actually cleared the ancient ruins dungeon? That's insane. Just the few hidden bosses on the outskirts stopped countless people, yet someone managed to defeat the final boss? Feng Ming Guild. In a room shrouded in mist, a graceful figure swims continuously through the water. The woman was adorned with lustrous pearls, which seemed to captivate the soul. A single glance was enough to make one unable to look away. Suddenly, the sound of a nationwide announcement echoed through the room. The snow-white figure burst out of the water with great force. The White Pearl stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was seeing. Someone has killed Zhu Yan. Bai Xinju forced her way into the ancient ruins dungeon, but she didn't see Zhu Yan. But she did see a powerful figure. In her mind, she recalled a person. To be precise, the silhouette of a boss. The Blood King. Could it be him? White Pearl had always had an exceptionally keen sixth sense since childhood. A bold guess suddenly formed in her mind. Blood King. Perhaps he wasn't there to save Zhu Yan, he was acting in his own interest. That's why he destroyed the newbie village in the abyss and opened the ancient ruins dungeon. Could it be enslavement? White Pearl leaned against the edge of the pool. This pool is filled with life-giving water of incalculable value, and it is the primary reason White Pearl can delay the progression of her illness. She covered her alluring body with a white veil. She entered the dark hall. The tongue she gilled. The meeting room was filled with somber expressions, and a woman as venomous as a snake sat in the main seat. So you not only failed to advance in the outer rounds but also lost the precious equipment provided by the family? Ji Ruyan spoke in a cold tone. A faint hint of murderous intent flickered, sending a chill through the entire meeting room. Master, please don't be angry. This isn't really the fault of Ruofeng and the others. The difficulty of the ancient ruins dungeon was simply too high. We couldn't move an inch. It's not just Ruofeng and his team, most of the elite teams sent by other guilds have also been eliminated. Even those who haven't been eliminated haven't gained much. The elder hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, the expression on Ji Ruyan's face at the main seat eased slightly. It didn't matter if the Ji family hadn't gained anything, as long as others hadn't either. Just then, the news of Zhu Yan's execution spread throughout the country. Ji Ruyan's expression turned icy in an instant. She turned and left immediately, activating the Dark Hall's teleportation stone. Dark Hall. As the news of Zhu Yan's death spread, the vast majority of Abyss Walkers gathered here. Zhu Yan has been killed. Do any of you have any inside information? The third Joker swayed his body, but his gaze took in every subtle expression on everyone's faces. Snake number 2 constantly flickered its tongue, emitting a hoarse voice. I also want to know if any of you present have personally entered this ancient ruins? Besides number 9, no one else should be able to get in, right? Number 8, Little Red Riding Hood, spoke in a cute voice. My people saw the boss, Blood King, inside. White Pearl spoke up. The information she provided immediately caught everyone's attention. Abyss Walkers are all powerful and influential figures. Most of them had sent their family's younger generations into the ancient ruins dungeon. Therefore, they were well aware of the immense power of the hidden bosses within the dungeon. The White Snake, the Lost Princess, the Black Jade Spider, the White Jade Spider, and the Black Bear Demon. These bosses are mostly connected to the Blood King. Many speculate that the Blood King might also be within the dungeon. However, no one has ever seen him. Now it seems it's actually true. White Pearl continued her speculation. I suspect that this ancient ruins dungeon was orchestrated by the Blood King himself. He must have done it to enslave Zhu Yan, just like he enslaved the other bosses under his command. Upon hearing this, immediately drew everyone's attention. Lu Xingyuan, who was invisible, was greatly surprised. This White Pearl. I only exposed you once. Why are you targeting me so much? After defeating the White Pearl, Lu Xingyuan became even more curious about the other Abyss Walkers. These people must have some valuable items on them. But right now, isn't the time to focus on them? The rewards for Lu Xingyuan's defeat of Zhu Yan appeared as a stream of text, quickly flashing before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations! You have defeated the ancient boss war disaster avatar Zhu Yan. Reward settlement will begin. Chapter 70, An Unprecedented Harvest. The strongest boss pet. You have gained 580,000 experience points. You have leveled up. All attributes plus 10. Primary attributes receive a 10x boost. You have closed the ancient ruins dungeon and received double experience points as a reward. You have gained 580,000 experience points. You have leveled up. All attributes plus 10. Primary attributes receive a 10x boost. You have obtained mythical tier equipment, Beast God's helmet, Beast God's chestplate, Beast God's leggings, Beast God's boots, and Beast God's arm guards. You have obtained 1,000 free attribute points. You have obtained mythic tier material Ancient Fierce Beast's fur. You have obtained mythic tier material Ancient Fierce Beast's blood. You have obtained 10 million gold coins. You have obtained the corpse of the ancient ferocious beast. Such generous rewards? No wonder it's an ancient ruins dungeon. Lu Xingyuan happily checked the rewards. First, the equipment. Beast God set. Quality, mythical. Equipment requirements, Constitution 1000 plus. Effect 1, plus 1000 to all 4 primary attributes. Effect 2, War's Fury. When attacking, applies a Fierce Beast mark layer, increasing damage by 15%. Effect 3, Scorched Earth. Inflicts burn damage on nearby enemies, equal to your Constitution attribute. Effect 4, Beast God Descends. Activate the Zhuyan Fierce Soul, increasing all attributes by 50%. After activating Beast God Descent, the values of effects 1, 2, and 3 are doubled. This is powerful. All 4 attributes are directly increased by 1000. The remaining set effects are also quite impressive. It temporarily compensates for the minor deficiency in Lu Xingyuan's attack power. Additionally, there are also 1000 points of free attributes. Lu Xingyuan pondered briefly. He allocated all of it to the strength attribute. Let's increase his attack power a bit. What about Zhuyan's fur? Looking at the curved hair in his hand, Lu Xingyuan's expression turned slightly disgusted. What the hell part of the body is this hair from? Why is it curved? Whoever wants to use it can use it. Lu Xingyuan definitely won't use Zhuyan's hair. The rest were standard rewards, nothing worth Lu Xingyuan's attention. As for the biggest haul, it was naturally Zhuyan's corpse. Zhang Yuli is just a troublemaker. She did get a little reward. She also leveled up. She is currently at level 17. Upon seeing the Beast God set shared by Lu Xingyuan, Zhang Yuli's eyes lit up. Wow, is that so powerful? With the Beast God set, no need to switch gear at all. This is way too overpowered. Let's get out of here quickly. The reward for my bet definitely won't be any worse than the Beast God set. Zhang Yui was so excited. 100,000% bet reward. It won't be any worse. Lu Xingyuan walked up to Zhang Yui and waved his hand. The invisible veil covered both of them. This dungeon is too special, it's best not to reveal that we were the ones who killed the boss. Zhang Yuli felt the man's breath just inches away. A flush crept up her cheeks. This guy is actually pretty handsome when he doesn't speak. The space shifted. The two of them instantly appeared above Blue Star. The teleportation channel to the ancient ruins dungeon has vanished without a trace. Only the people around them remain. They continue to discuss matters related to the dungeon. Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yui had no interest in paying attention to this. The two instantly teleported to the Blood King's court. Zhang Yuli opened the reward from the gamble. A dazzling rainbow-colored light burst forth. Space Divine Stone. Quality Mythical Grade. Description: a stone imbued with the inheritance of spatial divine power. By absorbing its power, one can alter their own occupational traits and control spatial power. Zhang Yuli and Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but blurt out curses. Divine Stone? Divine Inheritance? And it's a spatial one. This is way too outlandish. As everyone knows, space and time are considered the pinnacle of existence in that world. But it makes sense. Zhu Yan plus Lu Xingyuan, the odds for Zhang Yui's ancient ruins dungeon are 100,000%. Furthermore, Zhang Yuli has bet everything she has, including her profession and everything else. Receiving such a reward seems reasonable. Nothing to lose, or win at all. Zhang Yuli murmured to herself, reciting the creed of the gambling god profession. The bold dare to die, the timid starve to death. This time, she won again. The next moment, Zhang Yui's face fell completely. Good news, she had obtained the spatial divine stone. Bad news, she couldn't use it. The spatial divine stone is not an ordinary item. It possesses a spiritual essence. Only those who are compatible with it can obtain its power. Zhang Yuli lacks this ability. Lu Xingyuan also does not. Both of them felt a bit helpless. Just then, the dragon egg placed in the center of the city lord's mansion suddenly began to violently tremble. Humming. Although the creature inside the dragon egg had not yet fully completed the blood demon contract with Lu Xingyuan, but it had already reached 80% completion. As the creature inside the dragon egg continued to grow, Lu Xingyuan can now easily sense the emotions of the creature. Do you want to devour the spatial divine stone? Lu Xingyuan was unsure. This is the real golden eating beast. First dragon blood, now the spatial divine stone. It only goes for the most valuable things. The dragon egg was so excited it jumped up in place. Zhang Yui shrugged. I have no objections. Although she desperately wanted spatial power to enhance her profession's offensive capabilities, but such things couldn't be forced. Lu Xingyuan, on the other hand, was quite pleased. He could use the power of his pets. If the dragon egg could control spatial divine power, he too would one day master such power. He placed the spatial divine stone on top of the dragon egg. That irregular stone. Instantly, the entire space began to warp. It seemed as though even the heavens could not tolerate such an abnormal ability in space. Bolts of lightning arced down from the heavens, striking the dragon egg with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Boom! Holy crap, this dragon egg has truly absorbed the power of the spatial divine stone. Lu Xingyuan and Zhang Yui were both deeply astonished. Perhaps After absorbing the Space Divine Stone, this dragon egg will fully hatch. This dragon egg was already mythical tier. Having absorbed a mythical tier Spatial Divine Stone, it must be even more powerful now. Lu Xingyuan felt a sense of anticipation. After Jiang Yue left, Lu Xingyuan took out Zhu Yan's corpse. The ancient Zhu Yan will now be my pet. A blood-soaked contract was imprinted on Zhu Yan's corpse. In an instant, a massive amount of blood surged in, enveloping Zhu Yan's enormous body. Zhu Yan was extremely powerful. The life energy it absorbed was also terrifying. Lu Xingyuan's nearly 6 million life points were almost completely devoured before it finally ended. Roar! A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. Zhu Yan awoke from his blood cocoon. It was no longer the boss that had hated Lu Xingyuan to the core, but his most loyal servant. Master! Zhu Yan's voice was deep and resolute. It gave off a very reliable vibe. However, the last person to give Lu Xingyuan this feeling was the second company commander. Boss War Disaster Incarnate Zhu Yan. Class, War Machine. Quality, Mythical. Level, 20. Health, 2,985,480. Attack power, 99,999. Skills, Berserk, Bloodthirsty Breath, Fierce Soldier's Aura, Wasteland, War Domain, Graveyard of 1,000 Soldiers. Chapter 71, Main Quest Continuation, Ascending the Throne. The Ancient Zhu Yan. Transformed into a blood demon by Lu Xingyuan. Skills are largely the same as before transformation. Health points decreased instead of increasing. However, Lu Xingyuan believes that with his own efforts and sweat, it won't be long before Zhu Yan's health points surpass their original limit. Wait, what's going on with this attack power? Lu Xingyuan wiped his eyes. The purification process weakened him by 3 points. The pets Lu Xingyuan had previously converted would all have their levels reduced. Reduced attack power. Zhu Yan remained completely unaffected. 99,999. This attack power is simply unbeatable. Equip the Beast God set. Lu Xingyuan opened the system panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First transformation. Quality unknown. Level, 20%. Strength 1210 plus 1000. Agility 210 plus 1000. Stamina 2100 plus 1000. Spirit 210 plus 1000. Health primary attribute 5,970,961. Attack power 2210. Mana 12100. Exclusive skills Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline, Blood Demon. General skill Shadow Chain, Bloodlust, War Cry, Descent of the Gods, Dragon's Gaze. Equipment Shadow of the Evil Dragon, Beast God Set Mythic, Proof of a True Man Legacy, Ancestral Amulet Legacy, God's Hiding Ring Epic, Jiankuan Gourd Legendary. Pet Shu Yan Mythic, Diana Epic, Wolf Lord Legendary, White Snake Legendary, White Jade Spider, Black Jade Spider, Black Bear Spirit. Reputation 1000, your infamy begins to shine. This Ancient Ruins dungeon run was truly outrageous. First, my health points have multiplied several times over. It's now approaching 6 million. Other attributes have also seen significant improvements. Plus, I obtained a mythical tier Beast God set. Another reputation point reward? Could it be that my defeat of Zhu Yan has already spread throughout the abyss? Through the previous destruction of the newbie village, Lu Xingyuan is already aware of it. Reputation points are related to the abyss. Causing trouble in the abyss increases reputation points. The greatest reward, of course, is a mythical tier servant. Zhu Yan. This is a true combat unit. There are also mysterious dragon eggs with great potential for the future. Lu Xingyuan is genuinely curious about what mythical dragon eggs will become after absorbing divine essence. What kind of being will it hatch into? Just then, White Pearl sent a private message to Lu Xingyuan through the Dark Hall's symbol stone. Number 9, don't linger in the newbie village for now. In the city where I am, there are powerful individuals offering a bounty for the destruction of the newbie village. Many have already gone there, and they're all very powerful. Plus, most of them have been infected with the mutation. Is there such a good opportunity? Lu Xingyuan chuckled. He had been worried about finding more natives of the abyss. At the same time, after defeating Zhu Yan, he gained an excessive amount of experience points. Now, Lu Xingyuan's level was stuck at 20. If he doesn't complete the advancement quest, he will be unable to obtain any further rewards. It's somewhat like a realm bottleneck. Without breaking through, he cannot continue to grow stronger. Breaking through means a world of possibilities. Ding, your level has reached 20. You can now proceed with the second-class task. Note, before completing the first job change quest, the level cap is 20, and no rewards can be obtained in any form. Ding, please select your second job quest. Task 1, Shadow Chain. Task 2, Bloodlust. So the question arises. Which skill should I choose as my new exclusive skill? Lu Xingyuan's gaze darted back and forth between the skills on his body. Finally, Lu Xingyuan's gaze settled on bloodlust. Let's go with attack power first. Moreover, exclusive skills come with a main attribute bonus. That is, life value bonuses. As long as your health is high enough, even a low bonus will be terrifying. Ding, Boss Blood King has obtained the second tier advancement quest King's Wrath. A single outburst of anger can cause blood to spatter 5 steps. The wrath of the king leaves corpses floating for 1,000 miles. Head to the hidden Tiger Temple dungeon and hunt down the King of Beasts, Boss Mountain Lord. Devour its power and fuse it into a new exclusive skill. Wotu Temple? Lu Xingyuan logged into the professional website and searched for information about this dungeon. Currently on the professional website, among the top posts, 9 out of 10 were related to the Ancient Ruins dungeon. The 10th one was the Tiger Temple. Is this a new dungeon? Lu Xingyuan clicked in out of curiosity to check the details. Dungeon, Wuhu Temple. Difficulty, hard. Level restriction, 1923. At the same time, he sent a message to Jiang Yue, asking her if she wanted to join him in the Wuhu Temple dungeon. In the heart of Luo City, within a luxurious mansion, Jiang Yuli was wrapped in a towel, applying a face mask in front of the mirror. What's the name? Wuhu Temple. Jiang Yuli immediately threw the face mask aside. She had some vague recollection of the Wotusi dungeon. In her previous life, she had heard that a professional named Ji Ruofeng had obtained a special divine pill after clearing the Wotu Temple dungeon. It could significantly boost attributes. Ji Ruofeng had used the immortal pill to gain an early advantage. Step by step, he walked the path to becoming a powerful figure. This is a must-go. Plus, I can team up with Lu Xingyuan to exploit a game glitch. However, your level isn't high enough. I just went through the Ancient Ruins dungeon. She's only just reached level 18. I'm not going to sleep. Jiang Yuli tossed the towel aside and put on her battle gear. She stood up and rushed toward the city gates. I'm not sleeping tonight. All-nighter to level up. Tomorrow, I'll run dungeons with Lu Xingyuan. On the other side, Lu Xingyuan returned to the newbie village with Princess Diana. He heard someone was trying to kill him. So he came. He also wanted to see if there was anything else of value here. At the village chief's house in Dragon Hunter Village, Lu Xingyuan found 2 more bottles of dragon blood. And the body of a little boy. The little boy had been killed. His body was pale as if he had never seen the sun before. Mutated villagers. Based on the information, he had already been infected by the mutation. However, there were no visible signs of the disease on his exterior. Lu Xingyuan studied the situation for a moment. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the jade pendant in the little boy's hand. By Long's protection. Quality, inherited. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, enhanced curse resistance. This is actually an heirloom item. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. He had only come back to take a look around. He didn't expect to find such a valuable item. This necklace can actually resist mutations. In other words, disease mutations are actually a kind of curse? This is just Lu Xingyuan's speculation. Following that, Lu Xingyuan followed Diana to her sealed sanctuary. This underground space had been completely destroyed in the previous battle. However, there was still a stone tablet. Engraved on it were some characters. What immortality? What eternal life? A digitized world, it's all a lie. Degeneration is the ultimate destination. Disease, endless, immortal. Disease is unsolvable. It is not me who has been infected by disease, but this world. Any world targeted by disease is doomed to destruction and madness. It was like this before, the abyss was like this, and the future Blue Star will be no different. As the text progresses, the handwriting becomes increasingly sloppy, and the last few words are barely legible. All of them are the character for death. It was clear that the person who carved these words was in a dire mental state. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. How long have you managed to hold on under the corruption of the mutation? Diana's eyes welled up with tears. 3 months. This time frame was far shorter than Lu Xingyuan had anticipated. After all, Blue Star had been fighting against the Abyss for 800 years. He had assumed that the Abyss had also spent many years battling the mutation. He never expected that. It had only taken 3 months. Diana knew what her master was thinking and explained. No, the mutations are different from the Abyss. Among the monsters that invaded Blue Star in the past, there were no signs of mutated power. Otherwise, even with the power of the professionals, Blue Star wouldn't have been able to hold out for long. Now, those creatures carrying mutated power have awakened. There's not much time left for Blue Star. Diana took a deep breath. Because what you will face next are the former heroes and elite troops of the Dark Knight Empire. And the powerful alien races and legends from the Abyss. Under the influence of the mutated force, they will become stronger, more dangerous, and more. Once infected by the mutation, they will become puppets of obsession. Only through sleep or slaughter can the mutated survive. Now, they have awakened. Blue Star will be completely destroyed by the mutation. This world is utterly beyond salvation. Diana shares the same perspective as the owner of this stone tablet. Both hold a pessimistic outlook. Lu Xingyuan couldn't care less. Since there's no hope, let it be completely destroyed. After all, I'm the boss, not the savior. Lu Xingyuan's reaction left Diana speechless. She looked at the faint smile on Lu Xingyuan's lips. Diana's face flushed slightly. The master is truly no ordinary person. Just then, the stone tablet engraved with characters transformed into a beam of light. Main quest, Ascend to the Throne. Chapter 72, The Reincarnation Chant. Objective, clear the Dark Knight Empire. Mission description, I am the king of the Dark Knight Empire, but I have been infected by a mutated disease and am on the brink of death. I have left this stone tablet behind to await someone destined to find it. Mission requirements, awaken the princess of the Dark Knight Empire, Diana. Mission punishment, none. Mission reward, special skill book. Are there any follow-up main quests? Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. He glanced at Diana, who was jumping around energetically. He had already completed this task in advance. Lu Xingyuan accepted the quest. He directly received the reward. Ding, you have completed the main quest, Ascend to the Throne. You have obtained the special skill Reincarnation Chant. Skill, Reincarnation Chant. Quality, Epic. Skill description, a special type skill formed from the collective wishes of the fallen ancestors of the Dark Knight Empire. Skill effect, for every Dark Knight Empire citizen suffering from mutation that you help free, you will receive 1 random attribute point reward. Ding, main quest, Ascend to the Throne Part 2. Help all citizens of the Dark Knight Empire find liberation, and you will ascend to the throne as king. Lu Xingyuan rubbed his eyes. The plague cannot be cured, so freeing in the quest means killing. Are you serious? I'll clear the entire country for you. He used the skill book and learned the reincarnation chant. There was nothing of value left in the newbie village. Lu Xingyuan returned to the main city. After fighting so long in the ancient ruins dungeon, it's time to relax. Let's get some sleep and give Jiang Yue some time to level up. Lu Xingyuan looked at the few fierce-looking bosses and waved his hand. Pick a room and go to sleep. Second Company Commander, Xiaobai, Black Bear Demon, White Jade Spider, Black Jade Spider. The bosses all began selecting rooms. Only Zhu Yan stood there dumbfounded. What position should I sleep in? Lie down. Zhu Yan, how do you lie down? Lie flat. Zhu Yan, for how long? Lu Xingyuan sighed helplessly, 8 hours, I guess. Zhu Yan is a bit off. This isn't sarcasm, it's the truth. It might be because he's been sealed away for too long. His mind isn't working properly. How to put it? It's a bit stubborn. A boss with insane power but a faulty mind. That sounds more intimidating. Lu Xingyuan returned to his room and snapped his fingers. Snap. The lights in the bedroom began to turn off one by one. He had just lain down on the bed. A timid voice echoed in his ears. Master. Darkness, for Lu Xingyuan, who possessed the Dragon's Eye skill, was no different from holding a magnifying glass. He could see endless distances. Those steep mountain peaks, and 2 patches of crimson clouds. The next day, at noon, Lu Xingyuan leaned on his waist and took a deep breath of cool air. He had indulged himself a bit last night. However, this also served as a reminder for Lu Xingyuan. Some things aren't something you can do just because you're strong. He needed to incorporate more practical training in the future. He patted the princess beside him, who had her eyes half closed, looking like a lazy kitten. It's time to go. Now it's time to tackle another important task. On the high-speed train. 4 young men and women sat facing each other. My dad said our Tingsha guild secured a dungeon instance, so I should just go there to level up. Otherwise, I'd never go to that woohoo mountain place. Anyway, I've already leveled up once, so I'll get into a top-tier university directly through the college entrance exam. The one talking nonstop was a slightly ugly young man with dyed yellow hair, dressed in designer clothes. The girl sitting next to him looked at him with admiration. Yeah, thanks to Jishao, I got to go to Woohoo Mountain too. The girl sitting at another table was nearly driven to distraction. Li Siqiai was speechless. She's such a poser. Is being a turncoat that impressive? Isn't it all thanks to her family's connections? Luckily, next to the fly, there was a handsome guy who could match her in reading. Li Siqi's gaze was fixed intently on the boy across from her. The guy seemed like he hadn't slept well last night and looked tired. He fell asleep as soon as he got on the bus. Therefore, Li Siqiai could stare at him unabashedly. His features were delicate yet handsome and sunny. And those well-defined yet not overly muscular muscles. Li Siqiai's eyes went wide. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes. Those eyes were so beautiful, seeming to emit a certain air of authority. Li Siq couldn't help but become captivated by them. Do you need something? A gentle voice brought Lee Sikiai back to her senses. Realizing what had happened, her face turned bright red. No, nothing. Caught staring at someone else, and caught red-handed. Lee Sikiai wished she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with her toes and crawl inside. How embarrassing. Lu Xingyuan felt that after sleeping for a while, he had recovered quite a bit. In this state, it was perfect for tackling a dungeon. Just then, the guy across from her initiated a conversation. Hello, my name is Ji Ruoyu, from the Tingsha Guild. I'm a first-class professional, a rare class called War Mage. Our guild has claimed the Wotu Mountain Dungeon. Where are you heading? Want to join us for the Wuhu Mountain Dungeon? Lu Xingyuan didn't have time to bother with such a show-off. However, this man named Ji Ruoyu seemed to have no idea what Lu Xingyuan meant. He kept boasting about his own power. Lu Xingyuan wasn't the type to tolerate others and make himself feel disgusted. A faint aura of blood energy began to emanate from his body. In an instant, Ji Ruoyu felt his hair stand on end, and his mouth snapped shut. The entire world fell silent. Soon, the high-speed train arrived at the station. The 4 of them got off at the same time. Seeing Lu Xingyuan walking ahead, Ji Ruoyu finally exhaled in relief. I don't know what happened just now, but it seemed like there was a huge monster staring at him. He even peed a couple of drops. Luckily, the 2 girls didn't notice. Ji Ruoyu hurriedly started to flatter him. There is still a distance to go before we reach Wuhu Mountain, and there are real monsters on the way. It's dangerous. However, our Tingsha Guild has arranged a special vehicle to pick us up. Let us go, Siki. Li Siki looked at Lu Xingyuan and smiled brightly. Where are you going? Want to come along? Lu Xingyuan shook his head. No need. Someone is coming to pick me up. He then walked toward the exit. Across the street, a battle vehicle resembling a steel colossus drew the attention of countless onlookers. What truly captivated everyone wasn't the tank. It was the young girl leaning against the vehicle. The girl was wearing tight combat gear that perfectly highlighted her figure. Her body was stained with blood. These were marks left only by real-world combat. This causes the men and women around her to dare only to gaze from afar, none daring to approach her. Just then, Jiang Yue smiled brightly. Lu Xingyuan, you finally arrived. Chapter 73, Lu Xingyuan can't take it anymore? Lu Xingyuan has gone crazy again. Jiang Yue smiled brightly, and instantly the entire world seemed to grow brighter. The men and women around them were all mesmerized. Wow, is this really a master? Earlier, the man and 2 women on the high-speed train had seen Lu Xingyuan get into that fierce war machine. They looked astonished. Have you heard of the Wuhu Mountain Dungeon? Lu Xingyuan overheard the conversation of the people sitting next to him on the high-speed train. The Wotu Mountain Dungeon they mentioned sounded similar to Wotu Temple. Jiang Yuli shook her head. She had never heard of it before. It was probably just a coincidence that the names were similar. For Jiang Yue, the most important thing was the Wuhu Temple. There was a divine pill inside. In her previous life, the members of the Tingsha Guild claimed that the elixir of immortality could significantly enhance one's attributes. However, they never disclosed any information about the elixir of immortality. Jiang Yuli looked at it with suspicion. The elixir of immortality might have other effects. Perhaps it could even help with her father's injuries. This was the real Jiang Yue staying up all night, killing monsters, and leveling up, all to clear this dungeon. Outside the Wuhu Temple dungeon, many people had gathered here. Bro, how did you get eliminated so quickly? You have no idea how disgusting this dungeon is. A bunch of rats with bows and crossbows, hiding on the mountain and firing arrows from 8 kilometers away. I didn't even get to fight a single monster before I was eliminated. Hearing the young man's complaints, the team that had been preparing to tackle the dungeon began to hesitate one by one. They didn't know whether to continue or not. Die once and lose a level. Plus, you might get your gear looted. The cost is too high. Just then, a heavily armored, wildly exaggerated-looking battle tank came to a stop at the entrance to the Wotu Temple dungeon. A man and a woman, 2 young people, stepped out of the vehicle. Their appearance immediately drew the attention of many people. At first, most people were stunned by their striking appearance. But soon, some recognized their identities. Lu Xingyuan, the guy who closed the Leifeng Pagoda dungeon. That's a difficult level dungeon. Jiang Yuli is also very strong. Apparently she has a hidden class. The Wuhu Temple is also a difficult level dungeon. Lu Xingyuan, the master, didn't close that one too, did he? Although both are difficult level dungeons, the Wuhu Temple is much harder than the Leifeng Pagoda. Plus, haven't you heard? In the Ancient Beast dungeon, Lu Xingyuan was killed multiple times in a row. His level must be pretty low now. A lot of people say he doesn't have the strength. Just as Lu Xingyuan and Jiang Yue approached, the players who had been complaining about the 2 of them immediately switched their tune. They fawned over them, inviting Lu Xingyuan and Jiang Yue to join them in clearing the dungeon. Lu Xingyuan ignored them. After teaming up with Jiang Yue, he entered the dungeon alone. Jiang Yuli's gaze was fixed intently on the Fate Wheel's gamble. Gamble, Tiger Temple hard mode. Odds, 80,800%. Time limit, 24 hours. Once you've placed your bet, there's no turning back, win or lose, you must accept the consequences. Upon Lu Xingyuan's entry, the odds in the dungeon immediately skyrocketed from 800% to 80,800%. All in. No need to think. The Reclining Tiger Temple Dungeon. This is a desolate mountain forest. The sky is gloomy, and the wind howls fiercely. Occasionally, the roars of wild beasts echo through the air. It is quite terrifying. Unlike before. This time, Lu Xingyuan did not transform into a boss to slaughter the adventurers. The most important thing now was to complete the job change quest. Jiang Yue's sole objective was the divine pill. The two didn't waste any time and immediately began heading deeper into the dungeon. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, arrows flew out from a hidden spot on the hillside. 111. 151. 137. Dense damage appeared above Lu Xingyuan's head. However, his health bar remained unchanged. This had nothing to do with life recovery. Just a few hundred points of health on a health bar nearing 6 million is simply too insignificant to notice. Even with a magnifying glass, you couldn't see any changes. Lu Xingyuan charged straight into the hail of arrows, rushing toward the halfway point of the hillside. Soon, he spotted the arrow-shooting monsters. Bow Arrow Rat Demon Elite. Level, 21. Health, 15,119. Attack power, 233. Skills, archery, triple shot. The stats are pretty high. Lu Xingyuan stood before the rat demon. The beast god set he wore triggered its passive effect, Burned Earth, with a level 3 effect. It deals damage equal to the user's constitution attribute per second to surrounding enemies. 3,100. 3,100. 3,100. In 4 seconds, the rat demon wielding the crossbow was reduced to 0 health and collapsed to the ground. Its flesh and skin were all charred black. Jiang Yuli? She stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. What kind of damage was that? A few days ago, when Lu Xingyuan was exploring the abyss, she had also cleared several dungeons. She had exchanged the rewards from the gamble for a lot of money. Now she had 13 billion on her person. Combined with Qian Kuan's all-in move, it could deal an additional 130% true damage. Even so, Jiang Yuli's damage still couldn't break 1,000. Lu Xingyuan stands motionless, dealing over 3,000 damage per second? That's obviously insane. Through the monsters in the dungeon, Lu Xingyuan tested his various abilities. He charged directly into a gathering of rat demons. Mutant double-headed rat demon. Level, 25. HP, 34,311. Attack power, 309. Skills, self-destruct, backstab, ambush. Jiang Yuli furrowed her brows. This type of monster with a self-destruct ability is the most hated by professionals. The damage from self-destruction is often extremely high. One wrong move, and you'll go down with it. This abnormal one is an exception. Lu Xingyuan moved gracefully among the two-headed rat demons wielding daggers. In addition to the Burned Earth ability, which deals over 2,000 damage per second, Lu Xingyuan's own attack power has also grown to an extremely exaggerated level. Even his basic attacks deal over 2,000 damage. A single skill can deal over 3,000 damage. Add to that his terrifying, unimaginable health pool. And it's clear that, through this period of training, Lu Xingyuan has developed a combat style that suits him perfectly. No defense, just relentless offense. This combat style is utterly reckless. If anyone else tried it, the death rate would be extremely high. However, Lu Xingyuan has no such reservations. Jiang Yue stood frozen in place, watching Lu Xingyuan slaughter the monsters in the dungeon at an utterly terrifying speed. Who could possibly defeat you? Jiang Yue seriously doubted. If this guy keeps growing like this, he'll definitely become a force more terrifying than a world boss in the future. Several hours passed. The two of them plowed through the dungeon. They had no idea how many monsters they had killed. Lu Xingyuan and Jiang Yue arrived at the entrance of a temple shrouded in the stench of blood. On the dilapidated doorframe, 3 large characters were written Tiger Lying Temple. Before they even entered the temple gates, they could faintly hear a rumbling sound like thunder. Most people would be terrified by such a sound. Lu Xingyuan, however, wore an excited expression. Boom! He kicked the temple gate of the Reclining Tiger Temple open with a single kick. Lu Xingyuan climbed the hundreds of steps of the temple one by one. He entered the temple's interior. Before his eyes was a massive pool, but instead of water, it was filled with bright red blood. The stench was overpowering. It was almost suffocating. Roar! A massive, intimidating figure, both muscular and terrifying, lay sprawled in the blood-filled pool. With the head of a tiger and the body of a human, it carried a massive sword on its back, and the character Wang meaning king was etched on its forehead, looking fierce and blinding. Boss Mountain Lord. Level 30. Health 250,000. Attack power 1158. Skills: Military Fist, Tiger Roar in the Mountains, Sword Chi Slash, Bloody Storm. The Mountain Lord lay in a pool of blood, his tongue covered in barbed spikes, licking the blood in the pool. Damn it, I may enjoy using you two-legged creatures as a snack, but eating too much of it gets boring. Chapter 74, Unmatched Attack Power, the Elixir of Immortality in Hand. Looking at the pool of blood, Lu Xingyuan smiled. He slowly extended his palm. An invisible force surged forth, causing the previously calm pool of blood to boil violently. The blood, under Lu Xingyuan's control, continuously compressed. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded completely. It transformed into a torrential downpour of blood, slowly drifting down. The Mountain Lord was enraged. One hand held a sword, pointing it at his chest, while the other slowly drew the long sword from his back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blood-red sword chi sliced through the air. Lu Xingyuan neither dodged nor retreated, slowly walking forward. 1509. 1617. 1583. Plus 59,709. Seeing this life recovery value, the mountain beast's pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of fear flashed in its fierce tiger-like eyes. He simply couldn't fathom how a professional could possess such an exaggerated rate of life recovery. The mountain spirit was well aware. He absolutely could not kill this professional. He turned to flee. Lu Xingyuan moved his mind. Shadow chains. One by one, dark red chains flew out of the blood pool, binding the Mountain Lord's limbs completely. No matter how much the Mountain Lord struggled, he couldn't break free. Lu Xingyuan pointed his finger toward the sky. Fierce weapon condenses evil. In an instant, blood-red swords imbued with malevolent energy behind Lu Xingyuan. Dense, blood-red swords formed a 360-degree circle behind him. Then, they transformed into blood-red afterimages and flew out. Swish, swish, swish. 3,561. 4,004. 3,891. Lu Xingyuan used Juyan's skill, dealing 80,000 damage in one strike. Shan Jun managed to break free from the shadow chains, but he was even more terrified. This isn't human. Who among human players could be this strong? The boss Shan Jun was slain by Lu Xingyuan while trembling in fear. Congratulations on completing the Wuhu Temple hard mode dungeon for the first time. Rewards are being processed. You have gained 181,818 experience points. You have obtained 1 Mountain Lord corpse. You obtained the Dark Gold Tier Lord's weapon Tiger King Sword. You have obtained the rare grade material Tiger Skin. You have obtained the rare grade material Tiger Bone. You obtained a rare grade material Tiger Whip. The rewards for clearing the dungeon for the first time are as generous as ever. Of course, that's not the key point. The key is that Lu Xingyuan completed the second tier task. Ding, congratulations! You have completed the second class advancement quest. You have gained plus 100 points to all 4 primary attributes, and your main attribute has been boosted by 10 times. You have obtained the exclusive skill Blood Rage. Blood Rage, an infinitely upgradable skill. For every 100 points added to your maximum HP, your attack power increases by 1. A straightforward and blunt description left Lu Xingyuan wide-eyed. Wow! This is truly unbeatable now. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. First transformation. Quality unknown. Level 200%. Strength 1310 plus 1000. Agility 310 plus 1000. Stamina 3100 plus 1000. Spirit 310 plus 1000. Health primary attribute 6,961. Attack power 62319. Mana 13100. Exclusive skills Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline, Blood Demon, Blood Rage. After attribute enhancements, Lu Xingyuan's maximum health points are 600,0961. In other words, attack power is directly increased to 62,319. Exclusive skills is indeed as overpowered as expected. After Lu Xingyuan transitions to the boss class, he gains unlimited increases to health and health regeneration. This has already granted him unmatched potential. First transformation, gains super abnormal pet abilities. Second transformation, directly gained attack power with health points as a bonus. This is way too over the top. Next, he needs to find a target to test it out. Jiang Yue clearly had no idea how drastically Lu Xingyuan had changed. She was currently exploring the Wuhu Temple. She was trying to find the legendary Immortal Pill. Boom! Jiang Yuli's palm gently touched the old Buddha statue. Below the pool of blood, a secret passageway opened. Lu Xingyuan and Jiang Yue exchanged a glance. They descended directly. There were no monsters inside. Instead, there was a teleportation gate. And a box shimmering with golden light. Ancient Divine Pill Fake. Quality, Legendary. Effect, increases speed attribute by 100 points. Ancient Divine Pill Fake. Quality, Legendary. Effect, increases strength attribute by 100 points. A total of 4 elixirs. Each increases one of the following attributes: strength, agility, constitution, or spirit. It's important to note that even mythical quality professionals can only obtain 20 free attribute points per level. One divine pill can increase 100 points. That's equivalent to 5 levels. 4 pills combined are a massive boost for any practitioner. This is a massive boost. Lu Xingyuan is the exception. Such a small attribute boost is insignificant to him. Lu Xingyuan took out a pill that increases speed. The rest is yours. What he was more concerned about was the spatial teleportation gate nearby. Woshan Mountain Dungeon. Difficulty, hard. Level requirement, below level 24. This is actually the entrance to a dungeon. Wotu Mountain. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. He never expected that the two dungeons, Wotu Temple and Wotu Mountain, were actually connected. Could there be some connection between these two dungeons? Lu Xingyuan was curious. Jiang Yuli, however, did not continue her exploration. She needed to go out and claim the rewards from the bet. These few divine pills were somewhat different from what Jiang Yue had expected. But they could increase her physical constitution by 100 points. They should also help her father hold out a little longer. Next, I need to tackle the advanced quest. I can't go dungeon crawling with you anymore. Jiang Yuli left the dungeon with a hint of regret. After teleporting out, she immediately claimed her rewards. Congratulations! You've won the bet and obtained the genuine divine pill. Ancient Divine Pill. Quality, near mythical. Description, significantly enhances the physical attributes of the user. The stronger the user's base stats, the greater the enhancement. This is the true elixir of immortality. Although Jiang Yue desperately needed this pill, she immediately asked Lu Xingyuan if he needed it. Lu Xingyuan's constitution and vitality did not require external enhancement. Jiang Yue needed it more. After chatting with Jiang Yue for a moment, Lu Xingyuan began to contract with the Mountain Lord. Soon, the ritual was completed. Boss Mountain Lord. Class, Ancient Warrior. Quality, Rare. Level, 20. Health, 2,985,480. Attack power, 533. Skills, Military Boxing, Tiger Roar in the Forest, Sword Chi Slash, Bloody Storm. Shan Jun knelt on one knee, looking excitedly at the Wuhu Mountain teleportation gate beside him. Master, the boss on the other side of Woshan Mountain is my father. Lu Xingyuan paused for a moment. Do you want to go visit him? Shan Jun nodded excitedly. If my master is willing to kill my father and make him your servant as well, he would be overjoyed. Lu Xingyuan. Chapter 75, Guild Dungeon? I choose to solo the guild. Outside the Wuhu Mountain teleportation gate, the banner of the Tingsha Guild was planted here. Dozens of powerful professionals are arrogantly pushing weaker ordinary professionals out of the area. A few were even beating up a young couple. The dungeon is for everyone. Why does the Tingsha Guild get to monopolize it? I'm going to report you. The young man, despite being beaten until his face was bruised and swollen, with his arms twisted in an odd manner, still refused to back down. A professional wearing the Tingsha Guild emblem sneered disdainfully. Idiot. What's wrong with bullying you? Even if we killed you, what could you do? The other professionals around them were all too scared to utter a word. We can't afford to provoke them. This is the Tingsha Guild, one of the top factions in Xia Kingdom. Sigh. That's just how the world works. Weakness is your original sin. As long as you have power, you can break the rules and do whatever you want. This world doesn't have guild dungeons. So-called guild dungeons. They're just powerful guilds that have taken over the dungeon portals. They don't let others in. This naturally becomes their guild's exclusive dungeon. Space shifts. Lu Xingyuan and Shan Jun arrived at the foot of a very tall mountain. Shan Jun pointed to the mountain peak. Master, my father is in a cave on the summit. It could be seen clearly. Shan Jun was excited. He genuinely wanted Lu Xingyuan to kill his father. To turn his father into his servant as well. This was true filial piety. With the mountain spirit, the young master, leading the way. None of the mountain guards dared to move. Lu Xingyuan walked in boldly, entering the heart of Wotu Mountain. The boss's lair. Roar! Who gave you the nerve to enter my lair while I was sleeping? From the depths of the cave, a voice echoed in the darkness. A massive monster slowly emerged from the darkness. It was far more massive than the Mountain Lord, with shoulders nearly 5 meters tall. Its body was covered in large and small scars. Its fur was dry and tangled, resembling withered weeds. One of its eyes was blind. Lu Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. The father of the mountain lord, judging by his appearance, he couldn't be anything good. Boss Mad Tiger. Level 30. Health 300,000. Attack power 2,309. Skills Berserk, Triple Claw Strike, 7 Wound Claw. Based on the panel information, Mad Tiger's attributes are stronger than Mountain Lord's. However, its skills are not as comprehensive as those of the Mountain Lord. The current Mountain Lord has obtained half of Landwalking Abyss's health. It can easily overwhelm the Mad Tiger. You still have the nerve to come back? Mad Tiger, upon seeing his son Mountain Lord, revealed a hint of ferocity on his face. Father, I've come to kill you. Shan Jun turned aside, revealing Lu Xingyuan's figure. Human. Mad Tiger's mocking expression vanished, replaced by intense murderous intent. This weak human adventurer gave you the courage? Lu Xingyuan shook his head. It's not me, it's Liang Jingru. Go, kill your father, and I will transform him into a blood demon like you. Shan Jun clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Thank you, master, for giving me this opportunity. Before the words had even finished, the sound of claws tearing through the air echoed from behind. Swish, swish, swish. Useless. How dare you choose a human as your master? Mad Tiger sneered with disdain. From the massive pads of his paws, cold, gleaming claws extended simultaneously. Roar! When two tigers fight, one must be injured. The Mad Tiger showed no mercy, even though the other was his own son. His first move was a fatal strike. Triple Claw Strike. The claws, over 30 centimeters long, were as sharp as steel blades. They pierced repeatedly into the body of the Mountain Lord. Mad Tiger, true to his name. Madness and ferocity. Once it strikes, it relentlessly suppresses its opponent. No mercy until the end. 1876. 1967. 1901. The claws pierced the body of the mountain god. Soon, the massive form was covered in blood. The Mad Tiger, who had been in complete control, suddenly retreated in shock. Because it saw its son's health bar. 296-8756298-5480. Mad Tiger? How is that possible? Your maximum health. Mad Tiger was stunned. His son had received a special inheritance from a young age. He had mastered powerful skills. However, since the mountain spirit was still young, his base attributes were far inferior to his own. When did it happen? Did the mountain tiger's health points become so terrifying? In the moment of Mad Tiger's days, he was caught by Shan Jun. He delivered a series of powerful punches to Mad Tiger's body. Every move was executed with precision. Mad Tiger fought like a heretic, his combat style extreme and. The Mountain Lord, however, was a disciple of a legitimate martial arts sect who had received complete. He possessed a complete skill set. His combat style was also highly disciplined. At some point, Lu Xingyuan, who had been watching the battle, had already lain down on a recliner. A pair of long, fair hands were massaging him. Congratulations, master. You are about to gain another formidable servant. Diana smiled. Lu Xingyuan smiled. He really liked the personality of this pet, Mad Tiger. Mad Tiger had been cornered by the Mountain Lord and had nowhere to hide. On the brink of death. Wait. Feng Hu raised both hands above his head and collapsed to his knees with a thud. I surrender. Don't kill me. I'll be your servant. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. I still prefer you the way you were at first, wild and untamed. A blood-red long sword sliced through the air. Swish. 61,919. A single sword strike depleted the Mad Tiger's health bar. Lu Xingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This absurd attack power is absolutely exhilarating. This was Lu Xingyuan's first attack after obtaining Blood Rage. The first time he unleashed an attack. All one could say was, this number is simply too outrageous. Ding, congratulations on completing the first kill of the Mad Tiger dungeon in the Hidden Tiger Temple. Rewards are being processed. You have obtained 18,931 experience points. You have obtained the Golden Tier Lord's Equipment One-Eye Tiger Head Hat. You have obtained. Shan Jun, looking excited, dragged his father's body over. Lu Xingyuan directly injected life points. The operation went smoothly. Mad Tiger tore open the blood-soaked cocoon and knelt respectfully before Lu Xingyuan. Thank you, master, for granting me unlimited potential. Transformed into blood demons, they would now be bound to Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan grew stronger. They will grow stronger. And this will continue endlessly. Boss Mad Tiger. Class, Berserker. Quality, Rare. Level, 20. Health, 2,985,480. Attack power, 1309. Skills, Berserk, Triple Claw Strike, 7 Wound Claw, Bloodlust. After transforming into a blood demon, Mad Tiger obtained the class known as Berserker. He also obtained the Bloodlust skill. Lu Xingyuan's Blood Rage was evolved using this skill. The Bloodlust skill is already quite abnormal on its own. There must be a lot of adventurers grinding monsters in the Wulong Mountain dungeon right now, right? Lu Xingyuan asked. Earlier, while on the high-speed train, he overheard a few people discussing it. The Tingsha Guild has taken over the Wuhu Mountain dungeon. Guild dungeon? Then I'll just go solo and take on your guild. Chapter 76, even if we all charge in together, we might not all get killed. Wuhu Mountain dungeon. At the foot of the mountain. Dozens of professionals from the Tingsha Guild have gathered here. After thorough investigation, they finally chose Wuhu Mountain as their training ground. The Wuhu Mountain dungeon is highly suited for a human wave tactic. Unlike ordinary adventurers, who typically form teams of 3 or 5, they all belong to the same guild and can coordinate their attacks together. The efficiency of clearing monsters has greatly improved. Most importantly, the minor monsters in this dungeon are all rat demons that love to shoot arrows. They are easy to target. Raise your shields. The commander of the Tingsha Guild issued the order. The front row, consisting of over a dozen tank-type classes, quickly pulled out their massive shields and positioned them in front. Then, the entire group began to advance in a massive formation. Whoosh! 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 Soon, a dense shower of arrows rained down from the mountain. Most of them only struck the shields. Using this method, they suffered no losses and reached the gathering place of the rat demons. The archers were surrounded. There was no way out. Ji Ruofeng charged forward excitedly, beginning to level up with ease. Ji Ruoyu, who entered the dungeon with him, was lagging behind at the rear of the group. His mind was entirely on the girl. Isn't this a blast? Ji Ruoyu and his 2 companions teamed up to finish off a low-health monster. Having tasted success, Li Siqiai couldn't help but change her opinion of Ji Ruoyu. She never expected that he actually had some connection to the Tingsha Guild. Not only could he enter the dungeon controlled by the Tingsha Guild, he could also bring the 2 of them, outsiders, inside. Ji Ruofeng was very unhappy. I'm out here killing monsters with my own hands. You're just sitting there, enjoying yourself? You worthless piece of trash controlled by your lower half. From now on, no resources from the Tingsha Guild will be shared with him. Ji Ruofeng was preparing to exercise his rights as the family heir. But he hadn't finished his threat. A massive black shadow plummeted from the sky. Boom! Amidst the dust and debris, a massive monster emerged, spreading its arms wide. It charged straight toward the members of the Tingsha Guild. Roar! Swish, swish, swish. Boss Mad Tiger. What the hell is going on? How did the boss show up so quickly? Aren't you supposed to be the final boss? Aren't you supposed to be waiting in your lair for us to challenge you? Why did you just charge out on your own? The members of the Tingsha Guild were still enjoying leveling up a moment ago. The next second, they were scrambling to escape. Fortunately, the Tingsha Guild had a very calm commander. He stabilized the troops. It's just a boss. With so many of us, we can easily take it down. Don't panic. We have the numbers. Form a proper formation and surround the boss. The members of the Tingsha Guild gradually calmed down and began to focus their attacks on the boss. Various skills were unleashed. However, the Mad Tiger boss's health bar only dropped slightly. Everyone was stunned. Holy crap, how thick is that health bar? 3 million? How do we fight such a terrifying health bar? Ji Ruofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Don't panic. The stronger the boss, the richer the rewards. With so many of us, we can definitely kill this boss. When the time comes, the rewards will definitely be shared among everyone. Where there's a big reward, there's bound to be a brave soul. The professionals of the Tingsha Guild were all getting excited. Following orders, they began to surround and attack the Mad Tiger boss. Just then, another fierce roar echoed from behind. Boss Mountain Lord. 2 bosses, I'll beat your mother. Ji Ruofeng hadn't finished speaking. 3 bloody sword chi pierced through his body. Sword chi slash. Bloody storm. Tiger roar in the mountains. One skill after another was unleashed. Members of the Tingsha Guild began dying at an utterly terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the 100-man squad was completely wiped out. Inside the cave, Xiaobai wasn't about to be outdone. He began helping Lu Xingyuan massage his shoulders. Xiaobai's small hands were delicate and bone-like, with a faint chill. When it came to massage alone, it was far more comfortable than Diana's technique. Lu Xingyuan was massaged into a drowsy state. Just then, messages flashed across the screen. Your pet Mad Tiger has defeated a level 23 professional, granting you 2,369 experience points and 1% health. Your pet Mountain Lord has defeated a level 24 professional. You have gained 2,580 experience points and 1% health. Congratulations on leveling up. All attributes plus 10, and the Constitution attribute has been boosted by 10 times. A barrage of notifications, like a flood of bullet screens, flashed before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. Before this, Lu Xingyuan's maximum health points were 5,970,961, with 1% equaling over 59,000. Each time it stacked, this number continued to grow. This wave triggered the blood forge 33 times. Health points skyrocketed from 5,970,961 to 8,291,814. 8 million. Lu Xingyuan himself was somewhat surprised. The speed at which his health was increasing was becoming increasingly terrifying. Outside Wolong Mountain, the members of the Tingsha Guild were being eliminated one after another. The surrounding professionals who had been bullied immediately began to gloat. "Ha, you like to bully people. That's hilarious. Got scolded by the boss, huh? You deserve it." He heard the crowd mocking him. Ji Ruofeng felt his face grow hot with embarrassment, his complexion alternating between red and white. "We can't just let this go." The commander beside him shook his head. "Mr. Ji, those two bosses each have around 3 million HP. That's beyond our capabilities. If we continue, the losses will be severe." Ji Ruofeng snorted coldly. "Earlier, we were ambushed, and the team fell into chaos. If we had formed a proper formation, we would have had a chance to win. Because I have this." Ji Ruofeng pulled out a scroll. Forbidden Spell Scroll. Quality, Legendary. Description: Effect: consumes a large amount of health to unleash the 7th tier forbidden spell 10,000 Miles of Ice. The middle-aged man in charge of command, upon seeing the forbidden spell, he fell silent. CTNNDT. This guy must be crazy. To deal with a level 20 dungeon boss, they actually had to use a forbidden spell. Will we really not get our legs broken if we go back? Of course. He wouldn't dare say that out loud. The commander flashes a flattering smile. Master Ji is truly wise. Using a forbidden spell scroll to kill a level 20 boss is a bit of a waste of resources. But these two bosses are clearly abnormal. Killing them will undoubtedly yield extremely generous rewards. This flattery was music to Ji Ruofeng's ears. Last time in the Ancient Ruins dungeon, he was killed by that special boss. Ji Ruofeng had made thorough preparations. He not only carried forbidden spell scrolls, he also had scrolls containing other high-level spells. "I'm really clever." Ji Ruofeng's lips curled into a slight smile. At his command, all members of the Tingsha Guild used the reset crystal. There entered the dungeon. Chapter 77. Congratulations, you have defeated my pet after relentless efforts. The Wuhu Mountain Dungeon. The members of the Tingsha Guild have returned here once again. They looked at the two fierce-looking bosses. Ji Ruofeng looked down on them with disdain. "What are you trying to pull? Just wait and see how I take you down in one move." He then pulled out a small, delicate magic staff. Infinite Staff. Quality, Inherited. Effect: consumes 100 mana and 100 health per second, dealing 1000 true damage to the target continuously. True damage is most feared when the target has an extremely high maximum health. However, Ji Ruofeng did not bring it out merely to show off. The Infinity Staff is a weapon passed down through generations of the Ji family. It has been passed down for hundreds of years. The bug in the Infinity Staff has already been discovered. It can be switched between users in dungeons. A dozen frontline tank classes were using their lives to absorb damage up front. Ji Ruofeng leads the others, continuously launching attacks using the Infinite Staff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, magic orbs struck the bodies of the Mad Tiger and the Mountain Lord father and son. Their health points begin to decrease at a slow yet steady rate. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Soon, Mad Tiger and Mountain Lord were both down to half health. The members of the Tingsha Guild were once again completely wiped out. This time, the onlookers were all stunned. Damn it, we've been eliminated again. What a way to go. But still, isn't this dungeon way too overpowered? Even though they weren't the elite of the Tingsha Guild, it shouldn't be this bad. There's definitely something wrong with this dungeon. Ji Ruofeng looked at his empty hands and froze. Where's my staff? The others were also confused. Brother Pot, my equipment was looted too. I was killed twice and lost my gear both times. Killed twice in a row. Ji Ruoyu could barely get the words out. We're in the same boat. This dungeon is definitely glitched. The middle-aged professional in charge of command furrowed his brows. Master, what should we do now? The essence of being a worker. Follow the leader's lead and never volunteer suggestions. Ji Ruofeng's expression was grim. The Infinity Staff. That's the equipment passed down through the Ji family for generations. If it's lost, his father would kill him. We must retrieve it. We've already weakened those two bosses to half health. Just go in one more time. Once inside, use the forbidden spell scroll to take them out instantly. Ji Ruofeng charged ahead, rushing into the dungeon. At the summit, Lu Xingyuan once again gained a power-up. This time, the entire Tingsha guild was wiped out. Triggered the blood forge effect 26 times. His health surged once more. From 8,291,814, it surged to 10,740,024. Breaking the million mark. Lu Xingyuan felt a surge of excitement. The gains from this were not limited to that. Through shared vision, he saw everything happening below. Shan Juan picked up a magic staff from beside Ji Ruofling's corpse. The Infinity Staff. A hereditary artifact. This is a valuable item. After seeing the attributes of the Infinite Staff, Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. Earlier, during the Ancient Ruins dungeon run, Diana had already defeated a group of members from the Tingsha Guild, and several decent pieces of equipment had dropped at the time. He never expected there to be equipment of inheritance quality. This Tingsha Guild is no joke. Just then, members of the Tingsha Guild once again flooded into the Woto Mountain dungeon. This time, Ji Ruofling didn't have MOG. He directly instructed the other guild members to begin inputting mana and health points into the forbidden spell scrolls. They unleashed the forbidden spell. In an instant, the sky grew dark and icy cold air began to spread. Not a single snowflake fell, but the entire Woshan mountain was covered in a layer of ice. Mad Tiger and Mountain Lord had been frozen into massive ice blocks. Seeing the two bosses with their health bars completely depleted, Ji Ruofling's lips curled into a smirk as he strode forward with a defiant gait. Then he gently pushed the two massive ice blocks over. The bodies of the Mountain Lord and the Mad Tiger shattered into countless fragments. Ji Ruofling stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from the crowd. He waited silently for the report and his reward. 1 minute later. 10 minutes later. Ji Ruofling blinked in confusion. Where's my reward? Where's my lord's equipment? What the hell? Forget about the reward for killing the boss first. There wasn't even any extra experience points. Ji Ruofling was completely dumbfounded. He had risked his life to defeat these two bosses. He even used a forbidden spell. And what was the result? Forget about a generous reward? Not a single hair. How is he going to explain this back? Ji Ruofling and the team leader stared at each other, both completely baffled. To be precise, there were some gains. For example, within the forbidden spell range, they killed a large number of minor monsters. This allowed Ji Ruofling to gain a significant amount of experience points. But that's far from enough. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. A blood-red mist spread, and a massive, grotesque blood-red throne appeared. Upon the throne, a figure cloaked in black, towering over all. Against the light, and due to the great distance, the members of the Tingsha Guild could only vaguely make out the massive blood-red throne. Could this be the true boss? It's possible. Master, should we go take a look? The members of the Tingsha Guild had never seen such a spectacle before. They were all a bit flustered. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Congratulations. After your relentless efforts, you managed to kill my two boss pets. But the same pets, I have many more. Behind him, amidst the blood mist, a hideous black dragon's shadow flickered in and out of view. There was also a 100-meter-long giant white snake and bloodthirsty black and white spiders. Most terrifying of all was the colossal beast, standing 100 meters tall. Its body was covered in bristling hairs as sharp as steel needles, crimson red as if drenched in blood, with eyes blazing with fierce red flames. Its skull was snow white, with fangs exposed. Boss wore disaster avatar Zhu Yan. Boss lost Princess Diana. Boss White Snake. All of them are bosses? Oh my god. Zhu Yan isn't dead. Oh my god, Zhu Yan is still alive. If it were just the other bosses, they might just be surprised. But Zhu Yan actually showed up. This is the final boss of the Ancient Ruins dungeon. He was clearly defeated. How could it still be alive? And it appeared in another dungeon world. Just then, Ji Ruofling saw Zhu Yan kneeling before the blood-stained throne. The mysterious figure sitting on the throne had actually subdued the ancient beast Zhu Yan. How is this possible? Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Kill them all. Zhu Yan, how should we kill them? Lu Xingyuan pondered for a moment. Let them all be reduced to ashes. For such a guild that bullies others by relying on their strength, Lu Xingyuan naturally saw no need to hold back. Zhu Yan, alright. Chapter 78, Huge Harvest, health points doubled again. The conversation between Lu Xingyuan and Zhu Yan. Everyone from the Tingsha Guild heard it. That mysterious figure sitting on the throne. It was actually the master of the ancient Zhu Yan. This is insane. Ji Ruofling quickly stepped back, shielding the members of the Tingsha Guild with his body. Stop it. Stop Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan's body was shrouded in a murderous aura, and his eyes spat out scorching flames. 1,000 miles of scorched earth. Boom! The entire earth seemed to shatter, with fiery flames rising from the cracks. 50,000. 60,000. 70,000. dense, terrifying damage erupted from above the heads of the members of the Tingsha Guild. In an instant, everyone was instantly killed. Even so, Zhu Yan did not stop. Not until every single one of their bodies had turned to ash. The effect of the Bare Earth skill finally came to a complete halt. Your pet Zhu Yan has killed a level 23 professional. You have gained 2,345 experience points and 1% health. Your pet Zhu Yan has killed a level 22 professional. You have leveled up, gaining plus 10 to all attributes. Primary attributes increased by 10 times. Once again, the Tingsha Guild was wiped out. Lu Xingyuan's level has increased again. Since he had already killed these people twice in a row, they've both dropped 2 levels. There aren't many left whose levels are higher than Lu Xingyuan's. The effect of the Blood Forge was triggered only 21 times. His health has barely increased by around 3 million. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Second transformation. Quality unknown. Level, 22.5%. Strength 1 330 plus 1000. Agility 330 plus 1000. Stamina 3300 plus 1000. Spirit 330 plus 1000. Health primary attribute 13,235,919. Attack power 134,689. Magic power 13300. Pet Zhu Yan, Wolf Lord, White Snake, Diana, Mountain Lord, Mad Tiger, White Jade Spider, Black Jade Spider, Black Bear Spirit. Before entering the dungeon, Lu Xingyuan's maximum health points were only 5.9 million. Now it has surpassed 1,300,000. It has doubled. Under the effect of Blood Rage, his attack power has directly surpassed 100,000. Higher than Zhu Yan's attack power. Under the effect of the Blood Tide, the life recovery speed has also broken through 100,000. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled slightly upward. He wasn't getting cocky. He was simply curious to ask, who else is there? After being collectively eliminated from the dungeon for the 3rd time, the members of the Tingsha Guild. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Ji Ruothing sat motionless on the ground. It's over, it's over. Though this group wasn't yet considered the guild's elite. They were all skilled professionals with promising potential. They had the potential to become the backbone of the Tingsha Guild in the future. In just one day, they had all been demoted 3 ranks. He also wasted a forbidden spell. And the inherited equipment, the infinite staff. In the end, he gained nothing. Even though he is the young master of the Ji family. It's still unacceptable. The most critical point is, he hasn't retrieved the inherited equipment yet. That could be overlooked. There's also an epic tier piece of equipment. It was also looted. This is really over. Just then, the team leader walked over with a big grin on his face. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. Ji Ruothing's face turned dark in an instant. What the hell are you talking about? He had been killed 3 times in a row. I don't even know how much gear I lost. You're congratulating me? Are you afraid I'm dying too slowly? He. Young master, you've forgotten that the family head's favorite thing to study is exactly this kind of dungeon with special circumstances. This Wuhu Mountain definitely qualifies as special, right? If you report the situation here to the family head, you might not only avoid punishment but even receive a reward. Ji Ruothing's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Ji Ruothing looked at the others. Everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement and not disclose anything about today. Tingsha Guild headquarters. Ji Ruyan heard the intelligence reported by her grandson and her expression turned icy cold. Useless. The inheritance level infinite staff and the epic level disguiser's badge. All core treasures of the Ji family. Only the true heir of the family can obtain the right to use them. Both of these items were actually looted in the dungeon. However, the information that Ruothing brought back is also quite valuable. Ji Ruyan transformed instantly. She transformed into a silver cobra and appeared in the dark hall. Old-timers, log in quickly. I've received some information. About Zhu Yan. The silver cobra spoke and then sat quietly in its seat, waiting. Soon, lights began to flicker on. Everyone except for Unit 5 Butterfly had logged in. Snake number 2, with its tongue flickering, said, I've received word that Zhu Yan is not dead. And he now possesses the ability to travel to other instances. The Joker covered his mouth, his entire body shaking exaggeratedly. Oh my god. Zhu Yan is an ancient. If it hasn't died and regains its full strength, won't humanity be in even greater danger? Great Snake, have you obtained any further intelligence about Zhu Yan? The Great Snake sighed. Zhu Yan, a single skill wiped us all out in an instant. Everyone stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. They had no idea what kind of teen was in the mouth of the giant snake. A single strike had wiped out everyone. It was terrifying no matter how you looked at it. Zhu Yan. Truly a fearsome ancient beast. Useless trash, always making excuses. Lu Xingyuan extended his claws like a dog and flipped them off. You. The great serpent was enraged. This number 9 is way too vengeful. Last time she only said a few words to number 9, and now she's been targeted by number 9 ever since. This is ridiculous. White Pearl laughed. When she first joined the Abyss Walkers, she had also been bullied by the second snake. She's had it out for this guy for ages. What's he trying to pull? All day long. Got called out, did you? In the end, it was the drunkard who spoke up and put an end to the argument. Leave the dark hall. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled slightly upward. He provoked the Great Serpent. Mainly to see how number 2 would react. The Great Serpent reacted so fiercely. If everything goes as planned, he should also be a member of the Tingsha Guild. But he didn't know who exactly. Thanks to his status as a boss, Lu Xingyuan joined the Abyss Walkers in a short time. He has confirmed the exact identity of the 7th Pearl. He has also roughly identified the identity of number 2 Great Snake. This achievement is truly impressive. This trip, he also obtained 2 crucial pieces of equipment. Infinite Staff. Quality, Heritage Grade. Effect, consumes 100 mana and 100 health per second, dealing 1000 true damage to the target continuously. Disguise Badge. Quality, Epic. Description, allows the user to disguise their appearance and class information. Only detection methods of a higher tier than Epic can break the disguise. Disguise Badge. This item is far more valuable to Lu Xingyuan than an inheritance grade Infinite Staff. Lu Xingyuan was just about to leave the dungeon. Jiang Yuli sent a message. There are tons of monsters surrounding the Blood King escort. Got it, hurry back. Chapter 79. The Blood King's Court. A mythical tier main city with extremely powerful defensive capabilities. Even a group of 6th and 7th tier professionals attacking the city together. It is extremely difficult to breach the walls. However, at this moment, the once pristine white walls have been corroded significantly. Outside the walls, a vast horde of monsters swarms. They furiously attack the walls of the Blood King's court with their claws, fangs, and even their heads. Mutated Minotaur warriors. Mutated corpses. Mutated skeleton archers. Mutated blood-crying ravens. How could there be so many? These mutated monsters are actually capable of corroding the walls of a mythical tier main city. Fear flickered in Jiang Yui's eyes. Just then, a spatial fluctuation appeared on the city walls. A mysterious figure clad in black slowly materialized. Lu Xingyuan, the extent of their mutations is even deeper. They can now harness the power of their mutations. Not only are they more powerful, but they're also harder to kill. What should we do? These mutated monsters release skills imbued with the power of mutation. Their health points also exceed those of monsters of the same level by several times. This is the characteristic of being able to preliminarily utilize the power of mutation. This time, Jiang Yui was truly panicking. Because in her previous life, she was killed by mutated monsters. Therefore, she instinctively feared these monsters. Lu Xingyuan, however, was excited. These must be the ones Bai Jinju mentioned, the ones who accepted the bounty orders. Just in time. Lu Xingyuan had also taken on a mission. And it comes with a skill. Reincarnation Chant. Quality, Epic. Skill description, a special typed skill formed from the unfulfilled wishes of the departed souls of the Dark Knight Empire. Skill effect, for every Dark Knight Empire citizen suffering from mutation that you help free, you will gain 1 random attribute point reward. I haven't tried this skill effect yet. After obtaining the skill, Lu Xingyuan left the abyss. The appearance of these mutated monsters is just in time. Let us start by clearing out the entire Dark Knight Empire, beginning with you. Thinking this, behind Lu Xingyuan, blood mist swirled, and one after another, ghostly figures, some massive, some grotesque, emerged slowly from the blood mist. Fierce black and white spiders with constantly writhing mouthparts. A massive, blood-stained monk clad in a blood-soaked robe, the Black Bear Demon. A tiger-headed, human-bodied creature with a large sword on its back and a king character tattooed on its forehead, the Mountain Lord. A mad tiger covered in scars, its appearance terrifying and grotesque. A white snake, 100 meters long, elegant and graceful. A princess named Diana, noble in demeanor and of imperial royal blood. And 100 meters tall, with a snow-white skull and exposed fangs. Its fur stands on end like steel needles, crimson as blood, and its eyes burn with fierce red flames, the ancient beast Juyan. Roar! 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 As the bosses appeared, a terrifying aura swept through the area, causing the air in the entire space to grow stagnant. The monsters besieging the bloodthirsty king's court couldn't help but halt their attacks and retreat. Among the monsters, there is a strict hierarchical structure. Weak monsters encountering a boss instinctively feel fear and submit. Moreover, so many high-ranking bosses appear at the same time. They stand on the opposite side. Behind the mutated monsters, several beings mounted on skeleton warhorses, clad in heavy armor. Mutated Earth Knight. Class, Earth Knight 4th Transformation. Quality, Rare. Health, 140,315. Attack power, 1,411. Skills, Mutation, Earth Shield. These mutated knights are all 4th class professionals. However, upon seeing those bosses, they too showed signs of fear. So many bosses? It doesn't matter. Let those ants throw their lives away. Even the strongest bosses will fall. Bosses were once extremely powerful beings in the original Abyss. But now, the times have changed. Those who control the power of mutation are the true embodiment of strength. A knight's skeletal eye sockets flickered with blue flames. That's Princess. The princess is still alive. If we can bring Her Highness back, the revered Immortal King will surely grant us more spirit crystals. After being infected by the power of mutation, one inevitably loses some rationality. More were infected by the instinctive force. At this moment, they have completely transformed into greedy slaves. Kill. Kill, kill. Those mutated monsters, wielding their weapons, began to furiously attack the city walls. Several massive black figures leaped down from the city walls. Boom! Boom! The black bear demon instantly transformed into a black whirlwind of malevolent energy, darting through the horde of mutated monsters. Killed a level 28 mutated Minotaur warrior. You gained 4,000 experience points. Spirit +1. Killed a level 22 mutated. Strength +1. Mutated monsters still provide a wealth of experience points. Possesses the reincarnation chant skill. Also grants additional attribute points as a bonus. This is awesome. Unlike previous encounters, the Black Wind Malevolent Chi released by the Black Bear Demon has very limited effects. It only killed 5 or 6 mutated monsters. It's not that the Black Bear Demon has weakened. It's because these monsters, after gaining control of the mutated power, their skills and attributes have all been enhanced. Their health bars are too thick. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. Having gained preliminary control over the mutating power, their strength has increased this much already? The strength of these monsters is equivalent to that of a boss in a normal dungeon of the same level. Plus their ability to directly kill a professional's soul. They are indeed very powerful. If these mutated monsters were to invade the dungeon world in large numbers, it would be a disaster for all of humanity. Unfortunately, they encountered Lu Xingyuan. Zhu Yan, see those knights behind us? Take them out. Zhu Yan, how? Use your claws to tear them all to pieces. Receiving the precise order, Zhu Yan rose to his feet, leaped off the city wall, and charged through the horde of mutated monsters with lightning speed. Thud thud. Thud thud thud. With each step, the ground shook violently, as if a small earthquake were occurring. In just a few steps, he charged to the rear of the mutated monster horde. Zhu Yan's claws swung wildly. 94,033. 95,333. 98,154. Each strike inflicted terrifying damage. These 4 transformed knight professionals, empowered by the corrupting force. Although they all possess over 10,000 hit points, rivaling that of a boss. However, when facing the true boss, they are no match for it. In the blink of an eye, several 4th-tier mutated knights were torn to pieces by Zhu Yan's claws. Your pet Zhu Yan has killed a level 45 class, granting you 54,000 experience points and 1% health. Agility +1. Your pet Zhu Yan has killed a level 41 professional. You have gained 51,000 experience points and 1% health. Constitution +1. Your pet. Meanwhile, Xiaobai, Diana, Shanjun, and Kuang Hu also joined the battle. They began to slaughter the remaining mutated monsters with reckless abandon. Without the knights behind them to command them, their killing speed was terrifying. A large amount of rewards flashed before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. Most of them were experience points. There were also attribute points. Occasionally, a life point reward that triggered the blood furnace would appear. Soon, a white light rose from Lu Xingyuan's feet. You have leveled up. All attributes +10. Primary attributes increased by 10 times. Looking down, he saw the monsters below frantically fleeing. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but smile. In just a short while, he had leveled up. His health points had risen from 13,235,919 to 15,366,491. Additionally, there were also several hundred random attribute points. Each time you defeat a mutated monster of the Dark Knight Empire, you trigger the reincarnation chant effect. You gain 1 attribute point as a reward. Chapter 80, The Little Match Girl. This is absolutely amazing. Watching the attribute points and experience points steadily increase, Lu Xingyuan leisurely pulled out a recliner from his storage ring. Jiang Yuli, come massage the president's legs. Jiang Yuli didn't hear Lu Xingyuan's voice at all. She was completely focused on the few bosses below. She wasn't seeing Lu Xingyuan's boss pets for the first time. But every time she saw them, their strength would have significantly increased. And what's going on with their health bars? How did they increase so much again? Over 6 million health points? Is Lu Xingyuan even human? This guy. Zhang Yue had no words to describe Lu Xingyuan anymore. A mutated monster. In the previous life, perhaps he was an existence capable of destroying everything. But in this life, these mutated monsters were merely resources for Lu Xingyuan to level up and grow stronger. Boss class. He is not only a boss in the eyes of humans to the abyss, he is also a boss. All existence can only look up to him, challenge him, and ultimately become the corpses under his feet, paving the way for his glory. First, he slew the ancient beast Zhu Yan. Now he's slaughtering mutated monsters as easily as killing chickens or dogs. Zhang Yuli would never admit it. She has been utterly conquered by Lu Xingyuan's overwhelming power. The slaughter continues. 2.5 hours later, these fleeing monsters were all slaughtered. Most of the attackers were monsters, or perhaps they had once been human. However, they had been infected by the mutation for too long. This transformation turned these former professionals into monsters as well. Therefore, the frequency of triggering the blood forge was very low. Fortunately, there are enough of them. Among them, some still retain the characteristics of their former professions. They contribute some life points as a reward to Lu Xingyuan. There are also a large number of random attribute points as rewards. With these enhancements, Lu Xingyuan's attribute panel has been comprehensively enhanced. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class BOSS Blood King. Second transformation. Quality unknown. Level 2311%. Strength 2139 plus 1000. Agility 1933 plus 1000. Stamina 4014 plus 1000. Spirit 1311 plus 1000. Health primary stat 17,498,500. Attack power 178, 124. Magic power 23110. Reputation 2001. Your infamy is beginning to show. This was worth it. Looking at the significantly improved attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan smiled happily. His reputation points have also increased. This will surely attract more powerful mutated monsters. However, Lu Xingyuan didn't enjoy getting beaten up unilaterally. Master, there are 2 more mutated professionals. They're fleeing toward the southeast. Xiao Bai was about to give chase but was stopped by Lu Xingyuan. He dispatched the black jade spider and white jade spider to go after them. There's no need to kill them. Just follow them to their lair. Although these mutated monsters were here to provide experience points, but Lu Xingyuan dislikes being passive. Black Castle. A skeleton wearing a decaying golden crown, its eyes flashing with crimson light. I sense Zhu Yan's presence. It hasn't died yet. Have the men sent to the newbie village reported back? The revered immortal king, not yet. Below, a human with a face covered in rotting flesh and sunken eyes, his words cut off. They were interrupted. Immortal king, we have discovered that a professional has established a main city around the newbie village. Zhu Yan, by she, many bosses have become subordinates of the city's ruler. All the mutated companions were killed. Humph. The immortal king slammed his staff down heavily. Professional. Do not engage them for now. Next, we must prepare to follow Her Majesty the Void Queen and launch an assault on Blue Star. Outside the Black Castle, the eyes of the black jade spiders and white jade spiders reflected the massive, darkness-shrouded city. Lu Xingyuan also shared this view simultaneously. The Black Castle. It must be the city White Pearl mentioned. Earlier, before Lu Xingyuan undertook his second-tier quest, White Pearl had revealed some information to him. She mentioned that a group of mutated monsters were searching for the culprit responsible for destroying the newbie village and warned him to be cautious. Given that, it's highly likely that Bai Jinju is inside the Black Castle. Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. He ordered Kuang Hu, Shan Jun, and He Xiong-jing to head to the Black Castle. Join the black and white spiders and attack the Black Castle. These bosses are relatively weak compared to others. Use them to test the Black Castle's combat strength. On the city walls, Zhang Yuli looked down at the bodies littering the ground below. She was completely stunned. Thousands of mutated monsters, each one equivalent to a small boss of the same level. They had been completely eliminated so quickly. That's a bit of an exaggeration. The two chatted for a few moments. Upon learning that Lu Xingyuan could transform the bosses he had defeated into his own pets, she immediately became excited. Although in this life, things had taken a completely different direction from her previous one. However, there were still many similarities. For example, in Zhang Yue's memories, there were many powerful bosses. She can bring Lu Xingyuan with her to conquer each of those bosses one by one. At the same time, she can continue to exploit bugs and run dungeons to earn extra rewards. Oh, right. Zhang Yuli suddenly jumped up and excitedly approached Lu Xingyuan. I've heard some news. There's a very special boss in the college entrance exam dungeon. You can try to subdue it. The college entrance exam? Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. He had no plans to participate, but if there was a powerful boss, he might consider it. Through the battles over the past period, Lu Xingyuan had already discovered only truly powerful bosses, after being transformed into blood demons, will they have any value worth cultivating? For example, the Black Bear Demon, White Jade Spider, and Black Jade Spider. These relatively average bosses, even if they inherit Lu Xingyuan's exaggerated health points, their utility remains limited. When facing powerful opponents, they can only serve as meat shields. Thinking this, Lu Xingyuan left the Blood King's court. Soon, he boarded the high-speed train. On the way back to Luo City, nothing else went wrong. After getting off the train, Lu Xingyuan noticed a little girl wearing a red dress and a red hat. She was very cute, with big, round eyes that sparkled with life. However, her chest was rather exposed. She was not at all the type Lu Xingyuan preferred. Just then, those round, large eyes began to ripple with ripples. Brother, would you like to buy a matchstick? The young girl's voice echoed endlessly in Lu Xingyuan's mind, layered upon each other, like a dream. The scene before his eyes had, at some point, transformed from a high-speed rail station into a terrifying hell. Chapter 81, The Prophecy of the World's Destroyer. Lu Xingyuan, confess your crimes. A cold, authoritative voice echoed from all directions. The distorted images before Lu Xingyuan gradually solidified. The scenery around him had, at some point, transformed into a gloomy traditional Chinese-style building. On either side stood hideous, terrifying demons. In the seat directly ahead, a human figure wearing a demon mask spoke in a commanding voice. Lu Xingyuan, you dare to act so boldly and slaughter professionals with impunity. You have been banished to the underworld. Confess your crimes. Lu Xingyuan? This is an illusion-type skill. The effect is so realistic. If it weren't for the reincarnation chant I used earlier to greatly enhance my mental attributes, I might have fallen for it. Never mind. I'll just play along with her for now. Let's see what she wants to do. Spare my life. Lu Xingyuan channeled his inner movie star and started the performance. I slay monsters, what crime have I committed? The demon judge slammed the table heavily. You dare to argue? The entire Yuan family was slaughtered, wasn't he that you're doing? Lu Xingyuan's eyes flashed with a dangerous gleam. I'm just a newbie professional. How could I possibly go up against the Yuan family conglomerate, let alone kill the entire Yuan family? After a brief pause, the man on stage waved his hand. A phantom figure wearing a black hood appeared in mid-air. The Yuan family group is not what you destroyed, but it is him. The Blood King, who appeared alongside you in multiple instances. Those instances were impossible for others to pass through. Why were you the only one who could? The demonic judge took a step forward, revealing the true question he had been asking all along. Lu Xingyuan's face went blank as he pulled out the spirit hiding veil from his storage ring. I have a special item that can evade the Blood King's perception. Upon seeing the effect of the spirit hiding veil, behind the demon mask, the innocent face of the young boy wore an expression of utter confusion. Li Hongyue was dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it really not be Lu Xingyuan? But the prop grandpa gave me pointed to this person. Just then, Li Hongyue felt the scene before her eyes constantly shifting, and she was shrinking rapidly. The young man who had been bound and gagged before her now transformed into a colossal figure. She could only look up at him. Li Hongyue's rationality gradually faded away, and she knelt on the ground in a daze. Lu Xingyuan slowly ascended to the main seat, bent down, and used his thumb and index finger to grip Li Hongyue's head. He lifted her up. Among all these people, why are you interrogating me? Li Hongyue, who had cast the illusion spell, was now being consumed by its backlash. Her eyes were vacant, and she answered every question. I possess the Dark Star Compass, which allows me to locate the items or creatures foretold in the prophecy. As she spoke, Li Hongyue took out a spoon-shaped object from her storage bracelet. Dark Star Compass. Quality, none. Description, a special compass crafted from meteorite by the mythical profession Stargazer. It can guide one to the target location according to prophecies. Prophecy? What prophecy? Lu Xingyuan asked. My grandfather, Li Yunlai, was a mythical tier professional stargazer with the ability to foretell the future. This compass can precisely indicate the items or creatures my grandfather prophesied. Li Hongyue explained in great detail. Astrologer. Dark Star Compass. So, Li Hongyue's grandfather, Li Yunlai, made a prophecy. And the target was himself. What did your grandfather prophesy? The destroyer of the world. Lu Xingyuan. This astrologer's prophecy seems flawless. He's a boss who can grow infinitely. Calling him the world destroyer is spot on. What Lu Xingyuan didn't expect was, there are actually professionals with precognitive abilities. Though the prophecy is vague, when combined with the Dark Star Compass, it's incredibly powerful. These professionals truly shouldn't be underestimated. Then, Lu Xingyuan continued his interrogation. He uncovered all the secrets hidden behind Li Hongyue. She hailed from the Li family, one of the 4 great clans of the Xia kingdom. Her grandfather was a mythical tier stargazer of the 7th transformation. Her grandmother was a legendary tier professional at the 6th transformation. Her father is an 8th tier war god. Her mother is a 7th rank support class professional. Li Hongyue herself is an epic tier professional known as the Mind Controller. She can use mental energy to manipulate objects from a distance and employ illusions to control opponents. Most importantly, Li Hongyue has another identity. She is actually the classmate of Lu Xingyuan among the Abyss Walkers. Number 8, Little Red Hat. This family really doesn't keep idle people around. This needs to be exposed. Lu Xingyuan feels guilty for himself. After a moment's thought, Lu Xingyuan decided to invite Li Hongyue to join the Blood Court Guild. And he crafted a custom-made contract for her, aptly named Contract. Blood Court Guild Membership Agreement. Guild benefits: the guild leader Lu Xingyuan will assist guild member Li Hongyue within his capabilities. Protection fee: as a guild member, Li Hongyue must unconditionally share all information, including all intelligence related to the family and the Abyss Walkers organization. Non-disclosure agreement: no information related to the guild leader may be disclosed to anyone. Leakers will die with their blood dried up and their bodies withered. Unequal agreement: the guild leader has the right to terminate this agreement at any time. Members may not voluntarily withdraw. Even if you leave the guild, all terms of this agreement remain in effect. Mythical tier main city decree, bound to the guild. The most unique feature lies here: members can freely establish various rules. Affected by illusory backlash, Li Hongyue's consciousness will remain in a dazed state for a short time. But even she, being the cute one, could tell that something was wrong with the rules. Very wrong. Even a slave master shouldn't exploit people like this. But looking at Lu Xingyuan's expressionless face, Li Hongyue reluctantly wrote down her name. Anyway, the world won't accept such an unequal rule. But what left Li Hongyue speechless was that agreement had turned into starlight and vanished into thin air. The rules had acknowledged the contents of that agreement. Li Hongyue stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Lu Xingyuan smiled. I paid a huge price for this. You'll find out later. The help I can offer you far exceeds your imagination. Lu Xingyuan had always felt that the Dark Hall hid some immense secret. He needed someone to help him gather intelligence. Next, he would thoroughly interrogate this mysterious Little Red Riding Hood. Li Hongyue, you don't want to. Chapter 82, The Dragon Emerges. Don't call me Dad. Li Hongyue was a very sensible person. We are the meat on the chopping block. She cooperated fully. Lu Xingyuan asked what he wanted, and she answered accordingly. What shocked Lu Xingyuan the most was her status as a deep abyss walker was actually hereditary. The teleportation runestone of the Dark Hall was passed down to her by her grandfather. Her grandfather had once made some kind of agreement with the will of the Dark Hall. This piqued Lu Xingyuan's curiosity. It was said that the will of the Dark Hall was one of the founders of the Dark Hall 800 years ago. One of the founders of the Dark Hall. He has been dead for hundreds of years. In other words, he still maintains his self-awareness. In the form of a soul, he has been residing within the Dark Hall for hundreds of years. Then, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the treasure hall. Mr. Lu, welcome. Your arrival has brought honor to our entire treasure hall. The 2 rows of maids dressed in black silk at the entrance, upon seeing Lu Xingyuan, their faces lit up with bright smiles. Hua Jin remained dressed in her plain-colored cheongsam. Mr. Lu, please come in. In the VIP room, looking at the 2 piles of equipment in front of him, Hua Jin couldn't help but smile, thinking, I knew it. Every time Lu Xingyuan came over, this was an inevitable scene. She had already grown accustomed to it. After tallying the numbers, total black iron grade equipment, 81 pieces. Silver grade equipment, 159 pieces. Golden grade equipment, 43 pieces. Dark gold tier equipment, 16 pieces. Legendary equipment, 3 pieces. A small amount of money has been received, 185,865,000 yuan. Listening to the pleasant notification sound, Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The money he earned from a single dungeon run was more than what other professionals could hope to achieve in a lifetime. The reason for such a generous income this time was largely thanks to the support of the Tingsha Guild. Without their collective efforts in sending 3 waves of support, Lu Xingyuan would never have made so much money. Mr. Lu's haul this time is even more bountiful, isn't it? Hua Jin was also very happy. Lu Xingyuan always provides a large quantity of high-quality equipment. For the treasure pavilion, making money is secondary. What matters most is reputation. These high-quality items can attract more professionals to come. Chatting for a moment, Lu Xingyuan took a look around the treasure pavilion but didn't find anything worth buying. He left directly. After returning home from the treasure pavilion, Lu Xingyuan entered the Blood King's court directly. He kept his eyes fixed on the dragon egg. Since absorbing the spatial divine stone, this mythical dragon egg had been in a state where it could hatch at any moment. Lu Xingyuan had a feeling. Today, the dragon egg would hatch. While waiting for the dragon egg to hatch, Lu Xingyuan received a large amount of information. From Shanjun, Guanghu, several bosses, the spoils from attacking Black Castle. Your pet mountain lord defeated a level 31 professional, granting you 10,081 experience points and 1% health. You have gained 3,087 experience points. Several bosses slaughtered a large number of monsters. There were also residents within the city who had been infected. This provided Lu Xingyuan with a significant amount of experience. Level has been upgraded again. He reached level 24. The reincarnation chant skill once again granted Lu Xingyuan thousands of attribute points as a reward. However, just then, Lu Xingyuan received consecutive notifications that the boss had been defeated. Your pet boss Mad Tiger has been killed. Your pet boss Black Jade Spider has been killed. All of them were killed? From the viewpoints of several pets, Lu Xingyuan could only see a massive skeletal hand. Several bosses were quickly defeated one after another. 8 million HP bars. Instantly depleted. There's indeed a powerful presence inside the Black Castle. Click, click, click. Suddenly, a crisp sound snapped Lu Xingyuan's attention back to reality. On the eggshell covered in vibrant dragon scales, a tiny crack suddenly appeared. Soon, cracks spread like a spiderweb across the dragon egg. Crackle, crackle. A brilliant blue light flickered, and a little girl of 8 or 9 emerged from the shell. Her cheeks were adorned with the chubby cheeks characteristic of children, giving her an adorable appearance. The most distinctive feature was the 2 delicate blue-purple dragon horns on her forehead. The other bosses gathered around curiously. They wanted to see this creature that had hatched from a dragon egg. What made it so special? Seeing such a cute little girl, Diana instinctively reached out her hand to touch her face. A mischievous smile appeared on the little dragon girl's face. The next moment, the entire person vanished into thin air. When she reappeared, she was already hundreds of meters away. Spatial teleportation ability? Diana was taken aback. In the Dark Knight Empire of 1,000 years ago, there were countless powerful beings. However, only a few could wield spatial power. And yet, this was just a newborn girl who could already wield spatial abilities with such ease. It wasn't just Diana. The other bosses were also well aware of the power and uniqueness of spatial abilities. They began to surround and block her, aiming to capture the newly born dragon girl. To investigate further. But, no matter how fast they were, they couldn't catch up to the little dragon girl. Because she could ignore space. Lu Xingyuan's figure flickered. In an instant, he appeared behind Xia Longnu and grabbed her by the collar. Xiao Longnu struggled desperately to twist her body. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free from Lu Xingyuan's strong grip. Because, at the very moment Xiao Longnu was born, Lu Xingyuan had also gained control over her abilities. Boss Star Realm Dragon. Class, Spatial Walker. Quality, Mythic Plus. Level, 0. Health, 8,744,250. Attack power, 1158. Skills, Void Claw, Blink, Void Walk, Great Starfall. Spatial Claw, can tear open space, dealing devastating damage. Blink, swaps the user's position with the surrounding space. Void Walk, performs long-range spatial teleportation. Great Starfall technique, summons celestial bodies from beyond the heavens to traverse space and plummet instantly, inflicting unknown damage. This skill has the potential to destroy the world. Use with caution. Lu Xingyuan understood. This is the true world-ending master. The Great Starfall technique is too insane. It directly pulls a celestial body from beyond the heavens. You're not the world destroyer, I am? Diana, upon seeing the information about the Star Realm Dragon, was also left speechless. Is this really the legendary Star Realm Dragon? When I was a child, my grandmother told me a story. She said the Star Realm Dragon is part of the Cosmic Dragon Clan, capable of traversing the universe without restraint. One of the strongest races in the entire universe. I never thought it was just a legend, it's actually real. But she is still so young. Master, raising a young Star Realm Dragon will require a lot of resources, you know. Lu Xingyuan lifted the baby dragon, who was about to hatch, to eye level with himself. Raising a beautiful young girl? This seems interesting. From now on, I'll call you Shimmer. Shimmer, okay, Dad. Lu Xingyuan. Don't call me Dad, call me Boss. Shimmer, alright, Dad. Lu Xingyuan. No. The spatial walking skill can break through spatial barriers. Doesn't that mean he'll be able to ignore dungeon restrictions directly in the future? Travel through space and enter the dungeon. Chapter 83. As long as you don't embarrass yourself, you win. Lu Xingyuan was just about to experience the feeling of traversing space. He sensed the call of the dark hall. Someone was calling out to him. Lu Xingyuan activated the talisman stone. The next moment, the surrounding space began to shift. Lu Xingyuan entered the dark hall. Today, the dark hall was eerily quiet. Not a single ray of light could be seen. None of the other abyss walkers were online. Even their seats were shrouded in thick, ink-like darkness. They had all been blocked out. It is impossible to enter the dark hall. Only the light from the ninth seat where he was seated shone down. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. At that moment, the sound of rhythmic footsteps echoed from the distance. Lu Xingyuan looked up. A 10-year-old boy holding an oil lamp approached him. "Brother Lu, the will of the dark hall wishes to see you." Xinghan bowed respectfully before leading the way ahead. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. The will of the dark hall? Earlier, at Li Hongyue's place in Building 8, he had received intelligence that her grandfather had also once spoken with the will of the Dark Temple. He never expected it would be his turn so soon. He had no idea how far they had traveled. Under the guidance of Xinghan, Lu Xingyuan disregarded the rules of this place. He emerged from the Dark Temple. Lu Xingyuan also saw the Dark Temple from the outside for the first time. It was an extremely ancient tower. It stood like a pillar supporting the heavens, towering atop a mountain peak that reached into the clouds. On the edge of a distant cliff stood a black figure. The figure turned its head, said nothing, and simply stared silently at Lu Xingyuan. Xinghan introduced. "Lu Gu, this is one of the strongest warriors in human history, from 800 years ago. He is also one of the founders of the Abyss Walkers. His codename is Clear Boss. Qing Boss sacrificed himself in the battle against the Abyss, but to continue the fight, he bound his soul to the Dark Temple. After hundreds of years, Qing Boss has now become the will of the Dark Hall." Lu Xingyuan looked at the black figure. In other words, this Qing Boss has died physically, but his soul has remained alive for 800 years. Such an existence surpasses all the professionals Lu Xingyuan has ever known. Even mythical tier practitioners couldn't live that long. Therefore, is he truly human? Or, can he even still be called human? Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but feel curious. Among the Abyss Walkers, there are indeed even greater secrets. Xinghan was satisfied with the surprise on Lu Xingyuan's face and continued. "Out of the current 9 Abyss Walkers, only 2 know of Qing Boss's existence. Lu Gu, you are the third." It was clear that Xinghan was a devoted follower of Qing Boss. However, Lu Xingyuan despised people who tried to manipulate him like that. "If that's the case, I should feel honored. I wonder what task Mr. Qing has entrusted me with by granting me this honor." Lu Xingyuan cut straight to the chase. "No more nonsense." The black, semi-transparent figure let out a soft laugh. "For this college entrance exam, and for the survival of humanity, Lu Xingyuan, among all the Abyss Walkers, you are the most promising existence. Therefore, I intend to share the intelligence I've recently obtained with you. There is a forbidden entity in the Abyss that intends to target Xia Kingdom during this exam. This college entrance exam dungeon may feature abnormal monsters. Among the Abyss Walkers, only you are eligible to participate in this year's exam. If you choose to participate, I urge you to prepare thoroughly." As the words fell, the black figure slowly faded away. Lu Xingyuan also left the dark hall and returned to the real world. He felt that the Mr. Qing was off. He didn't seem like a soul at all. More like a genuine living being. Xinghan's identity was likely also quite special. Otherwise, how could he know about the existence of the Qing Boss? Of course, all of this is just Lu Xingyuan's speculation. He needs more information to uncover the key to this mystery. Bang! 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 The rhythmic knocking on the door echoed. Before Lu Xingyuan could open the door, he heard various sounds from outside. Is Lu Xingyuan home? Who knows? Ever since he cleared the beginner's dungeon, he hasn't been back to school. No one has any idea what's going on. In any case, his strength is definitely still unmatched. After all, he's the one who managed to clear the difficult dungeon solo. As long as Lu Xingyuan is willing to take the college entrance exam, our Luo City 3rd Middle School will definitely make a name for itself this year. Hearing the conversation outside, Lu Xingyuan roughly understood. Today was the final deadline for college entrance exam registration. As a prodigious professional, Lu Xingyuan was naturally highly anticipated. However, he had not registered for the college entrance exam. The teacher had come to invite him. Lu Xingyuan opened the door and saw his class homeroom teacher, An Bai. Also present was the rarely seen principal. "Mr. Niu Bai, is there something you need?" Mr. Niu Bai and the principal smiled kindly. "Lu Xingyuan, today is the last day for registration for this year's college entrance exam. We still hope you will participate." Lu Xingyuan nodded slightly. In the college entrance exam scenario, There were special bosses and the special place mentioned by Qing boss. Lu Xingyuan was definitely going to investigate further. Seeing Lu Xingyuan nod in agreement, the two middle-aged men, the homeroom teacher and the principal, who had put on some weight, jumped up excitedly. Just then, two more cars screeched to a halt in front of Lu Xingyuan's house. The two cars had special insignia on them. Game Administration Bureau. A woman in a leather coat, looking quite alluring, stepped out of the car. Instantly, she drew the attention of many passers-by. Wow, that's Director Vera, right? She's the new director, known for her iron fist and ruthless methods, and dubbed the Viper by many professional criminals. Wow. That kid from the Lu family, did he get into trouble? No, am I seeing things? The snake-like chief is actually smiling? Vera gave a very warm smile and reached out her hand to Lu Xingyuan. Nice to meet you. I'm the chief of the Los Angeles Game Management Bureau's branch office. You can call me Vera. Then, Vera revealed the purpose of her visit. She had also come to invite Lu Xingyuan to take the college entrance exam. Seeing Vera's appearance, teacher Nyobai was also completely baffled. What's going on? This was the head of the Game Administration Bureau in Luo City. She represents the official stance. He actually came to find Lu Xingyuan personally? And to invite him to take the college entrance exam? Because Mr. Qing had already informed Lu Xingyuan about the college entrance exam. Therefore, Lu Xingyuan didn't find it too surprising. Lu Xingyuan followed Vera and boarded the high-speed train, heading to Zhangcheng. Also traveling with them were Jiang Yuli, Sumuyu, and Qin Tian. These three were the highest-ranked professionals to awaken this year in Luo City. Is this Zhangcheng? It's so big. Soon, a massive city came into view. Zhangcheng is the largest city in Yuzhou, more than 10 times larger than Luo City. The group followed Vela. They arrived at the building of the Job Change Temple. The meeting hall was filled with the leaders of various cities in Yuzhou and genius-level newcomers. Among them was an elderly man with white hair, the governor of Yuzhou and a 6-time class changer, Fu Xingqian, who was speaking. I have gathered you all here today for the college entrance exam. This is not just any exam, it concerns the very survival of our human race. If we fail, the Abyss will forcibly occupy the territory of our Xia Kingdom, ceding territory and paying indemnities. This is something no one in the Xia Kingdom can allow to happen. However, man cannot defy heaven. Only recently promoted young soldiers can participate in the battle. Facing the powerful warriors under the Void Queen's command is an inherently unfair battle. Sigh. A handsome young man dressed in a red robe sighed. As long as we don't lose too badly. Chapter 84, Newcomer Professional Rankings. Lu Xingyuan's dominance. Who said we're going to lose? Vera led Lu Xingyuan and the others to the center of the hall. Everyone in the meeting room was extremely surprised. They weren't trying to undermine their own morale or boost others. The gap was simply too vast. The true opponents in this college entrance exam were the powerful beings under the command of the Void Queen from the Abyss. They had personally faced these beings before. Even the weakest among them were at the 4th or 5th transformation stage. Having some newly transformed newcomers fight against these beings, what chance do they have of winning? It's simply impossible. At that moment, a young boy, around 10 years old, stepped forward, pointed at Lu Xingyuan, and introduced himself. This is the pro player we hired from the game administration. Lu Xingyuan. This time, the Yuzhou region is facing off against the Abyss in the college entrance exams. I suggest entrusting it to Lu Xingyuan. Absolutely not. Xingyan, although you are a special envoy assigned by headquarters, you can't just act recklessly like this. In the meeting room, the major figures from Yuzhou were all shocked and angry, although their chances of winning were slim. However, by mobilizing the entire state's resources and having all the geniuses collaborate, there was still a sliver of hope for victory. After this period of selection, they have already selected the core team. How could they possibly make personnel changes on the eve of the college entrance exams? This college entrance exam is no joke. This is a battle that will determine the future of humanity. The governor, Fu Xingqian, made his stance clear. The strong prevail. Let's see what they're made of. Everyone immediately launched the virtual arena. This pre-battle meeting turned into a showdown before it even began. This left the major figures of Yuzhou speechless. The virtual arena simulated a gladiatorial arena. Lu Xingyuan stood at the very center. Directly in front of him were numerous high-ranking officials from Yuzhou and powerful new professional fighters. Among them was a young man. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, he wears a white robe. Bai Xing, the owner of the legendary dominating sword profession. Another, a teenager with a volatile aura and an ordinary appearance, named Yi Yan. He is an epic tier hunter class holder from the military. There is also an epic tier war king class holder. In addition, there are over a dozen legendary tier newbie professionals. This place gathers the most elite new professional warriors from all over Yuzhou. Zhang Yuli's gaze swept over those few individuals. Sure enough, just as in her previous life, the human side began to enter a period of explosive growth. Various high-tier professional warriors began to appear in large numbers. However, in her previous life, Zhang Yuli had never heard of such things. The idea of participating in the college entrance exam dungeon or engaging in battles with alien races. But that doesn't matter. Because this psychopath is here. Zhang Yui's gaze was fixed on Lu Xingyuan. The battle can begin at any time. You may decide the order of your appearance. Fu Xingchen, the governor of Yuzhou, stood in the referee's position. Lu Xingyuan curled the corners of his mouth into a smug grin. Like a predator baring its fangs. Come at me all at once. His arrogant words enraged these geniuses. Looking for trouble. Arrogant to the extreme. A mere unknown upstart dares to challenge all of us? You've just gotten a few SSS-rated scores in some dungeons, what are you trying to prove? Charge. I'll go first. The massive sword flew through the air, landing steadily in Bai Xing's hands. He dragged the giant sword, charging forward in an extremely manner. Shatter the heavens. Brutal charge. Boom. A sharp white sword light flashed. In the next instant, Bai Xing was sent flying backward at a speed even faster than when he had arrived. Lu Xingyuan swung his long sword, the blade transforming into a whirlwind that swept out. In an instant, he instantly defeated all the challengers present. At that moment, the entire arena fell into absolute silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, unable to believe what they were seeing before them. WTF? This is way too terrifying. One strike and everyone's dead? That damage is insane. Xinghen looked at Fu Xingchen, the governor of Yuzhou. What do you think, Governor Fu? Are you convinced? I'm completely convinced, absolutely convinced. Then the task of facing the abyss in the college entrance exam scenario will be assigned to Lu Xingyuan. Having witnessed Lu Xingyuan's terrifying strength firsthand, no one among the strong and talented of Yuzhou dared to object. Originally, Fu Xingchen and the various strong warriors of Yuzhou had all held a pessimistic outlook on this battle. However, Lu Xingyuan's appearance gave them hope. They hoped he could bring about a different outcome for this battle. That night, a highly anticipated list was unveiled to the world. The newcomer professional rankings. Every year, on the eve of the college entrance exams, the Abyss would release a ranking list of all new professional adventurers. First is the newcomer professional combat power ranking. First place, Lu Xingyuan Luo City 3rd High School. Second place, Zhang Yuli Luo City 3rd Middle School. Third place, Longju Magic City Noble High School. Fourth place, Luxing Imperial Capital High School. Ranking list. First place, Lu Xingyuan Level 24. Second place, Zhang Yuli Level 20. Third place, Lu Xing Level 18. Equipment rankings. First place, Lu Xingyuan. Second place, Beast God Set Lu Xingyuan. Third place, Will of the Gods Zhang Yuli. Fourth place, Tai Chi Compass Zhang Yuli. Fifth place, White Snake Spirit Sword Lu Xingyuan. After seeing the rankings, everyone was completely stunned. Lu Xingyuan's name, right after the job change event ended, had garnered significant attention due to consistently achieving multiple SSS-rated scores. Several top-tier guilds were even willing to offer him a genius contract directly. However, the online buzz came and went quickly. Later, Lu Xingyuan disappeared from the rankings for an extended period. Netizens had even forgotten about him. But today, this name has resurfaced in everyone's field of vision. And in a way that was utterly shocking. This is insane. Topped all the charts. And each one is way ahead of the rest. How did Lu Xingyuan level up to 24? Does he never sleep? The gear is the most outrageous. Lu Xingyuan actually has mythic tier gear, and it's even a full set. I just want to know what the 4 question marks are and why they're ranked above the mythic tier set. He has taken 6 out of the top 10 spots on the equipment rankings? This guy has way too many good items on him. Zhang Yuli isn't easy either, only she can barely keep up with Lu Xingyuan's pace. The few genius newbie professionals from Yuzhou who were just defeated by Lu Xingyuan. After seeing the rankings, they all felt relieved. Such a freakishly talented individual, it's only natural he'd wipe them out in an instant. The entire internet erupted in chaos. Everyone was fixated on the name Lu Xingyuan. This time, Lu Xingyuan's name appeared for the first time in the entire Xia Kingdom, and even the entire world. All major factions are grinding their teeth in frustration. They regretted not taking this newcomer seriously earlier. If only they had known, they should have spared no expense to invite him. It's not too late. Hurry, hurry. Take advantage of tomorrow's college entrance exam and directly invite Lu Xingyuan to join us. Our Tingsha Guild also needs such a genius professional. A 5-star hotel, top floor. In the luxurious presidential suite, Lu Xingyuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in the entire city's night view. Beside him, Diana lay on the bed, her cheeks flushed, her mind drifting. Seeing the rankings, Lu Xingyuan sighed helplessly. I'd like to keep a low profile, but my abilities won't allow it. Lu Xingyuan clicked his tongue. He then snapped his fingers. A surge of blood energy erupted, and the second company commander, clad in silver-gray armor, knelt on one knee. Master, I obey your summons. Lu Xingyuan tossed the disguise badge in his hand. Take my place in tomorrow's college entrance exam. Chapter 85, This Lu Xingyuan is pretty bold. College entrance exam. Lu Xingyuan naturally had no interest in participating. Even if so-called Abyss Realm experts were to appear, Lu Xingyuan didn't want to waste his time. Might as well cuddle the princess and go to sleep. The next day, regardless of the era, for everyone in the Xia Kingdom, the college entrance exam was an extremely important day. In the current era of professionals, the college entrance exam remains extremely important. For this day, the major battle zones of Xia Kingdom have already begun large-scale sweeps of monsters in the wilderness a month in advance. Today, a large number of military professionals are stationed at the entrances to high-risk dungeons to prevent any accidents from occurring. In Zhangcheng, under the leadership of Governor Fu Xingchen, members of the Transcendence Temple have set up a massive formation. Under the power of the formation, one after another, massive teleportation portals appeared out of thin air. College entrance exam dungeon. Restrictions, newly transferred professionals, those who transferred this year. Introduction. Hundreds of years ago, the powerful warriors of the Xia Kingdom opened a special space in the abyss. According to its unique rules, only new from the Xia Kingdom in the current year are eligible to enter. Killing monsters grants points. Similar to the beginner dungeons after class change, the Gaokao dungeon is also classified as a special dungeon. The restriction for this dungeon is not level. As long as you are a newbie class, you can enter. A dense crowd of new players lined up outside the entrance to the Gaokao dungeon. Surrounding the area are numerous media reporters and short video bloggers. They are broadcasting the college entrance exam site live. That's Lu Xingyuan, a newcomer who dominates all charts. Lu Xingyuan, can you wave to the camera? Lu Xingyuan looked up at the camera, his eyes betraying a mix of 3 parts coldness, 4 parts arrogance, and 5 parts disdain. Originally, he hadn't planned to acknowledge the camera. But upon seeing the stunningly beautiful female host, he immediately walked over. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Xingyuan. Then, he casually asked for her contact information. Behind him, Jiang Yue had a look of confusion on her face. What's going on with this guy? There were too many people around. She didn't know what to say. She could only send a message to Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan told Jiang Yue about how the second company commander had disguised himself. Jiang Yue also told Lu Xingyuan about the 2nd Battalion commander using his identity to flirt with girls. Lu Xingyuan shrugged it off. Just go back and break the 2nd company commander's henchman's legs. On the other side, the 2nd company commander, with his handsome face, watched as one girl after another came to him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as he was about to ask for their contact information, he suddenly shivered. For some reason, he sensed a deep sense of malice. Master, I was wrong. The 2nd company commander pleaded in his heart. At the same time, it retracted itself significantly. At that moment, led by Shura, Zhan Tian, and Tang Shi, a dozen or so guild representatives approached Lu Xingyuan with smiles on their faces. Lu Xiaoyu, I am the head of human resources at the Shura Guild. I have come here specifically to invite you. Would you be willing to join the Shura Guild? No way. Lu Xingyuan's response was unexpectedly cold and aloof. The invitations from the other guilds. Lu Xingyuan, like a second-rate dog, also rejected them all. He didn't even say another word. The master had already given orders. If he didn't stop acting cool, he'd be beaten up when he returned. The 2nd company commander and Jiang Yuli headed toward the teleportation gate. Those few genius professionals who had been beaten by Lu Xingyuan just yesterday. Upon seeing his face, they immediately broke into fawning smiles. Big shot, when are we going in? Lu Ge, let us team up. I'm also an epic tier professional, I won't hold you back. Lu Xingyuan nodded slightly. But he didn't speak to anyone. You guys form your own teams. I'll go solo. Ha! The few geniuses led by Bai Xing did not think Lu Xingyuan was showing off. After all, they had personally witnessed Lu Xingyuan's strength the previous day. He had the ability to solo the college entrance exam dungeon, though it hadn't started yet. But they were all well aware. Lu Xingyuan had already secured the title of top scholar in the Yuzhou college entrance exam. They were actually trying to latch onto a powerful ally. Aren't we supposed to work together to face the final challenge? Why did the big shot suddenly decide to go solo? Going solo is fine, maybe Lu Xingyuan is aiming to break the college entrance exam score record. Anyway, we'll eventually meet them in the core area. Fu Xingchen also came over personally to comfort Lu Xingyuan. Last night after returning, he had learned more about this young man. He was increasingly impressed by Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan, don't be too nervous. Do your best. Fu Xingchen stepped onto the podium. He didn't waste any time. He simply explained the rules of the college entrance exam. The rules were straightforward. Kill monsters to earn points. A level 5 monster is worth 1 point. Level 10 monsters grant 10 points. Level 15 monsters grant 20 points. Level 20 monsters grant 50 points. Elite monsters of all levels grant double points. Defeating a boss grants 10 times the points reward. The Gaokao dungeon follows the endless challenge mode rules. As long as you have the ability, you can keep fighting indefinitely. In summary, no one has ever completed the Gaokao dungeon in history, as the formation is fully activated. In every city of the Xia Kingdom, a series of dazzling beams of light shot into the sky. Humming sounds filled the air. These young adults, who had just come of age, bore responsibilities that should not have been theirs. They entered the college entrance exam simulation, facing one terrifying monster after another. Fortunately, humanity had stolen the abilities of the professionals from the game world, allowing them to resurrect unlimited times within the dungeon. Otherwise, humanity would likely have been completely wiped out. The battle begins. One livestream after another is broadcast across the entire network. Thanks to the newly released rookie professional rankings from last night, Lu Xingyuan's livestream was exceptionally popular. Within seconds of going live, over 10,000 people flooded in. 100,000. 1 million. Ultimately, the number of viewers surpassed 5 million. Unlike the scenes of other candidates, those monsters, upon seeing Lu Xingyuan, did not charge directly at him. Instead, they all froze for a moment before panicking and fleeing in all directions. It seemed that, in the eyes of these monsters, Lu Xingyuan was an even more terrifying creature. Such a scene instantly ignited the emotions of everyone in the livestream. Holy crap? Are you kidding me? How can he be so cool? Lu Xingyuan is really showing off, but he's also really handsome. Monsters would run away if they saw him. I just want to know who else is out there. Impressive. College entrance exam scenario. The second company commander sneered. It's the boss. These lowly minions fleeing is only natural. The second battalion commander slowly drew the long sword from his back. Fierce dog sky-splitting slash. Activate the skill and start moving. Charge toward the depths of the dungeon at top speed. This scene caused the livestream to be flooded with question marks. What's going on? Using a skill to rush forward? This Lu Xingyuan is being a bit too showy, isn't he? Chapter 86, Showtime. Lu Xingyuan. Occupation, Swift Sword Soul. Quality, Legendary. Level, 24. Health, 32,713. Attack power, 580. Skills, Fierce Dog Roar, Draw Sword slash, Fierce Dog Sky Splitting slash, Swift Sword Technique, Whirlwind Breathtaking slash. After the battle begins, the second company commander, following Lu Xingyuan's orders, revealed the attribute panel disguised with the disguise badge. Although it was already quite low-key, but the exaggerated panel attributes still left countless people in awe. What? A maximum of 30,000 health points? What is going on with Lu Xingyuan? A swordsman type class should have high attack power but low defense. How come Lu Xingyuan has both high attack power and a high maximum health points? Damn it, this isn't even a legendary tier class. These stats could even rival mythical tier classes. Could it be a mutated class? Possible. No wonder Lu Xingyuan didn't want to show his stats panel before he's that overpowered. On the screen, Lu Xingyuan continuously used the Fierce Dog Sky Splitting slash to rush forward. Every time his figure flickers, he instantly appears hundreds of meters away. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the other candidates who had entered the college entrance exam dungeon far behind. Ahead, a dense swarm of monsters gathered, blocking the path of the 2nd Battalion commander. Enraged Dog-Headed Man. Level 15. HP 1632. Attack power 98. In the eyes of the 2nd Company commander, flashes of sharp light erupted. Whirlwind Sword Technique. The long sword swung. One after another, massive sword blade storms swept out. His figure vanished completely from the spot. Once the sword blade storms dissipated, the dozen or so dog-headed monsters had been completely reduced to a pulp. Such a scene left countless people in awe. Holy, what the hell? Encountering monsters while traveling and casually kicking them to death? This is insane, man. Lu Xingyuan has topped the rankings. On the ranking list, Lu Xingyuan's ranking instantly shot to the top. First place, Lu Xingyuan, points 1530. Second place, Zhang Yuli, points 211. Third place, Lu Xing, points 132. Fourth place, Lu Xingyuan's score had created a significant lead over the rest. In fact, his score alone is higher than the combined scores of the top 10 players. This is an absolute domination. The college entrance exam had only just begun a few minutes ago. Everyone already knew who this year's top scorer would be. In the hotel, Lu Xingyuan stretched lazily and got out of bed with a relaxed air. Before him, various notifications kept popping up. Your pet's second company commander has defeated a level 14 Cyclops. You have gained 1,052 experience points. Your pet's second company commander has defeated an 18th level Firehound. You have gained 1,477 experience points. Your pet. After closing all the notifications, Lu Xingyuan got up and washed up. He quickly tidied up. Then he gently waved his hand. A dense crimson mist appeared before his eyes. A 7 or 8-year-old girl with 2 horns on her head, as beautiful as a porcelain doll, appeared out of thin air. Seeing the entirely new, unfamiliar scene before her, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her figure flickered, and she instantly appeared on the large round bed. Daddy, Daddy. Is this the bed? It's so soft. Lu Xingyuan. I told you not to call me Dad. Okay, Dad. Lu Xingyuan sighed helplessly. Never mind, come with me. We have important business to attend to today. A flickering palm gently swept through the air. The void was torn open by a series of cracks. Lu Xingyuan and Shanshua simultaneously vanished into the spatial fissures. Lu Xingyuan watched the live streams of the college entrance exam while on the move. He hurried on his way. The reminder from Mr. Qing of the Dark Hall made Lu Xingyuan take this college entrance exam quite seriously. He himself did not participate in the college entrance exam. He was there to handle the matter more thoroughly. Lu Xingyuan had a feeling. This college entrance exam is highly likely to produce abnormal professionals. Roar! College entrance exam scenario. In a lush ancient jungle. Light filters through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns on the ground. A humanoid creature clad entirely in black darts through the mountains and forests. Its movements are extremely agile. In the livestream, the figure's path leaves behind numerous afterimages. Suddenly, the figure leaped off the tree trunk with both feet, propelling himself forward at lightning speed. Swish! Put! The black-clad figure's dagger pierced the neck of a college entrance exam candidate. Ugh, ugh. The student let out a painful moan before collapsing to the ground. Blood stained the damp ground red. The black-clad figure slowly turned his head. It wasn't until then. The candidate's teammates finally reacted. Ah Kuan! Damn it, this monster killed Ah Kuan. How fast! Ah Kun's remaining 4 teammates immediately grew vigilant. Their eyes fixed intently on the black-clad humanoid monster. Although its face was covered in black cloth, its sunken eyes, resembling rotten grapes, were utterly repulsive. Additionally, the bare skin of the black-clad figure was also covered in signs of decay. Degenerated Ninja. Class, Ninja's second transformation. Quality, Rare. Level, 23. Health, 18,391. Attack power, 239. Skills, Mutation, 3 Body Technique Clone, Substitute, Transformation, Shuriken, Basic Stealth. A mutated ninja? This monster has a class. Monsters with classes are the most unique. They rival elite monsters and even match bosses. They're tough to handle. And this special monster is also a second-class professional. The few remaining teammates of Ah Kuan all looked grim. Their strength, when compared to college entrance exam candidates, was already considered very strong. The average level of the team is 14. They were definitely in the top tier. But facing such a monster, they could only accept their misfortune. This is bad. Just starting the college entrance exam, and we already have to deal with such a tough opponent. What bad luck! Let's get out of here! But it was already too late. The group suddenly realized that the mutated ninja had vanished into thin air. Immediately after, a crimson slash sliced through the air from behind. Another professional was slain. Each time the mutated professional appeared, he took the life of a candidate. In the blink of an eye, this group of candidates was completely wiped out. At the same time, more mutated professionals appeared in the college entrance exam dungeon. Twisted black mist swirled around their bodies. A cold smile appeared on their lips. The hunt has begun. Chapter 87, The Mutant Professionals make their debut. The appearance of the mutated professionals. They began slaughtering the professionals with lightning speed. This bloody and brutal scene drew the attention of many people. Wow, is this a new type of special monster? Mutated ninjas? And they have professions? I've never heard of this type of monster before. It feels a bit overpowered. If there are more of these monsters, the candidates will face mass elimination. Outside the college entrance exam dungeon, the homeroom teacher of this group of candidates was completely baffled. Led by Akoan, the 5-person team was the strongest squad formed in their class. Their goal was to aim for the top universities. But they were eliminated so quickly. As their homeroom teacher, he planned to comfort them. But he discovered the 5 who were eliminated had not been teleported out. As everyone knows, in the dungeon world, being killed instantly results in being teleported out. Why had these 5 people simply vanished? Something's wrong. The homeroom teacher reacted swiftly. He immediately reported the incident. At the same time, the same thing happened in all the college entrance exam venues across the country. The mutated ninjas were not isolated cases. More mutated ninjas are appearing one after another. In the college entrance exam instances, large-scale killings of new professional players are taking place. Most critically, any professional killed by mutated ninjas within the college entrance exam dungeons will no longer reappear. In other words, they are completely killed. They have been completely killed in the dungeon world. This incident quickly caused a huge stir online. People died in the dungeon. I heard about it a while back. There's a monster that can directly kill professional players in the dungeon. I didn't believe it at first, but it turns out it's true. What should we do now? These kids are the future hope of our country. If they're massacred en masse in the college entrance exam dungeon, we're in big trouble. Immediately after the incident occurred, the Xia Kingdom Game Administration Bureau, the Job Change Temple, and various official organizations all sprang into action. Game Administration Headquarters. An elderly man with snow-white hair and a youthful face, dressed in a yin-yang tai chi robe, dialed the phone number for Sakura Island. Beep beep beep. After a long time, someone finally answered the emergency communication line. What came through were piercing screams and the sounds of battle. It seemed as though a fierce battle was raging on the other end. Help! Save me! Finally, the old man faintly heard the cries for help. Then the communication was completely cut off. It was impossible to reconnect. They're calling for help? A country where the personnel responsible for emergency communications were actually calling for help. It was hard to imagine what kind of disaster had struck Sakura Island. Moreover, Sakura Island had not communicated with the outside world for a long time. In this day and age, communication between nations has become more challenging, but it is not entirely non-existent. Especially among the nation's neighboring Xia Kingdom. Thanks to Xia's strength, they have withstood the pressure from the abyss. They have attracted the attention of the Blue Star monsters. Their pressure has been significantly reduced. They are relatively more relaxed. However, in recent years, many changes have occurred. Sakura Island and Hanchang have both experienced multiple rebellions and military uprisings in recent years. Internal and external crises. But such a situation has never occurred before. Has Sakura Island encountered some unimaginable disaster? This is really good news. Yes, but we can't say that out loud. Whether the cherry blossoms live or die has nothing to do with us. What about these children? What should we do? Issue an immediate notice to all candidates in the college entrance exam simulations to exit the simulation world immediately. The Game Administration Bureau responded swiftly. They began issuing the notice immediately. However, a more despairing piece of news emerged. The college entrance exam simulation game has been locked down. You can only enter, not exit. Everyone who entered the college entrance exam instance cannot exit. Kyoto. In an old-fashioned room, an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with an air of distinction, frowned deeply. Dispatch highly skilled mutated professionals into the college entrance exam dungeon. Then completely seal off all access to the Gaokao dungeon. This is an attempt to eliminate the future of our Xia Kingdom. Their target is all the new generation of professionals in our Xia Kingdom. The Void Empress, such a cunning tactic. The white-clad general beside him was brimming with murderous intent. The Void Queen, didn't we reach an agreement? This college entrance exam was supposed to be just a competition and a wager, wasn't it? They're breaking the agreement. The elderly man in the Zhongshan suit sighed. An agreement is only valid when both sides are evenly matched. Our strength pales in comparison to that of the abyss. However, we must not let them succeed this time. Immediately relay this order. All powerful warriors in each region, force open the spatial fissures and bring all the children out. In an instant, one order after another spread across every inch of Xia Kingdom. Each state had at least one 6th rank professional stationed there. 6th tier professionals. They possessed extremely abnormal attributes and various skills. Their power is utterly overwhelming. Without any assistance, they couldn't even tear open the void with their bare hands. However, with the aid of dungeon portals, they might be able to achieve it. But it would come at a tremendous cost. At this moment, powerful auras surged into the sky from every region of Xia Kingdom. Zheng City, outside the college entrance exam dungeon. Upon receiving the news, He immediately rushed to this location. He took a deep breath. He slowly walked toward the dungeon portal. Without any hesitation, he directly inserted both hands into the sealed teleportation gate. A terrifying aura surged skyward. In an instant, the sky darkened and the earth trembled. He was attempting to tear open the sealed portal with his mortal body. Fu Xingqian's muscles twitched and swelled with blood. His once slightly frail frame had transformed into a monstrously powerful form. Boom! 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 The teleportation gate shook violently. However, there was no sign of it opening. Fu Xingqian held on for several minutes. Blood poured out of every pore, staining his entire body red. Finally, with a thud, he collapsed. He had failed. Fu Xingqian, struggling to breathe, looked at the dungeon with a look of unwillingness. It's the Jinkong stone. The Jinkong stone was an extremely rare and valuable item. It can seal off spatial passages. It makes space abnormally hard. The person behind this had actually brought so many Jinkong stones to guard the passages of all the dungeons. This clearly shows that they have been planning this for a long time. What about the children? Just then, a spatial fissure began to spread before Fu Xingqian's eyes. A little girl with 2 horns on her head, resembling a porcelain doll, jumped out of the fissure. Following closely behind, a young man wearing a black hood, his body shrouded in blood-red mist. Boss Blood King. Chapter 88. The Blood King descends, the strongest mercenary makes his debut. Be on guard. The name Blood King has been making waves lately. Behind the chaos of several dungeons, the figure of this mysterious boss has been spotted. Now, the college entrance exam dungeon has encountered unexpected changes. The Blood King has also appeared. What this means is self-evident. Over a dozen 4th-tier professionals have surrounded the Blood King. Yet not a single one dares to act. Even they were under the Blood King's aura, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. Fu Xingqian forced himself to stand straight. Leave this place. Yu Zhou has no intention of antagonizing the king. This boss is too mysterious. No one knows how powerful the Blood King truly is. The troubles with the college entrance exam dungeon are already more than enough. We can't provoke another powerful enemy. A beautiful little girl with 2 horns on her head, her hands on her hips, pouting her lips, and glaring with wide eyes. Foolish humans. My father and I are here to help you. Fu Xingqian's expression grows serious. Boss, they're not trustworthy. Under the hood, Blood King rubbed his flickering head and curved his lips into a faint smile. He slowly spread his palm. Streams of boiling blood rose up. The king never lies. Go, flicker. A cold voice echoed from beneath the hood. The innocent-looking little girl, with her chubby little hands fluttering in the air. Click, click, click. The sealed space, reinforced with a seal so powerful that even Fu Xingqian, the governor of Yuzhou and a 6th-rank professional, couldn't tear it open by burning his life force. This little girl, who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old, tore open a massive crack with a single wave of her hand. One large and one small. Their bodies gradually being swallowed by the void fissure. It wasn't until this moment they finally saw the little girl's information. Boss Star Realm Dragon. That little girl who looked harmless is actually a boss. And her name even contains the character for dragon. Fu Xingqian wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, finding it hard to believe. As everyone knows, dragons are among the most powerful creatures in the world. Whether in the legends of Blue Star or in the depths of the abyss, dragons are synonymous with power. Soon, people witnessed the Blood King and the Star Realm Dragon in some live-streamed footage. These 2 bosses were racing through the dungeon. With lightning speed, they charged toward the core area of the dungeon. At that moment, Erha, disguised as Lu Xingyuan, was teaming up with Jiang Yuli to fight a mutated class player. Mutated Mist Hiders. Class, Dark Star Ninja. Quality, Legendary. Level, 35. Health, 280,000. Attack power, 1,811. Skills, Mutation, Mystery, Fog Clone, Silent Assassination, Water Escape 1000-year kill. Lu Xingyuan's 2nd Battalion commander charged forward, thrusting his long sword directly at the forehead of the Mist Hide members. The Mist Hider did not dodge or retreat, and a trace of contempt flashed through his sunken eyes. Just as the sword made contact with the mist-hidden warrior, he vanished into thin air. In his place, a dense cloud of mist exploded outward. Jiang Yuli and the 2nd Battalion commander were completely engulfed by the thick fog. Whirlwind Sword Technique. The 2nd Battalion commander swung his long sword repeatedly, unleashing a series of whirlwind blades. He aimed to disperse the thick fog. However, the effect was minimal. They could only barely clear a radius of about 10 meters around themselves. On the other side, Jiang Yui closed her eyes, relying solely on her senses. She moved forward slowly within the array of colored light. Suddenly, her long spear trembled in her hand. The spear shot out like a dragon, stabbing straight forward. With a dull thud, The entire spearhead plunged into the forehead of the black-clad, mutated mist-hide warriors. But the next second, the figure dissolved into a cloud of mist once more. What a hassle! Jiang Yuli frowned deeply. In her previous life, she had also crossed paths with these ninjas from Sakura Island. She never expected that the mutated ninjas would be even more troublesome. Moreover, this mutated professional had terrifying attack power. Add to that the unique traits of mutated professionals. Zhang Yue was no match for Lu Xingyuan. She absolutely must not be hit. I wonder where that guy is. After being reborn, there was only a short amount of time. Yet, before she knew it, she had already developed a certain habit. Whenever she faced difficulties, she always thought of that man. Just then, a crimson figure plummeted from the sky. Swish, swish, swish. 3 crimson slashes tore through the array of colored clouds. The Blood King's eyes shone with a crimson glow, enhanced by the dragon's eye skill. Ignoring the mist array skill, Lu Xingyuan immediately locks onto the position of the mutated mist hider. 3 blood-red long swords behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Xingyuan flickered his thoughts, and the swords sliced through the air. 175,203. 178,024. 164,490. In an instant, the life points of the mutated mist-hide member were depleted. You have killed the mutated professional. You have gained 164,440 experience points and 1% health. Killing a professional grants double experience points, plus the bonus for defeating a higher level enemy. Lu Xingyuan's loot was extremely bountiful. Lu Xingyuan turned around and looked at the two of them. I will take care of the core area and eliminate the strongest mutated professionals. The rest is up to the two of you. Before he finished speaking, he had already leaped into the air, his blood-red sword trailing behind him. Watching the Blood King's disappearing figure, Jiang Yuli was puzzled. How the hell is his attack power so high? 170,000. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? However, when Lu Xingyuan switched to his boss form, he looked so cool. Jiang Yuli's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the live stream watched by millions of people at that very moment, not a single person was sending comments. Everyone was completely captivated by the 3 massive damage numbers. The next moment, the screen was filled with question marks. What's going on? Blood King, is he helping us? This boss isn't killing the players, it's killing the monsters with the mutated prefix. What's going on with the Blood King's damage? He's never shown this much damage before. Damn, his health was already absurdly high, and now he has got this kind of attack power too. No one could figure out what was going on. The Blood King is a name many are familiar with, because this boss had previously massacred numerous players in several dungeons. It even reached a point where no players dared to enter those dungeons. But now, he is actually helping the players fight against the mutated monsters. This is indeed quite unusual. Soon, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the core area of the Honan Province College entrance exam dungeon. Various mechanical creatures were arranged here. Are these puppets? Lu Xingyuan was unsure. He had never encountered an opponent who specialized in creating puppets before. Degenerate Mechanism Master. Occupation, Mechanism Master. Quality, Legendary. Level, 40. Health, 400,000. Attack power, 2055. Skills, Mutation, Mechanics, Puppet Making, Puppet Control, Puppet Self-Destruction. All power lies within the puppets. Interesting. A single slap shatters the humanoid puppet before him. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Still sleeping? Time to collect you. Chapter 89, The Hunt Begins. Just then, the emaciated, mutated puppet master opened his eyes. Interesting, interesting. The Void Queen didn't lie to me. There are actually professionals who managed to break through the outer layer of mutated professionals and reach the core area. The mutated puppet master saw that the figure standing before him was actually a boss. Some were still unclear about the situation. Who are you? The response came in the form of a blood-red longsword slicing through the air. Still 3 swords. Instantly depleting the mutated puppet master's health bar. You have defeated a level 40 mutated puppet master. You have gained 150,000 experience points and 1% health. Double experience points, that's the thrill. Just killed a few mutated professionals. Lu Xingyuan leveled up to 25 in one go. At that moment, the surrounding puppets began to glow with a crimson light. Bang! Bang! Explosions followed one after another. 14,531. 20,441. 19,877. Plus 188,201. One by one, the injuries appeared above Lu Xingyuan's head. But under the terrifying life recovery, all was in vain. When the smoke and dust cleared, Lu Xingyuan's health had already been fully restored. Only the hem of his robe was slightly soiled. His eyes sparkled brightly. "Daddy, you're so awesome. You chased the bad guys away in an instant." Lu Xingyuan. "Silly girl, wake up. We're the villains. Let us go." Shanshu nodded vigorously. The chubby cheeks, still red from being pinched, trembled up and down. The next moment, they tore open the void with their bare hands. The two of them disappeared one after another into the spatial fissure. When they reappeared, they had already returned to Blue Star. Looking at the two bosses, one large and one small, that had just disappeared a few minutes ago and now reappeared before them, Fu Xingqian panicked. "Don't come any closer." These two were far more terrifying than the mutated professionals in the dungeon. Lu Xingyuan said, "Don't be afraid. I need to borrow your fighter jets." He not only needed to eliminate the mutated professionals in the Yu Zhougaokao dungeon, he also needs to deal with the mutated professionals in other dungeons. This is a rare opportunity. If you dare to reach out, then get ready to be chopped up by me. Fu Xingqian wiped the sweat off his forehead. He let out a deep sigh of relief. Forget about the battle opportunities. As long as this terrifying entity is willing to leave this place, he would be willing to pay any price. A single strike dealt 17,000 points of damage. That's 17,000. And that's just a regular attack. He's just a lowly 6th tier professional. What does he have to say? Xinghan, standing nearby, stepped forward on his own. "Respectful Blood King, I'll be your driver." Lu Xingyuan, "You little brat, can you even reach the gas and brake pedals?" Xinghan. "Really not giving face?" Coughing lightly, Xinghan said, "Your Majesty, the intelligent fighter jet doesn't require brakes or a gas pedal." "Fully intelligent. Then what do I need you for?" For some reason, every time I encounter Xinghan, he felt an instinctive dislike. It was as if there was something about him that he simply couldn't stand. Lu Xingyuan boarded the fighter jet alone. This was an intelligent fighter jet that could be controlled solely by voice commands. It was very simple. Soon, Lu Xingyuan had figured it out. Roar! Soon, the deafening roar of massive engines filled the air. The silver-colored intelligent fighter jets, resembling ferocious steel beasts, vanished into the sky in just a few seconds. A few minutes later, the fighter jets hovered above a college entrance exam portal in Suzhou. Lu Xingyuan and Shanshua leaped down from thousands of meters in the air, without parachute packs. As they neared the ground, Shanshu instantly tore open a spatial fissure. The two vanished without a trace. Below, the crowd gathered around the teleportation gate, anxiously looking up in confusion. How could a fighter jet appear here? Speaking of which, did two people just jump out of the fighter jet? It seemed like it, but they both suddenly vanished. Suddenly, someone else shouted in alarm. "Damn it, several more candidates have been killed by mutated professionals. What should we do?" "Bad news, boss. Another accident has occurred." A young man with a round head, a full beard, white socks, and a meticulously groomed appearance covered his mouth and let out a startled cry. "Another boss has appeared in the dungeon." "Who?" "The Blood King boss." Everyone stared intently at the live stream. Although the Blood King had never appeared in the Suzhou region before, but they were still familiar with him. This boss was no pushover. At least not for these college entrance exam candidates. It was a disaster-level threat. The governor of Suzhou is intently watching the live stream of the Blood King. Only blood-red smoke swirled around. 100-foot-long white snake slowly emerged from the blood-red mist. "Boss White Snake." The governor of Suzhou's expression grew increasingly grim. Two bosses. At that moment, the headquarters of the Game Administration Bureau issued an announcement. "The Blood King is hunting mutated professionals. Do not engage in conflict unless they harm humans." At that moment, rip! A blue light flashed. From the void fissure, a large and a small boss slowly emerged. Receiving a notification from headquarters, the people present relaxed their guard slightly. But suddenly, the two bosses appeared before their eyes. The powerful individuals gathered here instinctively assumed combat stances. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. "What? You want to take me on?" The contempt in his tone stung the nerves of these powerful professionals. After all, they were all professionals of the 4th rank or higher. When had a boss ever dared to act so brazenly in front of them? But then they recalled the video footage transmitted from headquarters earlier. These professionals dared not approach. A single strike dealt over 10,000 points of damage. It doesn't seem very real. But they wouldn't risk their lives to find out. Under the watchful eyes of numerous powerful professionals, the Blood King strides confidently onto the battlefield. In the following period, the same scene unfolded across several continents of Xia Nation. Lu Xingyuan released bosses one after another in various dungeons, ordering them to hunt down the mutated professionals within the dungeons. White Snake, Diana, and Zhu Yan. These three bosses, with even greater power, each took charge of a dungeon. Shan, Jun and Kwang, who were in charge of a college entrance exam dungeon. Black Jade Spider, White Jade Spider, and Black Bear Demon are responsible for another high-stakes dungeon. Next, the hunt officially begins. The bosses released by Lu Xingyuan. Each of them is ruthlessly slaughtering the mutated professionals. Characteristics of mutated professionals: high health points, high attack power, can directly kill the opponent's soul. All of the above are only possible if the opponent is killed. All characteristics of the mutant class. When facing the Landwalker boss, they all seem so powerless. Chapter 90, Sweeping Away Mutant Professionals, Victory is Mine. In the time that followed, the major college entrance exam dungeons became increasingly chaotic. College entrance exam candidates hunted monsters, while mutated professionals hunted the candidates. Meanwhile, several powerful bosses roamed around, hunting down mutated professionals. Shuzhou College Entrance Exam Dungeon. The white snake transformed into a human-headed snake. She moves swiftly through the dungeon. At first, the college entrance exam candidates, upon seeing the white snake boss, were all terrified and fled in all directions. However, soon, they realized that the white snake boss wasn't harming any of the students. Instead, it was relentlessly hunting down the mutated professionals. Then, a few bold candidates quietly followed behind. They hung onto the white snake's tail. More and more people followed behind the white snake. Xiao Bai sensed it, but she had no time to pay them any mind. Her strength was no match for Zhu Yan and Diana. She lacked area of effect damage with critical hits. She could only rely on her sword-wielding technique. She was taking out the mutated professionals one by one. She had no time to deal with these professionals for now. Let them follow for now. Once I've completed my master's task and eliminated all the mutated professionals, I'll dispose of them as well. To earn more experience points for my master. Another copy of the college entrance exam that Diana was responsible for cleaning up. With her noble demeanor and striking appearance, when Diana appeared in the copy, she immediately attracted a large crowd of men and women. Wow, she's so beautiful. Is she the boss? So what if she's the boss? If she wants to kill me, I'm willing. Kill me. Give me a sword. Your Highness, please use your feet to crush me to death. Step on me. Various chaotic shouts filled the air. Diana strode forward with her long legs and quickly reached the core area. Upon discovering that Diana was hunting down mutated professionals, a large crowd of college entrance exam candidates gathered behind her. The few mutated ninjas, seeing the large number of candidates coming to them willingly, they all revealed excited smiles. These fools are actually coming to us on their own. They don't think they can outlast us with their numbers, do they? You people from Xia Kingdom, all die. These mutated professionals were just about to launch their attack. Suddenly, a blinding light descended from the sky. Diana slowly floated into the air, her hands slowly spreading apart. The sun cast a golden halo around her body. Diana slowly opened her eyes, and the golden halo exploded in an instant. Holy light shines upon all. Humming sounds filled the air. In that moment, the sunlight transformed into weapons. Any area touched by the light inflicted massive damage. 1554. 1835. 1729. Dense clusters of damage float above the heads of the mutated professionals and the candidates. The candidates who had once followed Diana. Before they could react, they were instantly slain. Those few mutated professionals could withstand the blow. But facing a boss with over 8 million hit points, they had no choice but to die. At that moment, Lu Xingyuan lay leisurely on the fighter jet. Through shared vision, he watched the scenes unfolding in every instance. After seeing Diana summon the holy light, a flurry of rewards flashed before his eyes. Your pet Diana has defeated a level 13 professional, granting you 1,733 experience points. Your pet Diana defeated a level 15 professional, granting you 1,911 experience points. Your pet. The dense stream of reward messages lasted for a full half-minute before slowly fading away. Lu Xingyuan leveled up directly. Level 26. That's awesome. Diana was still smart. The powerful players waiting outside the college entrance exam dungeon watched the livestream and saw the scenes inside. That boss unleashed a super powerful area of effect attack. Eliminated most of the candidates. Great. Thank you, Princess Boss. That's right. Being killed by this princess only results in losing levels, but if you're killed by a mutated professional, you're dead. Diana slaughtered over 1,000 candidates. These powerful professionals should thank Diana. In another dungeon, the 100-meter-tall colossal beast Zhu Yan naturally wouldn't be popular with these candidates. No one dared to approach this ancient beast. Zhu Yan let out a loud roar to the heavens. Then it pounds its chest with all its might, the dull thuds echoing endlessly throughout the dungeon. Fiery flames erupted from Zhu Yan's eyes. 1,000 miles of scorched earth. taking Zhu Yan's position as the center. The entire college entrance exam dungeon was completely overturned. Flames consumed everything. Whether they were examinees or mutated professionals, all were instantly killed by the single blow. It had to be Zhu Yan. Lu Xingyuan raised his thumb. Impressive. At the same time, Shan Jun, Kuang Hu, Black Jade Spider, White Jade Spider, and Black Bear Demon. These bosses were also rampaging in different dungeons. The bosses ignored the players and chased after the mutated players everywhere. This scene is deeply etched into everyone's memory. Damn, that's intense. I never thought we'd end up fighting alongside the bosses one day. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. These mutated professionals are truly despicable. Maybe it's not because of their mutated professional status, but because of their Sakura Island identity. Don't say that, don't say that. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan's level has once again increased. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Second transformation. Quality unknown. Level, 27-21%. Strength 2, 843 plus 1000. Agility 2, 177 plus 1000. Stamina 3697 plus 1000. Spirit 2339 plus 1000. Health primary attribute, 19,546,856. Attack power 199311. Mana 33390. Already level 27. And after defeating some mutated professionals, health points have increased from 17,520,311 to 19,546,856. I'm about to break through the 20 million mark. Lu Xingyuan quickly checked the live streams of the college entrance exams in various regions. New anomalies were quickly discovered. The Gaokao exam in the Demon City. As a coastal city, this place is teeming with powerful individuals. In theory, this crisis should have been easily resolved. Several 7th-tier powerhouses joined forces and easily tore open the void. However, what greeted their eyes was a young man with his upper body bare. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly. But. One after another, sharp white bone spears pierced his skin, dripping with threads of blood, and emerged. In the blink of an eye, the eerily transformed young man had turned into a monstrous creature covered in bone spines. At the same time, white bone spines sealed the torn spatial fissures. Boss mutated bone-eating ninja clan mutated. Level 55. Health 5,200,000. Attack power 5,000. Skills, mutation, bone spikes, bone reinforcement, super speed regeneration, early fern dance, bloodline curse. Chapter 91, Boss Army. Watching helplessly as the torn spatial fissure closed once more, the many powerful beings of the Demon City furrowed their brows. A level 55 boss, possessing both mutation and mutation enhancements. Extremely difficult to deal with. Even these 6th and 7th tier professionals must proceed with caution. Moreover, during the previous massacre of candidates, this boss demonstrated abilities that are extremely challenging to deal with. It possesses rapid health regeneration, bone shields, and other survival skills. Its attack methods are deceptive and unpredictable. Endless bone blades emerge, making it nearly impossible to defend against. The most critical aspect now is, this boss can sense spatial tremors. Block them from opening spatial fissures to rescue the students inside. Just then, a spatial fluctuation rippled through the air. A young man wearing a black hood emerged, leading a beautiful little girl with 2 horns on her head. Emerged from the spatial fissure. Then, in the next instant, the girl's hands began to move swiftly through the void. Several spatial fissures appeared simultaneously. The boss inside the dungeon was completely caught off guard by the sudden appearance of so many spatial fissures. They had no time to cover the spatial fissures with bones. The 2 figures disappeared once more into the spatial fissures. The boss, Erosion Bone Ninja Clan, saw the 2 bosses suddenly appear before him. He froze for a moment. A blue eye floated above his shoulder, surrounded by countless tentacles. We are here on the Empress's orders to eliminate the future of humanity. You 2 are clearly bosses, yet you dare to stand up for humanity? Shimmer crossed her arms and tilted her head back, speaking in a babyish voice. What queen? In the future, you'll all end up like Diana's sister, kneeling before your father. Lu Xingyuan? Don't talk nonsense? Shanshu pouted, that is exactly what I meant. Lu Xingyuan grabbed the little girl by the collar and pushed her behind him. He kept staring at the eye monster floating on the shoulder of the Erosion Bone Ninja Clan. Boss Void Witch Spirit mutated. Level? HP? Attack power? Skills? This little insect is even more mysterious than the bone-eating ninja clan. Lu Xingyuan couldn't even detect its attributes. Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes. Don't worry, I just want to kill you all. The bone-eating ninja clan's expression darkened instantly. Swish! A sharp bone spike pierced Lu Xingyuan's abdomen. 4,999. Seeing that his opponent showed no reaction, the bone-eating ninja clan hesitated for a moment. Another dozen bone blades burst out of his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4,893. 5,001. 4,949. Instantly, several high damage numbers appeared. But they only appeared on the health bar that was so long it seemed to stretch to the sky. Such damage dealt didn't even cause a flicker. Yet, despite that, an even more terrifying life recovery number appeared. Plus 195,468. Erosion Bone Ninja Clan. What is this life recovery? He himself also possesses a life recovery skill. But that was a skill. The Blood King before him hadn't released any skills. This is simply his life recovery speed. That's too exaggerated. There's no such boss. The bone-eating ninja clan looked at their own 5,000 attack power. His entire face sank. The twisted eye that had been floating above the erosion bone ninja clan's shoulder had disappeared at some point. Just then, Lu Xingyuan soared into the air, pointing a finger toward the sky. Great starfall technique. Boom! The entire dungeon space trembled violently under the terrifying force. The candidates who had been fleeing for their lives felt the intense tremors and came to a halt. Some looked around in confusion. Suddenly, someone pointed toward the sky. Look up there. Something's there. Many candidates looked up. A massive fireball plummeted down from the starry sky. Everyone was completely stunned. What a huge fireball. Could it be a meteorite? Maybe. Everyone stared wide-eyed. The massive fireball wasn't falling straight down. Instead, it kept tearing open rifts in the void before completely vanishing. Then it suddenly reappeared at a closer location. In the blink of an eye, it had already flown an unknown distance. People finally realized that it was not a large fireball. Nor was it a meteorite. But a massive celestial body. Magic City. With nothing to stop them, the few powerful individuals once again tore open a spatial fissure at the teleportation gate. They were about to notify the candidates to escape. Then they witnessed the massive celestial body making contact with the surface of the dungeon. Boom! In the instant the massive celestial body made contact with the ground. All life within the dungeon was completely annihilated. The dust settled. The entire college entrance exam dungeon had been completely destroyed. No monsters, no candidates, and no mutated professionals remained. Everything, in that single blow. Everything was completely annihilated. Even the dungeon itself had been shut down. That's terrifying damage. This skill is way too terrifying. The Blood King truly lives up to his name. The candidates killed in the dungeon gradually respawned around the teleportation gate. Although they were killed, they lost their levels and had their equipment looted. But they were all excited. The Blood King killed us, that's great. Yeah, if it weren't for the Blood King, we wouldn't know how many more of us would have died. The unexpected events in the college entrance exam dungeon, along with the sudden emergence of the Blood King, caused a global sensation. Everyone around the world was discussing it. The Blood King, what kind of being is he? When the Blood King first appeared, he was indiscriminately slaughtering professionals. Now he's killing monsters and mutated professionals. Maybe we should thank this boss. Many people were confused. They had no idea what was going on. Xinghan was still checking the Yuzhou Gaokao dungeon. In the live stream, Lu Xingyuan is fighting alongside Jiang Yuei against mutated ninjas. The Magic City College entrance exam dungeon. The Blood King had just intervened, destroying a copy. Xinghan furrowed his brows. Could it be? Lu Xingyuan and the Blood King are really not related? That shouldn't be possible. However, the existence of the Blood King truly shocked him. A single strike destroyed the entire dungeon. Such an existence is too terrifying. Lu Xingyuan tore open a spatial portal. He and the flickering figure vanished into the dungeon. Various rewards kept floating past his eyes. You have defeated a level 20 golden wolf. Experience points plus 1,500. You defeated a level 25 mutated ninja. Experience plus 5,000, health plus 1%. You defeated the boss, Shadow no Cutis. You obtained 50,000 experience points. You defeated the boss, Mutated Bone-Eating Ninja Clan Mutated. You obtained. Your pet White Jade Spider has defeated Boss Ice Helena. Your pet White Snake has defeated Boss Firebrand. Your pet Zhu Yan has defeated Boss Guardian of Asgard. A steady stream of rewards continued for several minutes without stopping. Because Lu Xingyuan's side had already finished killing. However, his boss's minions were still continuing their slaughter. The most distinctive feature of the college entrance exam dungeon is that it has more than one boss. To accommodate a large number of candidates, the Gaokao dungeon features numerous bosses. Now, these bosses have all become targets for Lu Xingyuan to eliminate. His boss's subordinates have brought back the bodies of these dungeon bosses. Under the hood, His lips curled into a smirk. His boss army is officially beginning to form. Chapter 92, The Cherry Blossom Nation is destroyed. Renamed the Void Lands. Major dungeons are closing one after another. The massive hand behind the scenes employs every possible means. It even goes so far as to spend a fortune to seal off the space with space-sealing stones. Yet the results were minimal. Only a tiny fraction of the candidates were unfortunately killed in this sudden catastrophe. The vast majority remained unharmed. The Blood King, however, became an overnight sensation. He became the talk of the entire Xia kingdom. Even people from other countries heard about it. Bosses typically possess high intelligence. In history, there have been some examples of bosses collaborating with human professionals. But never before. A boss saving countless lives. And it was done through slaughter. Yes. This boss killed many human adventurers. But those he killed did not blame him, instead, they were grateful. Thank you, Blood King. Thank goodness the Blood King's blade was fast enough, otherwise, I would have been killed by the mutated professionals. I never thought I'd end up thanking a boss. This is ridiculous. The entire internet is buzzing about the Blood King. Even the Blood King's originally stylish hood design has been reimagined by some netizens using AI into cute cartoon characters. In no time, it was shared by countless people. Meanwhile, the official game management authority, the Job Change Temple, and the military of Xia Kingdom. The high-ranking officials of the three organizations were holding an online meeting. The focus of the meeting was naturally on the Blood King. As the first person to encounter the Blood King, Fu Xingqian is providing a detailed report on all the details of his interactions with the Blood King. Wu Hanan, an 8th-rank military powerhouse, is a bald, muscular man standing at 1.8 meters tall. So, the Blood King came here solely for the mutated professionals. The director of the Game Administration Bureau is a tall, fat, and muscular man. His name was Wang Long. He is also an 8th-rank peak-tier powerhouse. Wang Long, there's only one possibility the Blood King has a grudge against these mutated professionals? Upon hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. An old man spoke up. It is indeed possible, according to information leaked by the Abyss Walkers. The Abyss has also been ravaged by these mutated professionals, so it makes sense that the bosses would harbor a grudge against them. Li Yunlai, the temple master of the Transcendence Temple and an astrologer, spoke with a hoarse voice. Regardless, the Blood King remains a powerful boss. A few days ago, I sensed a prophecy through my class ability. A world-ending master will appear in the direction of Luo City. We haven't been able to pinpoint the target yet. Now it seems highly likely that the Blood King is the world-destroying master foretold in the prophecy. Li Yunlai is merely a 7th-tier professional. But he is supported by the mythical quality star-gazing profession. His status is on par with an 8th-tier professional. In many cases, Li Yunlai's words carry more weight than those of an 8th-tier powerhouse. When the words of the World Destroyer were spoken, everyone present immediately grew solemn. The Blood King is indeed a major challenge. This boss is unique. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he seems to be able to control other bosses as well. Even Zhu Yan, an ancient, has become his subordinate. His power and origins are shrouded in mystery. We need the help of the Abyss Walker. Li Yunlai sighed. I will communicate with the Abyss Walkers. There's one more thing. Sakura Island. Wu Hanan's eyes flashed with dangerous. Behind this college entrance exam dungeon, many corrupted professionals originate from Sakura Island. Whether intentional or not, they must account for their actions. Otherwise, we'll make them pay with their fists. Wang Long stood up in support. Li Yunlai did the same. While the high-ranking officials were holding their meeting, the bosses Lu Xingyuan had sent out had successfully escaped from the dungeon. Lu Xingyuan sat in his intelligent combat aircraft. He swiftly swept across several major regions. He absorbed these bosses back into his own body. Then he returned the intelligent fighter jet to its rightful owner. Thank you for the fighter jet. The Blood King waved at Fu Xingqian. If anyone unaware of the truth witnessed this scene, they would inevitably assume these two were friends. Fu Xingqian clenched his fists tightly. The Blood King was right before his eyes. Should he intervene and take down this mysterious boss? After hesitating repeatedly, he chose to give up. Watching helplessly as the Blood King and the little girl, who looked like a porcelain doll, vanished together into the spatial fissure. It wasn't that Fu Xingqian didn't want to save them. It was because he had no confidence that he could save them. The Blood King had demonstrated terrifying destructive power in the dungeon, combined with the Star Realm Dragon's ability to tear apart space. If he couldn't kill them with a single strike, offending such an existence would be a catastrophic disaster for the entire Xia Kingdom. Having witnessed the Blood King's power, when facing this boss again, Fu Xingqian suddenly felt that the Stargazer's apocalyptic prophecy was correct. The Blood King's court. Several large and small bosses, all excitedly showing off their loot. This high-stakes dungeon raid Each boss had made significant gains. They slaughtered a large number of mutated professionals, college entrance exam candidates, and monsters. A 100% drop rate for killing professionals. Their storage rings were all filled to capacity. Most importantly, the boss's corpses. A total of 14 boss corpses. 7 of them are regular bosses from the college entrance exam dungeon, and they're part of the same series. Boss Firebrand. Boss Ice Helena. Boss Light Lumina. Boss Shadow No Cutis. Boss Wind Zealous. Boss Wood of Flora. Boss Asgard the Guardian. 7 corpses, each clad in full body armor of Western medieval style. Tall and muscular, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Each knight represents a different attribute of power. Each possesses unique characteristics. The others are mutated bosses. As for the strongest and most powerful, there is only one. Boss, Mutated Bone-Eating Ninja Clan Mutated. Looking at these bosses, Lu Xingyuan was quite satisfied. This is the biggest takeaway. Let us begin. Lu Xingyuan activated the Blood Demon's contract. Blood surged upward. It continuously flows into the bodies of these bosses. Lu Xingyuan's over 20 million HP are restored multiple times. Only then was the ritual fully completed. 14 blood cocoons were neatly distributed around Lu Xingyuan. Bang bang. Bang bang. Bang bang. Terrifying energy fluctuations continuously emanated from these blood cocoons. At the same time, the entire Blue Star was thrown into chaos by a single report. Global alert, Sakura Island has been completely invaded by the Void Queen, with a death rate exceeding 90% among professionals. Sakura Island has been annihilated. Sakura Island renamed Void Land. Chapter 93, The World is in Shock. A new chapter begins. A sudden announcement sent shockwaves across the entire world. The announcement was simply too sudden. It caught everyone off guard. Who is the Void Queen? I've heard of her, she's a major boss from the Abyss. In the lore of the Abyss, the Void Queen is an entity capable of destroying everything. What a pity. Sakura Island is also a powerful nation. Our strength against the Abyss has been weakened once more. The above is the international version's perspective on the matter. Within Xia Kingdom, there was only praise. Good riddance. These little things should have been dead long ago. The Void Queen isn't any better. The recent college entrance exam incident was all her doing. Why not just take them out? I think it's time for us to pay a visit to Sakura Island, now known as the Voidlands. The announcement said only 90% of the natives were killed. What about the remaining 10%? That's enough for venting. That makes sense. The global announcement echoed across the world. All regions and factions are closely monitoring the situation. They were doing everything in their power to gather relevant intelligence. The next day, all countries received some photos and videos of Sakura Island, also known as the Void Realm. From the videos, it can be seen that the entire Void Land was swarming with countless insects. These insects appear to be insatiable monsters. They devour everything they can, including objects and living beings. There are also even more terrifying insects. They feed on the indigenous inhabitants of this place, clinging to their faces or the back of their heads, inserting transparent tubular structures into their brains. They extract the energy within. These are the mother creatures of the insect race, incubating the next generation of void insects. Various horrific scenes are too gruesome to behold. The world was in an uproar. This is way too terrifying. Under 18, do not watch. Those insects are parasitizing the heads of the indigenous people of Sakura Island, and they're still alive while feeding on their host's nutrients. Just seeing the footage gave me goosebumps. This is so disgusting. The ground is covered in bugs. These bugs must have terrifying abilities, otherwise, they couldn't have wiped out the entire Sakura Island in a single night. The Void. We must eradicate every last one of these bugs. Otherwise, Blue Star is doomed. The scene was too terrifying. No one cares how many people are still alive on Sakura Island. They only wanted to completely annihilate the Void Realm. To completely eradicate those insects. Xia Kingdom. Upon seeing these scenes, most people felt both sickened and excited, unable to sleep. Some iron-blooded warriors even watched the Void Insect clan devouring those people as they ate their meals. From the footage, it appears that these insects never seem to get full. They are very small, mostly about the size of a medium-sized dog, yet they can continuously devour everything around them. Such a species is truly terrifying. I think there are still living people in the void. Ugh, I mean, these insects are too terrifying. We need to drop a few nuclear bombs and destroy them all. That makes sense. I wholeheartedly agree. The void must be completely destroyed, otherwise, these insects will destroy the world. +1. Same here. For the Xia Kingdom, this was thrilling news that sent the entire nation into a frenzy. The major organizations of Xia Kingdom were also discussing how to deal with the Void Realm. After all, the Void Lands are located not far from them. If the Void Insect clan is allowed to develop unchecked, the Void lands will inevitably continue to expand. The Xia Kingdom will be the first to face the consequences. The first agenda item: should we launch a non-discriminatory nuclear strike against the Void lands? Wang Long's eyes gleamed. This is a golden opportunity, we can't let it slip away. Haonan, my brother, nuclear annihilation is true peace. Wu Haonan nodded. It is indeed a good opportunity. But, can nuclear bombs really destroy the Void bug race? Li Yunlai spoke up. We can't act impulsively. Nuking the Void realm isn't difficult. The key is that we must clearly understand who the true ruler behind the Void realm truly is. The Void Queen. One of the most powerful bosses. At this critical juncture, if we nuclearize the Void lands, we will have to face the Void Empress's revenge. Do not act rashly. The Blood Court. Lu Xingyuan heard the global broadcasts one after another. But now he had no time to spare for anything else. Most importantly, his new boss pet. As crimson ripples spread out, a powerful aura surged into the sky. 14 bosses. One by one, they tore open their blood cocoons and were reborn. Master. Greetings, Master. Master, it is our honor to become your servants. Led by Asgard the Guardian. 7 night bosses clad in heavy armor knelt on one knee. They performed the knightly salute with reverence. Rise. Following them are the mutated, bone-eating ninja clan and ninjas. Also 7 bosses. Led by the eroded bone ninja clan, whose bodies were covered in runic symbols, they kneel on one knee. They bowed respectfully to Lu Xingyuan. Thank you, Master, for granting us new life. Boss corrosive bone ninja clan mutant. Class, Bone Pulse. Quality, Epic. Level, 30. Health, 10,271,971. Attack power, 3,200. Skills, Bone Spikes, Bone Reinforcement, Super Speed Regeneration, Early Fern Dance, Bloodline Curse. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. The mutation traits had disappeared. The other several bosses that previously had mutation entries also no longer had them. This is interesting. Could it be that, after transforming into blood demons, they can still purify mutations? These mutations are still quite mild. More testing is needed to confirm this. Zhang Yue had appeared in the Blood King's court at some point. This was the first time she had witnessed Lu Xingyuan's transformation into a blood demon. At that moment, she was completely speechless. Your profession is truly too extreme. It was that simple. To transform a boss into one's own pet. No need to keep developing. Lu Xingyuan is now completely invincible. To put it bluntly, taking on a top-tier guild in a one-on-one fight would be no problem at all. There's a high chance that Lu Xingyuan could wipe out the entire enemy team without putting himself in danger. Perhaps only the true powerhouses of the Abyss can stand against Lu Xingyuan. The Void Queen is among them. In her previous life, the Void Queen descended upon Blue Star 10 years later. At that time, her target remained Sakura Island. However, in this lifetime, Sakura Island had already been destroyed 10 years earlier. From a certain perspective, this could also be considered good news. Zhang Yuli was informed globally and entered the Blood Court to find Lu Xingyuan. She never expected to witness such a shocking scene. However, why does this guy look so disappointed? Isn't the destruction of Sakura Island by monsters supposed to be good news? Lu Xingyuan, of course, felt sorry. The destruction of Sakura Island was something he had planned to do himself. Now someone beat him to it. Well, so be it. The Void Queen really doesn't know what she's dealing with. Those dedicated, great teachers will surely be caught in the crossfire. Lu Xingyuan naturally felt regretful. Zhang Yue arrived at the Blood Court. Most importantly, she must inform Lu Xingyuan of the Void Empress's power. The Empress of the Void is one of the most powerful bosses in the Abyss. In a previous life, a boss ranking list had been published. The Void Queen was ranked among the top on the list. These words, Zhang Yue could not tell Lu Xingyuan. I know I can't persuade you, but if you choose to confront the Void Queen, be cautious. You should be advancing to the next level soon, and I need to work harder to level up too. You better not let me overtake you, okay? Zhang Yue's lips curled into a smile. Lu Xingyuan's appearance made her realize. A gamble can also be won. Zhang Yue looked forward to this guy becoming stronger. To bring even greater shock to this world. Chapter 94, The Prophecy of the Savior. Watching Zhang Yue's figure slowly fade away, Lu Xingyuan opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class BOSS Blood King. Second transformation. Quality unknown. Level 30%. Strength 2, 873 plus 1000. Agility 2207 plus 1000. Stamina 3997 plus 1000. Spirit 2369 plus 1000. Health primary stat 20,546,942. Attack power 209342. Mana 33690. Pet Shuyen, Wolf Lord, White Snake, Diana, Bone-Eating Ninja Clan, Night Order, Mountain Lord, Mad Tiger, White Jade Spider, Black Jade Spider, Poison Cat King, Octopus, Black Bear Spirit. Reputation 15001, your infamous reputation is striking. After clearing the Gaokao dungeon, Lu Xingyuan's attribute panel has undergone significant changes. His level has directly risen to 30. If it weren't for the fact that he can no longer gain experience points, Lu Xingyuan felt he could have at least reached level 35. After all, he had killed far too many monsters and professional players in this wave. It didn't matter anyway. For Lu Xingyuan, the only meaning of level was to allow him to learn new class-specific skills. His health points had also surpassed 20 million. He also obtained 14 new boss pets. His reputation has reached a new height. Fierce reputation, that sounds interesting. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled slightly upward. It was time to choose an advanced mission. Ding! Your level has reached 30. Please select your third advancement quest. Note, before completing the advanced quest, your level cap will be locked at 30, and you will not be able to obtain any rewards. Advanced quest details. Task 1, Shadow Chain. Task 2, Battle Cry. Task 3, Descent of the Heavenly Being. Lu Xingyuan hesitated for a moment. Can I choose the Reincarnation Chant? The Reincarnation Chant is a special skill. This option was not available in the selection menu. Hint, the Reincarnation Chant is a special skill and cannot be converted individually. You may select another skill to serve as the template for this skill. It's actually possible. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. The power of the Reincarnation Chant had already been demonstrated. He wondered what changes it would bring after evolving into a profession-exclusive skill. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xingyuan chose Shadow Chain as the template for the Reincarnation Chant. He hadn't forgotten the eye monster that had escaped from his hands in the college entrance exam dungeon. He needed a control-type skill. Ding! Boss Blood King has claimed the third-tier advancement quest Royal Majesty. The majesty of the king is the fear of the world. Clear the Tomb of the King dungeon and defeat the boss of the Tomb of the King. The King's Tomb. Lu Xingyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He had not forgotten his parents from this life. They had been killed in this dungeon. Was it a coincidence? Or was it fate's arrangement? Regardless, he must go to the King's Tomb dungeon. I wonder what the control skill linked to life points is like. Lu Xingyuan handed over part of his gains from this college entrance exam dungeon to the second company commander. He instructed him to use the disguiser's badge to randomly alter his appearance into that of another person. Have the 2nd Battalion commander handle this batch of goods in his place. Afterward, Lu Xingyuan arrived at the school. As soon as he entered the school, he was surrounded by a crowd of people. Wow, it's Lu Xingyuan. He's come to school. They say that in yesterday's college entrance exam, he single-handedly defeated several mutated professionals. That's so amazing. A few girls came toward him, covering their mouths with both hands, their eyes sparkling. It was as if they had seen a big celebrity. Along the way, everyone was shouting Lu Xingyuan's name. Upon entering the classroom, all the students stood up and rushed forward to greet him. Hello, Mr. Lu. It's been a long time, Lu Gu. Lu Xingyuan came to school today for the top score award in the college entrance exam, right? Lu Xingyuan was already being very low-key. But his abilities wouldn't allow it. In the college entrance exam scenario, the 2nd Battalion commander only made a slight effort. He easily crushed all the prodigies. College entrance exam simulation scores. First place, Lu Xingyuan, points 15,800. Second place, Zhang Yuli, points 5,331. Third place, Lu Xing, points 2,509. Ninth place, Su Muyu, points 2,437. Lu Xingyuan's college entrance exam scores were too high, leaving him far ahead of the rest. Most importantly, he was the only candidate who managed to defeat the mutated professional. In response to his classmates' reactions, Lu Xingyuan remained calm, merely smiling and nodding. Teacher Nyobai, grinning widely, approached Lu Xingyuan with a cheerful expression. Lu Xingyuan, please follow me. Someone from higher up wants to commend you in person. Following the influential teacher, they entered the school's large classroom. Zhang Yuli was also there. Upon seeing Lu Xingyuan, she secretly stuck out her tongue. Lu Xingyuan completely ignored her. You'll see how powerful this president is someday. Just then, an elderly man with white hair and wearing a light-colored robe rushed over excitedly. He scanned Lu Xingyuan from head to toe, as if he had seen a rare treasure. Li Yunlai stroked his beard. Last night, he had triggered another prophecy in his dream. It foretold that the star of salvation had descended. Among this year's examinees, Li Yunlai stayed up all night, studying all the college entrance exam candidates. He finally narrowed it down to Lu Xingyuan. In the background, Wan Long and Wu Hanan, two big shots from the military zone and the gaming authority, respectively. Is it him? Li Yunlai nodded firmly. Child, among all the college entrance exam candidates, only you can defeat the mutated professionals. The goddess has blessed you. Last night, she sent me here to guide you to you. I see hope in you. Because you are the chosen savior destined by fate. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into complete silence. Lu Xingyuan? I'm the savior again? Chapter 95, the savior doesn't talk about feelings, only money. Savior. That's a nice touch. Everyone here is a top-tier big shot. You can't very well come empty-handed, can you? To support the savior's business, giving something good is only fair, right? The actor channeled his inner movie star. Lu Xingyuan looked utterly disbelieving. Me? The savior? Li Yunlai nodded emphatically. Yes, it's you. I am a mythical tier professional from the Temple of Transcendence, known as the Stargazer. I possess a special ability that allows me to observe the past, present, and future, receive gifts from fate, and make prophecies. The prophecy foretells the emergence of a savior. You have a high probability of being the savior foretold in the prophecy. Even if you are not, you are still someone who can change the fate of humanity in the future. You are the hope of all humanity. We hope that in the future, you will take on the responsibility of resisting the abyss and eliminating all manner of monsters. Whether it's the newcomer rankings before the college entrance exam or your performance in the college entrance exam dungeon, you are more than capable. I believe that in the future, you will become even stronger. Young man, keep leveling up. The future of humanity rests on your shoulders. Of course, there's also Zhang Yue. The savior might not be one person, but a team. Your future is also immeasurable. Zhang Yuli. The guy next to her is the most terrifying boss. Unless Lu Xingyuan is willing. Otherwise, even if she were beaten to death, she wouldn't take on the role of savior. Lu Xingyuan cleared his throat twice. What kind of stargazer is this? This is clearly a PUA master. You're just trying to sell me a pipe dream, aren't you? Alright. Lu Xingyuan bowed slightly, his expression solemn and his gaze resolute. I understand, young man. I will do my utmost, lead by example, and strive to level up. I will strive to contribute my share to the human race when crises arise in the future. Li Yunlai, Wan Long, and Wu Hanan. The three elders nodded in satisfaction. Lu Xingyuan's words were simple yet sincere. It was clearly spoken from the depths of his heart. This young man has a promising future ahead. But Lu Xingyuan shook his head and sighed. At present, the abyss is closing in from all sides, and the survival space for our human race is growing ever smaller. They are even slaughtering our fellow humans in the college entrance exam dungeon. Witnessing this with my own eyes, I am filled with urgency and cannot sleep at night. I hate it. I long to charge into the front lines and fight those monsters invading our Xia Kingdom's territory until the last one is dead. Alas, my strength is still too weak. Plus, during this college entrance exam scenario, I killed a mutated professional in front of so many people. Who knows when I'll be crushed like an ant by those powerful monsters. In the distance, Zhang Yue stared wide-eyed. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Is that Lu Xingyuan? This guy's awakened profession must be a movie star, right? Li Yunlai, Wan Long, and Wu Hanan all looked like they were constipated. They retracted their earlier thoughts. This is just a reckless brat who won't act until he sees results. Alright. Li Yunlai gently patted Lu Xingyuan on the shoulder. Since you might be the one destined to carry the future of humanity on your shoulders. As your elders, we should give you some reward. Lu Xingyuan bowed his hands. Elders, for thinking so deeply about the future of the human race, your word is as good as gold. I will not disappoint your expectations. After some back and forth, the final outcome was the three elders. One gave Lu Xingyuan a treasure. Wan Long produced a 7th tier forbidden spell scroll. Forbidden spell scroll. Quality, legendary. Effect, consumes a large amount of life points to unleash the 7th tier forbidden spell technique Curse of the Demon. Although it's only a 7th tier forbidden spell, the demon's curse has a special effect, instant death curse. Under certain conditions, it can instantly kill the opponent. Lu Xingyuan was deeply grateful. At the same time, he remained vigilant. Those top-tier professionals, top-tier bosses, and the strongest beings in the abyss. They too possess abnormal abilities. Do not be arrogant. Wu Hanan took out a small box. Inside was a blood-red pill. Life-devouring pill. Grade, legendary. Effect, after ingestion, it can restore the body to its peak condition within a short period of time and unleash enhanced attributes. After the effect wears off, all injuries sustained will worsen. Use with caution. This is a valuable item. Lu Xingyuan doesn't need it. It can be given to his boss pets. Unfortunately, there's only one. A flash of sharpness suddenly appeared in Lu Xingyuan's eyes. Right. Why hasn't he paid attention to life professions all this time? Like alchemists, weaponsmiths, enchanters, herbalists. These life skills, if cultivated to a certain level, they could unleash tremendous power. We need to find a few subordinates with life-related professions. Li Yunlai produced a faintly golden cage. Divine protection item. Grade, epic. Effect, a defensive item that can block one spell attack. Usage count, 610. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. A valuable item. All of them are good items. These top-tier professionals truly have a lot of valuable items hidden away. Then, they engaged in some casual conversation. Several big shots lined up to have Lu Xingyuan scan their QR codes and add their contact information. Lu Xingyuan then left the school. Meanwhile, the second company commander disguised himself as a fierce-looking bald old man. He arrived at the treasure pavilion. Upon entering, he began shouting at the top of his lungs. "Where is Hua Jin? Bring Hua Jin out here." A woman dressed in luxurious attire, carrying the will of D, emerged from behind. Hua Jin's expression was cold, and her tone was indifferent. "What can I do for you, sir?" The second company commander imitated Lu Xingyuan's manner. He emptied all the equipment from his storage ring. The equipment, shimmering with various colors, piled up into a small mountain. This time, Lu Xingyuan had brought several pets and swept through all the major college entrance exam dungeons. The loot was by far the most abundant. The key point was the candidates killed by the mutated professionals. Since they were completely killed, all their equipment remained in the dungeon. Even the storage rings can be directly removed. Therefore, the quantity of equipment is extremely high. Only a small portion. It is also far more than the total amount Lu Xingyuan had obtained previously. However, Hua Jin's attitude remained indifferent. "Please escort this guest to the VIP room and carefully appraise the value of the equipment." As the words fell, he turned and left, his high heels clicking on the wooden floor. Clack, clack, clack. She ascended to the second floor. Second company commander? What's going on? This woman named Hua Jin has never behaved this way toward the master before. The equipment the master brought out doesn't even add up to as much as what she has this time. Hua Jin was so surprised. Why is she so cold this time? Sure enough, next time when disguising herself, she should make herself look more handsome. Meanwhile, in the dark hall, 9 seats were gradually enveloped by dazzling lights. Rarely seen, 9 abyss walkers appeared simultaneously within the dark hall. The reason, of course, was the upcoming college entrance exam dungeon. This college entrance exam dungeon is a declaration of war. Mutated professionals will invade the dungeon world in large numbers. From now on, the dungeon world will no longer be a paradise for leveling up. Humans in the dungeon world will also face the risk of death at any moment. The drunkard spoke a sentence and took a sip of wine. He seemed deeply troubled. The other few abyss walkers also looked serious. These abyss walkers had already begun dealing with mutated professionals. They were well aware of the monster's power and how difficult they were to deal with. If this matter is not handled properly, humanity might face total annihilation in the future. And, the Blood King. Chapter 96, The Demon Dynasty. The King's Tomb. Mentioning this name, everyone present fell silent for a moment. The Blood King played a crucial role in this incident. Had it not been for the Blood King's intervention, at least half of the students taking the college entrance exam would have been killed. In the future, the Xia Kingdom might face a severe shortage of talent. This could lead to a complete collapse. It can be said that the Blood King saved the future of Xia Kingdom. However, the overwhelming power demonstrated by the Blood King also instilled fear in all who opposed him. He is too powerful. The abilities he wields are too terrifying. Everyone, if anyone has any information about the Blood King, please share it immediately. In the future, the Blood King is likely to become a major threat. The third great serpent continued to flick its tongue. Only Ji Ruyan knows. The Tangxi Guild has faced the Blood King head-on before. That creature's powerful bosses are countless. Ji Ruyan knows a huge secret. The bosses under the Bloody King possess the ability to resurrect. Earlier in the Wulong Mountain Dungeon, Ji Ruofeng once used a forbidden scroll to eliminate the 2 bosses Mountain Lord and Mad Tiger. They reappeared in the Gaokao Dungeon. The Blood King isn't important, what matters is the Void Queen. The 5th butterfly, who had been acting as a transparent figure, suddenly spoke up. The Void Queen is not only one of the most powerful bosses in the Abyss. She also simultaneously controls the power of the Void and the power of mutation. Her power far exceeds your imagination. The information provided by the butterfly. This left everyone present somewhat astonished. Their knowledge of the Void Queen was limited. They only knew that the Void Queen was powerful, but no one had ever seen her. Butterfly number 5 was completely different. It seemed as though she had seen the Void Queen with her own eyes. Lu Xingyuan in his second form rested his forehead on one hand, deep in thought. This number 5 is the most mysterious among all the Abyss Walkers. She rarely speaks. When she does speak, it's clear that she knows the Abyss well. Her identity must be no ordinary one. Next, everyone discussed some matters regarding the Void Queen and the Blood King. They then logged off one after another. After leaving the Dark Hall, Lu Xingyuan received several more messages. One was from Pearl number 7, and the other was from Lu Xingyuan's mole, Little Red Riding Hood number 8. The information they conveyed was identical. Following the unexpected incident in the college entrance exam scenario, the will of the Dark Hall Mr. Cheng. I have met them alone before, and requested their assistance in searching for information about the Blood King. Lu Xingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Earlier, within the Dark Hall, the other few Abyss Walkers also showed varying degrees of curiosity about the Blood King. If everything goes as planned, Mr. Cheng had met with each Abyss Walker individually, asking them to assist in searching for information about the Blood King. Except for Lu Xingyuan. Interesting. It's not surprising that Mr. Cheng suspects Lu Xingyuan, although Lu Xingyuan has never left any concrete evidence. But the more one knows, the more one tends to suspect. That doesn't matter anymore. Lu Xingyuan's strength is more than enough to support him in facing many challenges. Even if he were to face the entire world, he would fear nothing. After the second company commander returned, Lu Xingyuan took the camouflage badge. He transformed himself into an ordinary young man. He turned and left Luo City. Next, he headed toward the king's tomb to complete the job change quest. At the same time, look for any traces left behind by his parents. Outside the Dark Hall, on the peak of the towering mountain, a pool of black liquid constantly twisted and contorted, eventually taking on a human form. Are you sure? Is Lu Xingyuan and the Blood King really the same person? Before the black figure, Xinghen knelt on the ground, ripples spreading in his eyes. He replied blankly. Master, I confirm it. Lu Xingyuan and the Blood King are definitely not the same person. In fact, there's a 90% chance they're not even related. There are two reasons. First, in the college entrance exam scenario, Lu Xingyuan and the Blood King appeared together but did not interact at all. Second, the Blood King is far too powerful. A newbie adventurer could never be that strong. Not the same person. Why aren't they the same person? Xing Boss's body twisted constantly, and one after another, hideous tentacles tried to break out of his body. The Blood King, only such a powerful body can contain my soul. Find a way to locate him, regardless of his identity, whether he is a human adventurer or a boss, and bring him into the Dark Hall. Only then can I devour his soul. Xinghen, Master, the Dark Hall is already full. Devour their souls, and there will be room. Perfect. I've been feeling a bit hungry lately. Xing Boss roared angrily. I've been sealed away for 800 years, longer than Sun Wukong was sealed. If I don't leave here soon, I'll go mad. I must leave this place. Leave this place. The Demon Dynasty is still waiting for me to guide them. As long as I can send this information back, I'll achieve an unparalleled feat. Become the greatest hero of the Demon Dynasty. I will surely be promoted to the leader of the 8 banners. On the other side, Lu Xingyuan, transformed into an ordinary young man. He quietly arrived at the King's Tomb dungeon. Dungeon, King's Tomb. Difficulty, hard. Restriction 1, levels 30-35. Restriction 2, 5-person party. Before arriving, Lu Xingyuan specifically researched information about the King's Tomb dungeon online. The Tomb of the King dungeon has existed for over a decade. It's not that the dungeon is too difficult. On the contrary, the Tomb of the King is actually quite easy to clear. However, no one has been able to enter the core boss challenge area of the King's Tomb dungeon, and no one can defeat the boss there. This prevents the King's Tomb dungeon from being closed. Therefore, another type of adventurer has emerged here. Power leveling. Lu Xingyuan had just arrived here. Several groups immediately sent him party invitations. Brother, my name is Huang Tianhu. A man with a cigar in his mouth approached. We're a professional power leveling team. We're one short, can clear the game in 8 hours, and it's only 10,000 gold coins. We've been doing this here for years, we're experienced, just follow us the whole way. We guarantee a damage-free run through the game. Huang Tianhu spoke, exhaling a puff of white smoke. He lowered his voice. Brother, this is a special offer. Did you see that young master in the golden armor? He was given 100,000 gold coins directly. Just come along for the numbers. Lu Xingyuan also looked at the little master. Among the crowd, he indeed stood out. His clear yet foolish eyes, combined with his sparkling gear. It was clear at a glance that he was an easy target. The other 3 middle-aged men led by Huang Tianhu were all level 33 professionals. At the same level, their strength was still decent. But to Lu Xingyuan, they weren't worth mentioning. Although there were few people here, it was still sufficient for normal teaming up. However, Lu Xingyuan didn't come here to grind dungeons for leveling up. He wanted to learn more about the King's Tomb dungeon. For the mission. And for the parents of his former self who had died here. Just then, that rich second-generation heir, decked out in flashy gold gear, seemed to be getting impatient. Come on, brother, I've already paid for you. Lu Xingyuan was dumbfounded. This guy was really too innocent. Or maybe stupid. Don't flaunt your wealth, it's a basic principle even children understand. Not to mention that this is in the wilderness. Just as Lu Xingyuan had anticipated. Upon hearing those words, the three game boosters looked at the rich kid with a different expression. There was a hint of excitement in their eyes. Lu Xingyuan took it all in but said nothing more. He directly joined their team. Then, the five of them entered the King's Tomb dungeon together. Chapter 97, Everyone's a Villain. Excellent matchmaking system. Hey, I'm Lu Chen, from an ordinary family, a level 30 professional who just completed their third job advancement. A young man wearing dazzling golden armor smiled. Lu Xingyuan. Dressed in golden armor, he constantly reminds everyone that he is wealthy. I'm a wealthy individual. But when introducing himself, he claims to come from an ordinary family. Are you treating everyone else like little cuties? Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but smile. He wondered if this guy was just being overly dramatic or pretending to be clueless. Huang Tianhu turned to look at the two of them. Although we're mercenaries, we can't guarantee you'll survive and clear the dungeon. In the dungeon, you must stay close to us and protect yourselves. Lu Chen patted his chest and grinned. It's okay, I'll protect you. Lu Xingyuan, thank you. One by one, they stepped into the teleportation gate. A dizzying spin, and when the scene before their eyes finally stabilized, they found themselves in a pitch-black tunnel. Not a single finger could be seen. Click. Huang Tianhu and his two companions, who had prepared in advance, activated the light sources they carried with them. Then, they drew their weapons and remained vigilant. The weapons of these three were all golden grade. Lu Xingyuan was amazed. It wasn't that he thought golden grade weapons were particularly powerful. But for ordinary professionals, gold tier was already extremely powerful. Is leveling up this profitable? Follow them closely. The passages here are extremely complex. If we get separated, we'll never find each other again. Following Huang Tianhu and the others, they quickly pushed forward. Soon, the sound of ghostly wails began to echo in the air. Huang Tianhu waved his hand. The holy light mage in the blue robes chanted a spell and swung his staff. Golden light orbs floated out. Undead monsters feared holy light attributed skills the most. Feeling the scorching heat of the holy light, the monsters turned and fled. The passage is narrow, avoid direct confrontations with the monsters. Let's go, I'll lead you through a shortcut. Following that, Huang Tianhu and the three others led the way, winding through the labyrinthine passages. They kept moving forward. They didn't encounter a single monster for over 10 minutes. Lu Chen was quite surprised. Not a single monster. Huang Tianhu grinned. That's what you call professionalism. The other two also laughed heartily. Lu Xingyuan calmly looked ahead into the darkness. The monsters were coming. He could already hear the sounds. And there were many of them. The next moment, a skeleton lunged forward. Sharp bone claws left marks on Lu Chen's shoulder. 188. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the darkness. Lu Chen was hanging limply from Huang Tianhu's body. Brother Tiger, save me. The other two swiftly disposed of the monster. Huang Tianhu kicked Lu Chen aside with disgust. He looked at Lu Xingyuan with some surprise. This weakling was surprisingly calm. Huang Tianhu didn't pay much attention to him. He turned around and looked at the growing number of undead monsters gathering from all directions. He bared his teeth and laughed. Let's go. Attack. A holy light mage stood beside him, holding his staff high in both hands, and began chanting the spell aloud. Holy light goddess, protect your most devout followers. Holy judgment. Holy light erupted, and a shower of golden arrows rained down densely. Under the attribute disadvantage, the damage was immense. A single skill was enough to eliminate all the weak undead monsters. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. That's impressive. Huang Tianhu chuckled. Don't get too excited, the real show is yet to come. Then, close combat began. The three worked together seamlessly. They cleared the monsters at an astonishing speed. They were about to emerge from the tunnel. Before them, more monsters appeared. Huang Tianhu led them to a side passage. How did so many monsters appear? Big brother, what should we do now? Huang Tianhu shook his head, looking a bit disappointed. There's nothing we can do. My weapon is good, but it's still not quite enough. If the attack power were just a bit higher, we could break through. After speaking, the three of them turned their gaze toward Lu Chen. Brother, your weapon is dark gold tier, right? I know this isn't ideal. But to break out, we have no choice but to ask for your help. The other two began to echo his words. Don't worry, Tiger Brother is just borrowing it. Once you're out, the equipment will be returned to you. Don't you trust Tiger Brother's character? Lu Chen's expression fluctuated between anger and fear. Huang Tianhu wrapped his arm around his shoulder. Brother, the bigger picture comes first. Alright, I'll make the decision. I'll give you an extra reward later. Lu Chen's face darkened, but he looked at the three professionals with menacing glances. He could only force a smile. Of course, of course. Brother Tianhu, take this weapon for now. As he spoke, Lu Chen handed over the dark gold tier weapon in his hand. Huang Tianhu saw the attributes of the dark gold grade weapon and his eyes lit up. Just then, Huang Tianhu suddenly felt he couldn't move. Without knowing when, a golden rope had bound him. This was a control type item. But before he could call for help, a pale dagger pierced his chest. Pulled out, then thrust back in. Plop. 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 351. 366. 381. 405. In an instant, the life bar was completely depleted. Huang Tianhu's lifeless body slumped to the ground. From the moment Lu Chen began his attack until it ended, he didn't even have a chance to fight back before being instantly killed. Lu Xingyuan's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. He had underestimated him. Lu Chen wasn't a pushover. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Huang Tianhu and the other two might not be legitimate mercenaries either. They probably weren't first-timers when it came to extorting others in dungeons. Who would have thought? Lu Chen isn't here to farm the dungeon either. Wow. In this random party, out of 5 people, not a single one is decent. Oh, wait. I, Lu Xingyuan, am a good person. Lu Xingyuan distinguished himself from the others. This corpse doesn't seem right. After Huang Tianhu died, the weapon in his hand rolled onto the ground. All his equipment also fell off. Even the storage ring was still on his body. How is this possible? According to the dungeon rules, storage rings cannot be looted. Could it be? He's really dead. Even his soul has been annihilated? Lu Xingyuan's gaze grew solemn. In the college entrance exam dungeon, he had seen candidates killed by mutated professionals. It was the same situation. This Lu Chen is trouble. Chapter 98, A Transcendent Stare Across Time and Space. Lu Xingyuan remained silent. He remained an observer, watching the three of them fight. Lu Chen and the other two began an intense battle. The leader was killed. The other two were furious. But they were also extremely excited. In the past, with Huang Tianhu around, they could only get the leftovers from his underhanded deals. Now it was their turn to feast. He's alone, and there are 2 of us. We've got this in the bag, brother. Right, don't be afraid. Huang Tianhu was only ambushed, that's why he was killed so quickly. That kid just used his skill. Let's take him out now. The two charged straight at him. Lu Chen, however, demonstrated extraordinary strength. His body twisted and turned, dodging both of their skills in quick succession. Sword storm. He charged forward, closing the distance between them. Lu Chen spun rapidly, forming a whirlwind. At the same time, cold, sharp blade lights flashed continuously. Above the heads of the other two, damage numbers kept appearing. The damage wasn't very high at first, but it seemed to have a damage over time effect. The damage numbers grew increasingly higher. A single skill managed to reduce both of their health bars to half. The two were completely stunned. They immediately tried to run away. But Lu Chen fired a rope from his left hand. It bound the two of them together. They couldn't move. They could only watch helplessly as Lu Chen stabbed them repeatedly with his knife, until their life bars were completely depleted. Lu Chen skillfully collected all the equipment and storage rings dropped by the three. Then he turned his gaze toward Lu Xingyuan. Brother, I didn't really want to kill someone as weak as you. But who told you to be so unlucky? Reincarnate into a better life next time. As he spoke, Lu Chen resorted to his old trick. The golden ropes flew toward him once more, trapping Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan didn't resist. Instead, he seemed very eager. He wanted to see what else Lu Chen had up his sleeve. Then, Lu Chen started stabbing. 389. 393. 399. Lu Chen was an assassin, known for his rapid attack speed. He stabbed him dozens of times in an instant, dealing nearly 10,000 points of damage. Lu Chen was stunned. He's not dead yet? The time control effect ended, and the golden rope slowly fell away. Lu Xingyuan immediately locked his throat. He gripped Lu Chen's neck and lifted him off the ground. I thought you had something better. Turns out that's all you've got. Give me the dagger and this golden rope. Lu Chen was truly panicking this time. He quickly threw the dagger and the golden rope he was holding out. Golden rope item. Quality, dark gold. Usage, 310. Description: can bind the target for 3-10 seconds. Shadow Flame Dagger. Quality: Diamond. Effect 1: increased damage. As the number of consecutive attacks increases, damage gradually increases, with a maximum increase of 30%. Effect 2: swift attack. Attack speed is slightly increased. Effect 3: mutation. The wielder of this weapon can destroy the souls of professional players in the dungeon world. Seeing the previous attributes, Lu Xingyuan remained relatively calm. This can only be described as a weapon with decent attributes. But when he saw Effect 3, Lu Xingyuan was stunned. Mutations. Weapons also have mutation effects. This is way too crazy. Wow! This mutation thing. What on earth is it? It feels like it's everywhere. At that moment, Lu Xingyuan felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Chen's face was flushed red. He kept slapping Lu Xingyuan's arm. Don't kill me. Lu Xingyuan gave him a kind smile. I never kill professionals. Tell me where you got this dagger, and I won't kill you. He released his grip. Lu Chen collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. I found it in that Shadow Island dungeon. Then I came here to rid the world of evil. Brother, these people are really bad. I'm doing this for the people's sake. Please don't kill me. Please, I beg you. Lu Xingyuan nodded. I promise, I won't kill you. But before he could finish speaking, the dagger, tainted with the power of the disease, pierced Lu Chen's neck. 203,413. Lu Chen tried to grab Lu Xingyuan's arm but found he couldn't control his own body. Then, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The villains were all dead. Collect all the equipment from the 4 people. Lu Xingyuan's body was enveloped in surging blood energy. 7 knights clad in full armor emerged from the blood mist. They knelt on one knee and performed the knightly salute with reverence. Master! Lu Xingyuan waved his hand. Go, clear this dungeon. Whether they're adventurers or monsters, leave none behind. As you command, Master. 7 knights burst forth in a blaze of colorful light, charging off in different directions. Lu Xingyuan continued to delve deeper into the dungeon. From Huang Tianhu's previous introduction, Lu Xingyuan had some speculations. The dungeon's boss and all the hidden secrets should all be located in the core area of the dungeon. That was a restricted zone. Anyone who enters this area will be instantly killed. Therefore, later adventurers dared not challenge the core area of this dungeon. They would always bypass this area directly. They would leave the dungeon through the teleportation channel. Lu Xingyuan charged forward relentlessly. Soon, they arrived at the core area. Lu Xingyuan stopped in his tracks and looked up. Gray mist swirled thickly, resembling a towering wall reaching into the clouds, enveloping the entire core area within its grasp. This was the core area. It was also an absolute no-go zone that no adventurer dared to enter. Because here, life points are continuously deducted. No professional can withstand it. But this happens to be Lu Xingyuan's specialty. He walked in excitedly. 1041. Plus 205,469. 1239. Plus 205,469. 1132. Plus 205,469. This is so vivid. Above Lu Xingyuan's head, damage numbers and health recovery numbers kept floating. But it seems completely unmoved. Over 1,000 damage per second is indeed too much for ordinary professionals to handle. Entering the storm zone, one tombstone after another came into Lu Xingyuan's view. Crackle. The ground trembled slightly as one after another, pale white skeletons crawled out of the ground. They let out chilling growls, dragging their unsteady steps toward Lu Xingyuan. These monsters appear to be easily defeated. Yet their attributes were unusually high. Mutated fire-stealing skeleton wolf rider elite monster. Level 38. Health 70,000. Attack power 609. Skills, mutation, charge, soul devour, fear. These undead monsters have pretty high stats. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. This is just the difficult level dungeon. A single elite monster has 70,000 HP. And there are so many of them. That's a bit excessive. If nothing goes wrong, these monsters must have endured a long period of time, corrupted by the disease. That's why their stats are so high. Once we eliminate all these monsters, we should be able to face the boss, right? Lu Xingyuan raised one hand to the sky. Sword control. One after another, blood-red long swords flew out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky was filled with countless blood-red swords. As Lu Xingyuan's palm slowly descended, the flying swords fell like rain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 205,469. 193,000. 200,325. Each strike deals approximately 200,000 damage. The same attack is repeated hundreds of times. No monster can withstand it. In the blink of an eye, various elite monsters are instantly killed. Only scattered bones remain on the ground. As his mental attributes grew, Lu Xingyuan's blood control grew increasingly powerful. He could control more blood, forming more complex attacks. It would not be an exaggeration to say, Lu Xingyuan's strike, in a certain sense, can barely match a 7th-tier forbidden spell. Stepping on the white bone fragments, Lu Xingyuan stepped forward, inch by inch, into the core area. There was a coffin suspended mid-air. Engraved on it were various symbols that were impossible to decipher. Lu Xingyuan's fingers twitched slightly. Several blood-red swords sliced through the air. They severed all the chains holding the coffin in place. With a loud crash, the massive coffin plunged diagonally into the ground. At that moment, a round pearl rolled out of the coffin. From the pearl, beams of ethereal light began to emanate. They lighted in mid-air to form an image. A man and a woman. Two figures slowly materialized. As the two figures became increasingly clear, Lu Xingyuan widened his eyes. Because these two translucent souls were identical to his parents as he remembered them. Chapter 99, New Profession Exclusive Skill River of Eternal Darkness. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but reach out his hand. But his hand could only pass through their bodies. This is merely a recording from the Shadow Pearl, a trace of the past. Looking up at his parents in mid-air, covered in blood yet still fighting relentlessly, Lu Xingyuan murmured softly, "Dad and Mom, I killed everyone from the Yuan family to avenge you." As the words fell, he waved his hand, summoning the 2nd Company commander. And the 2nd Battalion commander. It has also grown stronger. Looking up at the image, tears streamed down the 2nd Battalion commander's face. He let out a series of heart-wrenching sobs. At that moment, the lingering spirits of his parents came to a halt. They were severely injured, leaning against a tombstone. They took out a photo bead, looked at it, and smiled. Lu Tian waved his hand toward the photo bead. "Child, these past years must have been very difficult for you. We're sorry, child. As your parents, we were unable to protect you as you grew up. This is our failure. The fact that you can see the scene means you must have grown up and become very strong." Lu Xingyuan shook his head. Hearing these words, his eyes began to well up with tears. Even at the moment of death, his parents were still thinking of him. He could feel it. Lu Tian continued. "From the 2nd Company commander, you should know that the Yuan family are the beasts who drove us to our deaths. But the Yuan family is not the true culprits, they are merely tools. The one holding the knife is someone else." Mother Gui Jingjing sighed. "It's Aoki from Sakura Island. A 7 transformation master. In theory, we shouldn't have let you face such a powerful enemy. But this is also for your own safety. You don't need to avenge us. Just know who our enemies are and be cautious. We don't have much time left. Let us get to the point. Back then, we were fighting over a weapon tainted with mutated power. Weapons imbued with mutated power can directly annihilate the souls of professionals in the dungeon world. That weapon is most likely already in Aoki's possession. If you ever face him in the future, please be extremely cautious." Wu Jingjing's speech was getting faster and faster. Her posture also became increasingly scattered. Finally, she broke into a bright smile. "Child, I'm so glad to see you one last time. This is the last gift we're leaving for you." As the words fell, the two, holding hands tightly, turned into twinkling stars and faded away into the sky. Lu Xingyuan looked up at the sky. He kept his gaze fixed there until the starlight faded completely, then slowly lowered his eyes. How pitiful are the hearts of parents everywhere. The final moments of life. They had given everything they had, thinking only of Lu Xingyuan. Even after death, they left behind all their possessions. Beside the photo bead was a storage ring. Inside were numerous pieces of equipment, gold coins, and items. Some were high level, others low level. It must have been their parents' life savings. However, Lu Xingyuan was too powerful. Ordinary items are completely useless to him. There's only one skill that Lu Xingyuan really likes. Skill book, Xianbing technique. Quality, legendary. Description: can condense liquid into Xianbing crystals, significantly enhances skills that manipulate liquid-type elements. This skill is typically required by water mages. Blood is also a liquid. Lu Xingyuan's eyes lit up. Learn it directly. Sure enough, this skill enhanced Lu Xingyuan's blood control skill. The key is, it looks cooler now. A slight shift in his thoughts. A long sword with a sharp blade, its entire body resembling blood-red crystal. It floated silently before Lu Xingyuan. The Sparrow Eater. However, the boss of the king's tomb did not seem intent on giving Lu Xingyuan the chance to show off further. Dong dong dong. A loud noise emanated from the massive coffin wedged into the ground. 10 long, sharp bone plates slowly emerged from the coffin lid. Then, they tore open the entire coffin lid. A massive butterfly composed entirely of skulls crawled out of the coffin. Boss mutated skeleton butterfly. Level 45. Health 300,000. Attack power 3040. Skills: mutation, rampage, skeleton wing slash, ghost butterfly shadow minion summon, underworld flame butterfly. The design is pretty unique. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. A butterfly from the undead family. I've never seen anything like that before. A thought flashed through his mind. The blood crystal longsword before him emitted a piercing whistle as it sliced through the air, instantly piercing through the skeletal body of the ghost butterfly. 205,469. One strike, half its blood. The skeletal moth hadn't even woken up yet before entering the second stage. It activated its rampage mode, its originally bone-white skeleton now coated in a layer of red light. Roar! 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 A series of piercing, furious roars echoed through the air. The skeletal butterfly's massive, broken bone wings flapped, slicing through the air and emitting a piercing whistling sound, accompanied by faint blue energy trails. Sharp bone spines, as sharp as scythes, shot out. 1,333. 1,298. Hundreds of damage numbers appeared densely above Lu Xingyuan's head. Lu Xingyuan remained expressionless. He fired another sword strike. Swish! Another 200,000 points of damage. In an instant, the life points of the skeleton butterfly dropped below 10%. Third stage. Shadow flame butterfly form. The skeleton shadow butterfly was enveloped in a swirling flame. Roar! Accompanied by a piercing scream that shatters the sky. The skeleton nether butterfly's most powerful skill hadn't been unleashed yet. It was swiftly dispatched with a single sword strike. Lu Xingyuan, though capable of ignoring this boss, he didn't like seeing others prepare their skills right in front of him. If he allowed a boss to unleash a skill with a long wind-up in front of him, it would make him look foolish. Kill the boss. A series of system notifications sounded. Congratulations! You have completed the first kill of the boss, mutated skeleton moth, and cleared the dungeon. Rewards are being processed. You have obtained the dark gold tier weapon, skeleton scythe. You have obtained the reward, 1,000-year skeleton. You have obtained the reward, the millennium undead crystal. You have obtained the reward, the skeleton of the skeleton butterfly. You have obtained a reward, 180,000 experience points, with double experience for the first kill. You have obtained a reward, 100,000 gold coins. Due to achieving an SSS rank evaluation, you have earned an additional 100 free attribute points. One reward after another floated past Lu Xingyuan. He remained motionless. These were all secondary. The key lay in the advancement quest. He paused for a few seconds. Finally, another notification sound rang out. Congratulations, Boss Blood King, you have completed the third tier advancement quest. You have received a reward, all attributes plus 100, and the main attribute receives 10 times the reward. You have obtained the exclusive skill Yomi Blood River. Underworld Blood River. An unrestricted growth skill. Effect 1, each time you completely defeat a target, you gain 1 point of a random attribute bonus. Effect 2, each time you completely eliminate a target, the Nether Blood River will devour its soul. Effect 3, the more souls devoured, the stronger the control ability becomes. Effect 4, once the Underworld Blood River is strengthened to a certain level, you can awaken the spirits within the river. Effect 5, once the spirit entities within the Blood River are awakened, you gain new abilities. Oh my goodness! What is the Underworld Blood River? This is clearly the river form Human Emperor banner. Chapter 100, Boss Rankings. No wonder it's a boss exclusive skill. So powerful. Lu Xingyuan isn't sure about the control ability. But this skill has unlimited potential. It can be adapted into many functional applications. A slight shift in intent. A blood-red moon slowly rises behind Lu Xingyuan. Without warning, the entire dungeon world had been engulfed by a blood-red river. As far as the eye could see, the underworld blood river was still relatively empty, with only a few scattered ghostly claws protruding from its depths. They dragged the lingering souls of the monsters slain in the dungeon into the depths of the blood river. The river is still too empty. Lu Xingyuan rubbed his hands together in anticipation. So the question arises. Where should we go to restock? 4 words involuntarily popped into his mind. The void. That is, the destroyed Sakura Island. This is the perfect place for him. Not only could he check if Aoki was still alive. If he's alive, kill him. If he's dead, drag his soul into the river of blood in the underworld so he can never be reborn. As for the original inhabitants of that place, they will receive the same treatment. Transform the skeletal moths into blood demons. And add 100 points of free attributes to the main attribute. Lu Xingyuan opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class BOSS Blood King. Third transformation. Quality unknown. Level 30%. Strength 2973 plus 1000. Agility 2307 plus 1000. Stamina 5097 plus 1000. Spirit 2469 plus 1000. Health primary stat 20,596,942. Attack power 209942. Magic power 34690. Exclusive skills: Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline, Blood Demon, Blood Rage, Nether Blood River. General skills: Battle Cry, Descent of the Heavenly God, Dragon's Gaze, Mystic Ice Decision. Equipment: Shadow of the Evil Dragon, Beast God Set Mythic, Proof of a True Man Heirloom, Ancestral Amulet Heirloom, Divine Hiding Ring Epic, Shenkuan Gourd Legendary. Pet Shuyen, Wolf Lord, White Snake, Diana, Bone-Eating Ninja Clan, Night Order, Skeleton Butterfly, Mountain Lord, Mad Tiger, White Jade Spider, Black Jade Spider, Poison Cat King, Octopus, Black Bear Spirit. Reputation 15001. Your infamous reputation is striking. Now I'm truly invincible. Lu Xingyuan now has some confidence in his current strength. The confidence he had in himself. It was one versus the entire world. Even if his identity were exposed now, it wouldn't matter. His next goal is to harvest everything that can be harvested. Stack every attribute that can be stacked. Until one's strength is powerful enough to ignore everything. Explore thoroughly the true secrets of the abyss. And the root cause of the mutation. Outside the King's Tomb dungeon. Numerous professionals who had been cleared out by Lu Xingyuan's Night Order. All of them stand here in a daze. What's going on? How did so many bosses suddenly appear and they're rampaging through the dungeon? These bosses shouldn't be from this dungeon, right? I saw those bosses clearing out the minions. All the adventurers who entered the dungeon today were killed in the dungeon. Without exception. Moreover, the most critical point is the drop rate for loot is 100%. Everyone had their equipment looted. After everyone discussed the situation, everyone was stunned. My gear. Damn it, I lost 3 pieces of gear at once. At the back of the crowd, an elderly man with snow-white hair sighed. Lately, there have been more and more unexpected incidents in the dungeon world. This isn't a good sign. Just then, a voice echoed throughout the city. Citywide announcement: Professional adventurer Hidden Name led a team to successfully clear the Tomb of the King hard mode dungeon today and achieved an SSS rank perfect score. Citywide announcement. Outside the King's Tomb dungeon. Numerous professionals, upon hearing this announcement, all widened their eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? Let alone the special nature of the core area. Adventurers cannot survive in the core area. So many powerful bosses are rampaging through the King's Tomb. Under such circumstances, surviving is already highly unlikely. How could anyone possibly clear the dungeon? Who on earth is it? Everyone is anxiously looking around. They look around at the other adventurers. Lu Xingyuan had already been teleported out and appeared silently among the crowd. Ordinary and unremarkable, he went unnoticed by everyone. He wasn't paying attention to what was going on here. Instead, he was looking at his phone. On the professional forum, several top-posted messages had appeared. Shocking. 99.99% of people don't know that the number of dungeon worlds across the globe is experiencing explosive growth. According to statistics, the number of dungeon teleportation portals that appeared yesterday alone was 10 times the normal daily average. Shocking. Men will fall silent, women will shed tears, and children will bang their heads against the wall. According to statistics, over 100 professionals died in dungeons yesterday alone. Shocking. An increasing number of abnormal players are emerging in the dungeon worlds. Is this the result of twisted human nature or the collapse of morality? All these posts are telling the same story. Massive changes are occurring in every corner of the world. The number of copies is exploding. And many of these new copies contain mutated professionals. Within the Dark Hall, everyone is discussing this matter. Everyone is not very optimistic about this situation. The number of dungeon teleportation channels has surged dramatically. In the short term, it won't have a significant impact on humanity. However, if this continues, the pressure on humanity will grow increasingly severe. Until one day, human workers will completely collapse. These copies will gradually merge with Blue Star, and all the monsters within them will descend upon Blue Star. Humanity will also begin its countdown to destruction. Lu Xingyuan furrowed his brows. Could it be because of the mutated professionals? The fusion speed between the Abyss and Blue Star has accelerated. This is not good news. The Abyss already harbors many powerful beings, far surpassing the bosses currently known. If these bosses were to fully master the power of mutation, their power would undoubtedly grow even stronger. As expected, they are still not strong enough. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Then next, we'll head to the Cherry Blossoms, no, the Void Realm. The blood river of the underworld requires an ample supply of souls. Lu Xingyuan also needs to kill to grow stronger. At that moment, a ranking list was revealed to the entire world. The boss ranking chart. First place, Boss Artificial God. Second place, Boss Bug King Lu Gu. Third place, Boss Black Queen. Fourth place, Hellhound. Fifth place, Boss Elf Queen Butterfly. Eighth place, Boss Void Queen. 10th place, Boss Blood King Lu Xingyuan. Chapter 101, Identity Exposed? But I am invincible. 11th, Ice Dragon King. 15th place, Boss Witch. 22nd place, Boss Dragon of the Star Realm. 27th place, Boss War Disaster Avatar Zhuyan. 48th, Eight-Headed Great Snake. 50th, Lord of the City of Light. 100th, Boss Immortal King Lord of the Black Castle. Boss Rankings. Ranked based on the boss's potential. Only bosses discovered by humans are included in the rankings. Furthermore, the rankings also reveal the boss's other identities. This is a universal rule, reflecting the favor shown to humanity. However, the consequences fall on others. With the release of this list, the entire world erupted in chaos. Lu Xingyuan. The Blood King is actually Lu Xingyuan. In the class group chat of Class 4, Senior 3 at 3rd Middle School, complete chaos erupted. Their classmate was actually the boss? And the Blood King himself. He had slaughtered everyone in the beginner's dungeon. Now everything makes sense. At the beginning, no wonder Lu Xingyuan was able to clear the newbie dungeon first. In the dungeons where the Blood King and Lu Xingyuan appeared together, Lu Xingyuan always emerged as the ultimate winner. Actually, some people had noticed this back then. But what could a newbie player possibly have to do with a boss? Who could have thought of that? There's even a boss profession? It's like seeing a classmate repeatedly entering and exiting the same mall with a famous celebrity. They're clearly from two different worlds. You wouldn't even think they're dating. Now, the impossible has become possible. Lu Xingyuan is the Blood King. As one of the first professionals tortured by the Blood King, they hate him. They hate him with every fiber of their being. But not a single one dared to at Lu Xingyuan. They knew the Blood King's power. Even if 1,000 curses raced through their minds, they dare not vent their anger at Lu Xingyuan. This wasn't their classmate. It was the Blood King. A top 10 presence on the boss rankings. With future potential. Second only to the boss who had just destroyed a nation, the Void Queen. Even the strongest professionals in the world, when facing the Blood King, must proceed with caution. These little karamis. How dare I say anything more? Especially those few students who had once bullied Lu Xingyuan. They were all trembling in fear. They were afraid that Lu Xingyuan would come back and slap them. Sent to see their great-grandmother. At the same time, in the virtual meeting room of Magic City, the Game Administration Bureau, the military, and the Job Change Temple, the three major factions were holding a meeting. Suddenly, a boss rankings list appeared out of thin air. The entire meeting room fell into complete silence. Damn it! Li Yunlai, the usually calm head of the Job Change Temple, let out a string of expletives. He had broken down. A mythical tier stargazer. In the name of predicting the future. Guiding humanity toward its future. But mistakenly identified a world-shaking demon as the savior. He even persuaded two other friends to provide a boss with some precious items. This is utterly embarrassing. Li Yunlai picked up his phone, ready to confront Lu Xingyuan. Demand an explanation. But then he realized. He had been blocked. Li Yunlai was so angry he couldn't catch his breath. He nearly fainted. Wang Long and Wu Hanen, who were standing nearby, also noticed they had been blocked. This little bastard, his personality is truly despicable. But I think, old Li, you shouldn't get too worked up. Wang Long patted Li Yunlai on the shoulder. This might not be a bad thing. That kid is first and foremost a human being, and only then a boss. Who says a boss can't become a savior? Li Yunlai paused for a moment. That's right. The Blood King once saved countless people in the college entrance exam dungeon. He helped the Xia Kingdom survive a disaster. That alone is proof enough. Lu Xingyuan is not just a boss. If Lu Xingyuan were just an ordinary person, he would naturally have no qualifications to be a savior. Only someone sufficiently special. Powerful enough. Then there is such a possibility. Being among the top 10 on the boss rankings proves he has that kind of strength. Luo City. Treasure Pavilion. Hua Jin sat by the window, gazing at the once destroyed Yuan Group building in the distance. Now, a new building stands tall in its place. Lu Xingyuan, the Blood King. Such an existence should be powerful enough, right? I hope that when we meet again, you will fulfill your promise. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Game Administration Bureau issued orders. Li Weigang led dozens of professionals dressed in black tactical gear. Fully armed. They completely surrounded Lu Xingyuan's residence. At the same time, several female operatives were heading to the homes of nearby residents to inquire about everything related to Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan? I don't know him. This kid is very honest. I've even seen him help an old lady cross the street. He's a good person, he couldn't be a bad guy. Don't get it wrong. Li Weigang listened with a puzzled expression. The chief said there was no danger. But the more he learned, the more he felt this guy was a monster. This is an anti-human being. Outside the dark hall, through the swirling mist, a hideous black figure could be seen. Twisted tentacles constantly extend from his body. Like a monster with countless tentacles. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Lu Xingyuan, the Blood King. This body is mine now. I will return to this world once more. Xinghan, trembling in fear, knelt on the ground. He had mistaken Lu Xingyuan's identity, committing a grave offense against his master. Master, what should we do now? The black figure grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Of course, we must bring him here from the abyss. Then kill him. Possess his body. Xinghan hurriedly began to flatter, as the commander of the 8 banners, our master possesses boundless magical power and extraordinary abilities. The black figure, accompanied by surging energy, grew increasingly clear, its head slowly protruding forward, resembling a dog's head on a human body. Behind Xing Boss, a yellow banner shot into the sky, embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon, its eyes wide with anger. It flapped wildly in the gale. If Lu Xingyuan had witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly be utterly shocked. Because this was strikingly similar to the Qing dynasty's Zhenghuang banner from his memories. Xing Boss's lips curled into an even wider smile. When I am reborn and return, it will be the moment when my demonic dynasty defies the tide and once again rules the world. Lu Xingyuan naturally also saw this list. However, he remained surprisingly calm. Exposing himself was no longer a concern. After all, his current strength was more than sufficient. Moreover, there are many ways to conceal one's identity. The key is, there's the ability to blink. It can traverse the void. The world is vast, where cannot one go? But Lu Xingyuan still felt a bit restless. He had a bad feeling. It seems to have been targeted by something. Chapter 102, The Blood King's Declaration of War. One man against a nation. The Blood King's court. Zhang Yuli's expression was extremely grim. How could this happen? Lu Xingyuan's identity couldn't possibly have been exposed on the rankings list. In her previous life, she had also seen this boss ranking chart. But in her previous life, the boss ranking list only listed the names of the bosses. There were no names revealing the boss's other identities. Something is clearly wrong here. Looking over at Lu Xingyuan, who was lying on a recliner, swaying back and forth, completely unconcerned, Zhang Yue sighed. Why aren't you worried at all? Your identity has been exposed. Many people will come looking for trouble. Luckily, they don't know that killing professionals makes you stronger. Otherwise, you'll become the enemy of all humanity. There will be no place in the world for you to hide. It was rare to see Zhang Yue so flustered. Lu Xingyuan smiled mischievously. What is there to fear? As long as I'm strong enough, there will always be great scholars to defend me. Speaking of which, the others must be dying to kill me by now. But you, the school flower, seem quite concerned about me. Zhang Yue suddenly turned around, her face flushing red. We're teammates. We're partners, right? We have to work together to fix bugs and clear dungeons. Of course I care about you. Zhang Yue found an excuse and hurried to explain. Don't say that. Think carefully about what you're going to do next. Lu Xingyuan looked up at the sky. I plan to leave Xia Kingdom for a while. Where to? The void. Zhang Yuli furrowed her brows. The matter of the boss rankings. It had diverted everyone's attention away from the void realm. However, the Void Queen continues to steadily erode those islands. The Void Realm is currently in complete chaos. Not only with the Void Empress's minions but also with the native inhabitants of the Void Lands. Many powerful adventurers have already set foot on that land. They aim to seize some benefits while the opportunity arises. This place is chaotic enough, it suits Lu Xingyuan just fine. After all, this guy is extremely powerful. Whoever crosses him is in for trouble. Lu Xingyuan looked at the system panel. Attribute panel, Lu Xingyuan. Class, Boss Blood King. Third transformation. Quality unknown. Level 30%. Strength 2 973 plus 1000. Agility 2307 plus 1000. Stamina 5097 plus 1000. Spirit 2469 plus 1000. Health primary attribute 20 596 942. Attack power 209 942. Magic power 34690. Exclusive skills: Blood Forge, Blood Tide, Blood Control, Demon Lord's Bloodline, Blood Demon, Blood Rage, Underworld Blood River. Reputation 70 322. Your infamous reputation is truly awe-inspiring. I wonder if it's because the fusion between the real world and the abyss is becoming increasingly intense. Or perhaps there's another reason. The boss rankings appeared afterward. Lu Xingyuan's reputation points surged directly from 15,000 to over 70,000. And the growth rate hasn't slowed down at all. I wonder what reputation points are actually used for. Lu Xingyuan stood up. He waved at Jiang Yue. I need to go prepare. Jiang Yuli clenched her fists tightly. You better not be too careless. Be extra vigilant against the powerful beings of the abyss. They're far more powerful than humans imagine. Lu Xingyuan, you must come back alive. Lu Xingyuan grinned. Don't worry, they'll only end up kneeling before me, submitting as my subjects. You're just bragging. Watching Lu Xingyuan's figure slowly fade away, Jiang Yue's expression grew serious. In this world, no one knew the terror of the abyss better than she, the reincarnated one. Those powerful bosses, combined with the even more mutation power of this lifetime, they would likely sweep across the entire world at an even faster pace. She needed to level up quickly as well. After some time had passed, the Blood King's popularity across the entire network not only failed to wane. Instead, it has reached a fever pitch. More and more people are joining the discussions. More and more victims have begun to speak out. They recount their brutal murders at the hands of the Blood King and the horrifying loss of their equipment. They speak of the Blood King's brutality and ruthlessness. Of course, there are also some people who claim that the Blood King is a good person. For example, the young people who are taking the college entrance exam this time. At the time, in the college entrance exam scenario, the situation was dire. The high-ranking officials of Xia Kingdom were unable to rescue them. It was a situation where there was no hope of survival. The Blood King emerged out of nowhere and, acting alone, killed them all. Although he lost his rank. Although his equipment was destroyed. But he still saved their lives. Who dares to call the Blood King a villain? These young people who had just gone through the college entrance exams were already arguing online with others. Two factions quickly emerged online. The Savior faction. This faction is predominantly made up of young people. They firmly believe that the Blood King is the savior, born to oppose the abyss and bring hope to the land. The other faction is the World Destroyer faction. They equate the Blood King with the World Destroyer. They engage in various forms of condemnation. They advocate the annihilation of Lu Xingyuan. Their members are a diverse bunch. For a time, the entire internet was abuzz with activity. Lu Xingyuan was in the Dark Hall, listening to several other abyss walkers analyze the Blood King. The Blood King has been attacking and slaughtering professionals with impunity. The evidence is irrefutable. Now that we've identified his identity, we must eliminate this inhuman threat. Otherwise, this will be a disaster for all of humanity. Serpent number 3. He is a staunch follower of the apocalyptic faction. He believes that Lu Xingyuan must be killed. Lu Xingyuan expressed understanding. After all, he had previously killed many members of the Tingsha Guild. However, this old man had better be careful. Don't let me find out where your guild's main city is. Otherwise, I'll send a boss crashing down from the sky. The 8th Little Red Riding Hood who knows Lu Xingyuan's true identity. Go ahead and confront him. Old man, what about your mother? How dare you call the Blood King the World Destroyer? He saved countless young people of Xia Kingdom. Those people are the future of Xia Kingdom. Look at you, you're about to be laid to rest. Tell me, what have you done for Xia Kingdom in your entire life? Can it even compare to what the Blood King has done? Little Red Riding Hood started cursing. The Great Snake was so angry he was blowing his beard and glaring. You insolent girl, you have no manners. What about Lu Xingyuan? He killed so many professionals in the dungeon. Are we just going to let that slide? Pearl number 7, number 3 has always been targeting the Blood King. Could it be because your family's descendants have been killed by the Blood King too many times? The Great Snake's face turned green instantly. Joker, the boss class such a special existence. I really want to meet him. The Dark Hall argued for over an hour before finally ending. It was hard to believe that these people were all leaders of various factions. After Lu Xingyuan left the Dark Hall, he followed Shanshu to the Magic City. This time, he made no attempt to disguise himself. He simply walked in with confidence into the most bustling beach in the Demon City. A sun-kissed, handsome young man was holding the hand of a beautiful little girl who looked like a porcelain doll. Along the way, they attracted countless glances. Wow, he is so handsome. What good is being handsome? He already has a daughter. I feel like I've seen this face before, somewhere. That's Lu Xingyuan. Who is Lu Xingyuan? The Blood King. Run. The boss is attacking the city. Mom. The once bustling Bund, the most vibrant area of the magical city, was suddenly deserted. Piercing alarm bells rang out. Amidst flashes of blue and red lights, a group of highly skilled official professionals gathered at the scene. Numerous journalists were stationed at a distance, their cameras trained on the two individuals. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. His clothes were gradually shrouded in a layer of blood mist. The blood mist dissipated. The once sunny and handsome young man had transformed into a malevolent, domineering boss. Blood King. Relax, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to announce something. To be precise, it's a declaration of war. I, in the name of the Blood King, declare war on the Void Lands. Chapter 103, Crossing the Ocean, Here I Come. The official professionals who have arrived here. Most have also expressed their stance toward Lu Xingyuan the Blood King online. There are those who belong to the Savior faction. There are also those who support the World Destroyer faction. But that's all online. When they saw the Blood King appear in the most bustling area of the Demon City, at that moment, they were completely overwhelmed by fear. The Blood King has saved countless college entrance exam candidates. Without exaggeration, he single-handedly saved the future of Xia Kingdom. However, no matter how great his achievements, they cannot erase people's fear of the boss. The Blood King is the boss. A powerful being. A boss ranked in the top 10 of the boss rankings. Witnessing that young man, from harmless to the boss, transformed into the Blood King, everyone felt an instinctive fear. Not only at the scene. Through the live stream, news of what happened here has spread across the nation. Even around the world. Everyone felt terrified. Everyone stared at the screen in terror. If the Blood King were to go on a rampage in a bustling area, how many people would die? But just then, the boss that had struck fear into the hearts of thousands turned his gaze toward the ocean. 2 days ago, the college entrance exam dungeon. They dared to collude with the Void Realm to invade our Xia Kingdom, seal off the college entrance exam dungeon, and slaughter the future of our Xia Kingdom. Today, I, the Blood King, on behalf of the Blood Court, declare war on the Void Realm. Lu Xingyuan slowly spread his arms. Boiling blood surged like a massive crimson sword, piercing the sky and tearing it apart. One after another, hideous blood-red beastly shadows flickered in and out of view amidst the boiling blood mist. In the next instant, the entire person was slowly swallowed by the spatial fissure. These final words drove all the people of Xia Kingdom mad. Damn it, for that line alone, I'll fight black to the end. Blood King, pierce the void. Who dares to call this the World Destroyer? I'll kill him. The Void Realm is the sworn enemy of every Xia Nation citizen, etched into their very bones from childhood. To speak such words in public, the Blood King is a hero of the entire nation. In Xia Kingdom, within the official factions, there are indeed many who seek to eliminate the Blood King. However, due to the Blood King's demonstrated overwhelming power and his ability to traverse space, everyone is deeply intimidated by him. Additionally, this time, the Blood King declared war on the Void Realm. He has directly positioned himself at the pinnacle of public opinion. This isn't just a boss. This is clearly a national hero. Anyone daring to openly target the Blood King at this critical moment will inevitably face the most intense online backlash. Therefore, the entire nation is praising the Blood King. They have directly elevated Lu Xingyuan to the status of a deity. On the other side, in the skies above the sea, dozens of miles away from the Demon City, a spatial fissure suddenly appeared. A large and a small figure. 2 figures emerged from the spatial fissure, hovering in mid-air above the sea. Although Flash possesses the ability to tear open space, but it is not unlimited. Currently, her power is insufficient, and the distance she can traverse in a single use is too short. She sensed the scent of blood and flesh. The monsters within the sea erupted into chaos. Roar! 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 One after another, they opened their mouths wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Eagerly, they wanted to take a bite out of Lu Xingyuan's body. The number of monsters in the sea is truly terrifying. In this era, the sea had become a forbidden zone for humans. Only under the protection of powerful professionals could people cross the seas. Lu Xingyuan snapped his fingers. In an instant, the clear sky was shrouded by a pair of massive black hands. The entire sea became pitch black, so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. A crimson full moon slowly rose from behind Lu Xingyuan, dyeing the entire sea a dark red. A river of blood poured down from the sky. One by one, bone-white claws emerged from the river of blood. They bound the monsters that had been restraining the sea. Then they dragged them into the river of blood. You have defeated a level 39 supersonic shark. You have gained 3,500 experience points and shark fins. Strength +1. You have defeated a level 45 magic pattern octopus. You have obtained 13,000 experience points and octopus tentacles. Agility +1. You have killed. Soon, the hundreds of sea monsters surrounding you were completely devoured. They transformed from sea monsters into undead souls in the river of eternal darkness, doomed to eternal torment. They swam endlessly in the blood river until the landwalkers summoned them forth. They would then attack everything within their reach with frenzied ferocity. A dense shower of rewards flashed before his eyes. Lu Xingyuan's experience points increased by 5%. At the same time, he obtained several hundred random attribute points. The underworld blood river proved to be highly effective. This was the first time he had used this skill in actual combat. Lu Xingyuan was very satisfied. However, when his gaze turned toward the deeper parts of the ocean, his expression grew increasingly somber. This is still the shallow sea region, and these monsters are already this powerful. What must the deep sea, known as the absolute forbidden zone for humans, be like? Perhaps many of the monsters on the boss rankings are hiding there. Lu Xingyuan gazed toward the distant deep sea. Pitch black, with no bottom in sight. Beneath that pitch black seabed, it seemed as though a gaping maw was lurking. Any creature that dared to enter would be devoured until nothing remained. The phone vibrated repeatedly. It snapped Lu Xingyuan back to reality. It was because of his public declaration of war against the Void Realm, which had caused a huge stir. Several friends had sent him messages. They asked if he had truly gone to the Void Realm. Lu Xingyuan didn't respond to anyone. He simply wanted to annihilate all life on the Voidlands. In a way, this was the instinct of every citizen of Xia Kingdom. Once the skill cooldown was complete, the flickering light once again tore open a spatial fissure. The two figures were swallowed by the shattered space. They completely vanished from their original location. Half an hour later, a void-like area surrounded by islands. This area had not yet fallen under the control of the Void Insect Clan. Several short, uniform-clad men and women were being chased by a shark-like bipedal monster. Boss Shark King. Level 33. Health 139,000. Attack power 1,139. Skills: high-pressure water jet, intimidation, hunt. Lu Xingyuan remained motionless. He simply watched as the few natives of the Void Realm were devoured one by the Shark King. Then, he delivered a single blow, instantly killing the Shark King. Congratulations on defeating the boss Shark King. Rewards are being processed. You have gained 10,000 experience points. You have obtained 5,000 gold coins. You obtained shark bones, shark fins. You obtained the body of the Shark King. A large amount of rewards flashed before his eyes. Lu Xingyuan did not use the underworld blood river to devour the Shark King's soul, because this was a boss. A single drop of blood was injected into the center of the Shark King's forehead, accompanied by a surge of blood energy. Soon, the transformation ritual came to an end. The Shark King kneels down on one knee with reverence. Master. Lu Xingyuan nodded slightly. From the Shark King, he learned some information related to the Void Realm. Master, I usually never come ashore. It's just that recently, there's been a large amount of high-grade materials appearing here. That's why I came ashore to eliminate these individuals. Lu Xingyuan took the diamond-shaped stone handed to him by the Shark King. Void Stone. Quality: legendary. Effect: a stone imbued with spatial attributes, rare in quantity and extremely valuable. It is the ultimate choice for forging high-tier equipment. A legendary quality Void Stone. Lu Xingyuan was somewhat surprised. This item is extremely rare. Such a small piece. It's worth at least 100 million. He learned this from the Shark King. After the void creatures invaded this area, a large number of void stones appeared here. Chapter 104, She didn't even have to speak. I already knew you were at fault. Several days earlier, when the mutated ninjas appeared in the college entrance exam dungeon, the Xia Kingdom government immediately dispatched an advance team to this area for exploration. Other neighboring countries also took action. Now, they have gathered a significant amount of intelligence. The most valuable piece of information is the Void Stone. This place actually has such a priceless treasure. Several heavily armed soldiers from the Xia Kingdom's military had just cleared out a gathering of void bugs. Each of them had obtained at least one Void Stone. This must have appeared alongside the arrival of the void creatures. Immediately relay the news about the Void Stones back to Xia Kingdom. We need more reinforcements. It's said that the Blood King is also coming here. Can we ask him for help? At the same time, teams from other nations had also made discoveries. Lighthouse professionals. A few tall, fair-haired individuals with high noses. Oh my gosh. It's actually Void Stone. And there's Void Stone everywhere. Quick, inform the 5-star general. We must secure the Void Realm completely as soon as possible. Hanchang professionals. Several shifty-eyed professionals split up, their faces greasy with makeup, staring at the Void Stones in their hands and letting out blood-curdling screams. Void Stones. We were the first to discover the Void Stones. These Void Stones rightfully belong to us. Boss, these Void monsters are too powerful. We're no match for them. This Void Stone was merely a lucky find for them. Damn it. The leader's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Since we can't defeat the monsters, let us kill them. The natives here might have also picked up void stones. Round them all up and search each one. In addition, there are many other guild factions that have also arrived here. The Fengming Guild's base camp. Bai Xinju also obtained a piece of void stone. However, this is not what she needs. She came here to seek a treasure that could suppress the abnormal changes within her body. In recent times, the mutative energy within Bai Xinju's body had become increasingly difficult to suppress. With the news of the void stones spreading worldwide through various global powers, if there were only a few void stones, they would naturally not cause much of a stir. However, if there are enough of them, they could significantly enhance the equipment attributes of a nation's high-ranking warriors. Top-tier combat power can determine the strength of a nation. A large quantity of void stones is a resource capable of altering the fate of any nation or guild. Therefore, an increasing number of powerful individuals are beginning to gather in the Voidlands. The situation in the Voidlands is growing increasingly chaotic. A clash is inevitable. At that moment, a port in the Voidlands was completely destroyed. A figure shrouded in black hood, with blood-red aura swirling around him, slowly descended. People hiding among the surrounding ruins couldn't help but hold their breath. These were all natives of the Voidlands. They had heard that a large number of foreign mercenaries had come to aid Sakura to rescue the survivors. This person's aura is so powerful, he must be a powerful warrior. Let's go out and ask for his help. Don't. A short man with a tuft of hair under his nose blocked the others. I remember him. He's from the Xia Kingdom. If he is from another country, he might help us. But the Xia people, why would they save us? For the Void Lands. The professionals sent by Xia Kingdom. They couldn't possibly be saviors. But it is an existence even more evil than the devil himself. And to make matters worse, this person is the Blood King. They had received numerous messages from the outside world, including one about the Blood King's declaration of war against the Voidlands. This human is the boss. Lu Xingyuan did not look at the ruins around him. His gaze was fixed on an Akita dog ahead. Its body was wrapped in twisted armor, one eye was a bottomless pit, and blood was still flowing out of it. The other eye flickered with a blue glow. Bloodthirsty twisted void worm. Level 18. Health 15,000. Attack power 330. Skills, Devour, Rapid Growth, Void Spikes. Is this the Void Worm race? Lu Xingyuan's thoughts flickered. A river of blood plummeted from the sky. In an instant, it engulfed everything around it. Souls trapped within the blood river coalesced into blood-red hands, crawling up the body of this void worm. They clung to it tightly. No matter how the void worm struggled, it could not escape this control. Even its true form could not separate from the Akita Inu. For the control of the underworld blood river extends not only to the physical body. It also binds its soul. Not bad. After all, this is a newly acquired ability. Moreover, the underworld blood river is constantly growing and becoming stronger. Lu Xingyuan still needs to conduct more experiments before he can fully master the capabilities of this skill. Under Lu Xingyuan's mental command, those blood-red hands grasped the limbs of the void worms, pulling it inch by inch into the depths of the blood river, and continuously devouring its life force. Soon, the void worm's physical form was completely dissolved by the yin-yang blood river. You have slain the bloodthirsty twisted void worm. You have gained 300 experience points. Strength +1. You have defeated a level 11 Shadow Ninja. You have gained 1000 experience points. Agility +1. You have killed an 18th level low-rank ninja, earning 5000 experience points. Spirit +1. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh dear. Accidentally, the Yomi blood river killed the surrounding humans as well. After all, it's a new ability. Not being able to control it is understandable, right? In the distance, hundreds of professionals, some disheveled, others missing limbs and covered in wounds, were being driven by several professionals from Hansheng to a square with whips. Those who provide void stones or information about void stones can survive. Got it? The leader, a well-groomed professional, waved his weapon, constantly gesturing at the people below. The people screamed in terror and scrambled backward. Suddenly, a man with a shriveled expression pointed at a woman with an exaggerated figure. I saw her carrying a void stone with my own eyes. The group of beautiful women immediately fled. But just as they ran a few steps, they suddenly collided with someone. The person was dressed all in black, with a huge hood covering their face, making their features indistinguishable. All that could be seen was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Oh. The soft, springy sensation. This sent a chill down Lu Xingyuan's spine. A group of beautiful women knelt desperately on the ground. Save me. Who can save me? Before she could finish speaking, Lu Xingyuan's blood-stained crystal sword severed the head of the pursuer. Some people stand on the side of justice without needing to speak, because she possesses a will that surpasses D. Chapter 105, Offer your souls to the Master. This is the greatest honor of your lives. Ah. On the pale face of godless moon, a few drops of blood slowly trickled down. Looking at the severed head rolling at her feet, she was completely frozen with fear. The figure shrouded in a black hood had vanished before her eyes. He was killing. Whether they were monsters or professionals. Or professionals from any country. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would only become the souls beneath his blood crystal longsword. What is this? The Blood King. Shinatsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted in shock. Lu Xingyuan turned his head and curved his lips into a faint smile. Behind him, as his thoughts shifted, red threads of blood coalesced into crimson lines, resembling the scythe of death, enveloping everyone gathered in the square, slicing them cleanly into shattered pieces of flesh. A river of blood surged forth, swallowing the souls of the deceased. At the same time, all equipment and storage rings were collected. Then, he returned once more before Shin Wuyue. Shin Mosuki. Class, Priest. Quality, Rare. Level, 18. Thank you for saving me. Shin Anuki bowed repeatedly in gratitude. At the same time, he took out the Void Stone from his storage ring. Soul-absorbing Void Stone. Quality, Epic. Void Stone. Effect 1, a stone imbued with spatial attributes, rare in quantity and expensive in price. It is the ultimate choice for forging high-tier equipment. Effect 2, when forging equipment, it grants an additional soul absorption effect. Epic tier? Lu Xingyuan had already obtained several Void Stones. But he had never seen this type before. A different kind of Void Stone. Not only is it epic tier, but it also grants the soul binding effect when forging equipment. Soul binding effect. During forging, it can grant equipment additional attributes. It's a pretty decent effect. The key point is, this is an inherent property of the materials used for forging equipment. It can be manually controlled. This makes it quite valuable. Lu Xingyuan, where did you get this Void Stone? Shin Mitsuki paused for a moment. From a very dangerous place where there was a boss. I was lucky to survive and escape from there. Sir, you really shouldn't go there. Take me there. Lu Xingyuan's voice left no room for argument. At the same time, the news of Lu Xingyuan entering the Void Realm had already spread across the entire world, accompanied by graphic videos of slaughter. What greeted Lu Xingyuan was, of course, the condemnation of the entire world. A demon. This is a demon. The international community must bring him to justice. The Blood King is massacring our cherry blossom nation. He is a demon against humanity. The Void. The regions that had not yet been destroyed by the Void. Many people are protesting online, trying to sway public opinion and draw attention from other nations. Han Chang. What the hell? Ah, this Blood King. Killing the cherry blossoms is one thing, but why kill our people? He's just a boss. All nations should resist him. Unite and kill Lu Xingyuan. He's one of the top 10 bosses on the rankings. Brahmin. The Blood King is Lu Xingyuan of Xia Kingdom. He is rampaging in the Void Realm, slaughtering professionals from all nations. The Xia Kingdom must take responsibility for this. All nations, join us in condemning the Xia Kingdom. Within the borders of the Xia Kingdom, the scene was completely different. Everyone was laughing. Damn it, it has to be the Blood King. The boss killing the professionals is reasonable, isn't it? The boss kills people. What does that have to do with us in the Xia Kingdom? What asks Lu Xingyuan? We don't know him. This is clearly the Blood King. Scream? Keep screaming. So many professionals killed by one person, and you still have the nerve to boast? Netizens from Xia Kingdom began responding on foreign forums, engaging in online arguments. These comments instantly broke the emotional defenses of countless people. In the Void Realm, Lu Xingyuan, led by Shin Wuyue, arrived at the core area of this coastal city. The area was teeming with all manner of twisted void creatures. Some humans parasitized by void creatures roamed the streets and alleys. Only a handful of powerful professionals cling to life. Void Parasite. Level, 22. Health, 10,100. Attack power, 388. Skills, Seduction, Parasitism, Rapid Reproduction, Mental Control, Attribute Stack. Parasite? Such high attributes? Lu Xingyuan was puzzled. Shin Anuki seemed to have guessed his doubts and began to explain. Sir, these monsters not only have high attributes, but they also all parasitize on the bodies of professionals. The most unique skill of parasites is attribute stacking. The attributes of the parasites are stacked with the attributes of their hosts. Therefore, the parasite's attributes are exceptionally powerful. Shinrya's body trembled involuntarily. Lu Xingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. He never expected that these cherry blossom professionals, after being turned into this by the parasitic beasts, were still alive. This was indeed good news. With a flick of his thoughts, a blood-red mist spread. The three mutated ninjas led by Erosion Bone Ninja Clan were summoned and immediately knelt on one knee. With utmost reverence, Kamizuki gasped in shock and quickly covered her mouth. You are the bone-eating ninja clan leader. The bone-eating ninja clan was once extremely famous throughout the entire Sakura Island. He was even regarded as the future of Sakura Island. Now, you have become a subordinate of the Blood King. Due to the destruction of Sakura Island, the network signal is intermittent. Knowledge about the Blood King is limited. We only know that he is extremely powerful. But exactly how powerful he is, Kamizuki has no idea. Lu Xingyuan, does this place look familiar? The three ninjas turned around. The city, though already in ruins, was now overrun with monsters. It no longer resembled its former bustling self. However, the words visible on the shop fronts could still be clearly made out, revealing where this place was. Master, is this our hometown? Erosion Bone Ninja Clan was hard to believe. He had long been controlled by the Empress of the Void and infected by the mutation. He had no idea what had happened on Sakura Island afterward. Lu Xingyuan nodded slightly. Yes, but there is no longer a Sakura Island in this world. This is the Void. The gaze of the bone-eating ninja clan drifted over their fellow clan members who had been parasitized by void creatures. These people were once my fellow clan members. Now they are being tortured and devoured by void creatures. How tragic. I have come to set you free. Offer your souls to the master. This will be the greatest honor of your lives. Godless Moon? Lu Xingyuan, 6. At that moment, the Erosion Bone Ninja Clan flickered and landed lightly in the center of the street. One by one, those possessed by the void parasites turned their heads. Their gazes converged on the bone-eating ninja clan. Roar! Roar! Kill! Amidst the deafening roars, the humans under control charged toward the bone-eating ninja clan with wild fury. He simply spread his arms wide. Early fern dance. In an instant, sharpened bone spears pierced the ground and shot toward the sky. Within a radius of thousands of meters, the area was transformed into a sea of bones. All living creatures were pierced by the bone spines. They turned into souls of the dead, swallowed by the river of the underworld. Experience points plus 998. Constitution plus 1. Experience points plus 1000. Constitution plus 1. Experience points plus 333. Thousands of densely packed reward messages flashed through his mind in an instant. After the reincarnation chant evolved into the underworld blood river. Whether killing monsters, humans, or mutated professionals, Lu Xingyuan would gain attribute point rewards. His strength would increase. The surrounding streets were now completely devoid of any living creatures. However, the courtyard ahead is an exception. A faint aura of pressure emanates from the courtyard. Dare to kill my subordinates? You're asking for death. Chapter 106, Ruined, the Voidstone Crystal. It's him. Extreme fear nearly overwhelmed all of Shen Wuyue's rationality. She instinctively cowered behind Lu Xingyuan, seeking a shred of safety. Lu Xingyuan remained silent, only calmly gazing at the courtyard. Boom! The next moment, a surge of energy swept through, causing the damaged courtyard walls to collapse with a loud crash. A man dressed in a samurai outfit, with a tuft of hair below his nose, slowly emerged from the courtyard. On his head, a massive parasite was clinging to his head. To be precise, the parasite had completely enveloped the human's head, propped up on his shoulders. It was covered in tentacles and had a hideous, demon-like mouth. Boss Void Puppet Worm mutated. Level 45. Health 800,000. Attack power 4,500. Skills: Mutation, Parasitic Threads, Puppet Strings, Thread Bind, Potential Awakening. Its attributes are pretty high. Moreover, this puppet insect looks completely different from the others. It seems to be an evolved form. Lu Xingyuan stood above, watching quietly. The bone-eating ninja clan was leading two other boss minions. They were already engaged in a fierce battle with the puppet master. Bone spikes. Dense bone spears erupted from the Erosion Bone Ninja Clan's body. They shot straight toward their target. The puppet master's long threads transformed into a spiderweb-like pattern, easily deflecting all the bone spines. In the next instant, the threads in his hands flew out in an extremely manner, piercing into the joints of all the limbs of the two other ninja bosses from the bone-eating ninja clan. Parasitic threads. The puppet insect's mouth slowly split open, revealing a series of hideous, terrifying tongues. Following the white threads, they pierced into the heads of the three ninja bosses. Then, the puppet insect's gaze slowly turned toward Lu Xingyuan standing on the rooftop. At that moment, Lu Xingyuan was sitting on a lounge chair, enjoying Shen Wuyue's kneeling service. In terms of attitude, there was truly nothing to say. Upon seeing this scene, the parasite's eyes flickered with a dangerous glow. You think sending 3 subordinates is enough to deal with me? Blood King. Are you being too arrogant? Do you know me? Lu Xingyuan was taken aback. When did his name become so renowned? Even this boss from the abyss, who had just arrived on Blue Star, knew his name. The several tongues in the parasite's mouth danced wildly. Ha ha ha! You destroyed the newbie village and attacked Black Castle. You annihilated Zhu Yan. You disrupted the Void Queen's plans. Now, you're once again among the top 10 on the boss rankings. A creature like you is known throughout the abyss, feared by all. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have provoked us, the Void Clan. Otherwise, you might have lived a few more days. Kill him. The parasite issued the command. Led by the bone-eating ninja clan, the three bosses lost control of their own bodies. They had become puppets controlled by the puppet worms. Under the control of the puppet insects, they charged toward Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan hated this kind of control ability the most. Erosion Bone Ninja Clan, awaken! At the command. The joints of the bone-eating ninja clan that had been controlled all exploded. Blood spurted everywhere. Without the support of his bones, his entire body collapsed like a pile of mud, slumping lifelessly to the ground. However, thanks to his super-fast regeneration ability, within seconds, the bone-eating ninja clan was fully restored. He charged toward the other two ninjas. Fools, even in death, you dare not harm your master. Dense bone spines pierced through their bodies. Their exaggerated health points granted them the ability to ignore all attacks. The puppet insects also noticed this. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. Potential unleashed. Streams of energy flowed through the thread extending from the puppet insect's mouth, entering the two bodies. Instantly, their bodies began to swell. Even cracks began to appear on their skin. The two's attributes surged dramatically. Yet they still couldn't break through the bone forest formed by the bone-eating ninja clan. Come again, unleash your potential. This time, the two ninja bosses couldn't take it anymore. Fine cracks began to appear on their skin. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and one of the ninja bosses transformed into a small mushroom cloud, rising into the sky above the city. They both self-destructed. Loyalty. This is loyalty. After being controlled. Rather than harm their master, they chose death. We have to do it ourselves. Lu Xingyuan's eyes flashed with a crimson glow. The blood crystal longsword materialized. Whoosh! As the blood crystal longsword flew out, the puppet insects were about to capture its flight path. The sword completely vanished. Then, it appeared directly inside the puppet insect's mouth. Put 213,176. Then, the blood crystal sword vanished once more. It then crossed through space and appeared directly inside the puppet insect's body. In the blink of an eye, sword lights flashed. The puppet insect was instantly killed. You have defeated a level 44 professional. You have obtained 35,000 experience points and 1% health. You have defeated boss Void Puppet Insect Mutated Reward Settlement in progress. You obtained 1 Void Stone. You obtained Puppet Thread. You obtained the corpse of the Void Puppet Bug. Lu Xingyuan transformed into the Blood Demon while checking the rewards. The puppet worm quickly revived. They came back to life. And it parasitized itself onto the corpse of an Akita dog. Earlier, it had been baring its teeth and showing intense aggression. Now they had transformed into obsequious creatures, shaking their heads and flapping their ears. Master, I know your target. I know the coordinates of a Void Queen's core subordinate. He possesses a Void Stone Crystal,